Hey, it's me, MLB. Here is the completed book of Chance Ball. This is part 1 of 2. Enjoy. Just a little side note before we jump into the story. This book contains a lot of scenes that I've had to cut out due to YouTube's policies. But if you want to read, it's not to listen to, but to read the entire book without any scenes cut, you'll find the link to my Patreon in the description. The link to Patreon is free to join to get to my website that has all of my books on it, if that makes any sense. You don't have to pay, you just sign up for free. The very first post on my Patreon is the link to quirkyfanfics, which is my personal website where I've got all of my books with all the scenes intact. Nothing has been deleted, nothing has been changed. It's all the original format on my website, quirkyfanfics, on Patreon, first post. Hopefully that makes sense. But unfortunately there will be dead spots through this story where I've had to cut out those scenes. So if it goes a bit quiet for a bit, it will start back up again and continue on with the rest of the story, and hopefully it all makes sense. Kuro, who's that? Dabi asked his vice captain while he nodded towards you. You had just arrived at your new high school, Nekoma High, having just transferred in midway through the second last year of school. You found it a little bit daunting. It was a massive school and you were well and truly lost. I swear I've been past this classroom before, you thought as you stopped and scowled heavily, looking down at the school map in your hand for the 10th time in 3 minutes. Oh, her, Kuro commented casually, looking towards where Dabi had nodded. She's the new libero for the girls' volleyball team. Oh, Dabi purred. She's cute. She's got good taste in sports, he added with a smirk. Well, best I go and make introductions. He pushed off the locker and strolled casually towards you with his hands in his pockets. Ugh, really, Dabi? Kuro sighed, rolling his eyes as he watched his teammate and captain stroll towards you. He was used to Dabi chasing any girl who stood still long enough to be flirted with, but this poor, unsuspecting new girl, now, before she even had a chance to find her own classroom? He shook his head and closed his locker, heading off to his next class. Hey, babe, Dabi greeted in a low tone as he pulled up in front of you. You looked up. Your breath caught in your throat as your eyes met his turquoise ones. He gave you a crooked smile and winked. You need some help? He asked coyly. Yeah, actually, I'm looking for Class 1C, you said in a dead tone as you looked back down at your map. It'll cost you, Dabi said seductively. Your eyes shot back up and met his. Pardon? I said it'll cost you, Dabi repeated with a sly smile. Like, what do you mean it'll cost me? You want me to pay you? You asked, your patience running thin. No. I'll tell you where Class 1C is, but it'll cost you your name and your number, he replied, giving you a wink and a quick eyebrow raise. You scowled, and then you let your expression turn more seductive. Leaning forwards, you gently took Dabi's tie in your hand and pulled him down to your level. He liked your bold move and gave you a low chuckle and sly grin as he was pulled down. You stared intently into his eyes for a moment, then leaned past his face to his ear. I don't think you could handle me, you uttered provocatively, before giving him a sharp shove and marching past him. Oh, that was hot as hell, Dabi thought, as he took a step back to stop himself from falling over. He was quite aroused by the way you had rejected him. The name's Dabi, he called out after you. You flicked him the middle finger over your shoulder as you walked on, not even bothering to look back. Damn, I think I'm in love, Dabi thought with a smug smile as he watched you walk down the hallway. You finally found your classroom. Ugh, no thanks to hotshot asshole in the hallway. What was his name again? Danny Derby? Dummy? You thought, shaking your head with annoyance. As the day came to a close, you grabbed your map out again to try and locate the school gymnasium. You needed to get to your first volleyball practice. After asking a few people to point you in the right direction, you found yourself in front of 2 sliding doors, the word gymnasium written on the frame overhead. Well, this has got to be it then? You pushed the door open and grinned at the sight of volleyballs flying back and forth over the net as it met your eyes. This place felt like home. You'd been playing volleyball for as long as you could remember. Your dad had been the one to introduce you to it, and the minute he had placed a volleyball in your hands, you never looked back. You entered the gym and walked around the outside of the court, making your way over to a man who looked like the coach. Hi, my name's Yin Lin. It's my first day here. I'm supposed to be on the volleyball team, you said apprehensively. The man looked at you and then pointed to a box. Grab a uniform and change. We start drills in 10 minutes. Yes, sir, you replied hastily as you grabbed a uniform. After changing, you started doing some stretches while you waited for your turn on the court. As you pulled your heel up to your backside, your eyes roamed around the gym, taking everyone and everything in. There was a seated section upstairs in the gym for spectators to watch from, and as you looked up, your gaze was met by a pair of turquoise eyes. You frowned when you registered who those eyes belonged to. Oh, what is he doing here? Dabi was draped casually over the rails watching you stretch. He blew you a kiss and threw you a peace sign before you stuck your tongue out and looked away. Ugh, he's so full of himself. You groaned inwardly, deciding to just ignore him. The coach called you over and introduced you to the other girls on the team, and then you all started with a few drills, receiving balls from serves and practicing running, jumping and spiking. Your position of expertise was called libero. The libero was someone who was good at receiving and retrieving balls. You were the best at defense and had a good reputation. That's why you had ended up at Nekoma. The coaches from Nekoma had headhunted you from when you were in primary school, and after years of chasing you, you had finally caved and decided to switch schools to them. A practice match started, and Dabi watched you intently. You moved well and could read the opponents on the opposite side of the court very well, moving to a good position even before they had time to return the ball to your side of the net. He was impressed. Dabi knew a good player when he saw one. He was the captain of the boys' volleyball team after all, and was pretty good himself. You didn't know that yet though, because you hadn't seen him play, but he was determined to show off for you, the first chance that he got. There was no way in hell he was going to pass up the opportunity to try and catch your eye. Dabi was a handsome guy. Tall, suave, and a ton of facial piercings, and although he had some pretty severe scarring across his jawline, chest and arms, it almost added to his charm. His confidence was something else though, easily overshadowing any of his insecurities, and his smooth talking always had him in good stead with the girls. Dabi could get any girl he wanted. No one had ever turned him down, and as you probably well imagined, he got bored easily because of it. He loved the chase, but no one gave him a good enough run for his money. All he had to do was be a bit flirtatious and girls would fall at his feet. That is, everyone except you, of course. I'll get her, just wait, he thought, while he watched you successfully to return another ball. Just then the whistle blew and the team switched sides on the court. Unfortunately, this meant that Dabi was posted up in the stands right over your opponents, on the opposite side to where you were, and he gave you a wave and a seductive smile when he saw you looking at him. You frowned in displeasure and refocused on the game. He chuckled to himself. I like this one. She's a little harder to get. Before long, the match finished, and you headed to the change rooms to change and head home. As you left the gym, you made small chat with the girls on the team and complimented them on their skill set. All of you walking out together, heading for the school gates. Oh, look who's here, one girl cooed. You looked up to see who she was referring to and saw Dabi casually leaning against the gates with his hands in pockets, watching you all walk towards him. Oh, he's so hot, another girl commented dreamily. You rolled your eyes and moved to the centre of the group to hide from his searching eyes. Hey, sexy, he called out as the group of girls got closer. You looked down and avoided eye contact. Oh, please mean someone else, please mean someone else. A few girls giggled nervously, hoping he was talking to them. Yo, libero, he called again. Your face immediately turned red as all the girls turned their heads to gawk at you. He's talking to you, one girl hissed, shoving you out of the group towards him. Oh man, seriously? You groaned internally, shooting him a dirty look. Whoa, Tiger. I don't mean no harm, he said with a smirk as he pushed off the wall and strode towards you, pulling his hands from his pockets and holding them up defensively. The rest of the girls kept walking. Ugh, great. There goes my cover. Now how am I supposed to get away from him? You thought, watching the girls walk away. Those were some pretty impressive moves back there, Dabi said, bringing your attention back to him. Ah, thanks, you mumbled blandly, returning your gaze to the now distant pack of girls. Can I walk you home? Dabi asked. No thanks, I'm not going home, you lied. Bye. You turned and sprinted away. You heard him call something out after you, but you ignored it. There was no way in hell you were going to stop now. You got home and flopped down onto your bed. Oh man, what a first day, you thought as your mind recapped everything that had happened in volleyball practice. You lay there and reanalyzed your skills. The image of Dabi watching you occasionally crossed your mind. Man, what's up with that guy? Why is he so obsessed with me? You thought as you rolled over and fell asleep, exhausted from the day's events. You had managed to avoid Dabi all the next day, expertly slipping past him at the gates in the morning as he was engaged in a flirtatious conversation with another girl, and keeping away from him during lunch break. Now you were headed to the gymnasium. Today was looking to be a good day. You opened the doors to the gym and were doubly pleased to see the spectators' stand was empty. Yes, maybe he's given up on me, you thought with glee. You were looking forward to a derby-free afternoon of volleyball. Practice went smoothly, and you got in some good defence moves, much to the coach's delight. You had just finished up and had walked out of the gym when you heard voices and the squeaking of shoes coming from another door around the side of the gym. Curiosity getting the better of you, you sauntered over to take a look. It was the boys' volleyball team, and they were in the middle of a heated match. You ducked out of view as you recognised Dabi, but popped your head back out to see if he was any good. I didn't know he played volleyball, you thought, watching him spike a few good sets. He had a powerful swing and a whole heap of control. He almost looked cool. Kuro, another player, looked over and saw you watching from the door. Oi, he whispered, turning his head the other way to address Dabi, who was standing next to him on the court. Is she here for you? Dabi looked past Kuro and saw you. You hit again, but he chuckled and smiled. I'm not sure, he said to Kuro. I'm going to put on a show for her. Kuro rolled his eyes. Seriously, man, can you, chill for 1 second? He laughed. Dabi's game improved significantly, and he didn't miss one spike. After each set, he'd glance over to see if you were still there. You were, and he smiled smugly to himself. I've piqued her interest. As the game ended, you ducked back out of sight and headed for the school gates, but not before a voice interrupted you from behind. Oi, you're not even going to come and say hi? The voice asked. You shuddered, recognising who it was immediately. Oh, damn it, did he see me watching? Dabi jogged towards you as you turned to face him. You liked what you saw? He asked with a cheeky grin. You're alright, you said dismissively as you looked away with disinterest. Alright? Only alright? You wouldn't have stayed for the whole game if I was only alright, he commented, giving you a crooked smile. I know you like me. As if, you scoffed, looking back at him sharply. Get back to your boyfriends already. You spun on your heels and marched away. Dabi watched you go, chuckling to himself and wiping sweat from his brow. I like this chick. She's got bite. Bye, babe. See you tomorrow, he called out after you. You turned around and flipped him the bird. He laughed. Later that night, you were lying on the couch, absent-mindedly flicking through TV channels, when suddenly your phone rang. An unknown number. Usually you didn't pick up unknown numbers, but you had nothing else to do, so why not? Hello? You said curiously as you answered the phone. Hey, baby girl, what's happening? The voice on the other end asked. Who is this? You asked with furrowed brows as you sat up. It's your boyfriend, the voice replied. Wait, is this Dabi? You asked. Oh, you remember me, and you connected me when I mentioned boyfriend, so that means that I must be your boyfriend, and it's Dabi, not Darby, he replied hurriedly, before you could get a word in. You can call me Daddy if you want. I won't be calling you anything, asswipe. How did you get my number? You yelled into the receiver. I have my ways, he replied calmly. Well, have your way with this, you said sharply, and then hung up. Dabi tried calling you again, but you refused to pick up. He texted you a few messages, goading you to reply, but you ignored his texts. Next day at school, he was waiting at the gate. Ah, there's my pretty girlfriend, he yelled at you brightly, waving his arm. You could feel the jealous eyes of the girls around you burning into your skull, and you scowled. Sit on this and rotate, you growled at him, giving him a very straight finger right up in his face as you walked past. I love you too, baby, he replied with an audible kissing noise. Angrily, you yelled a bunch of expletives over your shoulder at him, which only caused him to laugh. Yin, may I see you in my office? The school principal called to you as you rounded the corner. Oh, heck, did he hear me swearing? You thought with a grimace. Yes, sir, you replied, hanging your head and meekly following him to the office. Yin, I wish to discuss your grades in mathematics, he said pointedly as he entered his office with you behind him, walking around his desk and motioning for you to sit in the chair opposite. You breathed a sigh of relief as you sat down. At least he did not hear the swearing. I am suggesting that you join the tutor class for maths on Tuesday evening here at school. There are a few other students in the same situation as you, and you all need some help, the principal stated bluntly. Yes, sir, you replied, bowing slightly in your seat. Seeing as today is Tuesday, please join this afternoon's tutor class. This is the first class for the term, he said, shifting in his seat. That is all, you are dismissed. You got up and walked quickly out of the office, heading to your first class. Making a beeline for your locker, you quickly dropped some of your belongings off and then closed the door. There was a person right there as you closed it, and you jumped with surprise. Boo, Dabi said, a mix of dry sarcasm and cheekiness in his voice. When will you get off? You groaned with an exasperated sigh. When you get me off, he replied cheekily, winking at you as he licked his bottom lip seductively. What the hell's that supposed to mean? You snapped, getting up in his face. Oh, you know exactly what I mean, he said suggestively, leaning closer to you. You're the most perverted, creepy as F-boy I've ever met, you said in a low voice. It is beyond me how girls could find you attractive. You reached up and flicked him on the nose before walking off. Later that afternoon, you walked up to the tutor class door and knocked gently. A kindly-looking woman opened the door. Ah, Yin, I've been expecting you. Please come in, she greeted as she stepped back to let you into the room. You entered and looked around at the other students in the room. There were only 7 of you in the class. You smiled at them, scanning their faces. Suddenly your face fell. Why are you here? You asked sharply, pointing to a guy sitting in the back row. He had his head turned, looking out the window, but slowly looked at you when he heard your voice, his turquoise eyes flashing with anger as you pointed him out. Sit down and shut up, he ordered. Oh, Mr. Big Shot isn't so big anymore sitting in tutoring class, I see, you teased. Zip it, Libero, he snarled, turning his head away to look out the window again. Ha! You scoffed, marching over to him and sitting down in the seat beside him. You felt you had the upper hand now. After tutoring class finished, you got up to leave. Dabi didn't move. What's wrong, sweet cheeks? Are you all tuckered out from studying? You asked him sarcastically. Brack off, he mumbled, and got up, slinging his bag over his shoulder. I'm done with you. What does that even mean? You said, chasing him out the door. You never even had me in the first place. Would you leave me alone? You're getting on my nerves, he said through gritted teeth. Oh my, how the tables have turned, you said cheekily. This is quite fun, actually. Now I know how you felt when you egged me on before. He remained silent as you walked side by side out of the school gates and kept going, both heading in the same direction. Wait, where do you live? You asked suddenly. This way, obviously, he replied curtly. Oh, same, you said. You both continued to walk in silence. He finally turned at a crossroad and walked off without saying goodbye. What a sudden change in behaviour. It's the perfect revenge, though, for all those times he embarrassed me. Now I can mess with him, you thought, sniggering to yourself. But something didn't feel right. He looked really down. Was it really okay to tease him like that? What if it really was a sore point for him? You walked the rest of the way home warring with yourself. Should I apologise? You thought, and then quickly shook your head. No, why should I be the one to apologise? He was the one being annoying to me first. The next day at school, Dabi ignored you. Not gonna lie, you were elated at first. Oh, finally he's leaving me alone, you thought happily. But as the day wore on, you felt worse and worse about the situation. Before you knew what you were doing, you found yourself walking towards the boys' practice courts in the gym for the afternoon. You walked straight in and sat down on the bench. Kuro saw you first, and then smirked and looked across to Dabi, who had also seen you, and now had a deep scowl on his face. This confused Kuro. Oi, he whispered to Dabi. Your girl is here. Look excited. She ain't my girl, Dabi growled, jumping up and spiking a ball. You crossed your arms and stared him down. This guy was all over me 2 days ago. What happened? The match finished and Dabi turned to head for the change rooms. Oi, Spiker! You hollered across the courts. Everyone turned to look at you except for Dabi. I mean, you creep! You yelled even louder. Yeah, she's definitely talking to Dabi, one of the other players joked. Hey, shut up, man, Dabi said as he punched the fellow player in the arm and then turned to face you. What do you want, Bureau? Suddenly you felt very self-conscious. I wanted to apologise, you said quietly, gripping your left arm with your right hand and staring at the floor. Yeah, okay, thanks, whatever, Dabi said briskly, completely ignoring your sincerity. Okay, whatever, asshole, you snapped, angry that he brushed your apology off so quickly. Apology revoked, you added tersely before turning and storming out of the gym. You were almost to the school gates when a panting male pulled up beside you. Hey, wait a minute, he said. You glanced to your right. Dabi. What? You said coldly. Sorry, he mumbled, looking away. Sorry for being so short before. You ignored him. I don't like being in tutor class. Makes me feel... He paused, looking for the right words. Inadequate? You queried, filling in the final word for him. Yeah, well, I don't know what that means, so... He replied glumly. You're not dumb or anything, dude. You're just talented in other areas, like sports, you said with a shrug. There's nothing wrong with being good in one area and not the other. This is a problem if you get bullied, though, Dabi said softly. What? You? Bullied? He replied, shocked. Yeah, well, I rub people up the wrong way. and they're always looking for some kind of way to get back at me, you know. Dabi shrugged. I don't let it get to me, on the outside, that is. You didn't reply, but you knew what he was talking about. Okay, well, what if I helped you study? He said finally. I'm not amazingly good at maths, but I get the gist of what the teacher's saying. I could give you some pointers. Dabi thought for a bit. Yeah, okay, if it gets me some alone time with you, then I'm in. You're such an ass, you know that, right? He said, trying to hide a smirk. I'm proud of it too, he said, straightening a little. You looked away to hide a smile. You were glad that you had at least cheered him up a bit. Next Tuesday after tutoring class, he came home with you to do a bit of extra study. Why the hell are there more alphabet letters in this thing than numbers? He whispered harshly, clutching his head. That's because it's algebra, it's supposed to have letters in there, you replied, face-palming. Here, this is the basic formula to solve it. You leaned across and wrote some things down on his paper, showing him how to solve the equation. Hey, it works, he said excitedly. Of course it works, that's how the teacher explained it, you deadpanned as you rolled your eyes. Do you even listen in tutor class? Well, no, because the teacher's not hot, but I find it easier when you teach me because you are hot, he said, leaning back and giving you a cheeky smile. There you go again, you weirdo, he said, punching him in the arm. Focus. On you, he asked provocatively as he leaned an elbow down on the table, looking at you with his glowing turquoise eyes. Shut your face, you replied harshly. Fine, he said with a long drawn-out sigh as he got back to work. The next few weeks were much the same. You two would attend tutoring class and then head back to your place to continue for another hour or so. He kept up with the random flirtatious lines, but you were so used to it by now that it was almost as if it was part of his vocabulary. On some occasions, you two would stop by the local bubble tea cafe and grab a tea to drink as you walked home. Which one did you get this time? Dabi asked, taking a sip of his. Lychee green tea with great balls, you replied. It's actually pretty good. I'll lychee your great balls, he leered. Let me try some? He asked as he leaned across to you as you walked beside him. You stretched your arm out for him to take a sip. He hummed, a glint in his eye. You taste amazing. I can taste your lips on the straw. Your eyes bulged and your heart nearly jumped out of your throat. You frickin' dumbass, don't say stuff like that. You took a swipe at him, but he dodged, laughing. Whoa, that one got you, he sneered as he laughed again. Arsehole, you growled angrily as you took another sip and scrunched your eyes shut. You need to come up with some better nicknames for me than just arsehole and dumbass, he said, taking another sip of his tea. You didn't respond. The next day at school you ran up to him excitedly. Hey, jerkface, I came up with a new nickname for you, you screamed as you approached him. Is that it? Is that the new nickname, jerkface? Dabi deadpanned, looking disappointedly at you. No, it's... You dabbed, flicking your arms to the right and smacking your forehead into the crook of your left arm. What? He asked in disbelief. You dabbed again. That's your nickname, you replied, doubling over with laughter. You know, because your name's Dabi, get it? I took the ing of dabbing and it's your name, so this is going to be your nickname from now on. You dabbed again. Stop doing that, please, Dabi said in an almost panicked tone. What, this? You asked, dabbing again. No, seriously, cut it out, you're embarrassing me, Dabi said hurriedly, trying to catch your arms and pin them down. You don't like your new nickname? You asked as you skipped backwards out of his reach, doing a double dab left then right. Dabi growled and lunged at you, but you were too quick. Damn you, Libero, he yelled as you sprinted down the hallway laughing. That afternoon, at volleyball practice, you entered the gym and looked up to see Dabi in the stands, assuming the T-pose. What the hell are you doing, you weirdo? You screamed at him. I'm dominating you, what does it look like? He screamed back. You look like a friggin' dipstick, you hollered. I'll have you walking like a friggin' dipstick after I'm done with you, he yelled back, just as loud, making obscene hip-thrusting movements. His sudden sexually charged comment threw you, and you couldn't think of a straight comeback, so you just stormed off to the locker room, his laughter following your retreating form. Tuesday afternoons had gone from the occasional stop by the tea store on the way home to grabbing some food and chilling together for a bit before studying. You hated to admit it, but you actually had a lot in common with this asshole. You both liked the same kind of music, both watched anime, had seen the same anime, liked the same kind of foods, both played volleyball, went for the same professional team. Your relationship was based on mutual teasing, sarcasm, and laughter. There was an element of trust there on some levels, and he was opening up to you more and more, but his shameless flirting with other girls was starting to get to you. Were you falling for him? Nah, you thought as you shook your head. Who would honestly ever fall for that guy? He's hopeless. Tuesday's tutor class came and went, and Dabi never showed. After the lesson, you texted him. Oi, where were you today? you smashed out in text, whacking the buttons angrily as you headed for the school gates. A reply came back instantly. Volleyball practice, he wrote. Why, you missed me? Never, jackass, you responded, snorting out loud as you replied. You deviated from your line to the school gates and made your way to the boys' volleyball courts instead, entering through the back door and posting yourself up in the stands but keeping out of sight. You could hear Dabi talking to his teammates, so you waited. Your phone dinged loudly. Ah, damn it, you wailed internally, flicking it to silent as you checked the message. It was Dabi again. I know you're here. Then a second later, just heard your phone ding, doofus. You replied. Well, how did you know I was here, apart from the phone dinging? I saw the door at the back of the stands open. I didn't see you, but I figured you were ducking down because you didn't want me to know that you had come to watch me play because you like me. I do not like you. You're a pain, you replied. I love you too, he replied. You popped your head up over the stand chairs and noted, regrettably, that he was staring directly at you. Yo, libero, he yelled. If I get 5 spikes in a row, go out with me. Never in 1,000 years, you hollered back, head only just visible over the stand wall. He laughed and turned to join his teammates on his side of the net. You watched him play. He was a fast mover and good at making split-second decisions. When he was focused on the game, he looked that little bit more attractive to you. You could never tire of watching him in motion. As he successfully nailed the 5th consecutive spike, he roared with enthusiasm, turning to face you in the stands. Go on a date with me after practice, he yelled at you, sweat beading on his skin. Ugh, guess I better, you hollered back at him. Otherwise you'll cry like a baby if I don't. His teammates snorted at your response, but Dabi didn't care. He was on a high. After practice, you waited for him at the gates. He had the stupidest big grin on his face that you'd ever seen. Why are you so happy? You questioned him, eyeing him suspiciously. Because you agreed to date me, he said with a giant grin. Whoa, hold up, big boy. I only said that I'd go out with you after practice. Don't get ahead of yourself, you said, reaching up and flicking him on the forehead. He looked crestfallen. Ah, damn. Guess I'll take this small win and just keep wearing you down till you agree to be my girl. Not gonna happen, you replied curtly as you dabbed. Bro, seriously? He said, depressed that you were still doing that stupid move. You cackled and ran ahead of him. Hey, but can you help me? You yelled back at him, turning around and walking backwards. With what? He asked, eyeing you as he sauntered along behind you. With volleyball practice, you said as you continued to walk backwards. Yeah, okay, what do you need? He asked. I've got a game coming up against the girls of Alba Josai, and I need to get some extra practice in, so I am sharp for the match, he replied. Okay, let's practice tomorrow, he said with a grin. Keep your arms low when you go for the deep receive, Dabi coached from the other side of the net the next day as you two were practicing. He was serving and you were diving and receiving his hits. Unsurprisingly, he had you running from one side of the court to the other, and your sides were heaving. Once again, he threw the ball up and jumped, sending it flying across to you. You got under it and returned it to the furthest point away from Dabi, watching as he sprinted for it and dived, only just getting his arm under it before sending it hurling back to you, doing a forward roll at the end and jumping up to get back onto the court. You received the ball again and sent it to the opposite corner again. He jumped at it but missed. Yeah! You hollered, jumping up and down in victory. He collapsed onto all fours, defeated. Good work, he panted, flashing you an award-winning smile. Thanks, you replied, your hands falling to your knees as he bent over with exhaustion, gasping for air. Where'd you learn to receive like that? You quizzed him. I've been practicing in more areas to broaden my skill set, he replied nonchalantly. I need more work with setting, though, he added as he got up and wiped sweat from his brow. You want me to be a tosser? You asked, a cheeky smile on your face. Setter, he corrected. No, tosser. That name suits you better in that position, you replied with a chuckle, shooting him a devilish smile. Why are you so mean to me? He asked, pretending to be hurt. Because you love it, that's why, you replied, turning to go and get your towel. Oh, so you're thinking of the things I like then? Sounds like you got a crush, he sneered. You threw your towel at his face. Fast forward to match day against Alba Josai. It was the third and final set. Alba had just won the first set and Nekoma girls had won the second. This was the decider and your team was in the lead. It was match point 22-24. You and your team just needed one more point to win. Alba was serving. The girl serving was a strong hitter, but you were ready for her. She threw the ball up and jumped, smacking her palm into it and making it fly across the net to one of your teammates, who you knew was bad at receiving. Alba must be figuring out that she's our weak point, you thought as your body started to move. You threw yourself across the floor to get the ball and rotated your body as you reached out for it, doing your best to avoid colliding with your teammate in the process. Thankfully, she had stepped back slightly to give you room, and you connected heavily with the ball and hit it high, screaming for your setter to go get it. As you landed, your wrist hit the hard wooden floorboards and you tucked yourself into a ball to soften the impact, but the damage had already been done. You sprang back up and got back onto the court as quickly as possible as your team's wing spiker slammed the ball down on the opposite side of the net, bringing the game to an end. You cheered triumphantly, but then immediately clutched your wrist. It was throbbing. As the game wrapped up, the officials gave their speeches and formalities ended. You hugged your girls in celebration and then headed to the change rooms. As you were talking with them and walking down the hall, someone caught your eye. Dabi? He was leaning up against the hall wall waiting for you. What are you doing here? You asked as you approached him. He had his head lowered and didn't look at you. You okay? You asked, ducking your head down to try and look him in the eye. I should be asking you that. He shot, jerking his head up, turquoise eyes meeting yours sharply. Well, I'm fine, we won, you said excitedly. You turned to walk away, and he grabbed you by the arm and spun you around, slamming you back first up against the hall wall. Dabi, what do you do? Take your shirt off, he said in a low voice, blocking you in by placing his arms either side of your head. Excuse me? You yelped in surprise, swinging your arm to punch him. He grabbed your wrist and you winced, a small whimper escaping your lips. You're hurt. Why didn't you go to the nurse's office? He said, slightly annoyed. I'm fine. He gave your wrist another gentle squeeze and you yelped again. Come, he said, letting go of your wrist and scooping you up in his arms. Idiot, put me down, I can walk, you yelled frantically. He ignored your pleas and carried you to the nurse's office. A few days later, Dabi came sprinting up to you in the school hall. Hey, look, he said excitedly, shoving a piece of paper into your hand. What's this? You asked, turning the paper over so you could see what it was. It was his algebra test. He got a B. All right, you shrieked, giving him a high five. All thanks to my hot teacher, he beamed, winking at you. Stop it, you dummy, you retorted, playfully shoving him. Hey, watch your wrist, he said, carefully taking it in hand. How's it feeling? It's fine, you replied with a shrug. It's no big deal, dude, don't make such a fuss. I need to take care of this wrist, because one day I'll be wrapped around my thick, hard cock. Stop right there! Do not say another word, you pervert! You hollered with embarrassment, drowning out his hearty laughter. Later that night, you were zoning out while lying on the couch when your phone rang. It was Dabi. Hey, what's up, jerkface? You greeted casually, throwing a piece of chocolate into your mouth. Hey, he said stiffly. Yo, you okay? You asked, sitting up, worried by his uncharacteristic greeting. Huh? Oh, yeah, I'm fine, he said mechanically. What's up? You asked curiously. Well, I got a big game coming up, he said, pausing slightly. Would you come and watch me? Ha! As if I would, he replied with a loud laugh, throwing another piece of chocolate in your mouth. There was silence on the other end. No, Yin, I'm serious, he said, softly after a long pause. I actually really want you there to support me. You half choked on your chocolate. Dabi, being sincere, what is this? You joked gently. Yeah, sure, I'll come. Are you okay, though? You sound a bit nervous. Yeah, it's just that I'm going up against Date Tech. They're a powerhouse school and we've never beat them before, he replied. His voice sounded so different. He sounded vulnerable. Yo, I've seen you play. You're amazing. You'll beat them for sure this time, you said encouragingly. Oh, so you think I'm amazing, huh? He leered. Date me then. Pfft, you're such an ass, he replied, laughing. Fast forward to the day of the Date Tech match. You made your way through the crowd to the rails of the stands. Peering over them, you saw Dabi and the rest of the team gearing up for the match. Yo, stupid, don't drop the ball, you yelled down to him. He looked back over his shoulder and up at you, and then smiled and looked back to his teammates. Hey boys, my lucky charms here, he yelled to them, loud enough for you to hear. We're going to smash Date Tech today. He looked back at you and kissed his fingers and then threw you the peace sign. You smiled and fake gagged, pretending to be put off by his flirtatious comment. Soon enough, the game started. Date Tech were fierce competitors and kept shutting down all of Dabi's spikes. He kept his head up though and fought earnestly, encouraging his teammates as he went. It was an intense match and you were on the edge of your seat the whole time. One of the opponents went to spike the ball, and you could see it was going to miss Nekoma's block, so instinctively you yelled out. Left, Dabi! You screamed from the stands. You saw his focus shift when he heard your voice, and he dived to the left, saving the ball and sending it back to his spiker before the spiker tossed it to him, and then he jumped up and slammed it down the opposite side of the net. You jumped up, screaming with excitement. Dabi looked up into the stands and gave you a huge smile while you clapped with the other spectators. From there it was a game changer. Nekoma fought every single round and ended up beating Date Tech 19-25. You were elated on Dabi's behalf and ran through the halls to find him after the game to congratulate him. As you caught sight of him from a distance, you smiled and were about to call out to him when you saw he was talking to a girl. You slowed and hid slightly, watching them talk. The girl was flipping her hair provocatively and leaning close to him. He looked like he was enjoying the attention, and a pain shot through your chest as you turned away, walking back to the stands to head out the door. You tried to decipher your feelings as you walked home. Why do I care if he's talking to another girl? You thought, furrowing your brows as you plodded home. Is it because I like him? Later that night, Dabi sent you a message asking where you went after the game. You ignored his text. He tried to call you, so you ignored that too. The next few days were awkward for the both of you. Dabi was trying extra hard to get your attention, and you were trying extra hard to ignore him. Finally, he cornered you one afternoon at your locker. Hey, Libero, why are you dodging me? He growled, pinning you up against the locker. No reason, asshole, leave me alone, you growled back, averting your eyes from his. Fine, he snarled, but the next season of My Hero Academia airs tonight. Come over to mine, we'll get pizza and watch it. Slowly you let your eyes find his and you glared at him. You loved My Hero Academia, and he knew it. Fine, you said finally, relaxing your expression. Awesome, he said, relieved that you had agreed to come over. Later that evening, you walked up to his door and pushed the doorbell. Hey, sexy, he said as he opened the door and leaned against the frame. Shut it, asswipe. I'm here for the show, not you, he said with a growl, giving him a cold stare. Whoa, extra feisty tonight. I like it, he replied, giving you a wink. You grunted and pushed past him, storming into the lounge and plopping down on the couch. He joined you shortly, sitting down beside you and passing you a drink that had been sitting on the coffee table. It was your favourite drink. Thanks, you grunted. The doorbell rang and he jumped up to get it. Strippers here, he yelled. You snorted, soft drink spilling out of your mouth. He cackled as he made his way to the front door. Arsehole, you grumbled, wiping soft drink off your face. He came back just as the show started and put the pizzas down, opening the box and offering you a slice. As the show sucked you in, you began to relax a little, tucking your right leg up under your left thigh and leaning back slightly. Dabi watched you from the corner of his eye. Presently he stretched his arm out across the lounge chair behind you, deliberately brushing his fingers along the back of your neck as his arms settled across your shoulders. You stiffened. You know, you're really pretty, Ian, Dabi said, leaning towards you. Get lost, you useless player! Stop messing with me! I can't take it anymore! You barked, jumping up and crossing your arms across your chest, glaring at him while tears formed in the corner of your eyes. Whoa, where did this come from? Dabi asked with a shocked look on his face. I saw you chatting that girl up after the game. Don't act like your poo doesn't stink, you growled, your voice threatening to break under the emotional weight. And why does that bother you? Dabi asked, relaxing back and looking at you with a coy triumph look on his face. It doesn't, you stammered, glancing away. Oh, I think it does, he said with a sly grin, leaning forwards and resting his elbows on his knees, looking at you intently. Tell me, Ian, why does me chatting someone else up bother you? He waited with bated breath. Your heart started thumping wildly as you realised that you were being cornered. Because You swallowed hard. Yes, he coaxed. Because I feel sorry for anyone you hit on, that's why, you replied, changing your sentence at the last minute. That's not what you were going to say, was it? Dabi said as he stood up. For your information, I wasn't chatting her up. She came up to me. He crossed his arm across his chest. Yes, she was being flirtatious, but I turned her down. You what? He said with gentle surprise, trying to secretly wipe a tear away. I turned her down, he repeated. Once upon a time, I would have gladly flirted with her, maybe even taken her out, kissed her, whatever, he said candidly, but I'm not interested anymore. Why aren't you interested anymore? You queried. Because I've caught feelings for one girl in particular, and I don't want anyone else but her, Dabi said, looking down at the floor. You uncrossed your arms. Who is she? You asked, wanting to make sure that you were on the same page as him before you confessed. She's amazing, he stated. She's the only one who gets me. She's smart, talented. She's also a sarcastic little, but I love it. He looked at you and grinned before continuing. All I need to do is find out if she likes me back, he said, lowering his head and locking his turquoise eyes on you. You inhaled sharply. Well, yeah, I actually like someone too. I didn't like him at first. He was a prick. His ego was bigger than his dick. Impossible, but continue. Dabi interjected. But I've caught feelings, and I don't know what to do about them, you said vulnerably, clutching your arm and averting your eyes from his. He took a step towards you. Yin, he asked. You looked up at him. Would you be my girl? He asked sincerely. You stared him down for a few minutes before replying. I'd love nothing more than to be your girl, you said finally, trying to sound as annoyed as possible. He grabbed you into a hug and kissed you roughly. You returned to the kiss, getting messy real quick as he hoisted you up and then placed you down on the couch, dropping himself on top of you and grinding into you. You let out a surprised squeak and punched him in the arm. Dabi, was that your... He hummed, a coy smile playing on his face. Oh, that? Yeah, just wanted to show you how big I am so that you know how good it's going to feel when I'm going to stop you right there, you screeched, pushing him off. He laughed. No, but seriously, and I've liked you for a while now. I do actually care about you. And I promise I'll look after you. I'll give you the love and attention you deserve, he added, leaning back down and kissing you gently on the lips. Can't say that I'll do the same for you, though, you replied teasingly. Oh, is that so? He asked cheekily. Oh, well, maybe I'll just have to have my way with you and let you go, he replied bluntly as he leaned in and bit you provocatively on the neck, grinding into you again. You're such an ass, Dabi, you giggled. I'm your ass now, though, he grinned. Now and forever. You never did get to watch the rest of your show because Dabi kept interrupting, trying to kiss you or get your attention in some way or other. You were still slightly mad at him, so rejected most of his advances, but he was enjoying the play. Oh, no fair. He pouted as he pushed his face away from you for the third time in a row. Treat 'em mean, keep 'em keen, you said with a carefree shrug. Yeah, well, I'm definitely keen, he said with a provocative little groan as he nibbled on your ear. His soft yet firm lips to your ear ignited you, and you turned your head slightly to look at him from the corner of your eye. He smirked against your ear and blew out some air gently. You like that? He whispered deviously. You couldn't speak. He placed his hand on your chin and turned your head firmly away, leaving a trail of hickeys down your neck. Dabi, you whimpered as he released your chin and ran his hand tantalizingly slowly down between your breasts and over your stomach, heading for the rim of your jeans. His experience with women showed, and he knew exactly what to do to turn your body to putty at his touch. He hummed against your collarbone, his hand sliding over the buttons of your jeans and down between your legs. You let out a small moan as he pushed his fingers between your thighs. Oh, how does he know exactly where to press, even though it's over my clothes, you thought. Suddenly he released all pressure and sat back with a satisfied sigh. You breathed out in confusion, slightly stunned at his sudden retreat, his touch leaving you hot and heavy. He looked you over innocently. I thought treat 'em mean, keep 'em keen was your thing, he said with a roguish smile. I hate you, you retorted with a scowl. He laughed heartily at your response. The next day at school, Dabi was at it again. Oi, Saxy! Dabi hollered down the hall, hands cupped over his mouth. You ducked behind someone and pretended you didn't know him. Yin! He screamed. Ugh, now everyone knows it's me, you thought with a grimace. Yin! The frickin' sexy libero! My girlfriend! Soon-to-be wife! He hollered again. Oh my god, Dabi, seriously! You shouted back at him, stepping out from behind the poor perplexed person that you had used as a hiding block. Ah, there she is! Dabi yelled again, his voice penetrating every corner of the hall. He had the biggest, stupidest grin on his face, and you wanted nothing more than to wipe that smug look off his face. How are you, baby? He asked brightly as you approached him. I would be a lot better if you weren't so frickin' embarrassing, you hissed, rolling your eyes with irritation. Oh, you love it, he said, grabbing you and pulling you into him, his hands grabbing your hips firmly. You opened your mouth to say something, but his lips met yours before any words could come out, tonguing you passionately as he hoisted you up and turned you against his locker, holding you up against the metal doors with his body weight. You gave a surprised, muffled squeak initially, but his alluring confidence and commanding hands melted you quickly, and before long you were ardently returning his kiss. Well, time for class, he said, suddenly pulling you off and plopping you back down on the ground. Bye, libero. For the second time in the last 24 hours, you were speechless. That's it. He cannot do that to me again. I'm going to teach him a lesson, you thought, scowling as you watched his retreating form. After school you had volleyball practice. He didn't, so he decided to come and watch you, much to your chagrin. Trying to make the most of an annoying situation, you decided your luck at trying to get revenge on him for his shameless sexual acts that left you wanting more. Thankfully it was a hot afternoon and the gym was sweltering. You found yourself and pulled your gym uniform top up, taking a hair tie from your wrist and tying a handful of the top up behind your back, showing off your midriff. You side-glanced up into the stands behind you, to where Dabi was watching, and to your delight, you saw he had taken the bait, more like eye candy, because he'd gone from sitting back casually to leaning forwards, his eyes trained on your body. With a hidden smirk, you crouched down again to your start position, arse out a little more than usual, and waited for the starting sound. Although you were paying attention to the game, you swore you almost heard him give small groans of satisfaction from the stands, and your hidden smirk turned into a grin. For the rest of the game, you focused on trying to be as provocative as possible, making sure he got some good profiles of your figure. His eyes never left you, and you were very pleased with the outcome of this game that you were playing with him. The volleyball game ended, and you followed the rest of the girls to the change room, trying not to look up into the stands. He met you in the doorway once you'd gotten back in your school uniform, an interesting expression playing on his face. "Hey," he growled, grabbing your arm when you pretended you were going to walk straight past him. "What were you trying to do in there?" he asked, his voice low, almost carnal. You hummed innocently. "Oh, you mean my shirt?" you asked, batting your eyelashes. "I was hot. What of it?" His eyes were alight with desire. "You can't do that to me and not give me a taste," he growled again, leaning in to kiss you. You put one hand over his mouth and boldly grabbed a handful of his crotch with the other, noticing there was an extremely large, hard bulge in the centre of your palm. "It's not nice to tease now, is it?" you growled playfully, tilting your head to the side. "Ugh," he groaned into the hand that was over his mouth. "Come to my place tonight," he mumbled into your palm. "Oh, maybe some other time, babe," he sighed. "I'm tired," you lied, and with that you turned and walked casually off for your home. Dabi watched you walk off a little before jogging up beside you. "You know, one of these days I'm going to take you in the equipment shed," he quipped provocatively. "I'll have you calling my name till you're hoarse. Oh, and you'll be walking side to side too, because, as you have probably felt, I have the girth of horse." You quickly slipped your bag off your shoulder and threw it at him. "Don't say stuff like that," you squealed in embarrassment. "Oh, now you're embarrassed? Yeah, back there you could grab a handful of my dick, no problem," he gestured sarcastically, making you laugh. "You're an asshole, you know that, right?" you gestured. "I know, and you love it," he replied, thoroughly pleased with himself. You rolled your eyes and let him place his arm around your shoulder. He was fun, even if he was an ass. The next day after school, it was Darby's turn for volleyball practice. You posted up in the stands to watch his game, curious to see how he'd do, since the coach had put him on setting to help broaden his skills. His first few sets were terrible, and they were out of time. His spikers were having a hard time connecting with the ball. You could see he was getting visibly frustrated, and he called a timeout to chat to his teammates. As you leaned forwards to watch him talk, your eyes travelled his body from his broad shoulders to his tapered waist and well-set legs. Just the sight alone was enough to make you bite your lip in erotic desire. "Oh, let's drag my nails down that back," you groaned internally, suddenly getting a nosebleed. You slammed your hand over your nose and reached for a tissue in your bag to stem the flow. Darby glanced up at you, and upon seeing the tissue over your nose, smirked. His next lot of sets were much better, and he started to settle into the game, showing off with his footwork. He would occasionally shoot you a side glance to make sure you were still watching him, which you were, and noted with satisfaction that you couldn't take your eyes off him. As he started to sweat more, he lifted his shirt up to wipe his brow with it, giving you a clear view of his ripped abs and torso. He had a deliciously toned body, and your jaw dropped every time he did it. After practice, you made your way down to the main level to greet Darby. "Hey, I'm going to stay back a bit to practice setting for Kuro here," he commented, nodding towards his teammate. "Do you need someone to throw balls for you?" you asked, hoping to be able to see Darby in action a little longer. "Yeah, actually. Do you know someone who's good at handling balls?" he asked mischievously, shooting you a sly smirk. Hey! Hold up! I'm not answering that," you replied with a playfully annoyed pout. Darby cackled and grabbed you into a sweaty hug. "Yeah, give us a hand, would you?" he asked as he leaned in and kissed you on the neck. Your eyelids fluttered as his hot lips met your cool skin, and your knees went weak. "Damn it, body, stop giving in to him so easily." The extra practice went well, and Darby was in a stellar good mood because of it. "Okay, let's call it a night," Kuro panted. "I'm done, dude." "Ugh, you're such a lightweight, Kuro," Darby gestured. "I don't care what you call me, I'm done," he said, indicating for you to finish up. You put the ball down and started collecting all the other ones that were strewn across the opposite end of the court. As you worked, you could hear Kuro and Darby talking, and then you heard Kuro calling out a goodbye to you. You turned and waved. Darby walked over to you and helped pick up some balls. "Has Kuro gone home?" you asked, realizing that you were now alone with Darby. The sun had set, and you are the only two left at school. Yeah, told him to go. We'll be fine cleaning and locking up by ourselves, he commented nonchalantly, not even stopping to look at you. You froze as you remembered what he had said yesterday. I'm going to take you in the equipment shed. You hurriedly covered your face. Oi, you thinking dirty thoughts again? Dabi asked you suddenly, seeing that you had covered your face. Huh? What? You stammered, trying to cover up for your very obvious reaction. I know you're thinking about me before, Dabi said with a smirk, sauntering over to you and walking you backwards up against the wall. Did you want to know how I feel inside you? He asked slowly, bending his head down and seductively tracing his tongue along the rim of your ear. You closed your eyes and sighed as he groaned softly and pressed himself into you. Yin, you're irresistible, he whispered breathlessly into your ear. Fearing that he was going to suddenly stop his ministries, you pushed him away sharply. You okay? He asked, surprised by your sudden rejection. You're only going to tease me again, you said, an angry, flustered look across your face. I can't take your teasing anymore, you added, almost under your breath as you pushed past him to take the balls back to the equipment shed. The cart rattled as you grabbed the handle and sped walk towards the equipment shed, yanking the door open and dragging the cart in behind you. You were about to let go of the cart and leave when a shadow fell across you from the double doors. Dabi stepped inside, closing the doors behind him. Yin, I'm done teasing you. I don't want to play anymore, he said lowly, his sharp gaze rendering you speechless. So how was it? He asked, grinning seductively. So, he replied, mocking him. Yeah, right. I had you coming hard. He purred as he winked and kissed you lightly on the lips. You smirked, but then bit the inside of your cheek, remembering how you had called his name. He hopped off the mats and then bent down to pick up your undies and help you get them on before passing you your shirt. Don't get down till I'm done, he said commandingly, yet with worry laced in his voice. I'll help you when I'm done. He sorted himself out and then stood back up to help you off the mats. As he suspected, your legs buckled under you and he laughed. Told you I'd have you weak at the knees, he commented cheekily, eyes shining with pride. No, you didn't, you snorted. You said walking from side to side. Same thing, he shrugged. No, it's not, you retorted. Listen, he growled playfully. That mouth likes to talk a lot of crap. What do I have to do to shut it up? Kiss it, you demanded. He did. The next afternoon, after school, you went straight home. You had assignments that you needed to get on top of, and you were hoping that you could finish them quickly and maybe meet Dabi once he had finished his volleyball training. So off you went, skipping happily home with Dabi on your mind. Meanwhile, Dabi had just finished up with volleyball practice when a familiar voice from his past came lilting through the gymnasium door. Hey, stranger, the provocative female voice sang. He froze. He didn't need to turn around to see who it was, he already knew. You've been ghosting my messages, the voice said, slightly irritated. So I'm here to talk to you in person. You should be honoured. Dabi cringed. Oh. Hey, Yasui, he said stiffly. Back from overseas, I see. She rolled her eyes and sauntered into the gym towards him, his classmates watching on curiously. She was wearing a very tight miniskirt and a low plunging top that left nothing to the imagination, her breasts practically spilling out over the top of the shirt. Not surprisingly, the others in his volleyball team were checking her out. He felt sick. So what do you want? He asked sharply, slightly irritated that she had actually come in to see him in person. You, she breathed. He scowled. Can't have me anymore, I'm taken, he said proudly. She threw her head back and cackled manically. As if that means anything. You've been taken before and we've still fooled around, she said in a spiteful tone as she did an over-dramatic air quotation mark around the word taken. Dabi glanced around to his teammates that were all still listening in. Can you not talk so loudly? He growled at her. She grinned maliciously and waved her hand dismissively. Since when do you care about what others say or think of you? Since now, because I have a girlfriend. I'm straight down the line. He snarled angrily at her, clearly annoyed that she was being so bold with her statements. Can we talk elsewhere? Oh, yeah, I know what that's code for, she said as she winked and grabbed his wrist. Come on, let's do it behind the gym. We're not doing anything, he said, infuriated by her insinuations. Dabi grabbed her arm and slammed her into the wall when they got outside, getting up in her face threateningly. Listen, yes, we've had our flings in the past, but I'm not interested in that anymore. I have a girl, and she's amazing, so leave me alone, he growled, gritting his teeth and hissing that last part of the sentence out coldly. Oh, baby, I like it rough, Yasui purred, leaning in to wrap her arms around Dabi's neck. He tried to pull his arms off, but she refused to loosen her grip, and as she pulled him into her, he quickly placed his hands either side of her head against the wall to prevent her from pulling his face into hers. She giggled at his scowl. "Let go of me," he snarled. "Not until I get a kiss from my boyfriend," she sang. "Boyfriend?" your broken voice asked. Darby's head snapped up the minute that he heard your voice. He peered into the dark, trying to locate your face. "Yin, it's not what it looks like," he called out, desperately trying to break free. Yasui jumped at the opportunity to strike while he was distracted and grabbed his face, turning it sharply and pressing her lips against his. In response, Dabi yanked backwards, pulling Yasui over and dumping her unceremoniously on the ground. As he stepped backwards, he looked around wildly, catching sight of you disappearing as he ran off. "Wait!" he called, sprinting after you. You weren't sure if it was just the fact that you needed a good run, or you were spurred on by the betrayal you felt, but you easily out-sprinted Dabi and headed for home, your heart throbbing in your chest. It wasn't until you got home that you collapsed, hot tears streaming down your face as you sobbed uncontrollably in your hallway. Moments later there came a pounding on your front door. "Yin! Please! Please let me explain!" You knew it was Dabi. "Get out of here!" you screamed as more tears rolled down your cheeks. "We're over! Do you hear me? Through! Don't even try and talk to me!" Dabi felt a sharp stab through his heart as your words rang out from the other side of the door, and he tried to open it but you'd locked it. "Yin, please. Please don't break up with me. Please just let me explain," he said sadly, one arm resting across the doorframe as he flopped his forehead onto it. He could hear you crying on the other side, your sobs getting quieter as you walked off to your room. He called out again, but you didn't hear him. For the next 3 hours, Dabi stayed on your doorstep, hoping beyond hope that you would come back and the two of you could talk things out. He tried texting you, he tried calling you, but you refused to acknowledge any of his attempts to contact you, so finally he gave a resigned sigh and begrudgingly got up, walking slowly home with hands in pockets, having heavy legs and an even heavier heart. You didn't go to school for the rest of that week. You felt sick, hoping that if you avoided Dabi enough you could mentally wipe his very existence from your memory. On the Friday you ventured out of your house for the first time since you saw Dabi cheating on you and walked to the bubble tea shop that you and Dabi used to go to frequently. A knot formed in your chest when you remembered all the fun times you'd had there. You squashed the feelings down and walked up to the counter to order your drink. Then, once ordered, you stood off to the side, idly flicking through Instagram while you waited. There was a group of girls nearby, and they were having a massive tea session, gossiping about anything and everything. "Hey, so Yasui, what happened the other night with Dabi?" one girl asked her friend. You froze, your ears picking up on the familiar name. "Oh, that drag," a fairly attractive girl said, flipping her hair with sass. "I went to see him because he was ignoring my messages." "And?" another girl asked. "Did you guys, she asked as she wiggled her eyebrows suggestively. The fairly attractive girl snorted. "No, that stuck-up slimeball told me he didn't fool around anymore because he had a girlfriend," she said in a mocking, condescending tone. "What?" another one shrieked. "Darby's never serious about any of his girlfriends." "Yeah, well, apparently this one's special," attractive girl said in a disgusted tone. "The only good thing to come out of going to see him was that his supposed girlfriend actually turned up while I was there, so I kissed him, and now she thinks he's cheated on her, and I've ruined his relationship." The surrounding girls laughed cruelly. You blinked. "Oh God, I did get it all wrong. I need to see him right now." You were about to run out of the shop, drink or no drink, when you decided to take some revenge. Walking up to the group of gaggling girls, you smiled sweetly and addressed the attractive girl. "Hey," you said innocently. "Do I know you?" she asked, looking you up and down condescendingly. "No, you don't, but I have a gift for you," you said excitedly. "What is it?" she asked. You reared your arm back and lunged forwards, punching her fair in the face. She toppled over and the other girl screamed, mad panic ensuing. You laughed manically and took off out of the shop, customers peering over the booths around the tables to watch you go. As you ran, you rang Dabi. Please pick up, you chanted internally. "Hey," his voice said roughly through the phone. "Hey, Dabi, can I see you, please, now?" you stammered breathlessly while you ran. "You sound out of breath. You okay? Where are you?" Dabi asked quickly, the worry in his voice coming through the line. "I'm fine," you puffed. "Can I see you? I'm coming to your house." "You haven't really left me much choice, Yin," he replied, trying to hide the delight in his voice. "Fine, whatever, come over." And with that, he hung up. You kept running and didn't stop till you were at the end of his street. As you rounded the corner, you slowed down to try and catch your breath, bending down and placing your hands on your knees. "Oi." You looked up. Dabi was walking towards you. You stood up, unsure of what to do. You weren't expecting him to have come to you. Hey, you said in an unsure voice as he stopped in front of you, hands in his pockets. Is that it? He replied with a smirk. Hey. Oh, really? You're going to be an ass now? You shot, annoyed that he was being so rude straight up. Fine, I'll just go, you added as you turned to leave. As you spun around, Dabi grabbed your arm tightly. You looked back at him. He was staring at the ground. Don't go, he whispered hoarsely. Don't leave again. You could almost feel the pain in his words. You turned to face him. Listen, I'm sorry, I got everything wrong. It was my bad to end things. I was upset and... He stepped forwards and grabbed you into a tight hug. I'm sorry, okay? It was my fault. I shouldn't have even spoken to her. But I promise you that I didn't do anything wrong. I'd never cheat on you. She came on to me and caught me off guard, but I should have just kept away from her. Dabi's words fell out of his mouth like he'd been practicing them for days. Dabi, I know. It's okay. I kind of ran into her at the cafe. What, you spoke to her? He asked in shock as he pulled you away from himself and held you at arm's length so he could look you in the eye. No, we didn't talk, you said with a scrunched nose. She said stuff and I punched her. Wait, what? Thoroughly confused now. Long story, I'll explain later, but for now, I want to apologise for not trusting you and for being so hasty in my decision, you said as you looked down at the ground. You didn't know how to ask him if he would take you back after dumping him so quickly? You want to get back together? He asked quietly. Yeah, you responded shyly as he looked up at him with doe eyes. I'll think about it, he quipped, letting go of his shoulders and turning to walk back to his house. Hey, you can't just do that, you said flabbergasted. Why not? He replied, cocking his head and peering at you over his shoulder. Well, because it's mean, you pouted. He stopped and turned slightly. You're super cute when you beg, he commented, his voice lowering in wicked provocation. You crossed your arms and glared at him. I'm not going to beg, you said coolly. He turned and walked back to you, taking your chin in his hand as he leaned into your ear. Well, maybe I'll just have to make you beg then, he whispered lowly, before pulling his head back and kissing you lightly on the cheek while running his thumb over your bottom lip. Your legs went weak at his touch, but you managed to maintain your composure just enough to reply. Well, I guess you asked me to be your girlfriend the first time, so it's my turn to ask you to be my boyfriend, you said, almost breathlessly from your heart racing so fast. And? He asked, looking deeply into your eyes. Will you be my boyfriend? You asked, tilting your head and giving him a cute look. He smirked. How can I say no to that pretty face? He leaned in and kissed you, wrapping an arm around you and sighing deeply as he returned his affection. Dabi wasn't a naturally affectionate person, but he was under your spell. He didn't realise how much he liked you until you broke it off with him, and it scared him, to be honest. He didn't know that he could feel such strong feelings towards anyone. On Monday, you made your way to the classroom, pulling your collar up on your shirt because Dabi had caught you in the hallway earlier that morning and had left a hickey on your neck, much to your dismay. Okay, class, the homeroom teacher said. Please take these forms home to your parents. We're having a school-wide camp for resilience training and to build rapport between the grades. The class groaned in unison. Ugh, camping. Oh, well, at least no school for that duration then. You took a form and read it over quickly. Wednesday to Sunday. At lunchtime, you and Dabi ate together next to the oval. You going on the camp? He asked. Yeah, probably, you replied, taking another bite of your lunch. I wasn't going to go, but if you're going to go, then I guess I'll go. Wouldn't want to pass up any opportunity to get you alone in the bush. Dude, that sounds hella creepy, you laughed, swallowing the bite that you just took. You jumped up and crouched behind a nearby bush, poking your head out and wiggling your eyebrows. Look, I'm Dabi. Dabi leaned back casually and watched you, slightly amused by your antics. Stop it, Yin, you're being too sexy, he said sarcastically. You have a bush fetish, don't you? You have dendrophilia, you said teasingly. I don't even know what the hell that means. Dabi snorted. How do you even know the technical term for it, though? Is that your fetish? You replied, licking a leaf while maintaining eye contact with him. I love trees. Dabi leaned forwards and licked his bottom lip, biting it seductively. I think I might have a thing for watching you love trees, though, he said, his eyes glistening with amusement. You're such a weirdo, you snorted, standing up and walking back over to him to continue eating your lunch. He watched you from the corner of his eye, a smug smile on his face. Why are you looking at me like that? You asked dubiously. Oh, just thinking how cute you're going to look, French kissing a tree while I take you from behind, he commented casually. You had just taken a sip of your drink as he made that comment, but it all came flying back out through your nose. Dabi roared, laughing. "Pervert!" you shouted, jumping up and wiping the juice off your top. Wednesday morning came, and everybody piled off the buses, ready for the school camp. "There's going to be a short hike to the camping area," the principal yelled through the megaphone as it made loud, pitchy, screeching noises. "Everyone stay in your year classes and follow your teacher's instructions." You grimaced and looked to your right. Dabi was in the class here above you, and he was standing with his classmates off to the side, right in your line of sight, and gave you a wink when your eyes met his. How long has he just been standing there staring at me? You thought as you looked away shyly. "Okay, here we go," the principal yelled again. "See you at the campsite." Your class shuffled forwards, and soon everyone was walking easily along the trail. You were chatting idly with a few of your classmates when you felt a strong presence to your left, so you looked to see who it was. No surprises, it was Dabi, and you jumped in surprise. Where'd you come from?" you stuttered, surprised that he had just appeared magically beside you. "From heaven, of course. I'm your guardian angel," he said in a grand tone. You scoffed. "More like hell. You're the devil himself," you retorted. Thank you." Dabi sniffed as he wiped a fake tear from his eye. "That's the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me." You rolled your eyes. "Are you supposed to be with your class?" you asked, glancing back to find where they were. There was no one behind you. "Where's your class?" you asked, turning back to Dabi. "Oh, they're a fair way back. I got bored, so I came ahead to see you," he said, distracted by something in the bush. "And I think..." He took a hold of your arm. "We should leave." He pulled you close to him, his eyes scanning the side of the trail. "Right about here." And with that, he yanked you off the trail and into the underbush. "Where are we going?" you squealed. "What about the rest of school? We're so dead if they find us missing." Dabi ignored your whining and kept on purposefully pulling you ahead. "Will you calm your tits down, just follow me," he said, slightly exasperated. "I'm taking you to a lookout. It's awesome." "Oh," you replied. "You know this area?" You looked down and stepped gingerly over a log as he pulled you along. "You can let go of me. I'm a big girl. I can walk by myself." "Oh, are you?" he replied, cocking his head back to look at you. "You're quite petite, if you ask me, with a figure to die for," he added with a wink. "Does everything have to have a sexual connotation?" you huffed, using your now free arm to swat away small branches that got in your way. "Basically, yes," he replied, strolling on ahead. You continued to follow him meekly till he parted the leaves ahead of you, and you both stepped out onto a big flat rock that overlooked the valley, and your breath caught at the beautiful view ahead. "Whoa, it's gorgeous," you said, dropping your bag and walking further out onto the rock. "Yeah, you are," Dabi said from behind, arms crossed, checking you out as you stood there. "You want to go, buddy?" you said, spinning around and raising your fists up in a mock fight to try and shift the mood that he was always trying to create. He sauntered towards you, that look of desire flashing in his eyes, and you forgot what you were trying to do again, as your breathing hitched in your throat at the sight, your fists lowering slowly as he got closer. That wasn't much of a fight," he commented with a smirk as he took your wrists, spinning you around and pulling you in from behind. "Now, enjoy the view while I enjoy mine," he growled lowly into your ear. "Every freaking time," you thought. "I'm powerless against him." He pinned your arms to your side and kissed the nape of your neck as he slid one hand up and took a hold of your chin, tilting your head away so he had better access to your neck. You relaxed into his touch and moaned lightly as he moved your body how he wanted to. "Good girl," he purred. He kissed just under your ear, then onto your earlobe, enjoying the sighs that escaped your lips. "Dabi, how do you have such control over me instantly?" you breathed as he ran his other hand over the front of your pants and gently rubbed between your legs. You bit your bottom lip and whimpered. "What did I say about holding back?" Dabi whispered in your ear. "I want to hear you." You nodded and groaned in pleasure as he changed up the pressure with his fingertips. Suddenly he stopped and released you. "You want some food? I made something for you." "What?" you asked, confused and breathless as you spun around and roundhouse kicked him in the backside. "Bitch, you cannot do that to me," you yelled, launching yourself at him and tackling him to the ground. Dabi found it all very amusing and was laughing uncontrollably. He stumbled forwards and fell as you landed on his back, coughing slightly from the force of your impact. "I'm sorry. I just couldn't resist," he wheezed out. "Here, look, I made something for you," he said, still chuckling. He crawled to his bag and pulled out some cupcakes. "I made these for you," he said, turning around and handing them to you with a grin on his face. "I'm not touching those. You've probably laced them with drugs, you sadist," you snapped. "Oh, come on. As if I'd do that," he replied. You shot a look at him that screamed, "I don't believe you." "Here," he said, waving the container at you. You eyed him dubiously and reluctantly took the container from his hand. The look of delight in his eyes was almost endearing, like a child showing his mother a painting he had done at preschool. You sat back and looked them over. "God, Yin, they're frickin' cupcakes, not hand grenades. Just eat one for crying out loud," he said, rolling his eyes. You opened the container and took one out, and he eyed you as he looked it over. You took a tentative bite. "Wait, that's actually really good," you said, taking a bigger bite this time. "What did I tell you?" he said smugly, as he sat back and watched you enjoy his cooking, and then looked out at the view with a satisfied sigh. Drugs will kick in soon," he said suddenly, nonchalantly. You turned and spat the cupcake at him. "The heck? I'm kidding, he screeched, jumping up and flicking the mashed cupcake off his top. "Serves you right, asshole," you said, very satisfied with yourself. Dabi turned and grabbed you, lying you down and pinning you under him on the ground. He kissed you roughly, forcing his tongue into your mouth while you squirmed and pushed him off. Yeah, that is a good cupcake," he said, licking his lips. "Ew, you're disgusting," you snorted, wrinkling your nose at him. "I love you too, baby," he replied with a wink. "We should start making tracks soon, so enjoy the rest of the cupcake, then we'll get going." He stood up and stretched, admiring the view while you watched him, your eyes travelling over his physique. How did I ever fall for this asshole? You asked yourself while you smiled internally. "Dabi, where the hell are we?" you asked for the 5th time in a row. "Just keep walking," he said, leading from the front. "It's not much further." "We're lost, aren't we?" you said, unease creeping into your voice. You had gotten back onto the trail after stopping to check out the view, and had followed it for a few minutes before taking a left turn at the fork in the track. We should have turned right," you sighed. "We'll keep going for a bit longer. If we don't see them, then we can turn back," Dabi said over his shoulder. "Do you even care? You're so relaxed about this." "Wait, did you plan this?" you said accusingly. "Of course I plan this. I plan everything," Dabi replied sarcastically. "I didn't. Don't worry, but you're with me, right? We'll be fine." You walked on a little longer, and then Dabi looked at his watch. "Oh, didn't realise the time," he said. "What? Well, wait. So now what? We have to camp out in the middle of nowhere," you replied in terror. "By ourselves, in the bush?" You were starting to panic. "Hey, whoa, calm down," Dabi said, turning and grabbing you into a warm hug. "You're with me, aren't you? We'll be fine." "How are you so calm about this?" you replied, your voice shaking slightly. "Wait, are you actually scared?" Dabi asked, moving your fringe so he could look into your eyes. He didn't realise that this was causing you to panic. He thought you were acting. He saw the fear in your eyes and held you close again. "Don't stress, baby. I got you. I've done this type of thing before," he said softly, as he kissed your forehead. Dabi had a calming effect over you. He could get under your skin, turn you on, and then ease your fears. When did he get to have such a strong hold over you? You snapped out of your own thoughts. "What? Camp in the middle of nowhere?" you asked, looking at him. "Yeah, actually," he said almost sheepishly. All right." You made a mental note to quiz him on it later. So what now?" "Now we find a good place for the night, like that rock overhang over there," he said, pointing to a hill nearby. There was a flat rock with another rock overhanging that one that would protect from the elements. Dabi took your hand and led you over to the rock. "So this is our home?" he sang. You shook your head with a smirk and dropped your bag onto the rock, looking around. "You chill here. I'll just grab some kindling for a fire," Dabi said, wandering off the side of the rock. You sat down and took a few deep breaths. "This'll be fine. It's okay. We'll be fine," you mentally chanted. You turned to your bag and pulled out the lightweight sleeping bag that you'd brought with you, and reached into Dabi's bag, pulling out his and lying them side by side. "Oh my goodness, sleeping next to Dabi all night?" you thought with an excited yet nervous look on your face. "Want to help me stack them?" Dabi said, appearing with a massive armload of sticks. "Where the heck did you get all those?" you asked with surprise. He laughed. "Dude, we're in the bush. Where do you think I got them from, my ass?" You grunted with amusement and stacked them while Dabi went to his bag to grab some paper and a lighter. "Look at us, hey? Professionals," Dabi commented proudly later, grinning and looking around at his surroundings from where he was lying on his side on the sleeping bag. The sleeping bags were laid out, area cleaned as best you could, and fire was lit and burning nicely. You were preparing food, and Dabi was, well, watching you. "You're going to be the best wife," he said, smirking at you from where he lay on his side. What if I want to be the husband in the relationship? You asked cheekily. No, because that's my job. I'm the husband and you're my wife, he said. You averted your eyes bashfully from his forwardness. Is he really seriously thinking about marriage already? He rolled over onto all fours and crawled over to you, his eyes glazed over with that familiar look of lust. Hey, whoa, boy, hold on, you laughed, seeing that carnal look in his eye. Why? He asked slowly as he crawled up and over to you, pushing you back on the ground. His lips were on yours instantly, and you kissed him back roughly, your tongues intertwining as you locked in a passionate battle. He let out a small sigh and scooped an arm behind you to pull you under him, pushing his hips into you, causing you to let out a light moan as he tilted your head back. Yes, baby, he purred, kissing your exposed neck. Wait, you're just going to leave me hanging again, aren't you? You said suddenly, pushing off him and pouncing on top of him. I'm in charge now. Oh, are you? He asked slyly, placing his hands up behind his head and settling back. Go on then, take control, he said as he smirked mischievously. Fine, I will, you said, blushing and pausing. He rolled over and kissed you deeply. You're so sexy, with your faux innocence and inexperience. I've never met anyone like you before, he said, giving you a little kiss on your nose. What's that supposed to mean? You asked defensively, pulling your pants up as he sat up. Oh, don't get me wrong, he said, trying to reassure you. You already know I've been with a lot of girls. You rolled your eyes and scowled. What, you don't like that? He asked, changing subjects quickly. No, I don't, you replied, crossing your arms. Why? He asked as he finished cleaning himself up and pulling his pants on. Just because, you said, realizing the reasons that you didn't like it was because of one of two things. One, there were probably past girlfriends of his that he liked better than you, and two, it just showed how inexperienced you were compared to his other girlfriends. How did you compare to them? You sucked, right? You lowered your head and averted your eyes, feeling very vulnerable. Yin? He asked from a very close range. Your head snapped up and your nose nearly brushed his. He had dropped down onto all fours and was right in front of you. He stared deeply into your eyes, reading your emotions. He glanced at your lightly quivering lips and closed the gap, his lips pressing against yours, warm and comforting. You pulled him into you and lay back with him on top. Why don't you like that I've had other girlfriends? He probed again. You looked away and scowled. It's because you're comparing yourself to them, right? Bingo! He had hit the nail on the head. Your facial features softened from a scowl to a more resigned look, and you shifted your gaze back to him despondently. He gave a little huff of amusement. I knew it, he said, leaning in and kissing your forehead. Let me finish my original sentence, which was going to be, but you're so different from the rest. You rolled your eyes again and pushed him off. Ugh, so cliché, Dabi. No, but I'm serious. You're just so genuine, he said as he picked up a stick and lobbed it towards the fire. I'll let you in on another secret. I've only had 3 serious girlfriends. Only 3? You said, surprised that it was such a small number. I thought you had like 20. Dabi snorted. Yeah, most people think that because there's always some girl hanging around me. I've been labelled a lot of things, and a lot of those things I'm not, he said stiffly, as he pulled himself into a sitting position and gazed into the fire. I've had a lot of flings, one-nighter type things. I'm generally only attracted to someone physically. I just don't go for the whole dating thing. So why me? You asked, gazing at him as you sat with your arms crossed over your knees. He looked over at you, his turquoise eyes studying your features. He reached a hand out to you slowly and caressed your cheek. I don't know, he said, running his thumb over your cheekbone. Like I said, you're different. You get me. I feel really comfortable around you, he said gently as he leaned in as if to kiss you, his lips barely meeting yours. And plus, you've never had a guy before. You're a clean slate, and I can paint you any way I like. His seductively low tone was enough to cause a slight throb in your core again, and your breathing hitched. Well, to be honest, you replied airily, I've never met anyone like you either, and I certainly wasn't expecting to fall this hard for you, you admitted, fidgeting with your fingers as the truth came out. Dabi smirked and stuck his tongue out, licking your bottom lip softly. If you think I've fallen hard now, just wait till I show you all the things I can do to you. You'll never want to leave. You closed your eyes and placed a hand between your thighs, pressing down to ease some of the frustration that was building. But, he said in a cheery tone, you wouldn't leave me anyway because I plan to put a ring on it, he said brightly as he pulled away and hopped up, walking over to the food that you had started preparing before your heated session. "Ugh, you're such an asshole," you shouted at him, reaching for a jumper and pegging it at the back of his head. He was in hysterics. He found it way too amusing teasing you like that. After you had eaten, you sat together and chatted, while mindlessly poking the fire with sticks. Slowly a cool breeze picked up and you shivered slightly. Dabi eyed you quietly. "You okay, sweet cheeks?" he asked. "Yeah, I'm good," you replied, rubbing the side of your arm to warm that bit up. "No, you're not. Come here," he said, opening an arm and shifting his leg to indicate for you to sit between them. You scooted over obediently and shuffled back so that your back was pressed into him. One leg of his bent up either side of you, and his arms closed in around you protectively. You sighed happily and turned your head slightly to kiss his shoulder, your lips meeting lumpy, scarred skin, and you jumped slightly at the odd feeling. Dabi kissed you softly on the neck and nibbled your earlobe. Dabi? How'd you get your scars?" you asked quietly. "I don't talk about it," came the abrupt reply. You turned your head back to look at him and noted there was pain in his eyes. You pecked him lightly on the side of his lips and ran your fingers along the purple scarring on the side of his face. He grabbed your hand firmly. "Stop," he said commandingly, his turquoise eyes meeting yours. He looked slightly menacing, and you recoiled at the sight, pulling your hand away and turning back to face the fire. There was a stifling silence for a few more seconds, and your heart pounded in your throat. You wanted to escape the tension, so got up quickly and walked away. "Where are you going?" Dabi asked suddenly. "For a walk," you replied shortly. "It's dark, though," he said, jumping up and chasing you. He caught your arm and pulled on it. You didn't look back at him, but yanked your arm away from his grip. "Hey, you okay?" he asked, realizing that you were upset about something. "You didn't have to be like that," you said in an irked tone as you spun around to face him, angry tears forming at the corners of your eyes. "Hey, if I don't want to talk about something, I don't have to talk about it," he shot back at you in irritation. "Fine," you replied, turning and walking off again. "Whoa, wait. Just because I don't want to talk about it doesn't mean I want you gone," he responded, irked that you were being so hell-bent on getting away from him. "It's a touchy subject for me," he said, sprinting up beside you and jumping in front of you. "I haven't opened up to anyone about it before," he added, grabbing your shoulders and dropping his gaze. "Give me some grace, babe. It's traumatic," he said. His voice was vulnerable, raw. You softened. "Sorry," you whispered. You said, your voice trailing off. "What? You think that because you're my girl, I just skip off into the sunset with you and tell you everything about myself while we held hands and painted rainbows?" he scoffed. "It's not that simple in the real world, sweetie." You narrowed your eyes and glared at him, annoyed that he had guessed correctly. Yet again, for the second time in less than half an hour, he also was being such a dick about it. Harshly you pushed his arms off your shoulders and turned, storming back to the fire and sitting down. He watched you go and then followed slowly after you. As you sat down in a huff and threw a stick into the fire, Dabi sat down next to you. "Look at you, being all cute and huffy," he commented coyly. "Whatever, jackass," you spat, throwing another stick. "You're cute when you're mad," he teased, letting out a low chuckle and leaning over to bite your neck. "Get off me," you growled, and pushed him away. "Ooh, feisty," he replied, as he leaned back over to you and grabbed your arm and pushed you back, pinning you down on the ground. You squirmed and fought to break free, but it was all in vain. "Listen," he said, leaning into your ear. "Don't be like this. Everything in life takes time. You need to accept that. There may be things that you don't want to tell me about at this point either, and I get that." He kissed you on the neck softly and you weakened. "Let's just let it be and enjoy what we have right now," he continued, kissing you again and dragging his lips down to your collarbone. You let out a small whine as he teased you and resigned yourself. Okay, you've made your point," you replied airily, looking at him with gentleness in your eyes. "Good," he replied, lifting himself and kissing you softly on the lips. The night wore on, and you were starting to get sleepy. "Time for bed, babe?" he asked, cocking his head to look at you. "Mm-hmm," you replied sleepily as you stretched and yawned. He hopped up and rearranged the sleeping bags, waving you to come over and hop in. You got up and walked over, dropping down onto your bag and zipping it up. You shivered again. "Are you still cold?" he asked, slightly exasperated. "Here." He opened his sleeping bag and gestured for you to hop in. "What? I'm not going to fit in there," you scoffed. "There's not enough room for the two of us." "Well, what about if you come and lay on top of me, and then we can get real close," he said with a suggestive look in his eye. "Then we'll fit." You hid a smirk. "Okay, fine," you said, trying to sound reluctant. You unzipped your sleeping bag and crawled over him, lowering yourself down onto him and purposefully grinding your lower half against him as you lay down. Innocently, you curled your head into his chest and stifled a giggle. He had frozen. You did that on purpose, didn't you? He said, referring to your grinding on him. You shouldn't tease me like that, Yin. I have a low tolerance for temptation. I don't know what you mean, you replied innocently, lifting your head to look at him and batting your eyelashes. He growled aggressively, zipping the sleeping bag up and trapping you against his body. Ah, now I've got you where I want you, he said mischievously. He gently grasped your face and started passionately kissing you, and you gave in immediately and kissed back. You made out for a good 10 minutes, the kisses getting sloppier and more intense by the second, and you couldn't help but grind down on him. You're so beautiful, Yin, he said, kissing you again. Your eyes were glassed over by this point, thoroughly worn out, and you yawned and curled your head down onto his chest, almost instantly asleep. You slept peacefully on top of him as he wrapped his arms around you, thankful to have you so close. His mind wandered as he looked up into the night sky, the fire crackling nearby. What am I going to do without you, Yin? He whispered almost inaudibly, a lump forming in his throat. He pushed the unpleasant thoughts away and gingerly unzipped the sleeping bag, shimmying out of it and sliding out from under you, placing you gently down where he had been. Silently he rolled up one of his jumpers and placed it under your head. You stirred slightly as he did so, but didn't open your eyes, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to wake you. He stoked the fire and added some more kindling, standing back to see how far the heat was coming out, and pleased to find that it was just enough to keep your sleeping figure warm. Silently he stood and stared into the fire, hands in pockets, lost in thought. His eyes travelled from the fire to you, and he found himself gazing at you, your beautiful, peaceful face being lit by the light of the fire as shadows flickered across your form, making shapes as it moved. He was hypnotized. He sat down and watched you intently, trying to commit your face to memory. There might come a time where I may never see this face again, he thought as he let out a long, disheartened sigh. I think I love this girl. I don't want to let her go, but I don't know what to do. I don't know if it'll work out. He was still so lost in thought that he didn't register that your eyes had opened and you were staring directly at him. He jumped. Dabi, you okay? You asked groggily. Yeah, he said gruffly, looking away. Go back to sleep, babe. You drifted back off, watching him as your lids closed, succumbing to sleep. He stayed up most of the night watching over you, keeping the fire going. He never wanted this night to end. The next morning you awoke to him making a very makeshift breakfast. You're up early, you said hoarsely, your voice not yet finding its feet, hair tousled and sticking up everywhere. Dabi chuckled at the sight. You look so cute right now. I can't deal with this, he said, turning away with a smile still plastered on his face. You ignored his comment. Dabi, you look tired. Did you even sleep last night? You asked as you looked across to the sleeping bag beside you. It was untouched. Kinda, he replied stiffly, avoiding eye contact. You okay? You asked, head cocked to the side. Yeah, fine, he replied dully again. He was thinking about this little impromptu getaway, all being over and having to get back to reality. You snuck up behind him and wrapped your arms around him. This has been fun, Dabi. It doesn't have to be our last bush escape. You read him well. He smiled, his face hidden from you. So you like doing it in the bush. I'm glad. Not just that, you egg, you snorted, playfully punching him on the back of his shoulder. What's for breakfast? Me, he replied, spinning to face you with a stupid big grin on his face. You slapped him. Needless to say that when you both found the rest of the school later that day, you got suspended immediately for a week. Your parents were pissed and kept you on house arrest, so you decided to redecorate and paint your room to pass the time. That next week, you answered your phone when you felt it vibrating in your pocket. It was Dabi. Hey, bad girl, what you doing? He asked in his low, rich voice. Redecorating my room, you replied, moving yet another piece of furniture. How do I have so much stuff in here? You need a hand? He asked. You're on house arrest too, dummy. How are you going to help me? Telepathically? You joked. My mum is at work, he said, hinting at where he was going with this. Well, my parents are at work too, you replied, leaving a sentence open and suggestive. I'll see you in 10, he replied quickly before hanging up. You smirked and hung up, Not even 10 minutes later, and he was on your doorstep, out of breath and sweating. "Where's the fire?" you joked, opening the door and letting him in. He grabbed your thighs and hoisted you up, carrying you to your room. You squealed with delight and wrapped your arms around his neck, kissing him passionately as he walked. Awkwardly, he pushed the door open and walked over to your desk, lying you down on it as he kissed down your neck and onto your collarbone, enjoying the salacious noises you made as he kissed and nipped at your skin. We're just going to jump to next week at school once Yin is let off her suspension. "So, what'd I miss?" you asked a classmate that you were close with as you plopped down in your seat that was behind hers the next week at school. "Oh, girl, we have another new classmate, and boy is he hella fine," she replied, flicking her wrist at you as she spilled the news. "Okay, yeah, whatever," you replied. "No one could be as hot as my Dabi," you thought, rolling your eyes. "No, legit, he's freaking hot as hell," she replied emphatically. She glanced past you and ducked her head so whoever it was behind you wouldn't see her face. "Bitch," she whispered harshly. "He's right behind you." Trying not to make it look obvious, you casually glanced back over your shoulder and found yourself looking straight into the eyes of the new male student. He had dark brown hair and piercing hazel green eyes. His physique was very toned from what you could make out from seeing his arms, and his facial features looked like they had been carved by the angels. You had to admit, he was pleasing to the eye, and you smiled in greeting as he stood with a few of your fellow classmates. Seeing your smile, he made his way over to you and leaned down on your desk. "Hey," he said in a lilting voice. "Sup," you replied casually, trying not to look at your classmate who was currently having a heart attack at Mr. Hanson being so close. "You knew too?" he asked, maintaining his flirtatious stance at your desk. "Nope," you replied dryly. "I'm back from a week's suspension." You stared him down. "Oh, is that so?" he chuckled. "I like a bad girl." You scoffed at his brazen flirtatiousness. "What's your name, baddie?" he asked, crouching down so he could peer closer into your eyes. "Yin," you replied stiffly. "Nice name," he replied, giving you a wink. "Thanks, my boyfriend likes it too. It sounds nice rolling off his tongue." You shot back at him, slightly irked by his forwardness now. Your classmate nearly keeled over at your sass and was making almost inaudible noises of horror to your right. You and Mr. Handsome continued to stare each other down. He didn't quite know how to take your response just now. Slowly his lips curled into a malicious smirk. "Ah, well that makes sense that you'd have a man," he said flippantly, while rising to a standing position. "I'll give it a week," he added before sauntering off. "Oh, and Yin? My name's Yuaki," he called back to you over his shoulder. "What the hell is with all these overconfident assholes and openly flirting with me?" you thought, turning to your classmate and giving her a wide-eyed, exasperated look. The way that Yuaki talked to you reminded you of the first day that you met Dabi. "Yin, my god," your classmate replied to you. "He totally has the hots for you. He hasn't even bothered to learn any of our names and basically just ignores us." You snorted. "I could care less about him. I already have my Dabi, and trust me, I'm extremely happy with him," you said, smiling coyly as you remembered your most recent romps. "Oh, but you know you have a backup there with Model Man if things don't work out with you and Scars," she said, giving you a look before spinning around in her chair to face her desk. You scoffed again. During recess, you ran to find Dabi. He was at his locker. "Catch!" you screamed as you ran towards him. He turned and dropped his books, crouching slightly in preparation to catch you. You threw yourself into his arms and he lifted you up above his head and then let you fall down into him. You giggled happily and kissed him passionately while he held you off the ground. "How's class been, baby?" he asked, lifting one arm to tuck your hair behind your ear. "Boring as hell," you replied, your facial expression going from happy to dead in 0.5 seconds. "Learning a lot, I see," he replied sarcastically. "We have a new student too," you added, suddenly remembering Yuaki. "He's basically you," you added without thinking. "Oh, is he? Well, if he's anything like me, then I'm going to have to watch out for him around you." "Whoops," you thought, and grimaced. "Did he make a pass at you?" Dabi asked, seeing the look on your face. You averted your eyes and coughed slightly. Dabi tightened his grip on you. "That arsehole," he growled angrily. "Where is he?" "Oh, don't worry," your classmate replied from beside him. Her locker was next to Dabi's. "Yin here gave the best reply to Yuaki's flirtatious comments." "Why, what'd she say?" Dabi asked your classmate. Your classmate repeated the conversation from earlier between you and Yuaki, and Dabi roared laughing. "That's my girl," he replied proudly, grinning and spinning you around. I'll make sure to keep you satisfied. He then whispered into your ear, nibbling lightly on your earlobe before placing you back down on the ground again. You got volleyball tonight? He asked you. Yeah, you? You asked, kissing him on the lips lightly. Nah, not tonight. I got a meeting with some people, so I got to head off after school. Oh? You cocked your head. Everything okay? Dabi cleared his throat and looked away. Yeah, fine. No, it's not, he replied, crossing your arms. It'll be fine, babe. Don't worry about it, he said dismissively, before picking up his books and putting them in his locker. I'll see you later, yeah? He added, still avoiding eye contact. Why do you have to be such a hard-ass for? You said angrily, slamming your fist into the locker beside him. He turned his head and looked at you. Suddenly he grabbed your wrist and pulled at it, throwing you off kilter. You want to play cute, huh? He growled, pushing up against the locker and pinning you there with his body. He bit your neck lightly and ran his tongue along your jawline, causing mules of excitement to spill from your lips. Now behave, he snarled with sexual undertones and let you go, walking off to his next class without looking back. Bastard, you whispered under your breath while shaking your head. So you like it rough? A sultry voice said from the left. You looked. Yuaki. None of your business, you snapped at him as you turned and stormed past him. He reached out and grabbed your arm as you came up beside him. I'm way better suited for you than that guy, he said smugly. You squared up. You want to fight? You said sharply, puffing yourself up. Don't talk about me and my boyfriend like that, you jealous asshat. You shook his hand off your arm and stomped off, maintaining lingering eye contact with him as you moved away. You heard him give an amused snort, but didn't look back once he'd broken eye contact. That afternoon at volleyball practice, you were distracted by the thought of Dabi. You had hoped that he would at least stayed for a bit for your practice, but no luck. You glanced up into the stands once again, praying his form would appear, but the stands remained empty. You sighed. Then you caught a glimpse of the door at the back of the stands opening. Naturally, you did a double take. Yuaki walked through and sat down in the back row. You grimaced. You kinda knew already that he was there for you and nobody else. Ugh, God, why can't these guys take hints? You thought, scrunching your brow with annoyance and refusing to look again after that. As practice ended, he disappeared. You were hoping beyond hope that he wasn't waiting for you at the school gates and hung back a bit, waiting at the gym doors before stepping out. You grabbed a teammate's arm as she reached the gym doors beside you and pulled her a little closer. Hey, you whispered to her, can you look out there and tell me if there's a guy with brown hair and hazel eyes waiting? Who? Yuaki, she responded. Oh God, do you already know who he is? You said, shocked. Yeah, he's hot. Of course I'd know his name, she scoffed. Okay, whatever. Is he out there? You asked. She poked her head out the door and looked around. Nope. Oh, okay, good, you said with relief, as you thanked her and popped your own head out to see if the coast was clear. It was, so you made a mad dash for the gate and freedom. The next day, Yuaki cornered you in the classroom. Trying to avoid me yesterday? He asked slyly. No, why? You lied. I know you asked about me after volleyball practice. You scared to fall for me, are you? He asked with snide pride. You laughed hollowly. Ha! You think you're so good. Get out of my face, you snarled. Dabi, stop it, you hissed as he latched onto your neck from behind. You were in the library getting some books for an assignment later, and Dabi had followed you in there. He was there to check things out, alright, but it certainly wasn't the books. He sucked harder and you spun around, smacking your lips onto his. If there's a frickin' hickey there, I'm going to kill you, you hissed angrily against his lips. He smirked his usual fiendish smirk and pulled your body against his. I'm just marking my territory, he snarled lowly. His hands travelled to your lower back, touching you and gripping you everywhere, and you let your body melt into his. Your body knew Dabi's touch well, and just the thought of him was enough to trigger a throbbing sensation in your core. Oh, sorry, a sarcastic voice said from behind you, breaking up the heated moment between you and Dabi. You spat vehemently, when you looked over your shoulder and saw who it was. Hey, babe, Yuaki replied with a wry smile. And who are you? Dabi shocked condescendingly. Me? Oh, I'm just a really good friend of Yin's, Yuaki replied, cocking his head and throwing Dabi a dazzlingly bright smile. You are not, you snorted, releasing yourself from Dabi's arms. This is that asshole I told you about, you said, looking at Dabi. Oh, so you're talking about me? I'm honoured, Yuaki sneered sarcastically. You're right, Yin. This here is the epitome of arseholeness. What's your name? Dabi asked the hazel-eyed male, his body tensing. Yuaki replied. Sorry, Bukaki, Dabi asked. Hilarious. You're so original, Yuaki replied. The air in the library was getting thicker and thicker as the two testosterone-filled males squared up. Whoa, okay, you said suddenly, feeling Dabi make a move from beside you. Easy, Dabi, easy, you cooed, trying to defuse the situation. Oh, look, Dabi can't go against his little fling's wishes. Yuaki sniggered, egging Dabi on. Shut it, Bukaki, you said loudly at Yuaki. Shh, Dabi hushed you sharply. Hush now, we'll draw attention, he said as he stepped in behind you, wrapping his arm around your waist and covering your mouth with his other hand as he moved your head to the side so he could toy with the soft flesh of your neck. He kissed and nibbled his way down from your ear to your shoulder, maintaining a strong, dominant eye contact with Yuaki. Yuaki watched for a moment and then spun on his heels and skulked away angrily. Dabi smirked against your neck. Piece of cake, he breathed. Now, where were we? This part of the story picks up at Dabi's residence later that night. Dabi! His mum called up the stairs. What? Came the angsty reply. Docs is here! Dabi grunted in annoyance and sauntered down the stairs, giving the two people in uniform a cold stare. What now? He asked in a bored, monotone voice, hands in pockets. Dabi, we've been told your father will be released from prison earlier than expected, so we need to move you next week. Next week? Dabi was shocked to say the least. Look, isn't there another way we can do this? He asked, his tone holding a little bit of exasperation to it. The man in uniform spoke. We discussed this yesterday with you. This is the only option. Your father is dangerous and mentally unstable, as you're well aware of. Dabi winced, painfully aware of his scars. We need to put you into a witness protection program until we can get him behind bars again, or deported, somehow. How long am I in the witness protection for again? Dabi asked. 5 months, minimum. Dabi scowled. 5 months is a hell of a long time to be packing away and hiding, unable to contact anyone I know or care about, he said darkly. He only had one person on his mind at that point. We are aware of this, but this is for your own safety. Dabi clicked his tongue against his teeth and looked away. What about Mum? He asked, gesturing to the grey-haired lady to his left. She'll be taken with us. We need her to stay with us to help with proceedings and prosecutions, the man replied. So I'm on my own then? Dabi asked angrily. Yes and no, we will check in on you from time to time, the other uniformed person, a lady, said bluntly. We are processing your new identity now. We will get you your new details to you by the end of the week. Dabi grunted in frustration and headed back upstairs. Oh, I'm sorry about him. He's been very difficult lately, Dabi's mother said to the uniformed people. Please, don't apologise. It's a huge change. There are probably people he doesn't want to let go of, but for this to be successful, he needs to cut all ties, the lady replied. Later that night, you were on your phone, scrolling mindlessly through Instagram. You scrolled past a picture of Dabi and then quickly scrolled back to it, smiling like an idiot at your phone. It was a picture of him shirtless in the mirror, and he had his hand just below his belt line doing the circle game with his thumb and forefinger, and had tagged the picture as gotcha. You shook your head and snorted with amusement. Idiot. You stayed on the picture for a little while, oogling his fine body. Suddenly a muffled noise outside your window drew your attention, and you looked over at the blinds. You obviously couldn't see through them, but you were sure you heard something outside. You went back to looking at your phone, continuing to scroll, but all of your attention was on the window. There was that noise again. You definitely heard it that time. Quickly you got up and continued to scroll through your phone as you walked out of your room, down the hallway, and into the bathroom that was the next room off to your right. You crept inside and then walked over to the window and peeked through the slats to see into the backyard. There was someone at your bedroom window, peering inside. You froze. Who the hell's that? Your heart was pounding in your chest already. I'm pretty sure that's not Dabi, that's not his figure. You opened a message to Dabi. Hey, is that you outside? That's not funny, asshole. Dabi replied instantly. No. Frick, you sent back. What the hell? I'm coming right now, he replied. You looked back up, and the figure was still there, bobbing their head a bit to see inside your room better. Against your overwhelming desire to not go back to your room, you decided that you should, to keep the stalker entertained while Dabi was making his way to your house. You knew that under pressure, Dabi could be on your doorstep in less than 10 minutes. Yeah, I can stall till then, you thought. Mustering all your courage, you walked back into your room, and then dropped back down on the bed. It was eerie knowing someone was watching you, and you prayed for Dabi to suddenly become Usain Bolt. You flicked through your phone, focusing on not looking at the window, while you very slowly counted to 10 in your head. It felt like an eternity when suddenly you heard a yell and a thump outside. He's here! You jumped up and raced down the hall to the back door. Angry shouts and cursing rang out into the still night as you flung the back door open and ran outside. Dabi had cleared your back fence in one parkour-style jump, and in 3 steps had tackled the hooded figure that had been standing outside your window. He had the creep pinned to the ground, a firm grip around their neck. The peeping Tom still had his hoodie on, covering his face, so you ran over to reveal the person. You yanked the hoodie off and shone your phone light directly into the person's eyes. "Frickin' knew it," Dabi growled. It was Yuaki. "You're frickin' disgusting!" you spat at him, kicking him in the shoulder. Dabi punched him. "I'm calling the police," you said in a dead tone. "No!" Yuaki screamed at you. You ignored him, pulling your phone out of your pocket to make good on your threat to call the cops. In another 20 minutes the police arrived and took Yuaki away. Dabi stayed with you until you'd calmed down a bit, and you thought you were fine, but any little noise outside had you snapping your head to look out the window. "Oh, there," Dabi cooed as yet another noise from outside sent you into a tizzy. "Sorry, I'm okay, I'm fine, I'm okay, it's okay, I'm okay." "No, you're not, freaked out little bundle of cute. Come here," he said, motioning for you to sit between his legs. He pushed himself further up the bed as you crawled up onto him and snuggled your head onto his chest, wrapping his arms and legs around you to give you as much firm pressure all over your body as possible. Just the weight of his limbs on you calmed you instantly, and you sighed happily as you wiggled your head on his chest. "Hey," he said softly, "you're going to be okay. I'll keep my phone on loud all night, so if you need me, just call." "Thanks, babe," he replied, a warm smile gracing your features. "That's my girl," he replied with a smile. "Sleep well." He gave you a kiss on the forehead, and then one on the lips, and then got up and walked to the door. "I'll see you tomorrow, okay?" "Okay, babe," you said with a yawn, the words being distorted by your wide mouth. "Night, sexy," he called over his shoulder as he left. It didn't take you long to fall asleep, thoughts of Dabi and his antics filling your mind. Dabi walked home, shivering slightly in the cool night air as his shoulders dipped calmly with his footfall, thinking about what had happened. "Hope she sleeps okay. I did my best to take her mind off that creepy asswipe. I'm going to deck him the next time I see him at school, if he ever comes back." His teeth grit in silent anger. Then another thought came to mind. "I'm going to have to break up with Yin." His shoulders dropped, and his head hung lower as he slowed his walking and dragged his feet. "I can't." Images of you flashed through his mind. Your smiling face, the sound of your laugh, everything. How do I even bring it up? That cute little giggle of yours echoed in his ears. "I don't want to break her heart. Hell, it'll be my heart that breaks first. I can't leave her." The distinct sound of your voice rang in his memories. "I love her." He swallowed thickly. "Since when did I become such a pussy? I'm whipped, totally whipped. But I couldn't care less." He smiled sadly to himself. "She's the one." His figure slowly disappeared down the street back to his house to be alone with his thoughts, the torture slowly putting him to sleep until the next day. Yuaki wasn't at school the next day, thankfully, and you were hoping that you would never see his creepy-ass face ever again. Dabi, though, was a little more quiet than usual. Having said that, there were times he almost seemed detached from the world, so you decided to just let it slide, since he was very tight-lipped on his past and all problems. Today was Thursday. You were looking forward to the weekend because you were planning on asking Dabi to hang out. You hadn't really organised anything yet, but just being with him was always fun, and so you looked for a chance to pin him down for a hangout sesh. It was lunchtime that you cornered him. "Whoa, going somewhere?" you asked suggestively, placing your hands either side of him against the lockers, caging him in like he always did to you. Dabi was quite tall compared to you, and your attempts to block him looked pitiful. If he wanted to, he could have almost stepped over your arms to free himself, but he didn't. Instead, he stopped and peered down at you, his turquoise eyes shining with amusement. "Oh, looks like the little girl wants to play tough," he quipped, cocking his head with an entertained smirk. "Threaten me," he taunted. "Okay, well, if you don't obey, then I'll, you flubbed, fumbling for words as his sly grin grew. "You're going to have to do better than that, Yin," he leered, leaning down to grasp your chin. "Scare me." You took a sharp breath in. "You are actually inside your skeleton," you said lowly. He stared at you for a moment. "Oh, crap, you're right," he said after thinking it over. "That is terrifying. Okay, you win. What do you want from me?" "A date, this weekend. Let's hang out together," you said, still boxing him in against the locker. "This weekend, huh?" He sighed and let go of your chin, straightening up again. "Yeah, okay," he added in, an almost sad tone as he said it. He looked away sullenly. "Wait, you okay?" "Yeah," he grunted. "Dabi, I wish you'd tell me what's going on," you said in a vexed tone. You knew something was wrong with him, but he never told you what was on his mind. "Nothing's up," I'm as flaccid as your grandma's breasts, he replied in a monotone voice. What the heck? He pushed out from under your arms and strolled away. See you Friday night, he called over his shoulder as he made his way off down the hall. It was now Friday night. Dude, you really need to tell me what's wrong, you exclaimed. Dabi had been lying on your bed staring at the wall blankly for the last 10 minutes. I'm good. No, you're not. Just friggin' tell me already. This is getting so annoying, you huffed, crossing your arms across your chest and frowning as he stood beside your bed. Just family trouble, that's all, he replied dismissively. Well, can you elaborate? Nah. Fine, you said, kicking the side of your bed in a huff. Go home then, you sad sack. I don't want to hang out with you if you're going to be like this. Dabi frowned. I don't want it to end like this. Like what? You replied, your heart sinking. What do you mean by end it? Dabi refused to make eye contact as he sat up. Yin, I don't think we should see each other anymore, he said bluntly. A pain ripped through your chest. What? You whispered, the words straining to come out. Yeah, he replied flatly. So that's it? Everything we had over? Shock and anger swelled inside you. Was I just another fling to you? Use me how you want to? Toss me aside, like I don't matter? Angry tears spilled down your cheeks. Dabi sat looking away, his knuckles white from gripping into your bedsheets. He remained silent. What did I do? You screamed, finally finding your voice. Was I not good enough for you? You picked up a stack of books beside you and threw them at him. He didn't even flinch as they smacked into his side. The roar that came from your belly was filled with emotional pain, and you fell to your knees, your heart aching painfully in your chest. Get out of my house! You screamed in anguish. Dabi got straight up and walked out, refusing to even look at you. You watched him leave your room, and a second stab of pain hit your heart. No, I don't want him to leave. You got up and raced to the door after him. Dabi, wait, please, can we talk about this? You sobbed. You grabbed the back of his shirt and buried your face into it. He stopped walking. Dabi, you wailed. You can't do this to me. Let me go, Yin, he said coldly. The tone in his voice was nothing like the sarcastic, warm Dabi that you'd grown to love, and almost fearfully you let him go, watching as he walked down the hall and out of your house, not even once glancing back at you. You collapsed in the hallway and cried, caring for nothing. The rest of the weekend was spent alternating between crying and reading over all the texts that you two had sent to each other over the past few months, sporadically stalking through his Instagram, fearing that he'd found another girl and that's why he'd dumped you. At the end of the weekend, on Sunday night, Dabi posted something on his page. Goodbyes are never easy, like passing a frickin' gallstone. What does that even mean? Is he talking about me? Does he still want me? You thought desperately. You dared to hope that he was already regretting his rash decision, and you wondered if you should text him. You didn't want to be that stage 5 clinger, but you also didn't want to miss an opportunity to get back together, so you opened a message to him and started writing. You wrote several messages, in fact, only to delete the same message every time, without sending. As you typed, you prayed that he would come online and see your text bubble popping up and be the first to contact you, but no luck. Sunday night you tossed and turned, something just didn't feel right. Was it just because you wanted him back, or was there actually a gut feeling that something was off? At 11 p.m. you couldn't take it anymore, and almost without thinking you threw a jumper on and snuck out of the house, your legs carrying you in the direction of Dabi's place. What the hell am I doing? Is he going to be pissed that I've turned up at his house? Is it even a good idea? Am I being a stalker? You kept going and rounded the corner to his street. Your heart leapt in your throat when you saw the lights on in his house. He's still awake, you thought with a mix of relief and apprehension as your feet pounded the pavement. As you ran, you heard a bang, clearly a good 200 metres from his house, and your running steps checked slightly at the loud noise. Wait, did that bang come from his house? As you got closer, you could hear a gruff male voice yelling, almost as if the owner of the voice was possessed. Who is that? You wondered with worried curiosity. You hadn't met Dabi's parents before, but you were pretty sure his father was no longer in the picture, simply because he never spoke about him, but it was almost as if he refused to talk about him. Panting furiously, you reached Dabi's front gate. It was broken off its hinges. Oh, crap, you thought as your heart sank. Something's wrong. You grabbed your phone from your pocket and ducked back behind the wall, ringing the police. When the first response team member answered, you gave the address and what you'd heard and seen and promised them that you'd stay put until they arrived. You lied. The minute you hung up the phone, you crouched and ran to the front door, slipping quietly inside. There was a middle-aged lady with silver grey hair lying motionless on the kitchen floor, and you hunched over and ran to her side. She'd been hit across the forehead with a sharp object and was bleeding profusely. You dropped to your knees and whispered to her, aiming to see if she would respond to your voice, but she didn't move. You did note, however, that she was breathing. As calmly as possible, you looked around for something to stem the bleeding with, and spying a tea towel on the rack, you grabbed it and placed it lightly on the gash wound before lifting her head slightly to bring the end of the towel around under her head and tie it off to the side. From elsewhere in the house you could hear a terrifying voice bellowing threats and expletives. Your heart was pounding so strongly you couldn't breathe, your hands shaking violently as you worked to tie the towel around the lady's head. Just then you heard Dabi's voice. He yelled. It was a yell of pain. Before you could process what your body was doing, you jumped up and ran in the direction of his cry. "Dabi!" you screamed as you ran. From wherever he was in the house, he heard your voice and panicked. "No! No, Yin! Don't come! Run!" You heard a loud thump and another cry from Dabi. Blinded by desperation, you made your way towards the sound of violence and had almost reached Dabi's room when a giant male figure came out through his door towards you. "Who the hell are you?" the livid male hollered. You recoiled in terror. This man was very intimidating. He was an extremely tall, extremely well-built man, with anger etched onto his face. Where's Dabi?" you whimpered, controlling your tears as best you could by blinking furiously as the lump in your throat tightened. The male lunged for you and you jumped away with a shriek of terror. "Yin!" Dabi called from the doorway of his room. He was covered in blood. "Dabi!" you yelled back, trying to get a good look at him from around this angry man's form. "Don't you dare lay a finger on her, you arsehole!" Dabi shouted at the male. The mountain of irate human turned and stalked back towards Dabi, who did his best to straighten and square up. It was evident that this abusive person had been attacking Dabi for a while now, and his strength had waned significantly. Your man tried to lunge at the male, who sidestepped him easily and punched him hard in the temple as the volleyball captain passed him by. Dabi spun off course and collapsed, while the larger male laid into him, punching him mercilessly while he was on the floor. You screamed. In a fit of rage you threw your body weight against the man and tried to push him off Dabi. The man then turned on you and threw you, bodily, across the hall, your back and head smacking against the wall. You cried out, your call of pain bringing Dabi back to life. "I'll kill you!" Dabi snarled at the male, pulling himself up and flinging himself at his and your assailant. There was a struggle for a bit, and to your surprise Dabi managed to get the upper hand. You picked yourself up and ran over to help. Almost as if it were orchestrated, the police arrived at that very moment and entered the house, ending the fight immediately. Everyone who was still conscious ended up being handcuffed until the police could figure out what was going on. A quick background check revealed that the angry man who had appeared and attacked Dabi, and as it turned out his mother as well, was Dabi Todoroki, Dabi's biological father. Enji was quickly escorted from the house and into the back of the waiting police van, while you and Dabi sat with your backs up against the hallway wall, a good few metres between the two of you. Oh, how you craved to be closer to him. The police talked openly about Enji's abuse of Dabi in front of you, and you couldn't help but throw pitiful glances towards your man, who had his head hung low. He was battered and bruised, and your heart ached to see him in this state. "He'll be going straight back to jail then," one police officer said. Dabi, who had been deathly silent up until this point, lifted his head. "Does that mean I don't have to go undercover now?" he asked. "Yeah, you're safe for now. This guy won't be back ever again," the officer said. Dabi looked over at you, and you gave him a confused smile. He opened his mouth to say something, but was cut off before he could get his words out. "Okay, you two. Let's get you checked over. The paramedics are here," another officer said, helping you stand and taking you out of the cuffs. You rubbed your wrists and thanked him, watching as he walked to Dabi to help him stand. You saw your man, your handsome ex, wince as the officer undid the cuffs, and all you really wanted to do was go to him and hold him, but you refrained. "We're not a couple anymore." Dabi limped to the ambulance with the help of the officer, and you followed meekly behind him as you all made your way outside. The paramedics checked Dabi over, and noted that he had some pretty heavy bruising and bad cuts, but they were sure nothing was broken. But to be on the safe side, they thought that they'd take him in anyway, and you watched helplessly as they loaded Dabi and his mother into the back of the ambulance and drove away. Dabi never looked back. "Are we still over?" you thought sadly, a tear rolling down your cheek. The police dropped you back home, and you quietly let yourself back inside the house. It was close to 3:30 a.m. now, and you were shot, physically and mentally. You dragged yourself up to your room and collapsed onto the bed, falling asleep immediately. The next morning you were supposed to go to school, but you skipped it to go and see Dabi. You had to see him again. You couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, and there might be a chance you'd get back together. His question to the police kept repeating in your mind. "Does that mean I don't have to go undercover now?" What the heck did that even mean? You desperately wanted to find out. You got to the hospital and asked for Dabi Todoroki. The receptionist gave you the level and room number, and you walked your way there. Oh God, what am I doing? Am I just being annoying right now? You thought as your eyes scanned the room numbers along the hospital corridor. You took a deep breath in at the entrance of his room and knocked softly. Yeah, came his familiar rich voice. Hey, you said flatly as you rounded the corner. He eyed you. What are you doing here? He asked in an almost annoyed tone. Your heart sank. You'd kind of been hoping for a better, happier response. Dabi, Yin, I think you should go, he said bluntly, looking away and balling up his fists. You were deeply hurt by his cold response, and all your emotions bubbled up inside you. The least you could do is thank me for my concern, you said, your voice shaking with emotion as a single tear slid down your cheek. This is none of your concern, he spat, turning his head back to look at you. What were you even doing at my house last night? He could have killed you. Who cares if he'd killed me? I don't want to live like this anyway, you screamed, hot angry tears flooding down your face. You stood a second too long staring into Dabi's gorgeous turquoise eyes before turning and running out of the door. You tore out of the hospital and ran for the bus. Stupid, stupid, stupid idiot. Now he really, really hates you. All you've done is made things worse, you screamed at yourself, thoroughly pissed at your own actions. Way to frickin' go, Yin. You cried most of the bus ride home, not caring about the people around you. Most of them just looked away anyway. Once you got home, you threw yourself into bed again, sulking and cursing at yourself. Back at the hospital, Doc's officers had arrived to update Dabi on the situation. He's going to be behind bars for good now, so we don't need to relocate you. You can live a normal life without fear, one of the officers said kindly with a smile. Are you sure? Because I don't want to mend broken relationships, just have to break them apart again, Dabi said dubiously. The officer shook his head. We promise he will never get out again. He's proven that he cannot be trusted, and will make sure that gets thoroughly discussed in court. Dabi just nodded and looked down at his hands. How's my mum? He asked them. She's going to be okay, the lady officer replied. She'll be in for a few more weeks, though. She's got pretty bad concussion. Yeah, Dabi said. I saw what happened. The officers fell into an awkward silence and then excused themselves, wishing Dabi a speedy recovery as they left. The room was quiet once more, and he was left with his own thoughts. Yin, what do I do about Yin? He thought with a groan as he let his head fall into his hands. I shouldn't have been so cold. It's just hard to be vulnerable. Would she even want to get back with me after all this? I don't even know how to approach her. I know I've hurt her. He reached for his phone and opened messages to you, typing a message but then deleting it soon after and clicking out of messages. He was about to put his phone down when it dinged. Yin, he thought with surprise when he saw the message was from you. He opened the message. All it said was, yeah? He smirked. She must have been watching my text bubbles, he thought, feeling encouraged. Hey, can we talk once I get out of hospital? He asked, hitting send once he had typed the message. Yep, he replied bluntly. Cool, he sent back before putting his phone down. He sighed deeply. Don't want to open up about my past, though. That's what's holding me back the most. You waited impatiently inside the local bubble tea shop, the shop that you and Dabi had planned to meet at once he was out of hospital. Your breath caught in your throat when you saw him walk around the corner and up to the door. Ooh, is it just me or has he gotten more good looking? He entered and looked around for you, his turquoise eyes finally finding you, and you gave him a small smile and a wave. With his signature smirk he sauntered over to you, his unwavering gaze ripping through your soul. Ugh, God, he has a way with that stare, you thought as you fought the urge to bite your bottom lip. He pulled up just in front of you and you shrank back a bit, worried that staying too close would put him off. How are you feeling? You asked mechanically. Fine, he replied, still staring down at you. You blinked and looked away, wringing your hands together. What's the matter, Ian? You nervous? He asked with a coy smirk. No, why would I be nervous? You lied, still peering into the distance. His rich chuckle caressed your ears, and he leaned down and placed a hand either side of where you were leant up backwards against the table. Look at me then, he said lowly, his voice causing a damn uproar in your core. You took a steadying breath in and turned your face to look at him, setting a determined look in your eye and channeling your best I won't back down attitude. Dabi stayed where he was, his gaze switching to look from your left eye, then right eye, then a quick glance at your lips before back up to your eyes again. Your heart rate kicked up a notch, and you could feel your pulse behind your eyes. Oh, he smirked. Did you want that? He asked teasingly. Want what? You asked, faking an angry tone. A kiss, he said, licking his own bottom lip. You hesitated. You didn't want to say yes, but you also didn't want to say no. What made you say that? You asked, deflecting the question. I saw how you melted when I looked at your lips just then, Dabi said, full of sly confidence. He leaned in a little bit closer, and you could feel his hot breath against your cheek. I know you want it, he whispered erotically, and your body almost gave in to him. Quickly you ducked and slipped out from where he had you bailed up against the table. Nah, you said, trying to play it cool. I don't want a kiss from you. You walked to the cafe door, yearning to get outside for some damn fresh air. Man, you couldn't breathe properly. You were so turned on by Dabi it almost made you sick. I'm supposed to be hating him right now, you growled internally at yourself. Dabi wasn't going to let you get away that easily because he could read your body language, and he knew that he had you right where he wanted. So he followed you out and grabbed you from behind, wrapping his arms around you and hoisting you up in the air. Put me down, asshole! You yelled, struggling to get out of his firm grip. You didn't want to punch him or hurt him in any way because he'd only just been released from hospital, and you knew he had been pretty heavily beat up. He set you down and turned you around, pulling you in for a tight hug. Let me go! You screamed into his chest, your muffled cries of indignation being thoroughly ignored by Dabi. Yin, I'm sorry, he said plainly. You stopped struggling and pulled your head back to look at him. What? I said, I'm sorry, he repeated, still in a monotone voice. You don't sound frickin' sorry, you retorted. He sighed heavily. No, I am. I'm sorry for hurting you. I'm sorry for making you cry, and most of all, I'm sorry for letting you go. You buried your head back into his chest and bawled, the words you wanted to hear the most, caressing your ears like the sweetest melody. He didn't try and say anything else at that point, but just stroked the back of your head while you cried into him. I'm not good at opening up, but long story short, I caught my dad cheating on my mum, and he tried to silence me by threatening to burn me alive. He almost did. His voice trailed off as the painful memories flooded back. He was going to be released from prison on Monday, and I was going to have to go under witness protection for my life's sake. They told me to cut ties with everyone I knew. That's why I had to call it off between us. But trust me, I didn't want to. You sniffed heavily, listening to his story. He's going to be put away for good now, and I don't have to go anywhere, Dabi added, dropping the hint that he wasn't leaving anymore. Your crying eased as you connected the dots. Is he reconciling? You looked back up at him, silent tears still streaming down your cheeks. He looked down softly at you and wiped your tears away. I was wondering if maybe what? You pushed quickly, praying that you would both be on the same wavelength. I could pick things up where we left off, he said, a gentleness in his voice, a tone which you had never heard before. Aw, you're going soft on me, Dabi, you teased. He slipped his hands to your waist and roughly pulled your hips into his. I can be more rough if you like, he growled lowly, craning his head down to nibble but just below your ear. You gasped at his sudden move and turned your head to lock lips with his. It had been a week since you'd kissed him and your body was hungry for his mouth. You kissed passionately for a good few minutes before pulling away. Dabi, your kisses are terrible. They've gotten worse since you're in hospital, you teased cheekily. Oh, have they? Well, maybe I should make up for lost time then, he said, grabbing you and hoisting you up over his shoulder. You screamed and giggled as he lifted you up, all tears and sorrow now forgotten. Where are we going? You shrieked as he started walking off down the footpath. To your room. You've been running your mouth. I'm going to plug it with my 10-inch. Stop! We're in public! You perverted man! You yelled in embarrassment. Dabi chuckled. Don't worry, you'll love it. You never change, do you? You sighed, giving in and laughing, happy beyond belief that you were back together again, and this time, hopefully, for forever. What to do with this guy, my guy, you thought with a massive grin as Dabi strolled off down the street, with you still over his shoulder. Weeks passed and Dabi had started to settle down again. He'd go through spells of quietness where you knew he was thinking about what had happened with his father, but that asshole was back behind bars for good now, so Dabi or you needn't worry about him again. Oi! Hotshot Captain! You ready for the game against Ubagawa High? You jeered as you sauntered past your boyfriend on the way to class. He reached out and grabbed your arm, turning you and firmly pushing your back up against the lockers, pinning you there. You ready to reward me when we win? He shot back with a devious smirk. Oh, you want chocolates coins again, baby? You replied in a teasingly condescending baby voice. I'm more into fruit, Yin. You should know me by now. He said as he lowered his lips to your right ear. I'm into cherries, remember? The heat from his breath sent a tingle through you and resided in your core. You bit your lip reflexively. You know how I like to pop yours. He breathed seductively. You blushed heavily as his free hand wandered to your side and then made its way down your school skirt, bunching it slightly. Have you no shame? You growled lowly. I'm sure everyone here would love to see the show we could put on. Your face when I make you is something else, he said as he licked the tip of your ear. You had to focus really hard on not letting a breathy moan slip from your lips. Honestly, this guy just had a way with you like no one else. Unhand me, you sexed fiend, or I'll chop your hand off and shove it up your ass, you said lowly, your eyes locking onto his with defiance. I love a feisty girl. He chuckled lowly as he let you go. You act like you didn't like that, but I know you, Yin, he added as he turned to go, throwing you a wink with those iridescent turquoise eyes. Ugh. Get me gently with a chainsaw, I think I just came, you thought as you watched him go, your back still pressed up against the locker. Rarely did Dabi let his guard down enough to show you his true vulnerabilities, but you'd seen them enough to know that deep down he was just a big kid that needed lots of love and cuddles. You also knew that even through all the ups and downs you two had, you were a rock for him, and he needed you to keep him grounded. You coming to perv on me while I practice this afternoon? Dabi asked you casually at lunchtime as he sat drinking from a juice popper. I can't take you seriously when you ask a question like that, drinking from a kid's drink, you snorted. Would this make it a more serious question if I did this? Dabi asked again, standing up and walking around in front of you. He continued to casually suck on the straw of the juice popper and slowly pulled his school shirt up to reveal his lean, toned torso that was littered with burns and scars, but damn, he was hot as hell. He smirked as he watched your eyes travel his body greedily. You want to come and see this again, don't ya? He teased. Come and watch me practice and I'll keep my shirt off, he coaxed in a provocative tone. Meh, I could take it or leave it, you lied, as you looked away to show disinterest. Okay, you leave me no choice. Time to pull out the main event, Dabi said with a dramatic sigh as he started to undo his belt and zip his trousers down. Your head whipped back around and your startled gaze fell on him as he started to drop his pants. Dabi, stop! What are you doing? You screeched, jumping up and holding his pants up. Oh, you don't want to have a play? He teased. Not now, you idiot, you hissed. We're at school and everyone is around. I don't care, he said lowly. I do, you shot back. That's my play toy. Oh, is it now? He leered. I like it when you get possessive and call it yours. You're so cute, Yin, he said as he wrapped his arms around your waist and pulled you into him, juice popper still hanging out of his mouth by the straw. I'll come and watch you play if you pull your pants up, you ass, you growled playfully. Done deal. Then after practice you can pull them down again, he said lowly with a mischievous smirk. Ugh, you're the worst, you laughed. Don't mind, Dabi called to one of his teammates as he missed a return during practice that afternoon. You were posted up in the stands watching a man play, and he had kept his promise and kept his shirt off, which you were most happy about. Yubagawa High were fierce rivals of Nekoma High, and they had had many run-ins before, with Yubagawa High coming out on top most of the time. But Nekoma had been practicing daily and were improving immensely. You were confident Nekoma would win this time. Okay, boys, that's enough for today, the coach called as he blew the whistle to signal the end of practice. Dabi called his team together to give a little pep talk before breaking, and you left the stands to come down and meet him on the courts. You want to stay back and practice with me a bit? Dabi asked as you approached. I need to work on some of my already amazing skills. You snorted. When you can jump to the height of your ego, then I'll be impressed. I'm the humblest guy on this earth. There's no one as humble as me, Dabi said with a grand gesture. Yeah, you sound super humble, you retorted, turning and walking over to the ball trolley. Hey babes, let's make a wager, Dabi called as you walked to the trolley and pulled out a ball. What kind? You asked, tossing the ball up and catching it. Let's do a one-on-one game. If you win, I'll take you out for dinner. If I win, we get married. Married? You yelled in surprise. We're in high school, you dabbing fool. We can't get married. Dabi looked a little hurt. I'm actually kind of serious. You looked at him in shock. You're kind of serious? You asked quizzically. You don't sound very convincing. Dabi walked towards the net and ducked under it, walking right over to you, his turquoise eyes locking you into place as he moved. I've never been more serious about anyone or anything in my life, he said lowly as he scooped an arm around your back and pulled you into him. I don't want anyone else but you, he added. Be mine forever. Idiot, you replied, quite flustered by his forwardness. You still didn't believe that he was that serious about you. Oh, he's just trying to assert dominance over me, you thought. I'll give you time to think about it, he said softly. Just don't say no. Well, what kind of options do I have then? You scoffed. Yes or yes, Dabi replied nonchalantly as he let you go and walked away, heading back to the other side of the net. Looks like I better win then, so you take me to dinner because I don't know if your options are fair, you called after him. Okay, Dabi called as he turned around to face you, crouching slightly to ready himself to return your serve. Your choices are yes or mega yes. You snorted. Okay, well, when I win, I'm going to get pizza with heaps of olives and you have to eat them, you jeered. Oh, babe, you know I hate olives, he said with a sad look on his face. Well, let's eat 3 olives or eat more, you replied. It's about as fair as your wager, so what are you complaining about? Yeah, but you like me, so my wager is good with both options, he replied with a smirk. You scowled slightly. Something feels odd about this wager thing, though. I feel railroaded. Okay, we'll option this, you shouted, running towards the court and springing up while tossing the ball up. Your hand connected squarely with the ball, and it went jetting across the net straight towards Dabi. He jumped back slightly so he could get his arms under it from behind, and barely managed to get any power into it to send it back to you. But it made it back to your side of the net through sheer momentum off your serve. You were ready for it and jumped to spike it straight down, but Dabi was already one step ahead of you and punched under it just as you touched it, sending it back up into the air above you. You crouched again when you landed and jumped, stretching up to tap it over the net with your hand, but Dabi had jumped up too, and his height gave him an advantage, allowing him to pitch it over the top of your fingers and drop it down behind you. Ugh, damn it, you cursed as you landed. That's the first step down the aisle, baby, Dabi said proudly as he walked back towards his start point. Because I'm so generous, I'll let you serve again, he added with a sly wink. Your brows knitted in annoyance, and for a split second there you refocused. You turned around and retrieved the ball, walking back to the edge of the court and lining up your next toss. You threw it straight up and made it look as if you were going for a hard serve, but at the last minute you punted it with a flat palm and did the most beautiful float serve anyone had ever seen. Oh crap, Dabi grunted as he realised what you'd done, and ran forwards to return it, but the ball was all over the place and he failed to save it. Do you want 1 can or 2 of olives on your pizza? You called out cheekily. It was an even score, 2-2. This is the decider, baby. Start thinking about your wedding dress, yeah? Or are we just going to skip straight to consummating? He leered, tongue poking out slightly to add to the suggestiveness of his comment. I'm so glad everyone has either left or is still chaining you, perverted strip of bacon. He laughed and picked up the ball. I'll serve this time, he said, walking back to the start point. He lobbed you a huge serve, but being a libero, you'd returned it easily, sending it to the furthest point from him. His lankiness gave him an extra reach, so unfortunately he managed to get his arm under it and send it back to you. So you swiftly returned to mid-court, and he returned that one as well, sending it back to your court. You turned and ran back, punting it over your shoulder without looking to see where it had gone, and as luck would have it, when you turned, you saw it had gone to the net on an impossible-to-return angle and sank down on his side, sending him sliding off court in his desperate attempt to return it. Yes, bitches! Pizzas it is! You hollered, doing a victory dance. Dabi rolled and picked himself up off the court. Let's go round 2, baby, he called hopefully. Nah, dude, you lost. You owe me dinner. I'm hungry. Let's go, you replied brightly. He sighed. Okay, fine. But only because you're cute and you're my wife. Wait, I never agreed to be your wife. You haven't even proposed yet, he yelled. Okay. Yin, will you marry me? He asked, stopping dead in his tracks to look at you. Nope, you responded with a grin. Why? He asked, his shoulders slumping. Wait, is he being serious? He actually looks like he's seriously asking. Like, genuinely asking. Surely not. Nah, he's just playing. I'm just messing with you, baby boy. Just like you are, he replied with a wink, walking over to him with ball under arm. But I'm not messing, he replied, his turquoise eyes flashing with unknown emotions as he looked away. You felt a little uncomfortable, so changed the subject. Okay, well, let's get dinner, yeah? We've got plenty of time to chat. He nodded glumly as he walked off to get changed, while you turned to put the ball away and clean up for him. Why is he like this all of a sudden, you thought. Dabi entered the now empty change room and sighed. So much had happened in his life, but the only thing that he felt like was a consistently good thing was you. You had become intrinsically tied with his emotional stability, and he feared that if he lost you, he'd go off the deep end. If I ask her to marry me, then that's it. She'll say yes. I won't have to worry about anything ever again. That had been his thought process. You waited for him at the gym door, and it wasn't long before he appeared with that confident, sly grin on his face as he sauntered towards you with hands in pockets. He walked up and turned you around so he could hug you from behind as he walked you out the door, with his arms wrapped around your waist and lips nibbling on your ear. You giggled and struggled to get free as he continued to walk you towards the school gates, shuffling along behind you as he pressed himself firmly into your behind. Dabi, what have I told you about carrying a torch in your pants? You scolded him playfully, referring to something else that he was sporting. You want to play with it? He asked slowly. Safer than playing with fire, but we can make shadow puppets. I don't even know what you're trying to refer to with shadow puppets, you said with a laugh. Whatever you want to make of it, baby. Let your mind run wild, he said in a raspy voice, kissing you firmly on the neck. You laughed and struggled to get free, running ahead a few steps before turning around and walking backwards so you could look at him as you talked. His mesmerizing turquoise eyes watched you as you walked. He looked like a starved wolf, ready to devour you at any moment. So, you asked, what are you going to get for dinner? You, he replied, lowering his head slightly and smirking, still watching you intently. Ugh, are you always going to be like this? You asked with faux exasperation. Man's got to eat, baby, and you've been holding out on me for a while. I'll go get between those delicious thighs of yours, he said, licking his lips. Okay, baby, well, let me eat first and then we can have some playtime in my room later, he said with a wink. Dabi grinned, the most mischievous, sexy grin you'd ever seen, and you giggled excitedly. Tonight was going to be fun. You got your pizza and very graciously didn't force Dabi to eat the olives. He was most well-mannered too, only taking one opportunity to squeeze your ass as you got up to go to the toilet at the pizza place. Apart from that, he didn't try any other sneaky moves, which you appreciated greatly. When you got home, the lights were all off and your mum had left a note on the kitchen bench. Everyone out, be back late, XOXO, the note said. Dabi chuckled lowly when you read the note to him. Perfect, he snickered. Now you can scream my name and I will interrupt. Dabi followed suit and lay down with you, sweat beading across his bare chest, and you ran your fingers over him as you gazed into his eyes lovingly. Yin, I really do love you, he suddenly said softly. I want to marry you. Again with the marriage thing, you grunted. Why are you suddenly so obsessed with it? Because I want to be with you, forever, he said seriously. What, you don't want this kind of action every day? He asked cheekily, referring to the hot session you two had just had. I can already get this every day, you did. Dabi's face fell. So you don't want to marry me? Dabi, listen, I want to know why you're obsessing over this. Do you feel like we're not going to be okay in our relationship as it is? Are you worried I'll leave you? You were the one who called it off with me last time, remember? I should be the married one. We've been taking turns breaking up though, so technically it's your turn this time, he said with a sly smile. I don't get you, Dabi, you're hiding something, you replied, narrowing your eyes at him. Not hiding anything, he said as he sat up and started cleaning himself up. Your pie hole is a lie hole, he said with a sigh. When will you be able to confide in me? I already do, he said, pulling his boxers back on. Okay, I'm not talking about your fetishes and fantasies. You'd share them with anyone. Like that time you told the checkout chick at the supermarket you're into sniffing women's hair, you cringed. God, I can't take you anywhere. Dabi laughed, tossing you a fresh pair of pants from your clothes drawer. She loved knowing. She thinks about it daily, I can tell. It's her fetish now too. She's got a thing for not looking at me in the eye every time I go back to there to buy anything. I really don't think that's it, you laughed. I'm pretty sure she's embarrassed as hell and can't look at you. Nah, it's a fetish, Dabi said dismissively as he walked back over to the bed. You're such a doofus, he said with a giggle as he collapsed onto you, engulfing you in a topless cuddle as he snuggled into your bare chest. Talk to me, Dabi. What is it that's making you want to get married, apart from being in love with me? You said softly, running your fingers through his roguish black hair. He lay quietly for a while, and you just let the silence hang, waiting for him to reply to you. I don't want to sound like a completely whipped pussy-ass bitch, he finally said gruffly. Bitch, you're already a whipped pussy-ass. The hell are you on about? You think you're hard? You said with a laugh, still ruffling his hair. There's honestly nothing you could do or say that could surprise me. Actually, scrap that because you're always full of surprises. But anyway, just tell me, you said in a slightly pleading voice. He sighed heavily. Okay, I'm being dead serious when I say this. So if you laugh, I'm going to break into the school's broadcast room tomorrow and give a very detailed rundown of what we just did today over the PA system. I solemnly swear, you said firmly. God, how embarrassing, you added with a shudder. Okay, look, you're the only one who holds me down. You're the only consistency in my really screwed up life. Well, I understand that, but that's not really the best reason to get married. I mean, I love you too, but I think maybe you need to talk to someone about everything that's happened. As if I'd ever do that. He snorted. Talk to some random old fart about my problems. He doesn't know crap about what I've been through. Well, they're professionals. They'll be able to help you, he replied encouragingly. Nah, not happening, he said, pushing off you and sitting up. Hey, I'm trying to help you, Dabi. You've been through a lot and you really haven't spoken to anybody about it. Not even me, he said with a frown. I care about you. I'll even come with you. What, so you can sit there and judge and pity me? No thanks. He snorted. The hell? You shot back. Do you really think I'd do that? I know we've been on and off, but I've always been there for you, Dabi. How can you go from I want to marry you to you're just a judgmental bitch in 2 seconds flat? That's not fair, you said, sitting up and hopping off the bed, grabbing your top and slipping it on. I think you should go now. Fine, Dabi replied curtly, hopping off the bed and grabbing his clothes and putting them on before leaving without saying a word. Your heart sank. Why were you two like this? When you were good, you were amazing, but when you were bad, it was the worst. He marched out the door of your house and left without even looking back. You walked back over onto your bed and flopped down, hot tears flooding down your face. Was I out of line? Should I have said something differently? You lay there rethinking everything you'd said. The next day at school, you and Dabi didn't talk at all. It wasn't like he was avoiding you, but he just didn't acknowledge you. That hurt. Amazingly, you held it together for the day, and when the final bell rang for home, you ran. You made a mad dash for the door, running for the front gate and freedom from this anxiety of not being on good terms with your man. You just about got out the gate when you were aware of someone running behind you. As you turned to look, they caught up with you and grabbed you from behind, slapping their hand over your mouth so you couldn't let out a loud scream that was bubbling in your throat. You fought to get free and let your captor have it, throwing punches and kicks blindly, even though you couldn't see them because they still had a hold of you from behind. All your attacks were in vain until you managed to get your leg up between theirs and kick firmly up into their crotch. Oh! Oh! You heard a very familiar male voice groan. Suddenly you were let go and your attacker fell to the ground, cupping his family jewels. Dabi? You panted. What the heck? Okay, I deserve that, he moaned, still in obvious agony from your well-placed heel. What? First you accuse me of things that aren't true and then you attack me? You shot, crossing your arms across your chest as you struggled to calm your breathing. No, he panted. I was wanting to apologise. Who are you and what have you done with Dabi? You snorted. Dabi never apologises. I've apologised to you many times, you goldfish. Have you no memory? He jeered, looking up at you slyly from where he was still doubled over on the ground. I could very easily kick you again, boy. Watch yourself, you warned. Okay, look, it's hard for me to admit that I need help, he said, his voice trailing off. I know, babe, I know, you said softly, your whole demeanour relaxing. It just hurts that you snapped at me like that then you just friggin' straight up ignored me today, you added, tears welling up in your eyes. I was embarrassed, because you're right, he said, his head dropping down. Would you come with me if I saw someone about stuff? Of course. You know I'm here for you, babe, you said, kneeling down to lift his head up. You leaned in and kissed him gently, your lips moving tenderly together. I hope you don't want children, because I can't give you any after that kick, he grunted as he tried to get up. Do I want little assholes running around? Let me think about that, you replied playfully. You love my assholeness. You're the only one who can handle me, he said, standing up gingerly. That's true, you replied with a smile. We good? He asked as he looked fondly down at you. Yeah, we're good, you replied with a smile. But honestly, dude, just talk to me. We can't keep being so perfectly terrible for each other. You know I've always got your back, baby. Even when we're fighting, I still love you more than life itself, he said confidently, grabbing you in for a hug and kissing down your neck. He walked you home and surprisingly didn't try and jump your bones, saying that he was going to do some Googling for someone to unscrew him up, which you were pretty certain that it meant someone to help him, but true to his style, he had to make it sound as unflattering as possible. Text me when you think you found someone good, yeah? You said as you made your way to your front door. Yeah, he replied dismissively, not wanting to make a big deal about it. It was later that night that you were chilling on the couch and he rang. Sup, jackass baby, he greeted casually. Is that how you greet your husband? He asked, his voice clear and unfazed by your cheeky insult. Yes, so get used to it, you replied, turning the volume of the TV down so you two could talk. You didn't turn me down when I said husband that time. So we're making it official tomorrow or what? He asked hopefully. After we see your new unscrewer, you replied with a smirk that you were pretty sure that he could feel from the tone in your voice. Did you find anyone? Yeah, some chick that I'm pretty sure would be down for a threesome if you're keen. I'm talking about a psychiatrist, you ass, not a hooker, you snorted. Oh, yeah. Found an older lady that throws mass grandma vibes, he said. She could be good. Reviews say she's pretty cool. You knew he was just messing with you about the threesome comment earlier. It was his way of deflecting his embarrassment on having to open up about this topic. Sweet, so when's the first appointment? Well, tomorrow, after school. Awesome! I'll be there, you said. Don't want you chatting up a grandma in my absence. He let out a deep chuckle. I mean, if she's keen to get busy, I could try and get it up. Ugh, you're the worst, Dabi, you said with faux exasperation. The next afternoon after school you met Dabi at the gates. He was looking hella anxious and didn't even look you in the eye as you came up beside him. You ready? You asked softly. No, he grunted, clenching and unclenching his jaw. You were going to try and say something witty, but decided that he was probably too far gone to want to have a bit of banter, so you just stayed quiet and reached for his hand, squeezing it as you slipped your small hand into his. He squeezed back and glanced at you. Those turquoise eyes would always make your heart skip a beat, and you smiled at him. You're cute, he said lowly. You didn't really know why he said it or where it came from, but you were just happy to know that you two were on good terms. As you made it to the psychiatrist's office, he started to hang back a bit. His hand was starting to sweat a little too. What can I say right now that would help? You panicked internally. You didn't want to give him the option of backing out of today's meeting because you knew he needed this, and the more often he cancelled appointments, the easier it would be to just never actually get help. You let go of his hand and marched up to the door, pushing it open before walking in. You didn't even look back at him. Maybe if I act like it's no big deal, he'll just follow suit? It worked. He didn't want to look weak, so he followed you into the building, making his way to the reception desk and leaning down on it with one elbow. Hey, he said calmly but slightly flirty to the lady on the computer. Here for my appointment with Mrs. Fix-It. Mrs. Dokiatsu, sure, the younger receptionist said without batting an eyelid. I'm sure she gets this kind of people all the time coming through these doors. Nothing phases her, you thought with a smirk. She punched some things into the computer, then gestured to the waiting lounge. She won't be long. Have a seat, Mr. Todoroki. Mr. Todoroki? Not even a first name? Dabi replied with a smirk. I only call my cats by their first name, the receptionist shot back without missing a beat. You had to look away so she wouldn't see you laughing. You knew Dabi would be fine, though. Punchy, he replied with a smirk. I like you already. You walked up behind him and took his arm. Stop harassing the poor lady, you said with a laugh. I was just getting started, though, he moaned playfully. You tissed him and dragged him over to a seat, forcing him to sit down. He wasn't as stiff now after that short but important exchange between him and the receptionist, and you were hopeful the psychiatrist would be as good as the receptionist at sorting him out. Mr. Todoroki, a sprightly older voice called as a very pleasant older lady appeared in the hallway door. Come and have a chat with me. You felt Dabi stiffen slightly beside you, and you groaned internally. Dang it, this could go either way. Dabi got up stiffly and you followed him as he made his way down the hall, following the older lady who was Mrs. Dokiatsu. Please be a good one, please be a good one, you chanted internally as you entered her office. It looked to be a very straightforward room, and you were beginning to wonder if maybe she would be a little too old school for Dabi. So, what brings you here? She asked brightly as she sat down, gesturing for both of you to sit. Her. He pointed to you. And then my legs. He responded sarcastically. Well, I'm only one up on you because I came in my car, she replied with a wink as she reached for her coffee cup. Can I interest either of you in a drink? Got any hard liquor? Dabi asked with the most serious face you'd ever seen him wear, but that mischievous twinkle was flashing in his eyes. Oh, God, yes, but that's just for me at the end of the day, she replied with a laugh. You only get coffee, tea, or juice, hun? He smirked. You relaxed. She just might be okay. For the next 20 minutes it seemed to be a very superficial conversation, but you could see that she was just trying to get Dabi comfortable. She didn't push for him to open up, she didn't try and force any topics on him. She just observed him and let's be honest, he had all his goddamn walls up, and you knew it would take a while for him to pull them down. At the end of the session, you were disappointed that he hadn't opened up even just a little bit. That was a bit of a waste of time, wasn't it? He didn't even mention his family at all. You thanked the lady as you both stood, and she cleared her throat as you turned to go. You both stopped and looked back at her. If it's okay with you, Mr. Todoroki, I'd like to have a word with Miss Lin. Please, call me Dabi, he replied to her with an almost pained expression. Mr. Todoroki's only acceptable when I start growing grey pubes. She didn't even bat an eyelid. Ah, so that's when the name change happens. Good to know, she said with a wink. And yes, you can have many words with Miss No Grey Pubes as much as you like. I can personally vouch for not having a grey pube to her neck. Thank you for sharing, Dabi. Oh my God. Just go, please, you shrieked with embarrassment as you turned to glare at him. He cackled and threw you a wink before leaving you and the psychiatrist alone. You were buzzing in the face as you turned to face her. Oh, I can't even begin to apologise for... Don't apologise, she said with a chuckle. I know his type. It doesn't faze me. Okay, I'm glad, because he can be a bit of a shameless flirt with a sharp tongue and a dirty mind, you said with a sigh. You did handle him well today, though. I'm impressed, you said, leaving the sentence somewhat unfinished. But, the psychiatrist asked, noticing that there could be more to what you were about to say. Oh, you said sheepishly. How did you know I wanted to say more? I sensed it, she replied with a chuckle. Oh, right, you laughed nervously. I was just wondering, I've never been to a psychiatrist before, and neither has Dabi, but kind of expected that he would, talk about his feelings and have, a bit of a breakdown, then be better. I don't know, you said, avoiding eye contact because of how stupid you sounded. There are a lot of misconceptions about what we do, Mrs. Dokiatsu replied gently. Some people come barging in here, opening themselves up instantly and pouring their hearts out, but then there are others, usually others that don't particularly want to be here, who take a while to talk about themselves. Dabi's the latter, I'm assuming? You asked. Yes, Dabi has a lot of stuff going on internally, and as you mentioned earlier, he hasn't seen anyone about it, so it will take some time, she said with an encouraging smile. All I wanted to do was thank you for supporting him in his journey and remind you that time and patience are key here. He will get there. You smiled. Thank you, you said gratefully. He's a sweetheart underneath it all, so I'm happily sticking around. Glad to hear it, she said with a chuckle. I'll see him and you next week. You left her office and met Dabi in the waiting room. What do you think? You asked as you two left. He shrugged. Yeah, it's all right. Better than I hated it, you thought with a smile. Weeks passed and Dabi was getting to the point where he was looking forward to his weekly chats with Mrs. Dokiatsu. She was very good with him, and he didn't feel pressured at all to open up, but little by little he was telling her bits of his experience. Your heart ached for him. He had been through a lot, and it made you want to protect him all that much more, knowing his past and how strong he had to be to survive. The match between Nekoma High and Yubagawa High were drawing close now too, and a decent amount of time was spent in the school gymnasium practicing non-stop for the upcoming clash. Dabi was confident he and his team had what it taked to win, but knowing him all the better now, you could tell some of it was a bit of a bluff. All the previous matches with Yubagawa had ended with Nekoma losing, and it was starting to psych the whole team out. Coming to watch, yeah? He asked you as you walked home hand in hand one afternoon. Of course, you snorted. Oh, yeah, that's right. You and I are going to do it on the court after we win. Almost forgot about that. He sneered. Can you go 10 minutes without cracking some kind of dirty comment? You sighed. I can go way longer than 10. He snorted. Can maintain for about 40 minutes. Then I got to bust a night, you feel? You groaned as he cackled beside you. It was now the day of the match, and you had been thinking about your and Dabi's relationship a lot lately. You'd seen a change in him since he started getting help, and although he was still that dirty-minded Dabi, there was a quietness in his soul that wasn't there before. You had a surprise for Dabi after his game. He had stopped talking about marriage, but you'd been thinking it over. You really did like this guy. Hey boys, Lucky Charms here, Dabi called loudly to his teammates when he saw you enter the stands and take a seat. You shook your head, trying to look embarrassed, but the smile on your face gave you away. He smirked and threw you a kiss from 2 fingers, spreading them at the end as he held them out to you, giving you the peace sign. Oh, a group of girls cooed as they walked up beside your front row seats. I'm so glad I came to today's match. The head of Nekoma's team is here. God, he's so sexy, isn't he? One girl said. I'd give anything for Dabi Todoroki to nail me over the ball trolley. Your head whipped towards them, to glare at them, but they were too transfixed on your man to notice the seething look in your eyes. Dabi glanced up at you again and smirked. He was just happy his girl was here. Then he noticed the dark look on your face. What's up with you? He thought as he picked up a ball and did a few practice serves over the net. Oh, a different girl groaned. I wish you would slap my ass like you did with that ball. Some bitch wants to die today, you growled internally as you continued to eye the girls. There were 3 girls standing along the rails, admiring your man and making comments about how they wanted him to take them right there and then, and you got more and more riled by their careless words. It's okay, Ian, just breathe. They're probably just all virgins who wouldn't be able to take a pounding from your Dabi anyway, you smirked. Hey, sexy! The girl in the end hollered down to Dabi as he ran back to grab the stray ball. Hearing a voice directly overhead, he looked up. Oh, his eyes, oh my god, she squealed as she made eye contact with him. Be my baby daddy Dabi, she cried with wanton lust. You stiffened. What would he do? The Dabi you remembered from ages ago would have thrown a very suggestive line back, but would he say something different this time? Already got a baby mama, sweetheart, Go chase another piece of ass, he replied flippantly as he turned back to the courts. Oh my gosh, you cackled internally, looking at the dark look on the girl's face. That was perfection in your face, bitch. Did he just say he already had someone? The deflated girl asked her friend beside her. Yeah, I heard he was kicking it with some whore. Don't sweat it, babes. She'll be dumped in no time, then you could try your luck with him. It was right then that you hit your limit. Hey, he said loudly. All three girls turned their heads to look at you. That's my man and me you're talking about. Oh, crap, the furthest girl from you whispered almost under her breath. You smirked. You want to square up or what? You were in the mood for a fight. These girls had been running their mouths freely and you wanted to plug it with your foot, or fist, or a chair maybe. You weren't fussed. Oh, you offender, bitch. You know why you're salty? It's because you know that we could all collectively ride him better than you can, the middle girl replied. You lost it. Without warning, you lunged at the closest girl, knocking her into the other two, as you used her as a crash mat. They all screamed pitifully as you wrestled with the girl that you had just landed on, trying to get to the middle chick. Say it again, bitch, I dare you! You screamed as you rained punch after punch onto her. Suddenly, strong arms grabbed you and pulled you off. Cool it, baby. Cool it. It's okay. A deep, familiar voice said lowly as their lips brushed your ear. These bitches aren't worth it. You were seething, teeth gritted together as you strained against your detainer. Come on, let's get away for a bit, the voice said again, and you finally tore your death stare away from the girls on the floor and looked back to see who it was that was holding on to you. It was Dabi. You turned and locked lips with him in a passionate kiss, flicking the girls the middle finger as you made out right there in front of them. Sit on that and rotate, you growled as you turned and marched off, dragging Dabi behind you. Hey, whoa, what happened back there? He asked with a half chuckle. All I saw was you sitting there 1 minute, then the girls were screaming the next and you were gone. Yeah, that's because I jumped their bitch asses, you snarled. Why? What'd they say? They were the ones who were calling out to you before. Stuff about them wanting you to be their baby daddy, whatever. Did it really get to you that much? He asked curiously as you continued to drag him along. Well, yeah, you should have heard the other stuff they said. Then they called me a whore. Well, that definitely hit the last nail in the coffin for them, didn't it? He laughed. But Yin, this is the first time I've really seen you get that protective. You slowed your march slightly. Yeah, well, do you like me that much, baby? He asked as he tugged on your arm and spun you up against the wall, boxing you in with his arms. Yes, you pouted, averting your eyes. I was happy when you called me your baby mama. I don't want you to be with anyone else. Dabi smirked, his eyes shifting focus from your left eye to your right eye. Good, he said lowly, as he leaned in and kissed you tenderly on the lips. I have a game now, so you be a good girl and watch me win, and then I want to talk to you seriously about something. Well, I have something to talk to you about too, he replied, staring back into his gorgeous, iridescent eyes. He cocked his head slightly, as if to ask you to continue, but you remained tight-lipped. Okay, cutie, he chuckled. Keep your secrets. We'll chat after the game, he said, and then he pushed off the wall and pulled you into himself. Stay away from those girls. I'm pretty sure they've been escorted out. I told Kuro to make sure they'd been taken away. You smiled. Thanks, babe. You both headed back to the stands, hand in hand, to watch him play. He gave you another kiss as you walked up the stairs, and you wished him good luck. Have you, baby, I don't need luck, he replied confidently with a wink. You grinned. Love you, Dabi. Love you more, my MMA fighter. Now you get your ass up in those stands and scream my name like I know you can. Yes, Daddy, he replied coyly as you sauntered up the stairs, looking back at him with an erotic, suggestive look in your eyes. Yin, it's not fair. I can't play with a boner, he shouted. Your problem, not mine, you replied cheekily as you turned and skipped up the stairs. He smirked before heading back into the court section. The game started, and you took a seat. The girls, as promised, had been escorted from the building. Go, baby! You screamed as Dabi fist-bumped a few of his teammates and settled into a relaxed yet alert stance. He glanced up and winked at you. Oh, he's just too hot, you groaned internally as you bit your bottom lip. The game started and Nekoma was off to a flying start. Dabi kept a sharp eye on any stray balls and saved a number of them, sending them flying back to the other side of the net by himself, or setting up some fantastic shots for the spiker. You continued to call out words of encouragement and cheered wildly whenever Dabi or the team scored a point. It was getting close to half-time, and Nekoma was only just holding their lead over Yubigawa. Dabi had been on court the whole time and was working up a sweat, so you decided to go down courtside to give him your best pep talk before he started the second set. Pep talk being to drag him off to a quiet corner so you two could make out. Whoa, Dabi, you panted, as his hands claimed every inch of your form. his lips and tongue delving into the most sensitive spots on your neck. "Easy boy, calm down," you cooed. "Wait until after the game." "No," he growled as he pressed his very obvious bulge against you, his hands gripping into your hips as he nipped under your ear. Your fingers gripped into his sweaty, messy hair, small mewls and airy moans escaping your throat as his body claimed dominance over yours. You didn't care that he was all sweaty, it only added to the hotness of the moment. You need to get back out to your game," you panted breathlessly, your body aching for more of him as your hungry lips found his. "I'd give it all up to have this afternoon alone with you," he said lowly between heated kisses. "Oh, now that's saying something," you replied coyly as you kissed him passionately back. "You'd pick me over volleyball?" Dabi smirked. "You have no idea what I'd give up for you, Yin." Just then Kuro's voice interrupted. "Hi, sorry to interrupt the arranging of faces, but Captain, you're needed on the bridge," he said as he crossed his arms and tapped a foot impatiently. "I'm dealing with a rogue subordinate first, mate," Dabi replied, not looking at Kuro as he went in for another kiss. "She doesn't look rogue to me, sir. Get your ass back out here and help us with the game," he replied, slightly exasperated. Dabi sighed. "Okay, fine. I'm coming." He grabbed your hand and gave it a squeeze before walking off. "I'll be back to finish off later," he said casually over his shoulder as he strode off down the hall following Kuro. "Is there a sport involving getting intimate? Because you need to be a part of that one, ASAP," Kuro teased, grabbing Dabi in a headlock as he got closer. "Yeah, it's called an orgy, but I just want you into myself," you heard Dabi reply. You snorted and shook your head. "Oh, God, I love this idiot so much." You reached for your pocket and fumbled with a small box that was concealed inside. Suddenly you felt quite nervous. Am I doing the right thing? Am I being too hasty? You shook your head again and walked back to the stairs, heading into the stands to watch your man finish the game. The final set was a hot one, with a long, drawn-out duel at the end, but Dabi kept his cool and continued to hold his team together. As the final buzzer sounded and the ball fell onto the court side of Uegawa's side, the stands erupted into a thunderous cheer for Nekoma's victory. A number of the Nekoma High players burst into tears. It had been a hard game and all that stress was finally released in their victory over the other team. A hard team, the only team that they had truly been afraid of. Dabi grinned up at you the minute that he was certain of Nekoma's victory and threw you another peace sign before being crowded out by his boys. They celebrated happily and you couldn't have been prouder. The ceremony that followed seemed to drag on and that little box in your pocket felt like it was on fire, your whole attention drawn to it and it alone. After the winners had all received their awards and medals, you went to find Dabi and have a chat. You approached him apprehensively and then tugged on his sleeve. He turned around when he felt you there and grabbed you into a big hug, kissing you firmly on the lips before excusing himself from the rest of his team. "I've unfinished business to attend to," he said with a smirk as he whisked you off. "Dabi, whoa!" you laughed as he pinned you up against the hallway wall. "I actually need to talk to you, seriously, about us." He froze, his eyes searching yours for answers as he pulled back. "Yeah?" "Look, we've been together for almost a year now, and I really, really like you," you said, almost embarrassed at how open you were being. "And I want to make a promise with you," you said as you proceeded to pull the small box from your pocket. Dabi looked down. It was a ring box. "Oh, hell," he almost yelled, stepping back. "You serious right now?" You nodded. He dropped to one knee and reached into the coat of his sports uniform to produce the exact same small ring box as what you had. You gasped as he held it out. Wait, what?" you squeaked. "Babe," he started as he stayed on one knee. "And I've been making a lot of comments about marriage, but I'm dead serious. And I want to prove that." "Wait," you said, your hand covering your mouth before you removed it to the lid of your ring box. "Dabi, You slowly popped the box open to show him inside at the same time that he did. Both boxes had one chicken nugget inside. The two of you were instantly thrown off guard before dissolving into laughter. "Oh my God, you're such an ass, Dabi!" you cried with laughter. "Like you're any better," he cackled. "See, this is why I love you." He reached into his pocket and produced a beautiful necklace, ring or bangle, whatever you prefer, and held it out for you to see. What's this?" you asked, amid laughter as you closed the lid on your ring box. "It's a promise," he said softly. "When I saw you punching the hell out of the girls earlier, I just knew you were the one. Yin, I want to marry you when we get older, and I'm making that promise to you now. You've been there for me, and I need you in my life. Will you accept my promise?" He said it with such sincerity it melted you, and you smiled tearfully. Of course, Dabi. I love you. He grinned and placed the promised ring necklace bracelet onto you. Till chicken nuggets go mouldy, he said with a smirk. Which is never, so we're good, boo, you replied as you lunged at him for a kiss. Can we consummate this promise now? He asked slowly with a glint in his eye. Ugh, you're hopeless, you know that? You sighed with a smirk. Hey, you got plans for summer break? You asked Dabi as you approached him, a few weeks after you had both proposed to each other with chicken nuggets. It was the end of lunch period, and he was putting his things in his locker before heading to the afternoon classes. You spun and smacked back first into the locker next to his, grinning at him with a mouthful of none other than chicken nuggets. Wouldn't you like to know what I... Hold up! Where'd you get those nuggets from? He asked sharply, after his suggestive start of the sentence got interrupted. From... Are you cheating on me? He said suddenly with faux shock in his voice. I gave you a nugget as a token of my undying love for you, and you go and get... He leaned over and pulled your box of nuggets towards him so he could see inside and count the remaining ones. Frickin' 5 other guys' nuggets. Screw you, you snorted, still chewing on a mouthful of delicious morsels. These are mine. Get your own bloody nuggets. Nah, babe. I'm dominating this box to show those other guys' nuggets who's boss. He sneered with a smirk, grabbing for the box. They're not from other guys, you moose knuckle, you yelled, half laughing, half choking on your nugget as you wrestled the box from his hands. You quickly grabbed 3 more nuggets from the box and shoved them in your mouth. You trying to turn me on? Dabi leered, seeing the 3 nuggets hanging out of your mouth as you chewed and gagged, trying to get them all down quickly. You're not from you yelled with a mouthful, still trying to keep the box out of reach of your taller, stronger man. Just 1, he begged loudly, clawing over the top of you to try and snag the box. Only if... You quickly chewed and swallowed the nuggets down. Only if you take me to the beach during break. Is that all? Dabi laughed. That's too easy. How about I add to that? He said as he grabbed your wrist and yanked you back towards him before walking you backwards up against the lockers again. What if I take you to a secluded beach? He said as he lowered his lips to your neck and placed feather-soft kisses from your neck up to your ear. And bend you over a rock. He added as he breathed erotically into your ear. And he paused. Your heart was about to beat out of your chest, and you tried to moderate your breathing so you wouldn't pass out, your eyelids fluttering closed as his touch. Dabi, I'm so turned on right now, you groaned internally. Eat a whole box of nuggets off your bare back, he finished. What? You stammered in a confused but flustered tone, your eyes fluttering open and meeting his. Thanks, he said with a smirk, and you suddenly realised that he had stolen the remaining 2 nuggets from your box and had popped them in his mouth right in front of your eyes. Bitch, you're about to die, you screamed, throwing the now empty nugget box on the ground and lunging at him. Dabi was in fits of laughter as you tried to assault him. Every punch from you he dodged and would immediately counteract it with a kiss to somewhere on your body. In the end, he couldn't help but grab you into a bear hug and spin you around as you continued to hurl insults at him. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll take you to the beach, and we'll stay at the beach house, yeah? He said with a lopsided smile as you faux pouted. You owe me nuggets too, you sulked. Deal, baby, he replied, kissing you on the lips before putting you down again. Be prepared to not see much of the beach, though, he added lowly, so I'm going to keep you between the sheets as much as possible. Dabi, you hissed. Not at school. He chuckled deviously. Before you knew it, it was summer break, and you were ecstatic. Dabi had kept most of the beach getaway plans to himself, but you did know that there was going to be a 3-night stay at a beach house right on the sand where it would be just the 2 of you, alone and unsupervised. Whenever you thought about being alone with Dabi, your mind immediately went south. The 2 of you weren't strangers to the pleasures of the flesh, and boy could he deliver. You ready? He asked coyly as you walked out of your front door to meet him. For the beach, or? You questioned slyly. He let out a low, devious chuckle. I like where you're going with this, wifey. I told you, boy, I wear the pants in this relationship. You're the wifey, you replied smugly as he reached up and flicked him on the nose. Pretty sure I wear the pants, miss, Dabi replied as he turned and strode off down the path with his bag slung over his shoulder. Okay, you can wear the pants, but I'll tell you which pair, you shot cheekily. All this pants talk is making me not want to have any of them on at all, Dabi leered, looking back over his shoulder at you. How about we make that a reality this afternoon? We'll see, you replied with a smug smile, trotting up beside him and holding your head up proudly, like you had him right where you wanted him. He smirked as he glanced at you, and then quickly leaned down and kissed your cheek. Cute, he mumbled. You squeaked and punched him in the arm. Stop saying weird stuff, dummy. 1 hour bus ride later, and the two of you are at the beach house. Oh my god, we're here! You squealed internally as you stepped off the bus, empty-handed. Dabi had insisted on carrying both the bags and was struggling behind you, trying to lift them up in a way that would make them easier to carry. How much did you friggin' pack? Told you not to bring all of your adult toys. He jeered loudly as he stepped off the bus. Oh my god! You screeched, whipping around to face him and slamming your palms into his chest. You're so embarrassing, you wailed, immediately retracting your hands and covering your face. You're cute when you're flustered. He chuckled as he finally got the bags up and over each shoulder. Come on, let's go. And with that, he marched past you and headed to the beach house reception area. After getting the keys to your villa, he led the way down the path towards it. I'm so excited, you squealed as he skipped along behind him. Want to go for a swim after we put our bags in the house? Sounds good to me. I'll help you change, he said casually. You what? You laughed. Help you change into your swimmers, he stated again as he unlocked the door to the villa. Go on, water's waiting, he added in a brisk tone. He turned and took your hand, leading you inside as he dropped his bag on the floor in the middle of the lounge. Wait, don't you want to put your bag in the room? You asked as you were dragged down the hall to the bedroom. No time for that, he replied, dropping your bag near the bed and then pulling you towards himself as he fell backwards onto the bed. Dabi, what are you— Whoa! You screeched with a giggle as he yanked you down on top of himself. He quickly rolled over so that you were underneath him with his body pinning you down from on top. Now, swimmers, he mumbled as he slid his hands up your arms to your wrist, pinning your arms above your head. Need to get these clothes off so we can put the swimmers on. Well, this is perfect now, Dabi panted as he pulled out of you. You're too worn out to move, so I can put your swimmers on you. You really think I want to go for a swim after that workout? You huffed, looking back over your shoulder at him, your hair clinging to your face from the sweat. Sure you do, he replied chirpily as he hopped off the bed and unzipped your bag, looking through the contents for your swimmers. You watched as he dug through your clothes, looking for the two-piece swim set that you'd packed. Well, can't find it, he said as he stood up. Looks like we'll just have to skinny dip. What? He marched over and picked you up off the bed and slung you over his shoulder. What? No! You screeched with laughter. Put me down! No can do, pretty lady, he said as he slapped your bare ass a few times. Damn, girl, what you doing out here double-cheeked up on a lazy afternoon? He added as he squeezed your ass cheeks with his hands a few times. You're dangerous when you meme, you laughed, still smacking between his shoulder blades for him to put you down. He kissed your hip and swung you off his shoulder. Okay, get ready, he said, patting your backside. Go find your swimmers. Stop it, you laughed, swatting at his hand. Bloody burnt sack of potatoes looking head ass, you grumbled with a smirk as you went to your bag and grabbed for your swimmers. Last one in has to suck the other's toes, Dabi said quickly before sprinting towards the water. Ew, that's disgusting, you hollered after him. No kink shaming, he yelled back as his feet hit the water. Kink shaming is my kink, you screamed at him as he dove under the waves that were approaching him. You chuckled as he disappeared under the water, enjoying the banter with your man. It was really nice to be alone with him again. You watched as he came back up out of the water, flicking his head back and sending water everywhere as he looked over his shoulder and winked at you with his turquoise eyes. Come on in, Kinky, he called. Get your ass in here before I come up there and drag you in myself. Fat chance, buddy, you called as you walked over to a nice flat spot in the sand and flicked your towel out, setting it down and walking onto it as if you were about to sit down and stay there. Oi, he shouted, cupping his hands to his mouth to project his voice. If you sit down, I'll get a mouthful of seawater and come up there and dump it on you. Don't you dare, he yelled back as you stood on your towel, debating whether or not to actually sit down. You hunched slightly, as if you were about to get down. Yen, he called threateningly, get your sexy ass in here now or else. You stared at him, slowly lowering yourself to the towel as you held dominant eye contact. He waited until you had sat down and then bent his head and scooped up a mouthful of water, marching up onto the beach towards you. No, no! You screamed with laughter as you got up and started running down the beach away from him. He gave chase, cheeks bulging with the water as he ran. Being a libero and lighter than Dabi gave you the upper hand and you easily outran him, laughing like a maniac as you kept glancing over your shoulder. You look like a frigging goldfish, you hollered as he stopped and spat the water out. I'm going to bend you over a rock and spank you for being so disobedient. he growled with a smirk as he stalked towards you and picked you up, carrying you kicking and screaming playfully to the water. The ocean was freezing cold, but it was refreshing, and even though you didn't want to admit it, it was lovely that Dabi had dragged you in there. You stayed in the water for a bit, laughing and chatting, before he suggested the two of you take a little stroll to the rock pools nearby. As if I go anywhere with you right now, you're just looking for a reason to bend me over, you pouted playfully. I'm the alpha male, he replied sternly. I've got to own this whole damn beach by doing it everywhere, he added as he stretched his arms out and gestured to everything around you both. Oh, alpha male you're nothing but a crispy potato with a wig on, you retorted. Yeah? He asked smugly as he grabbed your arm and pulled you into his body, your hands slamming into his bare chest. You haven't realised yet, but I didn't use anything before, he said lowly. This alpha male's going to be the head of our little family. You, me, and baby makes 3. You froze as your brain computed his words. Oh crap, you gasped. Oh no, I need to get the morning after pill and take it right now. Hey, whoa, he said with a small chuckle as he tried to pull away. Why the sudden freak out? You don't want to have kids with me? Well, not at this point in my life, dummy, we're still in school, you replied in an exasperated tone. I can't have a baby just yet. Why not? He asked calmly. I think we'd be great parents. Ha! You laughed sharply. Boy, we have more issues than Vogue magazine, and we're not even married yet, you said, throwing every excuse in the book. So? He replied calmly. So? You said back with surprise. Is that all you can say? So? Do you even care? Are we fighting again? Dabi asked as he tilted his head to the side, his turquoise eyes silently begging for you to calm down. You let out a frustrated sigh. No, I mean, yeah, but no, I don't know, you replied as you yanked your hand from his grasp. I feel like you're forcing this on me. I love you. I'm going to marry you, and I want a family, he parroted in a monotone voice, like he had been rehearsing the line in his head for days, and he finally got the chance to say it. But in his haste to deliver it, it came out without any inflection or warmth. Dabi, you said as you hung your head, I don't want to have a family just now. I want to prove that I can be a better father than... His voice trailed off as he quickly looked away, his jaw muscles flexing with apprehension. You will, you said softly. I know you will, but give us some time. I'm only 18. He nodded, but didn't say anything else for a while, and you both stood waist deep in the water just staring off in different directions, awkward as heck. Do you want to go to the pharmacy? He asked in a low tone after a few minutes. You nodded. You both turned and walked out of the water, getting your towel and drying off before heading back to the villa and putting some clothes on. I'm not ready for a family yet, you kept thinking as you both headed for the pharmacy down the road. But at the same time, I really love the idea of having Dabi's baby. You glanced at him as you walked beside him. He looked so dejected. What if I bought the morning after pill and didn't take it, but had it there just in case I changed my mind? You thought again as you looked at him. Just thinking about it, he would be an amazing dad. The two of you entered the pharmacy, and you went to the counter to ask for the morning after pill. The lady got it for you and told you when to take it, and then handed you the receipt, and you paid for it at the front counter. I got you hemorrhoid cream, you joked to Dabi. He didn't react. Are you seriously that sore about it? You asked with a slight amount of exaggeration. Come on, Dabi, you can't be that serious. I see me, with our little girl. We're going to visit Mummy at her shop, he said as he strolled along beside you, hands in his pockets. We walked past some bum who's blowing up balloons, making animals out of them, and she asked me for one, so I get her one. The dude blowing the balloons is crap, so it just looks like she's carrying a giant balloon penis. You cracked a smile as he continued. She carries it proudly to your shop, marches through the door with it. I announce that it's a life-size model of my dick. Some old lady faints, your day's ruined, the end. You snorted with laughter. You're such an ass, Dabi, he said with a smirk as he punched him in the arm. He cracked a small smirk as he continued to walk beside you, his turquoise eyes watching the path ahead of you. I still want a family, but it's up to you, I guess, he grunted. Of course it's up to me. I'm the one with the vagina and a womb here, you retorted. Ah, yeah, and a good one at that, he replied smartly. That sounds so weird. I don't know where to go with that one, he replied with a sweat-dropped look on your face. I know where to go with that one, he replied deviously, quickly grabbing you around the waist and hoisting you up over his shoulder, carrying you like a surfboard. Dabi, I swear to God, you take a Viagra pill every single day, you said as you kicked your legs in the air. 2, actually, he replied nonchalantly. One for each dick, you retorted. If I had 2 dicks, you'd definitely know about it, because I wouldn't even hesitate to... Okay, you screamed. Let's not even go there. Actually, that reminds me. You want to try it through the back door sometime? He asked casually. What the heck? You laughed. You literally just asked that like you were asking if I wanted pizza for dinner tonight. You want to do it from the back and have pizza for dinner? He asked again. You snorted. I have an actual question for you. What are you going to do when you finish school this year? You asked as you gave up trying to get down and let him carry you. Dunno. He replied. You going to go to college? You asked. Meh. He said with one shoulder shrugged. Let's go to Kapuru together, you said with a soft smile on your face as you looked down at the pavement slowly moving by. Why you want to go there? He asked as he reached up and patted your ass. Stop it! You squealed as you swatted his hand away. I want to go there because I think I want to be a volleyball instructor, you replied. Plus they have a very good volleyball team. A mixed one. Are you implying that you want to be on the same volleyball team? He asked as he swung you off his shoulder and set you back down to walk beside him. Well, yeah, you don't? You asked a little defensively as he did a little skip to keep up with him. I think we'd make a good team. Dabi didn't reply as he thought for a bit. And there are cheap houses nearby that we could do up and live together, you sung mischievously and invitingly. Imagine it. You and me living together, going to college together, he said invitingly. And I see you and me skipping class to get it on in our house, Dabi replied cheekily. You rolled your eyes with a chuckle. Pfft, trust you to be thinking like that. Okay, let's do it, Dabi said nonchalantly as he pushed his hands into his pockets. Well, really? You deadpanned. Now you're interested? Because you can get it on? I'm a guy, Dabi replied. I'm always thinking about that. You squealed with excitement and jumped up onto him, wrapping your arms around his neck and kissing his scarred cheek animatedly. Yeah, okay, he said with a small chuckle. We'll look for some places when we get back to the villa. Look at this one! It's super cheap, you said with excitement as you bounced over to him and plopped down between his legs on the couch, shoving your phone into his face. Dabi took your phone from you and pulled it back to see things a bit clearer. He read the blurb silently and then flicked through some of the pictures of the house. Looks like a 2-bedroom place, he commented. Run down. Yeah, but we can totally do it up, you said excitedly. It'll be fun. Dabi smirked and lowered your phone, reaching out with his scarred hand and gripping your chin to pull your face into his. My second favourite thing is seeing you all excited about something, he said lowly as his lips met yours, kissing you firmly a few times before squishing your cheeks in between his thumb and finger. What's the first? You asked as he continued to hold your cheeks in a pinched position. Your other face, when we're in bed together, he replied deviously as he leaned back in and bit your lower lip, pulling on it sharply and growling softly as he did so. You grabbed his scarred cheeks and yanked his face back towards yours, your tongues and lip meeting in a messy kiss as you sat in his lap. You're the biggest dick in the world and I hate you, you said as you pulled back from the kiss. Correction, he said quickly. I have the biggest dick in the world and you love it, he added as he smirked and sat back, letting go of your face. Yeah, okay, let's go see this house here. Eee! You squealed with excitement. Yes! Later that night, you both lay out on the back deck, chatting about moving in together and attending college. Dabi was graduating at the end of the year, but you were a year behind him in school, so it looked like you would have to wait before joining him in college. That was until you read the school policy. Because you had been headhunted by Nekoma High for your libero prowess, you also stood a good chance at being selected for a scholarship program by Kapuru College. If you did get accepted into the scholarship program, Nekoma would have to let you go, and you would do a few online classes to make sure you got your high school certification. You were determined to get that scholarship. Would you do teaching as well? You asked Dabi. Yeah, maybe. I haven't thought about it, Dabi replied frankly as he rolled onto his side to look at you. You know, he said matter-of-factly as he reached out and tenderly caressed your cheek. I hadn't really thought about what I'd do for a future job. I didn't care. But now having you with me, it's made me want to do better in life. Aw, you're going soft on me, Dabi, you teased. Say what you want, but I'm glad you're mine. Who knows? I could have ended up as a villain, he replied deviously. You'd be a very sarcastic but hot villain, he replied with a chuckle. I'd go to the dark side for you. He gave you a devious, lopsided grin. Who says I'm not already a villain? In the sheets. He sneered as he reached to your shoulder and pinned you down as he moved his body over yours. His lips locked with yours as you made out heavily, your fingers knitting into his spiky black hair as his body weight sank onto yours. He opened his mouth and your lips locked together in a heavy kiss right there on the back porch of the place. Looked hot as hell from where I was too, he said as he bent his head down and kissed you on the top of your head. I'll have to keep that on the yes list. Come to think of it, there's not much on the no list, you said thoughtfully. Oh, still can't believe you won't let me eat chicken nuggets off your bare body, Dabi said with a faux, dejected sigh. I don't ever remember that being discussed, he replied, as he half sat up to look at him. Okay, so it's on the cards then, he said quickly. Awesome, I'll order some tomorrow and we can do it. Oh, hey, hang on now, hold up. Pizza and nuggets in the nude, while we watch TV tomorrow night. Dabi continued. If you spill anything, I get to lick it off you. Ew, you laughed. Why you gotta be so weird? If you can't handle me at my best, then you sure as hell won't be able to handle me at my worst, Dabi said. You thought for a second. Wait, you saying this is your best? I'm terrified. What's your worst? You asked dubiously. Well, you're stuck with me for life now, so you'll find out soon enough, he replied as he grabbed your face and kissed you while you playfully tried to escape, leading to a friendly naked wrestle on the bed before you both fell asleep. You woke up the next morning half cuddled with your back into Dabi's side. He had one arm under you and the other on his chest as he lay on his back, and you stirred slightly and rolled your head back over your shoulder to look at him. He looked so peaceful, you thought as your eyes travelled his face. Who'd have thought this ass would talk so much crap when he's awake? You smirked to yourself, and then suddenly you realised that you had forgotten to take the morning after pill, and had been fairly active with Dabi since then. Oh, crap, you thought. No, wait, it should be okay, I just had my period. You breathed out, letting the breath go that you'd been inadvertently holding. Yeah, well, either way, it'll be fine, I guess. Just then Dabi stirred, and his eyes cracked open as he rolled his head to look at you. Morning, Dabi, you said in a soft, croaky voice. He gave you a half-assed, just-woke-up smile. Who left this hot chick in my bed? He rasped. Pfft, you laughed. Really? That's your first comment of the day? It can only get worse, baby. I'm all downhill from here, he said lowly in his husky morning voice as he grabbed you into a hug and dragged you closer to him, his piercings rubbing cold against your flushed skin. No, Dabi! You screeched, wriggling and trying to get away as you felt something poke into your hip. He chuckled lowly in your ear. The cock is up before the rooster, he rasped, trying to pin your flailing form down onto the bed, but you managed to evade him and got up to take a shower. You stay out there, you said sharply as you closed the bathroom door. No funny business. No guarantees, babe. I can pick locks, Dabi called as you locked the door on him. You smirked to yourself and then started the shower, ready to have a lovely warm shower. Suddenly you remembered the pill. Oh, crap, is it too late now? You thought as you turned and let the water run down your back. Well, if it happens, I'll just deal with it, right? You finished your shower and then hopped out and dried yourself, dropping the towel on the floor and walking out of the bathroom stark naked. You're really trying to test me, aren't you? Dabi growled as his turquoise eyes roamed your form. You expect me to be a gentleman, not trying to jump your bones? Yes, you retorted with indignation. Surely there's some gentlemanly attributes deep down inside that basement of your being. I killed the gentleman in my basement, Dabi replied with a sneer, his carnal gaze locking onto your bare backside as he sat up slowly in the bed and stalked towards you, crawling on the bed like a burnt, lanky cat. Oh, that doesn't sound creepy at all, you snorted sarcastically as he quickly put on some underwear. Undies are on now, you can't touch me. But apparently the rules had been lost on Dabi, who pounced on you anyway. No, you screeched with laughter. Down, Dabi! Bad dog! I'm on heat, he growled in your ear. It's only the females that go on heat, you idiot, you cried out, laughing as he crashed back onto the bed with you, his rough scarring rubbing against your arms. After finally getting ready for the morning, you and Dabi decided to have brunch and then head down to the ocean to hire 2 paddleboards. Have you ever done this before? You asked him as you both prepared to get on the boards. Nah, he replied. I only agreed to this so I could stare at your ass, so you go ahead. God, you groaned as you pulled yourself up to kneeling on your board and then paddled ahead of him. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, Dabi called from behind you as he lay on his board. Every time you call out some sexual remark, I'm going to smack you with my paddle, you shouted over your shoulder. Spank me, mummy, Dabi called, cupping his hands to his mouth. Stop, you laughed, trying to balance as you turned your head to look back at him. Dabi cackled from behind you and pawed at the water to drag himself up beside your board, leering across at you with those mischievous eyes, thinking thoughts that you'd rather not ask about. What? You asked with a half laugh when he remained staring at you for a little too long. Just looking at perfection, he flirted casually. Idiot, you mumbled with a blush. Shut up and kiss me already. He leaned off his board over to yours, but just then a wave swelled up and tipped him off, and you lost it, snorting and laughing as you tried to stop from falling off your own board. You're such a clumsy... Oh! You screeched as Dabi tipped you off your board. I hate you! You hollered, laughing as Dabi wrapped you in his arms. After finally figuring out how to work the boards, you both stood up and paddled around, avoiding the waves as much as possible as you headed to a little cove nearby. Do I trust us alone here? You asked Dabi with a lopsided grin as you jumped off the board and into the water, side stroking as you dragged it closer to the cove. I wouldn't if I were any sane person, Dabi replied dryly. But who's here to see the mischief that we stir up? You screamed internally, butterflies invading your stomach and heading south pretty quickly as you imagined him all over you. Told you I'd bend you over every rock. Dabi sneered as he jumped off his own board and ducked under the water before coming up and flicking his head to get rid of the water. The way his hair fell looked similar to his vice-captain Kuro's hair, and you chuckled. You look like Roosterhead, you said, referring to Kuro. I may have the Roosterhead, but I'll have you crowing, he quipped as he swam over to you and grabbed you around the waist as his feet touched the sandy bottom, lifting you up and turning you so you could cling to his front like a koala. He took both of your boards by their cords and pulled them up on the beach, walking out of the water easily with you still around his middle. Now, closest rock is... he muttered as he looked around. No! You screeched playfully. Just then a family of 5 arrived, 2 of the kids running out onto the beach and screeching with excitement. Dabi groaned. Ugh, cock-blocked by the things I'm trying to create, he mumbled. Hush! You hushed with a mortified look on your face, hoping the parents hadn't heard him as you dropped down from his middle. Dabi, honestly, I'm this close to slapping your ass with a rusty knife. It's called stabbing, Yin, and it's illegal, Dabi replied dryly. But guess what? I do have something that I can stab you with that's not illegal. I'm pretty sure it's illegal if it's non-consensual, you deadpanned. Why you gotta be like this? He said, his face falling as he gave you a pitiful look. Ah, baby, you chuckled. Can we just chill and not try to pretend like it's up to us solely to populate the earth? You added, as you wrapped your arms around his middle. Fine, we'll all die then, he said as he picked you up and walked into the water, dumping you into the cold spray before falling in with you. The 2 of you mucked around in the water for a bit before deciding to head back to the main beach, grabbing your boards and gingerly standing up on them. What do you want to do this afternoon? Dabi asked as he paddled the board beside you. Dunno, you replied as you wobbled slightly and had to fling your arms out to the side to balance yourself. You want to watch a movie or something? Okay, he replied, watching with amusement as you finally got yourself back under control again. You got back to the beach and handed the boards and paddles back to the man in charge and then started back up the beach. Oi, Dabi said in a low voice as he nudged your arm sharply while walking beside you. Ow, what? You snapped, rubbing your arm where he had nudged you, and you glared at him. He jerked his head up to the right, and you looked to see where he had nodded to and saw a beach volleyball comp was set up. There was a big sign that gave a short run-through of what was involved, and you and Dabi walked over to check it out. Long story short, the winning team would get a coupon for dinner at a fancy restaurant that was up on the hill nearby, overlooking the beach. You down? Dabi asked slowly with a smirk as he read the rules. Doesn't say that proper volleyball players can't play. Even if it said that we couldn't, I'd still play, you replied as you crossed your arms across your chest defiantly. Let's clean up this comp and get free dinner. Sweet, Dabi sneered. It gives us a chance to work together too. You smirked and walked up to the guy who was organising teams. Hey, you greeted. Me and my boyfriend want to play doubles. She means husband, but whatever, Dabi grunted as he strode up beside you and slung his arm across your shoulder. I put a nugget on it, he added, referring to the nugget ring exchange you two had had. You snorted and the guy opened his mouth to say something, but Dabi's second comment threw him completely. Don't mind him, he's just a little crazy, and by little I mean a lot, and by crazy I mean psychotic. Oh, you flatter me, Dabi replied dryly. The guy looked mildly concerned, but slowly nodded anyway. Okay, so you all want to play together and verse 2 others? Yep, you replied confidently. Okay, what's your names? He asked. Yin and Dabi, you said quickly. Okay, groovy. Just wait for this match to end, then you can verse the next 2, you said as he pointed to 2 guys who were arguing on the sidelines. You looked at them and then to Dabi. Well, that short guy with the orange hair seems like a pocket rocket, you commented to Dabi. Like you, Dabi quipped. Come on, let's introduce ourselves. Your man strode ahead slightly, walking up to the two boys and coming eye to eye with the taller male, who had a very intimidating aura. "Yo," Dabi greeted with a smirk. The taller male looked at Dabi and frowned slightly. "What are you doing here?" he asked bluntly. "Oh," the shorter of the pair said excitedly. "Hi, Dabi, what brings you here?" "Wait, you know each other?" you asked from slightly behind Dabi. "Hi," the orangeette greeted as he looked around Dabi to see you. "I'm Hinata." "Hey," you greeted with a slightly reserved smile. Both taller males were still staring each other down. "Kageyama, say hello and don't be rude," Hinata badgered his male friend. "No need to say hello when we already know each other," Kageyama replied, his steely gaze still locked onto Dabi. So we're versing each other then?" you asked hesitantly. "And you guys play volleyball too, I assume?" "Yes, we're from Karasuno," Hinata bubbled happily. "I'm a middle blocker, and Kageyama is a setter." "Oh, wow," he replied. "I am a libero for Nekoma High, the girls' team, and I'm pretty sure you know Dabi then?" "Yes, we've versed Nekoma a few times," Hinata said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, both taller males were still locked in a staring contest. "Okay, you two, lighten up," you said, shoving Dabi in the side. He glanced down at you and then back to Kageyama. "I'm psyching him out so we can win," Dabi said to you. "I don't think that will work," Kageyama replied with a smirk. "Let's let the game speak then," Dabi replied with a lopsided grin. "Looking forward to burying your ass in the sand." "Dabi, you're so cool," Hinata said excitedly, eyes sparkling with awe. "Don't compliment him," Kageyama snapped at his teammate. "Oh, how cute. You're jealous," Dabi sneered at Kageyama. "I'll show you how cool I am once we're on the court," Kageyama said darkly. Kageyama, that was a cool comeback," Hinata gasped with awe. You saw Kageyama smirk slightly with pride, and then he turned to the side and glanced at Dabi. "See you out there." Dabi huffed lightly through his nose with amusement as the pair walked off a little way to watch the game. "Are they good?" you asked Dabi. "That's like me asking you, do you like me more than chicken nuggets?" he deadpanned. "The answer is yes, by the way." "Is that really a yes, though?" you uttered lowly in a teasing tone. "Sorry, what was that?" Dabi pressed with a raised eyebrow. "What?" you replied loudly. "I didn't say I liked chicken nuggets more than you. Nope, that's not exactly what you heard me say," you teased. "Can chicken nuggets rally you and leave you completely satisfied?" "I don't think so," Dabi said confidently. Your mouth opened and closed a few times, lost for words with embarrassment. "Shut up," you mumbled, "loser." Dabi grabbed you and kissed your lips. Soon it was your and Dabi's turn to take on Kageyama and Hinata, and you walked out onto the sand court. "Let's take them down as quickly as possible," Dabi said softly to you, "before they use their quick attack." "Quick attack?" you queried. "No time to explain, but keep your wits about you," Dabi warned. "Now give me a kiss for good luck." You kissed quickly and then got into position. "Ready!" the umpire called, handing the ball to Dabi. "Start when you're set." Dabi nodded and tossed the volleyball up a few times to get a feel for it, while you crouched low, ready to go. "Ready, baby?" Dabi called to you. "Hit it!" you called back. Dabi threw the ball up and did a jump serve, sending the ball sharply across the net. Hinata shot towards it, copping the ball in the face as he tried to get under it to send it back over to your side. "Oof," you said out loud as the ball fell to the sand on their side. "You good, Hinata?" "Dumbass," Kageyama yelled at the orangeette. "Don't overthink it." "I'm sorry, Hinata replied as he got up and rubbed his face tenderly. The whistle blew, and it was you and Dabi who were given the point. You smirked as you looked back at him and he winked at you. "Don't mess with the Nekoma couple's goals," you said proudly as you held your hands up for him to do a double high five to. "You know it, baby," Dabi replied as he smacked your hands. "Let's go, round 2. You took your place at the nets again and crouched, looking back over your shoulder to Dabi. "Come on, baby, service ace it," you called with a smirk as you looked back and locked eyes with Hinata. Dabi threw the ball up and smacked it across the net, and you thought he had managed an ace, but Hinata dived at the last minute and just got his thumb under the ball, getting it back up in the air. "It's up!" Hinata called. "Sorry, Kageyama!" "Why are you apologising?" Kageyama barked as he raced over and flicked his fingers under it to send it up for a spike. Quick as a flash, Hinata jumped up and sprung at the net, smacking the ball firmly down on your side of the net just in front of you. "I didn't send it back to you properly," Hinata said as he looked back at Kageyama. "I'll do better next time." You and Dabi just stood there dumbfounded. How are they just casually having a conversation after such a quick attack? You thought as you looked at them. "Shake it off, babes. We'll get the next one," Dabi said to you. You nodded and crouched, ready to receive Hinata's serve as they were serving next. The lithe middle blocker jumped and hit the ball across to you, which you received and set up, waiting for Dabi to spike it. Your man came up from your left, springing up easily in the sand and rearing his left arm back to spike the ball across the net. The two on the other side had formed a block, and both jumped at the same time to shut him out, but Dabi aimed his spike at Hinata's hand and managed to deflect it off the Orangette's fingers. "Yeah!" you hollered with excitement when the volleyball hit the ground behind Hinata. "Go, Dabi!" "I'm not the volleyball captain for nothing," Dabi replied smugly as you jumped into his arms to celebrate. The game continued, and both your and the opposing team seemed evenly matched, until Kageyama and Hinata did their deviant quick. Then it was obvious who the better team was. It was getting close to match point, and there wasn't much between your team and Kageyama Hinata's, but they were definitely in the lead. "Chance ball!" you screamed as you got your wrist under a rogue ball and sent it back up again. "Got it, babe," Dabi called as he set it up for you to spike. "Oh no, I can't spike, I've never spiked a ball before. What do I do?" you screamed internally as you ran for the ball, eyes wide with fear. You jumped and whacked the ball as hard as you could, straight into Hinata's palm. The ball ricocheted back to you and fell at your feet, much to your disappointment. You grunted as you bent down to pick it up. "And the winners are Kageyama and Hinata!" the announcer yelled obnoxiously loudly into the megaphone. You scowled slightly and turned to Dabi. "Sorry, I totally screwed that up," you grunted with annoyance. "Nah, don't worry about it. It's just a friendly game," Dabi replied dismissively. "But we didn't win the game, so we don't get free dinner," you pouted. "I'll buy us a fancy dinner, baby. Don't pout," Dabi replied as he reached out and ruffled your hair. "Don't baby me, I'm not a kid," you pouted harder as you swatted his hand away and crossed your arms across your chest. Dabi chuckled lowly and grabbed you in a bear hug. "You're cute when you're angry," he whispered in your ear before taking your earlobe in his teeth and tugging on it. A meek voice said from your right. You pulled your head back and looked over to the person who was trying to interrupt your and Dabi's moment and saw a very flustered Hinata standing there scratching a blushing cheek. "What's up?" you asked in a dead tone. Here," he said, holding out the tickets for the free dinner. "You two can have these. Kageyama just told me that we already have dinner organised." "Oh," you said softly as Dabi let you go. "Are you sure?" you asked as you reached out for the dinner tickets. "Yep," he said happily. "You guys played really well. It was fun versing you two." "You're a good player," you blurted out, "and you do fast attacks." "Oh, that's all thanks to my setter," Hinata said with an enamoured blush. "He's amazing." "Let's go, dumbass," Kageyama called to Hinata, and you laughed. "You and Kageyama sound like Dabi and I," you chuckled. "Couple goals." Couple?" Hinata stammered. "Oi!" Kageyama called sharply again. Okay, thank you for the game," Hinata said quickly, before bowing stiffly and running back to Kageyama. "Why are you blushing? What did they say?" Kageyama grunted as Hinata approached him. "Nothing," Hinata stammered. "Why are you blushing then?" Kageyama pressed. You and Dabi smirked as the two walked off, with Hinata still trying to deny everything. "Looks like we're going to have dinner after all," Dabi replied with a smirk. "Wonder if they'll let me eat nuggets off your bare body there." I don't know whether they'll even have nuggets there," you mused, looking down the tickets. "The friggin' place is called Odeus? What kind of name is that?" "How do you pronounce it?" Dabi asked with a laugh. "Odeus?" "I don't friggin' know. Let's go with Odeus," he replied with a laugh. "Screw it." "They have a friggin' dress code?" you hissed at Dabi as you rocked up in the most casual outfits you two had, complete with thongs. I don't know, do you call them sandals? Flip-flops? I'm an Aussie, we call them thongs in Australia. "Screw 'em, we have tickets," he replied lowly as he walked up to the reception desk. "Got 2 tickets for dinner tonight," he said as he handed the tickets across to the lady. "Oh, of course, monsieur," she replied with a heavy French accent. "French?" you whispered in surprise. "Not eating snails," Dabi hissed at you, and you tried not to laugh. "Right this way, s'il vous plaît," she said as she stepped out from behind the desk and led you both into the most Hayyuu dining room you'd ever seen. "Holy mother of rectangles," you whispered in a hushed tone as you entered the room. "What the actual hell is this?" "Fancy shiz, that's what it is," Dabi replied. The lady seated the two of you and menus were brought out. "So, what do you want?" Dabi asked as he looked over the menu. You hummed undecidedly, eyes darting around the menu as you read the food items. "What the hell's that foie gras?" Dabi suddenly asked. "The hell? I just want some nuggets." "Same," you said with a chuckle. "I can't even pronounce half of this stuff." "You know what? Screw it. Let's just get drunk on the house wine and get nuggets from down the road, Dabi said as he slammed the menu shut. I'll call for them. He raised his hand and a pompous waiter arrived to take Dabi's order. Yeah. Can we get a bottle of the house red? Dabi asked as he slung an arm back over the back of his chair, head rolled casually to the side as he eyed the waiter. Oh, of course, monsieur. And to eat? The waiter asked. Yeah, we're good for now, Dabi replied with a smirk. The waiter nodded and walked off, whispering something to another waiter nearby as he went to the bar. Yeah, I bet he'll ask for ID. Dabi grunted. I left mine at the villa. Same, you replied. When he comes back, I'll grab the wine and we'll make a run for it, yeah? Meal's already been paid for anyway, Dabi commented as his turquoise eyes watched the waiter return with a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. You smirked deviously and pushed your chair out a little so you'd be able to make a quick escape. The waiter walked over and placed the glasses down on the table before showing Dabi the wine label on the bottle. Yeah, fine, Dabi replied gruffly. Pardon, monsieur. May we see some identification? The waiter asked. Yeah, sure, Dabi replied as he reached into his back pocket. The waiter looked away for a split second, and in that moment Dabi grabbed the wine bottle from the waiter's hand and took off. Go, babe! Dabi yelled as he took off with you right behind him. Stop! The waiter screamed at you both as he bolted for the doors and raced outside. Yeah! You screamed with excitement, laughing loudly as the 2 of you ran back to your villa. Worth it! Wine and nuggets night! Dabi yelled as he ran. Because we're classy like that! You commented as he sprinted beside him. Hold still! Dabi said sharply as he bent his lips down to your bare stomach. It tickles! You screeched with laughter, pushing his head away. I want my nuggets, Libero. Dabi growled as he tried to grab the nugget in his teeth. You and Dabi were on your second glass of wine and were starting to feel a lot looser. He'd bought some nuggets from a nearby corner store and you were now eating nuggets off each other's bare bodies. That's my nugget! You screeched as he pulled one out of the box and went to eat it. You got up and pounced on his chest, grabbing his hand and eating it out of the palm before giving him a wide grin with nugget between your teeth. You're so frickin' sexy, he replied as he did a half sit-up and kissed your crumb-laced lips as you shut your mouth and munched on the nugget. Marry me. Yeah. Bondo, you replied through a mouthful. Where would you want to get married? I'd just elope with you, Dabi replied as he took a nugget from the box. I thought you were going to say at the local KFC store or something, you replied with a laugh, finishing off your mouthful. That's a plan B, if eloping doesn't happen, Dabi replied with a smirk. You reached for your wine glass and took another sip, smiling down at your man under you. Another 2 hours passed and you were both well and truly drunk, singing and laughing at absolutely nothing as you lay side by side in bed. Wait, Dabi said seriously. Have you ever thought that the best part of the cucumber tastes like the worst part of the watermelon? You stayed still, staring at the ceiling. What the heck? You whispered in surprise. Crap, you're right. And if Cinderella's shoe fit perfectly, how did it fall off? He asked seriously again. You cackled. How high are you? You laughed. A little over 6 feet, he said bluntly. You cackled again and rolled onto your side, kissing his gnarly cheek. You pulled back and looked at his scars, running your fingers along the keloid lines. I really want to know how he got these, but I won't ask. You thought as you pulled your hand away and snuggled into him, ignoring your desires to ask. He did it, Dabi suddenly said in a low voice. Who did? Who did what? You asked as you pulled your head back and frowned at him, confused. He tied me up in the shed, Dabi said in a raspy, emotional voice. Then he poured petrol all over me. Oh my gosh, Dabi, you gasped, suddenly realizing he was talking about how he got his burns. No, please don't continue. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you wailed softly as you climbed onto him and kissed along his lips and all over his scarring. I'm so sorry you did that. It was your dad, hey? Dabi nodded stiffly, allowing you to kiss his scars. You wrapped your arms around him and kissed him all over while he just lay there, occasionally patting your head. Come here, he said after a while, gripping your chin to pull you down onto his lips again. I don't know if it's the wine talking, but you're frickin' amazing, and I love you. His brutal honesty broke you, and you cried as the 2 of you kissed messily, rolling on the bed as you exchanged who was on top. Around 3 a.m. you both fell asleep, completely naked with an empty wine bottle on the table nearby and nugget crumbs in the bed, with one last nugget in the box at the end of the bed. The next morning you woke to someone banging on the door. Coming, Dabi grunted as he got up, completely naked as he walked to the door. Dabi, your clothes, you called, gripping your head as he sat up quickly. Huh? Oh, crap, he grunted as he quickly grabbed for a lounge cushion to cover his front. No, what the heck? You laughed. Don't open the door. What's up? Dabi grunted as he opened the door, pillow over his crotch. Oh, God, the lady gasped as she quickly turned away. You were supposed to be out by 10 a.m. and it's now 12 p.m., the lady said sharply. Please put clothes on and leave so that we can set up for the next occupants. Yeah, keep your pants on, he grunted as he rubbed his eyes sleepily with the back of his hand. We'll be out soon. Sorry, we'll leave, you said quickly as you stepped in front of Dabi, pulling your shirt on. We're just packing up, ready to go. The lady glared at you, and then Dabi. If you're not out of this room in the next 10 minutes, we'll charge you extra, she said darkly. And what if I drop the pillow? Dabi said with a devious smirk. Don't you frickin' dare, you burnt nugget head-ass looking piece of... You seethed as you grabbed for the door to close it in the lady's face. We'll be out ASAP, you added to the now heavily blushing attendant as you quickly shut the door on her. She totally wanted to see me, Dabi said as he dropped the pillow in front of you. Can you please get some clothes on so we can get the frick-frack-nick-nack out of here? You asked with an aggressive sigh. Sure thing, baby cakes, Dabi said cheerily as he turned and strolled away, bare-ass cheeks on show. Show me how those cheeks clap, Daddy, you called to him as he sauntered away. It'll cost you more than $1, honey, he called back over his shoulder as he raised his middle finger up so you could see it, walking to his suitcase to get some clothes out. Oh, man, I've got a killer headache, you groaned as you walked over beside him and started chucking things in your bag. 15 minutes later, you had successfully gotten yourself and Dabi dressed and ready to leave, and you pushed him out the door before you both headed to the bus stop. Hey, come home with me, Dabi said suddenly as you walked side by side down the road. I need to go home so my parents can see I didn't die over the weekend, you replied as you jabbed him in the side with your elbow. No, I want you to meet Mum, officially, he said, half mumbling from embarrassment. Oh, you said as you looked down at the ground. Yeah, the last time I met her she wasn't conscious. Sorry, that sounded bad. No, it's all good, Dabi grunted. Anyway, just come for dinner. Oh, you teased. Are we serious, Dabi? Meeting the parents is a big step. I'm trying to do the right thing, but if you're going to be a sarcastic little piece of... then I'll drop it, he grunted, embarrassed that he was being so formal and you were making fun of him for it. Don't you get your pubes in a knot, you snorted. I'm just not used to you being like this. It's cool. I'll come home with you. But then you got to meet my parents. But don't embarrass me, okay? That's my job, though, he replied. I have to make them think that we're the worst match ever. Oh, God, you whispered in a vexed tone. On the bus ride home, you texted your parents that you would be home a little later because you were meeting Mrs. Todoroki, formally, and then asked if you could bring Dabi over the next day so he could meet them, formally, which they agreed to. Okay, all done. You're meeting my folks tomorrow, he said as you put your phone away. Sweet, he said as he slung his arm across your shoulders and pulled you into his side, resting his chin on top of your head as he stared out the bus window. That was a horrible weekend, he whispered. Yeah, totally, you replied as he smiled and buried your face into his shirt. We only did it twice, he whispered. But we got nuggets and free wine, you whispered back. True, he said in a hushed tone. It was only half crap then. And we got to be with each other the whole time, you added softly. Okay, it was only a quarter of crap. And I got to see your bare ass. Okay, I forfeit. It was an amazing weekend. For you. You punched him in the ribs. You hopped off the bus and headed back to Dabi's house with him, getting more and more nervous as you approached his place. It's just my mum, don't stress, Dabi grunted. I'm not stressing, you pouted, but this is like, I don't know. I want you to meet her properly, at least once, before we elope to the Bahamas, he said sarcastically. Okay, whatever, he replied, with an eye roll, before following him up the steps to his house. Mum, he called out as he entered. I'm back. I got Yin with me. Yin, you heard a voice happily call from inside the house. I've been wanting to meet her. It's a pleasure to finally meet you properly, a kind-looking grey and white-haired lady said as she walked out of the room and down the hall. Mum, Yin, Mum, Dabi said, sloppily gesturing to each of you in turn. Jeez, such a beautiful introduction, Dabi, you said sarcastically with an eye roll, then turned your attention to Mrs. Todoroki. Hi, nice to meet you properly. you greeted with a smile. Same here. Thank you for everything you've done for my boy, she said as she gave Dabi a sympathetic look. Pfft, nah, it's me that's done everything for her, Dabi replied dismissively. She used to be this quiet little kitten, and I turned her into a tiger. No. If I remember correctly, I told you to shove off the first time I met you, he retorted with a wrinkled nose. Oh, yeah, do remember that, Dabi replied thoughtfully. That's when I fell for you. Idiot, you whispered, face tingling. Mrs. Todoroki chuckled softly as she looked at you both. I can see you both getting along just swell, she replied with a smile. Come and sit down for dinner. I've already made something, she said as she ushered you both into the dining room. After dinner, Dabi walked you home. Mrs. Todoroki was a really sweet lady. She had her own dark past, but she seemed to be doing quite well, and she appeared to like you too, so that was a plus. Thanks for walking me home, you said with a soft smile to Dabi as he walked you up to your front door. Thanks, that's all I get, he teased, a cheeky smirk pulling at his lips as his turquoise eyes flashed with mischief in the darkness. Yep, you replied in a deadpan voice. You owe me some pictures for walking you home, he said as he backed you up against the wall of your house, his lips capturing yours in an instant as tongues intertwined while he placed one arm up beside your head against the cold brick wall. You grabbed onto his shirt, pulling your body against his as he made out heavily on your doorstep. You gonna let me do it or what? He uttered in a low, carnal tone as he kissed you firmly down your neck, nipping at your collarbone while pushing a leg between yours. You let out a light sound and ground down onto him, grabbing his hips so you could rock onto him. Ah, there's my girl, he growled with a chuckle. You're just as into it as I am. That's impossible. You have, like, the drive of 15 men, you snorted, turning your head and biting him under where his jaw connects to his ear. Or you're as hungry as one rabbit. The hell? He snorted. Do I look like a friggin' rabbit to you? Yep, you jeered playfully. You're so soft, you added, running your fingers along his coarse, scarred cheek while you smiled at him. His turquoise eyes burned into yours as he held your gaze, his irises switching from your left eye to your right eye, drinking you in. I've told you before that you're perfect, haven't I? He uttered lowly. I'm making you mine, no matter what. I couldn't be without you. The rich sincerity in his voice threw you, and you paused, looking at him, lost for words. The only person I'm soft for is you, he said, before initiating another round of heavy kissing. After kissing until your lips were swollen and red, you said good night and went inside, greeting your parents before heading to bed. You thought back to how far you and Dabi had come, and you smiled to yourself as you drifted off to sleep. He really is perfect for me, you thought as sleep overcame you. You nervously waited for Dabi to arrive for dinner that next night, practicing what he would say so you could come up with a counter-comment or easy way to excuse his behaviour in front of your parents. You serious about this relationship? Your dad asked you gruffly as he walked into the lounge room where you were sitting. Yeah, I am, you said with a relaxed sigh. He's really rough around the edges, but he's a good guy underneath it all, you added. Your dad hummed, his brows furrowing as he turned to walk away. You sighed heavily. He doesn't believe me. He's going to be the hard nut to crack, I think, you thought as you got up and walked to the front door to see if Dabi had arrived. As you looked out the door window, you saw your man stroll up to the front, hands shoved into his pockets and his black shirt shifting as he walked. Ugh, he's so hot. This is a crime, you thought as you bit your bottom lip and then steadied yourself before pulling the front door open. Keen, Dabi sneered as you came face to face with him before he walked up the last 2 steps to get to your front door. You smirked and looked up at him as he towered over you. Welcome to hell, you teased. Can't be worse than anything I've already been through, he replied with a shrug. Okay then, your game, you replied flippantly as you stepped back to let him in, reaching for his hand as he took one of them from his pocket. Just then your dad rounded the corner and stared him down. There was immediate tension as both guys squared up and refused to break eye contact or move. You said, clearing his throat. Dad, this is my boyfriend, Dabi, and Dabi, this is Dad. Dabi nodded in greeting, and your dad crossed his arms, puffing his chest to make himself look bigger. Dabi smirked and relaxed completely, his lazy turquoise eyes idly watching your father. Intimidator, I see, Dabi said casually. What you say, boy, your dad replied gruffly. Dad, please, you groaned. Stop. Do we have guests? The pleasant voice of your mother called as she rounded the corner from the kitchen, apron still on. Mum, Dad's being a rooster, you deadpanned. Rooster was the term that your mum and you used when your dad would try and throw his weight around. Once when you had visited your uncle's farm as a kid, the resident rooster had chased you, trying to show how tough he was, but he immediately backed down when your uncle laid his boot into him, causing Mr. Rooster to sulk away quietly back to the henhouse to be consoled by his feathery girls. It worked as a good nickname for your dad, because although he looked tough, your mum could pull him into line very quickly. And another name for Rooster was COCK. And that's exactly what your dad was being at this exact moment. "He's only just arrived, honey," your mum chided your dad. "Be nice." Your dad grunted. "Come in," he said in a deep voice, as he stepped back and let you and Dabi pass him to go to the kitchen for dinner. "Hi, Dabi, nice to meet you. I've heard so much about you," your mum said pleasantly. "If you've heard bad things, they're all lies," Dabi replied to your mum. "I'm an angel." "Pfft," you jeered. "Mum knows all about you, so don't try and suck up to her," you teased. "Oh, so she knows about us," Dabi started, before you reached up and smacked your hand over his mouth. "I don't even know what you were going to say, but I don't trust you, so I've cut you off early before you can embarrass the heck out of me," you pouted. "Smart move, Libero," Dabi teased, mumbling his words through your fingers. "So, Dabi, what do you want to do once you graduate high school?" your dad asked gruffly as he sat down at the end of the table. "Dunno," Dabi replied flippantly, as he rolled his head to the side to answer your dad, his whole demeanour screaming, "I don't give a damn, and you don't scare me." Your dad stiffened. "Oh my god, this is not going well," you wailed internally. "No ambition," your dad grunted, then turned to your mum to indicate for her to commence dinner. Dabi narrowed his eyes slightly at your father, but didn't say anything as he looked across to your mum, who cleared her throat uncomfortably. We have, plenty to choose here," she said hesitantly, gesturing to the food on the table. "Please don't feel pressured to eat everything, though," she added sheepishly. "This is supposed to be a nice gathering," she added, punctuating the word nice as she looked across to your dad. "I don't want you to feel obligated to eat anything that you don't like," she commented pleasantly, smiling across to Dabi. "I'm known for my appetite," Dabi replied with a smirk, and you let out an inhumane noise. Please excuse him, he's being an ass," you begged to your mum as she raised an eyebrow at you. You grimaced and dropped your head, promising yourself that you'd try and stay out of things. Dad, can you please pass me the salt?" you asked softly with your head down as you reached for the dish nearby. Both Dad and Dabi reached for the salt at the same time, but Dabi was that little bit quicker and picked it up while maintaining a heavy-lidded, bored stare at your father before he smirked and gave your father a wink and then handed the small glass bottle to you. "Thank you," you said softly as you took the salt from Dabi. Then you realised what had just happened, and your eyes snapped up to the two of them, internally screaming as they continued to stare each other down. "She was meaning me," your father grunted gruffly, his lips pulling tight like they usually did when he was angry. "Your daughter calls me Daddy too," Dabi replied smugly. You screamed loudly, slamming your hands down on the table as your face went bright red. "Stop!" you wailed with embarrassment. "Both of you have killing my lifespan right now. I'll be dead before I'm 30. Both guys ignored you, still locked in a testosterone-filled stare-down, neither one wanting to break eye contact to be considered the weaker of the two. "You're not doing very well," your dad growled lowly at Dabi. "If you're trying to get me to like you, you're failing." "Well, neither are you," Dabi retorted calmly. "If you're trying to get me to like you too, then you failed from the very beginning by trying to belittle me." "I'm not trying to make you like me," your dad snapped. "Well, neither am I," Dabi snapped back. There was a deathly silent pause, and you felt like the air in the room had gotten a little thicker, making it harder to breathe. "Have some respect for your elders," your dad barked. "I don't have to respect you just because you're older than me. Respect is earned, not given blindly," Dabi stated. I really feel like Dabi is winning this fight, but oh my god," you screamed internally, as you sat dumbfounded watching this power struggle being played out verbally. "Can we talk privately?" your dad suddenly asked your boyfriend. "Anything you want to say, you can say it in front of everyone here. I've got nothing to hide. My answers will still remain the same," Dabi said as he sat back and slung his arm across the back of your chair, assuming a very casual power stance against your dad as his turquoise eyes bore into the older male. "What do you want with my daughter?" your dad asked, jerking his head towards you. "To love and protect her. Put her first in all I do and support her endlessly," Dabi replied frankly, like he'd practiced the line over and over in front of the mirror. "What a cop-out line," your dad scoffed, crossing his arms across his chest. "Might not be the model son-in-law, bowing to your every needs, but this isn't about you. This is about your daughter and I. And I'm going to love her regardless of what you say," Dabi said, sounding much more mature than your dad currently. Your dad remained silent, watching Dabi closely before snorting through his nose. "You're so immature, you..." "Maturity doesn't come with age. Comes with experience, and I've had experience, like you wouldn't believe. So I'm not here to make friends and dance in a daisy field singing Hakuna Matata. I'm here to live life and enjoy it with the people I care about beside me, Dabi said as he wrapped his fingers around your shoulder and squeezed you. The room went deathly silent again while your dad continued to size Dabi up. How old are you, Dabi? Your dad suddenly asked. Almost 19, he replied. Your dad smirked. You got steel balls, kid, he said, a mixture of disdain and awe in his voice. If you can win me over with your no-nonsense attitude, then you can handle my daughter, your dad added, his tone softening a little. I take offence at that, you said swiftly. Your daughter is tougher than you, Dabi said to your dad with a smirk. Took me a few weeks to break her. That's my girl, your dad said with a deep chuckle. Oh, God, you whispered in a vexed tone. Okay, are we good to eat now, please? I've burned 1,000,000 calories sweating it out here while you two compared... Okay, never mind, let's eat, you said sharply. Dabi shrugged and leaned forwards to get some food, and everybody else followed suit, light conversation ensuing. While your parents and Dabi chatted idly, you breathed a sigh of relief. Mate, well, he managed to handle Dad okay, you thought as you shoved some pie into your mouth and then glanced across at Dabi. He sounded so earnest when he said that stuff about us. Was he serious? Did he mean what he said? I'll ask him about it later. After dinner, you and Dabi went into the lounge room to chill and watch TV while your parents chatted in the kitchen. Hey, Dabi? You asked shyly. It's Daddy, but yes, baby. He asked slowly as he bent his head to your earlobe and nibbled on it. Did you mean that? You blurted out as you playfully pushed him away. Mean what? He asked as he pulled back from you. The stuff about, like, you know, us, you and me, supporting me, loving me, all that, you mumbled. If I didn't mean it, I wouldn't have said it. He replied. No, you asked. That's such a stupid reply. I want you to tell me if you did or not. Don't answer it in a roundabout way. You pouted. Dabi grabbed your chin firmly in his hand, pulling your face a little closer to his as he stared you dead in your eyes. Your heart skipped a beat as he held your gaze, almost refusing to blink. But as intense as that moment seemed, he actually radiated a calm confidence. Listen up, because I'm only going to say this once, he said in a stern voice. I'm not soft. I'm not whipped. I'm not a simp. But believe me when I say that I would do anything for you. With you, I'm all of the above. His absolute sincerity took your breath away, and your eyes welled with tears as you stared back at him. I don't know what to say, you whispered emotionally. Then don't say anything. Just kiss me, he uttered as his sharp gaze flicked to your lips. You slowly pushed your face towards his while he guided you by the chin, your lips touching gently at first as you both became keenly aware of each other's bodies. Then a passionate, messy kiss ensued. You felt like at that point you couldn't have been more in love with him, and you just wanted to give your whole self to his desires, let him take absolute control of your being. You reached around behind his head and grabbed a handful of his spiky black hair, devouring his mouth with hungry kisses. Parents, he mumbled through your wildly ravished kisses. Oh, crap, you grunted, as you kissed his lips rapidly a few times, knowing you should stop in case they walked in, but also not wanting to stop at all. Actually, screw 'em, you resigned, continuing to initiate kiss after kiss. Things started to get heavier, and you returned to your original thoughts about parents and not wanting to be caught making out on the lounge. No, wait, you said, kissing him again. Your tongue connected with his, sloppily, before kissing and pulling back. You leaned back in and kissed his lips firmly once again. Stop. Do you really want to stop? I know you want me, he growled as he reached around behind your head and gripped his fingers into your hair, yanking your head back to expose your neck. Dabi, you whined, as your head was pulled back sharply, your skin breaking out in goosebumps as he ran his teeth down the side of your windpipe. I'm going to get to you the next chance I get, he growled out, biting firmly into the lower fibres of your neck muscle that attached just above your sternum. Ah, you gasped, gripping into the back of his head and shoulder, nails lodging themselves into his scalp and fabric respectively. Dabi pushed you back onto the couch and climbed over you. No, wait, you gasped. No, wait, no, not now, you hissed at him. My parents are in the next frickin' room. Screw 'em. If they hear clapping and the heavenly choirs singing, they need to mind their own damn business, he grunted as he turned your head to the side and kissed needily down to your shoulder. Stop reading memes, you chuckled, trying to push him off. You suck at applying them in real life. It's not very cash money of you, he suddenly said, halting his kisses to stare at you with faux hurt on his face. I'm severely disappointed, you deadpanned. Just then you heard your parents coming and you pushed Dabi off and sat up quickly, straightening your clothes so it didn't look like you and Dabi were just about to make out on the lounge heavily. Yin, it's getting late, and you both have school tomorrow. It's time Dabi went home, your dad said sternly. You nodded and stood up, Dabi following suit as he walked over to your dad. I'll be back again, your boyfriend said with a smirk as he squared up in front of your father. Not tonight you won't be, but I wasn't expecting you to just disappear forever, your dad replied with a wry smile. The two gave each other an acknowledged look, but didn't say anything further as Dabi stepped around him to leave. See you tomorrow, Dabi, you called to your man as he walked to the front door. Laters, baby. We'll continue what we started tomorrow afternoon. Dabi called back to you. We didn't start anything, you hollered with embarrassment. Oh my god, Mum, Dad, please ignore him, you wailed, covering your face and vowing that you'd get even with Dabi as he cackled on his way out the door. Oh, this friggin' arsehole, I hate his guts. If he ever left me, I'd shoot myself in the face, you thought with a smile as you shook your head. Oi, you hollered down the hall the next morning when you saw Dabi at his locker. Satan's ventriloquist! That's me, Dabi shouted casually back as he continued to dig in his locker. What can I do for you, devil's right-hand woman? You're determined to embarrass me no end, you growled as you stalked towards him. I speak the truth. If that's an embarrassment to you, well then that's a you problem, not a me problem, he replied with a smirk. If you don't apologise, I'll dab, you threatened in a dead tone, as you slowly moved your arms up a little to get ready for the move. Dabi froze, his fear-laced, intense blue eyes watching you. You wouldn't dare, he monotoned. You moved your arms up a little higher, a very determined look on your face. Don't, he whispered in a vexed tone. I'll do it, you threatened. Okay, fine. I won't embarrass you anymore, he conceded. Oh, God, you're such a frickin' terror. I'm so glad you're mine, he said with a smirk as he quickly reached out and grabbed you, dragging you in for a hug. Let go of me, you blue-balling sack of... Yin, a word, please, the principal suddenly said as he rounded the corner and caught the tail end of you and Dabi's banter. Oh, you said quickly as you stepped back from Dabi and looked down at the ground. Sure. Please respect 1 metre rule as well, he added haughtily, as he turned and headed off towards his office, with you following meekly behind. 1 metre for the principal, another 6 metres for Jesus, Crow sneered at Dabi as he passed his teammate, heading to first class. Shut up, pain in the ass, Dabi sniggered back. You're only saying it needs to be 6 metres because that's the size of my... Whatever, Kuro called back over his shoulder, holding up his middle finger as he continued on down the hall. You followed the principal back to his office and entered hesitantly behind him. Would now be the wrong time to propose the idea of applying for a scholarship? Yeah, probably, but am I going to mention it anyway? Yep, you thought, as he took a seat opposite his desk. Miss Yin, the principal said sternly as he took a seat and looked across at you, interlacing his fingers as he sat his hands on the desk. We need to talk about your inappropriate behaviour at school. Inappropriate? You asked. Your overt displays of affection towards your male schoolmate, the principal said with a scowl, knowing you knew full well who he was referring to. Oh, yeah, well, he's my boyfriend, so... That is beside the point, the principal said sharply. We do not condone public displays of affection in our school, so you will need to refrain from such behaviour, or I will see to it that you do not attend this school again. Oh, well, this is off to a wonderful start, you thought sarcastically with an internal grimace. Well, about that, he said out loud. I would like to apply for an early scholarship to Kapuru College, you said with a grin that lacked any emotion. The principal was taken aback by your sudden change of topic and looked at you for a few minutes while he processed what you just said. Are they taking early applications? He asked. Yeah, I've already looked it up and the criteria and everything, so if I get in, then you won't have to worry about me being here at school, you said, flashing him another dead grin and praying he would just accept you at your word and help you with the application. He finally sighed and sat back against his chair. Okay, I'll assist, but if you get accepted, then you'll need to do online classes to finish your higher school certification, as well as completing their classes, he said sternly. So basically I'll be doing the work of 2 schools at once? You asked in a dead tone. Oh, hell, man, kill me now, you thought. Yes, he replied bluntly. Any thoughts of reconsideration? Nope. Very well, he said, as he pulled out a sheet of paper and picked up a pen from nearby. You'll need a letter from me, correct? Yeah, and it kind of needs to be like a really nice letter, saying how good I am, you added sheepishly. He glanced up at you and then back down at the paper. Mm-hmm, he hummed, pursing his lips with idle disagreement. I'll do the rest. I'll let you know how I go, you said as he stood up to leave. Very well. I will have this letter sent off to Kapuru College by this afternoon, so it will be up to you to send your application in as soon as possible. Yes, sir, you said happily as you backed back to the door. Thank you. 1 metre rule, Yin, the principal called as you left, just to make sure that you remembered the original reason why you had been called in. Yep, you called as you shut the door and turned to walk away, bumping face first into someone. Who the... Oh, Dabi, you hissed as you looked up into the mischievous turquoise eyes of your man. You miss me? He asked cheekily. Go away! I'm supposed to be keeping away from you to maintain my purity, you said sassily, as you pretended to adjust the crown or halo on your head. Careful with that halo, Dabi warned cheekily as he gestured above your head. It's slipping. Pretty soon it'll end up around your neck, and I can use it as a choker when I've... You quickly slapped a hand over his mouth and looked around in horror. Do you mind? You hissed at him. Keep it PG for the vanillas, please. Well, that got your hands on me quickly, didn't it? He mused cheekily as he pulled your hand away from his mouth. If I just keep talking dirty, maybe I'll get more than just your hands on me. You're impossible, you snorted. I'm out, you added as you stepped past him and started jogging off down the hallway. I got to apply for Kapuru. Oh, so you're going for it then? He called after you. Yep, step up your game, Dabi, you yelled back. Keep up with me. You already know my game is fire, he hollered at the top of his lungs, thrusting his hips rapidly like an idiot. You spun around and dabbed. A part of him died. The next few months flew by. You were busy with applying for your scholarship, studying and volleyball practice, so much so that you hadn't really paid any attention to when your period was due, which by now was very late. Oh, I'm just really preoccupied with other stuff at the moment. It'll come. Maybe it's stress, who knows, you thought, as you quickly packed your gym bag and took off to school. It was a Saturday afternoon, and the Nekoma girls were having a practice match against the Karasuno girls, and you were excited and feeling good. Your team was going to win. You could just feel it. You got to school and jogged to the volleyball court, pushing the door open and entering. Hey guys, you called brightly to your teammates, who had already started warming up. Hey, one of the girls called. Did you change your makeup? She asked. No, why? You asked quizzically as you approached her. I don't know, you just seem brighter today, she said. I feel really good today. We're going to win, you said with a confident smile. I like your attitude, she said with a chuckle. Let's go get warmed up then, hey? Your team seemed to be more in sync than usual today, and you grinned excitedly as you jumped to return a serve. Look out, Nekoma girls, we're going to smash you today, you thought proudly, as you successfully returned yet another serve. The acting ref blew the whistle to signal the end of warm-up, and you got ready for the practice match. Let's do this, girls, the captain of your team said, calling you around to give a quick pep talk before you all got into position. The game started and you felt light, a little too light. Oh, I was feeling so good before. Why do I suddenly feel really lightheaded? You thought, as you tried to focus and take a few deep breaths, but that only seemed to make it worse. The ball flew towards you, and you put your hands up weakly to receive it, managing to get it up, but everything was off. Your team scrambled to get the ball over the net, but it got shut out and landed back on your side of the court. Yo, number 7 called to you. You okay? Yeah, I just feel... Your legs started to give way under you, and you collapsed to the floor. When you finally opened your eyes again, you were in the school sick bay, in one of their beds. What the? You yelped as you sat up quickly. Ayo, chill, one of your teammates said from beside you. What am I doing here? We need to win the game, you said quickly as you tried to get out of bed. No way. You're not going anywhere. You just flaked out in the middle of the court, she said with a laugh. I'm fine. I just skipped breakfast, you replied curtly. Let me get back to the court. Nah, fam, sorry. You're staying here till your parents come get ya. What? No, come on, let me play, you begged. See, I'm fine. Listen, dude. School nurse took your blood pressure, and it was lower than my will to live. So you gotta chill, alright? She said as she stood up and patted your arm. We'll win for you. You groaned sharply as you flopped back onto the bed. Why now? It wasn't long before your mum walked into the room and looked at you. What happened, honey? She asked. I didn't have breakfast and my blood pressure is so low that I passed out. But I'm fine, you added. Please tell the nurse I'm okay so I can go back and play. I think you should rest and eat a proper meal at home, sweetheart, your mum said tenderly. You can play the next game. You slumped and dragged your feet out of the bed, not wanting to move unless it was to go back to the game. Your mum thanked the nurse, and you both headed home, much to your chagrin. How'd the practice match go? Dabi texted you later that day. I didn't get to play because I passed out and they sent me to the nurse's office, you sent back, adding the angry face on the end. I'm pissed. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, you want to do an angry session then to get it out of your system? He leered, sending the smug face emoji. Could you handle the angry session with me? I might cut your dick off and sew it on your forehead, you sent. Does that mean you'll ride my face then? He asked. Not gonna lie, that image does terrify me though. So you're scared of two things in life, me dabbing and me sewing your own dick on your forehead, you sent. Well, number one is a very real and terrifying fear though, Dabi replied. Lol, you sent back. No, but seriously, you okay? He asked. You're so soft now, Dabi, you sent back. Let me rephrase my previous text. You'd better be okay, otherwise I'll screw you sideways from Monday to June. That makes absolutely no sense at all, you replied, cracking a smile as you replied his text. Just then your mum called out that lunch was ready. I gotta go, lunch is ready, you sent to him. Eat up, mama. he replied. You furrowed your brows in confusion at his text, staring at your screen a little too long. Mama? Wait. You looked up at your blank wall, staring intently at it as you tried to count how many weeks it had been since your last period. Oh, crap, you thought. I never took that morning after pill, and my period is 1 and a bit weeks late. Hell, how am I going to do a pregnancy test without my parents knowing? Your stomach nodded with fear and stress. What if I actually am pregnant? You thought. Dabi did this, so we'll be fine. Don't panic. You got up and slowly made your way towards the kitchen as your mind continued to mull things over. Come and eat, your mum said cheerfully as you walked through the doorway. There was a heap of food there, but the sudden worry of the possibility of pregnancy robbed you of your appetite, and you dolefully sat down and stared at your plate. Well, eat up, sweetheart, your mum encouraged. You looked up and smiled weakly at her before reaching for some food. Are there some early pregnancy symptoms that might be able to tell me if I'm pregnant or not? You thought as you discreetly pulled your phone out of your pocket and punched the question into Google, clicking on the first link that came up. You quickly scanned the list, answering no to all the questions as they came up. So boobs, no. Aversion to food, no. Well, not really. I'll be able to eat better once I know if I'm pregnant or not. Tired? Always, but no more than usual. More frequent urination? No. That was a weird question. Missed period? Yeah, but out of all of these symptoms, I only answered yes to one of them. That's a pretty good score for not being pregnant, you thought, as your stress eased its grip on your stomach. I'll do a test just in case, but I don't think I'm pregnant. And with that, you happily dug into your lunch and ate your fill before going to take a nap. The next day was Sunday, and you spent a lot of time sleeping. Man, I just want to eat and sleep these days, you thought as you rolled over and looked at the time. 3:30 p.m. Oh, guess I should get up. You dragged yourself out of bed and took a shower, then got back into some fresh pyjamas and flopped back into bed. What are you doing? Dabi texted as your head hit the pillow. Sleeping, you replied. What the hell? It's afternoon. What time did you go to sleep last night? He asked. 11 p.m, you replied. Which is early by my standards. I don't know, I'm just wasted today. Must be the weather. Want to come over and chill? He asked, sending an eggplant emoji on the end. You sure sound like you just want to chill, he replied back sarcastically. Yeah, sure. I'll tell Mum I'm heading to yours. I'll be there in 15. I'm coming over in my PJs though. I don't care. They'll be on the floor in 5 seconds flat, he replied. Okay, I feel like I just need a good screw and then another nap and then I'll be good, you texted. Let me take care of you, baby. I got you covered, he sent. Rude, you replied, attaching the tongue emoji. Stop delaying the inevitable. Get your sexy ass over here so I can smack it. You replied with a thumbs up as you grabbed your bag and wandered out of your bedroom. Mom, you called out as you got to the front door. I'm going to Darby's for a bit. Okay, honey. See you when you get back, she called from somewhere in the house. You nodded as you left, casually making your way to Darby's, in pyjamas, giving zero fricks as to what you looked like. Sup, you said in a dead tone as Darby opened the front door. Looking hot as hell, I see. Darby teased with a smirk as he leaned casually on the doorframe with one arm up. Move, bitch, get out the way, he said bluntly as you shoulder barged past him. Hey, whoa, he called to you as you made a beeline for his room. What's up your ass? Nothing, I'm tired, I want to go to sleep, you called back as you entered his room and flopped face first down to his bed, one leg hanging off the bed in the most ungraceful way possible. Darby chuckled as he walked in after you and closed his bedroom door and then locked it. I know what that's code for, he leered as he strode over to the bed and crawled up over you, bending his head down so he could bite into your pyjama fabric with his teeth. He growled playfully as he tugged on the well-worn cotton top and sat his crotch down on your ass. You both lay there panting rapidly as you stared at the ceiling. Oh man, now I could go for a sleep, you rasped, ragged breathing lacing your words. Let's sleep then, Darby panted back, sitting up to sort himself out before tossing the tissues on the floor and lying back down next to you. He had started talking before looking at you, but as soon as his eyes met your face, he realised his question would be falling on deaf ears because you had already drifted off to sleep. He smirked and leaned down to kiss your forehead before curling up beside you and drifting off himself. Darby felt like he had just fallen asleep when you woke with a start and flung your arm out, causing Darby to jump awake as well. What? He rasped, struggling to sit up as his heavy-lidded eyes forced themselves open. I want nuggets, you said urgently as your head whipped towards him. What the hell? He whispered, laying back down again and raising one scarred arm up over his eyes dramatically. Don't lay down, you said with fake irritation in your voice, smacking his arm emphatically. I need nuggets! Such a dramatic wake-up for frickin' nuggets, though, he grumbled. It's nuggets we're talking about here, it's very important, you insisted. You're damn lucky that I like you a lot, he mumbled, as he pulled himself up and crawled over you to get out of bed. You love me, he replied with a cheeky smile and lay back down on the bed, stretching comfortably. Dabi found his crumpled clothes on the floor and pulled them on before grabbing his phone from the bedside table. I'll go down to the corner shop, he said as he walked to the door. Wait, you blurted out. He paused mid-step and looked back at you with his half-littered turquoise eyes. Can you get a pregnancy test too while you're out? You asked in a soft, vulnerable voice. His eyes widened a little and he turned back so he could look at you better. I don't know, you said quickly, cutting him off. Could you just get one? He nodded, a small smile pulling at his lips as he did his best to contain his growing excitement. For the record, he said as he turned to leave, I'm happy. We don't know yet, you ass, you pouted, trying not to show him that you were catching some of his excitement. Jimkin nuggers and a pea stick coming right up, he said loudly as he left the room. Oh my God, I hope no one else is in this house, you wailed, burying your face back into the pillow as you listened to his disappearing footsteps. Hey, Dabi said, nudging you with his knee. Huh? You yelped, throwing your head up from the pillow and taking a gasping breath in, dried drool on the side of your mouth. What are you doing back so quick? You asked in shock as you twisted your torso to look at him. What do you mean? I was gone for like 40 minutes. What? Yeah. Did I fall asleep again? Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Got nuggets? You asked, eyes quickly falling on the white plastic bag that had a delicious smell wafting from it. Right here, he said as he shook the bag slightly. Gimme, you said, twisting as you sat up and reached for the plastic bag with both hands, opening and closing your hands like a toddler would when they're reaching for a favourite toy. Got your baby stick too, Dabi said with a smirk. You going to do the test now? No, I want nuggets, you replied in a dead tone. You don't want to find out if we're going to have the cutest baby girl in the world? Dabi asked as he handed you the nugget packet and plopped down beside you. No, you said in a vulnerable voice. I just want to enjoy my nuggets first. Fair enough, he said with a shrug as he reached across to get a nugget. You hissed and clutched the tenders box to your chest protectively. No touchy, you growled. Hey, man, Dabi said in a dead tone. I walked there and back. I deserve payment. You either give me half of the nuggets or you pee on the stick. You quickly passed him the box and pouted with faux anger. That's more like it, he leered, before taking a few nuggets and throwing them down. Hey, when's your next game against the Karasuno girls again? True show, you said with a mouthful of nuggets. I heard from the girls that we beat them in the practice match, so that real match will be easy. You're not going to play though, are you? Dabi asked. Screw you, of course I am, you said, cheeks filled with nuggets as you stared him down. Why the hell wouldn't I play? Because you might be pregnant, Dabi replied sarcastically. You shouldn't play, just in case. I'm probably not, I'm just being stupid, you said dismissively. If you're so sure, then go and take a test then, Dabi challenged, jerking his head in the direction of the toilet down the hall. Can't be bothered right now, you lied, not looking at him. You're scared, he said bluntly, hitting the nail on the head and riling you up even more. I'm not scared, you said sharply. Stop making such a big deal about it. He replied with a shrug, eating more nuggets and looking away. You had lost your appetite now, fear that you might actually be pregnant sinking in. Oh, crap, what if I am? What if I really am? Nothing more was said about pregnancy or taking the test, and you stayed the rest of the afternoon with Dabi, and then headed back to your home for dinner, and sleep, and then got ready for school on Monday. You didn't take the pregnancy test to your place. It was still at Dabi's, and you told yourself that you would do it at his place, but just not now. Tuesday came and you decided to drop by your man's house for a little bit, before going back to school for your game. You coming to watch us thrash 'em? You called out to him as you pulled your gym uniform on in his room. Yeah, might be a little late though. Got a phone interview with Kapuru College, he said casually as he entered his room. You nearly passed out. You what? You screamed excitedly. Did you apply? Oh my God, are they going to accept you? Can you breathe, please? He deadpanned. I won't know until after the interview. That's the whole point of the interview. Oh my God, I'm so excited, you squealed, grabbing him around the waist and squeezing tightly. I've applied for the scholarship, so I won't hear from them for another few weeks, he added. I hope you get in though. Don't worry about me, Dabi said with a lopsided smirk as he patted your head. I'll be fine. Oh crap, I better get going, you suddenly said. I'll be late for my game, let me know how it goes, you added, as you let him go and ran for the bathroom to do one last nervous pee. As you entered the bathroom, you saw the top drawer open of the drawer set closest to the toilet and went to shut it, but at the very back of the drawer you saw the pregnancy test. Should I take it now? You thought, as you pulled it out and quickly read the back of the box. Your eyes scanned the back and over, doing a little jig on the spot there to stop yourself from peeing in your pants. Okay, so instructions are straightforward enough. Pee on the stick, wait 3 minutes, 1 line negative, 2 lines positive, done. Quickly you pulled one of the tests from the packet and undid the wrapper, then followed the procedure for taking the urine sample, and then sat the test on the bench to wait. Surely I don't have to wait 3 minutes, you thought, as you pulled your pants up and flushed the toilet, before looking over at the little window on the stick. There was one line, but the test hadn't completed yet, and you were impatient to get going. See, one line, not pregnant, awesome, you thought with a sigh of relief that was tinged with sadness. Well, off I go to the game then, you continued to internally monologue as you threw the pregnancy test in the bin and then washed your hands and left to go to the game. You'd been gone 30 minutes before Dabi walked in to use the bathroom. He had just finished up with his interview and had been accepted into the college, so he was keen to get to the game to give you the good news. He had intended to go to the loo before heading to the school to watch your game, but the slightly open top drawer caught his attention. I'm sure I shot that, he thought as he pulled the drawer open to look inside. Oh, that's right, pregnancy test. Oh, wait, it's open. His hand shot into the drawer and he pulled out the packet and opened it. It had indeed been used, and there was a test missing from inside. Crap, she took the test. Was it positive? Where is it? He dropped the packet back into the drawer and immediately dove for the bin nearby, holding the small bin up in the air and shaking the contents around so he didn't have to put his hand inside. It didn't take him long to reveal the test, and he shook the bin till the test turned over so he could see the window. 2 lines. Was 2 lines. He dropped the bin back down and grabbed the pregnancy test box again, quickly reading the back to determine what the 2 lines meant. Crap, he yelled internally when he read the meaning of the 2 lines. Oh, she's pregnant. She's friggin' pregnant. He slapped a hand to his forehead and stared at the positive test for a few minutes, shocked beyond words. Suddenly reality hit him and he dropped the test back in the bin. She's at the game. She's at the game. Why the hell is she at the game? He screamed to himself as he tore out of the bathroom and towards the front door. Why didn't she tell me? I swear to God, she's going to hear it from me. So frickin' irresponsible. I'm going to be a dad. Oh my God. His mind continued to loop as he sprinted for the school. The game was well underway and it was 5-all. We got this! One more point at a time! Your captain yelled encouragingly to you all as you reset for the next rally. I'm feeling good today, you thought as you bounced on your toes a few times to let your legs loosen. Wonder if Dabi will be here soon. Did he get into college? The whistle blew and your attention went back to the game, waiting for your teammates to serve from behind you. Give us a nice serve! You called over your shoulder to your teammate as you crouched slightly, eager to get back into it. You waited patiently, hearing them bounce the ball twice before tossing it up in the air and smacking it across to the opposite side of the net. You watched the opposite team scramble to get under it and send it back, and you stepped forwards to receive it should the setter drop it up close to the net. I got this one, you thought as you ran forwards, expecting to save a setter dump, but at the last minute the setter set it up to spike and they angled it directly at you. You didn't have time to react much, but reflexively you arched backwards and moved your arms up to your face, hoping to stop the ball from smacking you fair and square between the eyes. Unfortunately, you miscalculated the angle and the ball, instead of going for your face, hit you forcefully in your lower abdomen, making you shout in pain and collapse to the floor, clutching your guts. You heard the whistle blow and a few gasps and ohs from the bystanders as you fell to your knees, doubled over in pain. Some of your teammates quickly ran to your side and placed comforting hands on your back, asking if you were all right. Then you heard a familiar voice yell your name sharply from the sidelines. You looked up from where you were still on your knees on the court, your pain-stricken eyes meeting the horrified eyes of your boyfriend Dabi as he ran towards you. Hey, he said sharply as he got to your side through the crowd of teammates and wove an arm under yours and helped you up. This can't be happening, he muttered to himself, of all the frickin' things that could happen. Dabi, you whimpered, what the hell are you talking about? Like you don't know, frickin' irresponsible, he growled angrily as he dragged you, limping off court. Hey, are you okay? Another of your teammates asked as she jogged up to you. No, she's not okay. Back off, Dabi snapped at your teammate. I'm taking her to the infirmary. Whoa, dude, your teammate replied, raising her hands up in surrender. Chill. Shove your chill up your ass, he snapped again as he continued to lead you out of the gym. What's going on? You gasped in pain, trying to limp as best you could beside him. That hit really hurt. Of course it frickin' hurt, you so frickin' stupid. Why didn't you tell me? Dabi snapped, swinging you around so you could face him, anger etched onto his face. What the hell, Dabi? I don't know what you're on about, you said, bursting into tears and crunching over again. I saw the test, dumbass, he barked. The pregnancy test, you sobbed. It was negative. Why are you being like this? It wasn't negative, it was positive, he said angrily. And now you've been hit. What? You gasped. No, it was negative. I swear to you it was negative. Tell me why when I saw it was positive, he snapped. We need to go to the hospital, he added, as he scooped you up bridal style and started running towards the on-site nurse's office. Call an ambulance, Dabi said quickly as he burst into the nurse's office with you in his arms. What happened? The nurse replied as she got up and walked over to you and Dabi, her mind clicking into gear the minute he had entered. She got hit in the stomach and she's not feeling well. Dabi said, scrunching his nose with annoyance as he tried to lie about the seriousness of the situation. Oh, I'm sure she'll be fine, the nurse deadpanned, slightly irked that he was, in her eyes, being melodramatic. You looked up at Dabi, a threatening look in your eye, as you silently promised him that you would swiftly remove his balls with a knife if he even so much as thought about telling the nurse what was going on. Hop down so I can examine you, the nurse said to you, so Dabi walked over to the nearest bed and gingerly placed you down. You winced as your body uncurled and you covered your mouth, feeling like you were going to throw up as a wave of nausea washed over you. The nurse grabbed a sick bag for you and instructed you to hold it to your mouth while she helped you sit back a little more on the bed and started touching your stomach and abdomen. Does this hurt? She asked as she pressed into your lower abdomen. Yeah, you grunted, still holding the sick bag up while Dabi watched you nervously. I'm getting cramps every now and again. The nurse stood up and furrowed her brows and then asked you to lie back and rest on the bed, which you did, gently lying on your side, trying to get the covers out from underneath you so you could cover yourself with them. As Dabi reached forwards to pull the covers out from under you, he noticed some bright red bloodstains on the crisp white sheets and called your attention to it. Hey, he said lowly, you're bleeding. Where? You asked, looking over your arms for any signs of injury. I don't know, he said, rolling you a little to check your sides. Just then you got another cramp and you curled up and groaned a little. Suddenly your eyes flew open and you looked at him with a terrified look on your face. Leave, you said bluntly to him. Why? He demanded. Just leave, you said urgently. He backed away, unwilling to go, but being spurred on by the tone in your voice at the same time. Nurse, you called hesitantly, one eye still on Dabi, who was slowly making his way out the door. Yes, she asked as she walked over. I think I've got my period, you said in a soft voice, as you sat up and looked at the sheets where the red blood was. You showed it to the nurse and then pulled your aching body up from the bed and looked at the back of your pants in the mirror nearby, noting a stain on the back of them. Yeah, I've got my period, you said with relief and annoyance, annoyed that it had come on so heavily and so suddenly. Okay, the nurse said as she went and got you a sanitary item. You took it from her and another cramp hit you and you winced again. Another cramp? She asked. You nodded. Sweetheart, she said softly as she placed a hand on your shoulder. I'm going to call an ambulance for you. Why? You asked in surprise. As a medical professional, I have my reasons for ordering this, but I think you'll understand once you have had a blood test. Okay, you replied. Could Dabi come? Is Dabi your boyfriend? She asked gently. Yeah, he is, you replied, still not understanding why she was asking strange questions. Then yes, I think it's important that he is with you for the results, she said, before turning back to her desk to give you some privacy to insert, reply, the sanitary item while calling for the emergency services. Results? What results? You thought. The ambulance arrived at the school and you and Dabi hopped in and were taken to the closest public hospital, while your parents were notified and they said they'd meet you there. Not much was said on the ride in, and the paramedics gave you some pain relief for the cramping and just kept you comfortable for the duration of the trip. Once inside, you were taken straight to the ultrasound room and the sonographer set you up for an abdominal scan, placing the gel on your lower abdomen and then placing the probe on your skin. Now let's have a little looky here, he said, as he gently moved the probe over your belly, looking intently at the screen and enlarging the image. Dabi was looking at the screen and could see a small grey bean-shaped thing in the middle of a whole heap of black. What's that? He asked the sonographer, gesturing to the image that the man seemed particularly interested in. Just give me a moment, the sonographer said as he changed the settings and waited intently, the room filling with silence. The sonographer let out a small sigh and removed the probe from your belly. Excuse me, I'm just going to get the doctor, he said sullenly as he stood up and left the room. What's wrong? You asked Dabi. I think he was looking at a baby, Dabi said in a quiet voice as he hung his head. What? How? But... You've had a miscarriage, Dabi croaked out. What? You replied numbly. But I'm not pregnant, I got my period. Stop being in denial, he snapped, looking up at you with a pain-stricken look on his face. You were pregnant, and now you're not. You were about to reply to him, but the doctor came in and gave you a polite greeting before sitting down next to you in the chair. Miss Lynn, he said pleasantly, I hear you had a pretty bad hit today. What happened? I was playing volleyball, you said, your voice quivering, emotions starting to act up from what Dabi had just said to you. And I got hit in the guts. I see, the doctor said as he turned his attention to the ultrasound screen and had a good look while the sonographer showed him some images. Miss Lynn, he said gently, after reviewing a few of the images shown to him by the sonographer. I have some bad news. Your eyes welled up with tears. Was there a baby? You asked in a broken voice. The doctor nodded solemnly. But unfortunately, we've been unable to detect a heartbeat Due to the blow to the abdomen that you received, the pregnancy is no longer viable. Your heart sank and Dabi got up and walked out of the room. Your anguished cry followed Dabi out as he threw the swinging double doors open and stormed out into the hallway, walking straight over to the opposite wall and slamming his fist into it. "Hell!" he yelled into the clinically white walls, hurling his fist against it again before banging his forehead into it, his face contorting with so many mixed emotions he didn't know which one to focus on at that point. He heard your cry again, followed with a hitching, sobbing noise, and he immediately turned and walked straight back into the room, 100% focused on you as he made straight towards you and grabbed you in a tight hug, half bending over the exam bed as he tried to half sit up. The doctor stepped back and silently excused himself as Dabi held you tight in his arms. "I'm sorry. I'm sorry," you sobbed. "I didn't know. I honestly didn't know." Dabi didn't say anything. He just gripped you tighter, crunching his teeth together and gritting as hard as he could so he bit back the tears. "Don't leave me," you whispered in an anguished voice. "Please don't go." "I'm not going anywhere," he grunted, burying his face into your neck as you clung to him. You both continued to hug, desperately clinging to each other and praying this nightmare would end. After what felt like an eternity, the sonographer returned and told you that the warden would be in to take you to the maternity ward soon. The medical staff wanted to keep an eye on you overnight to make sure everything was all right, as far as the termination was concerned, and the midwives wanted to talk to you as well. "I'm sorry," the nurse said as you were admitted to the ward. "Your partner will have to leave, but he's welcome to visit you tomorrow." You looked sadly at Dabi, and he nodded solemnly at the nurse before glancing at you. "Yin, your parents are here and are waiting to see you. I'll show them in once you're ready," the nurse added. "Oh, crap," you gasped internally, completely forgetting about your parents. "Do they know what's going on?" The nurse left and Dabi said his goodbyes. "You need to rest," he said gruffly, as he reached out and took your hand, squeezing it firmly in his. "Dabi," you said again in a meek voice, "I'm really sorry. This is my fault." He didn't say anything, but just looked away and clenched his jaw, and then unclenched and cleared his throat. "I'll see you tomorrow," he said in a low, raspy voice. Your heart sank again, and as he left the hospital room, tears spilled from your eyes. "I honestly thought it was negative," you wailed to yourself internally. "I wouldn't have knowingly put the baby in danger." As you cried to yourself, your parents walked into the room, and your mum ran to the side of the bed. "Honey," your mum said urgently, "what happened? Are you hurt?" You tried to wipe your tears away and put on a brave face, but you just didn't feel like putting on that mask at that point, and your futile efforts went down the plug hole as you started bawling again. "I'm fine," you wailed. "All we know is you got hit," your mum continued, stroking your hair with fond concern as you lay semi-propped up. "Where'd you get hit, honey?" "In my guts," you replied. "It just hurts so bad, that's all." As you were finishing your sentence, the doctor came into the room and addressed you, and you froze. "Oh, no, God, please, don't say anything, you screamed internally, your widened eyes begging him to remain silent, but he wasn't catching any of your urgent signals. "Miss Lynn," the doctor said bluntly, "I'd like to discuss your blood results if that's okay." You hummed nervously. "Privately, of course," he said, smiling politely at your parents. Your mum and dad looked at him, and then at you. "Why aren't they allowing us to hear the results?" your father asked suspiciously. "This is a confidential consult," the doctor said authoritatively. "I'll be out to talk with you in a minute," he added, as he stepped to the side of your bed and swiftly swung his arm out to indicate for them to leave. Begrudgingly, your parents left, leaving you to talk privately with the doctor. "Miss Lynn, your blood work indicates that there was already an anomaly with the pregnancy, and had you not sustained the blow to the abdomen, your body would have terminated the fetus anyway," the doctor said bluntly, sticking purely with the facts and not letting emotions get in the way. "What?" you asked numbly. He nodded solemnly. "Currently you're at 7 weeks, and we would like to keep you overnight and administer abortifacients, should the body fail to completely expel." His voice continuing to drone on in the background as you internalized, going numb as you came to terms with the fact that either way you would have ended up having a miscarriage. You felt sick to your stomach and went limp on the bed, looking off towards the wall as the doctor kept talking. "I feel it would be best if your parents were to know," you heard him say, your head whipping towards him when you registered what he had said. "No," you said fearfully. "No, please don't." "If you insist that I do not tell them, then you will have to tell them," he said sternly. "There's no other way to explain why we're holding you overnight." You teared up again, fear gripping you by the windpipe and threatening to crush your vocal cords. I'll do it," you whispered hoarsely. "Very well," he replied as he stood up. "The nurse will be in later to check on you." You nodded mechanically and watched him go, heart thumping heavily in your chest as you waited for your parents to come back in. As promised, the doctor only spoke briefly with them and didn't mention anything about the miscarriage, but did say that you had something to tell them. Your dad entered first, looking very concerned as he walked up to the bed. "There's something that you want to tell us?" he asked. Your mum came up to the other side of the bed, and you looked at them both as your bottom lip started quivering. "Mum, Dad, please don't be mad," you said in a wobbly voice. "What is it?" your mum asked softly. "Sweetheart, are you pregnant?" "No," you replied brokenly, tears streaming down your face. "I lost the baby." Your mum gasped and clasped her hand to her mouth, and your dad hung his head as he gripped harder onto the side rails of the hospital bed. You broke down again, sobbing with pain and confusion, but above all, guilt. You knew the doctor had said the baby wouldn't have survived anyway, but the fact that you got hit left you wondering if maybe he had lied to you so that you wouldn't feel like you were the one to blame for the loss of your baby. "Honey, did you know?" your mum asked in a shaky voice, reaching out to take your hand in hers. "Yes and no," you sobbed. I thought I might have been pregnant, so I did a test, but I thought it came up negative. But when Dabi came to the game, he told me it was positive." You wiped your eyes with the back of your hand. "Where is he?" your dad said darkly. "Dad, don't!" you sobbed. "Where's Dabi?" he yelled louder. "Don't, please," you begged. "Honey, now's not the time," your mum berated him. He angrily pushed off the hospital bed rail and stormed out the door, leaving you and your mum to talk. "Mum, I'm so sorry. I was stupid and I didn't think anything of it. And I'm so sorry," you rambled in a distraught voice. "I won't let it happen again," you added, having had the biggest wake-up call of your life. "You're 18 now," your mum said with tears in her eyes. "You need to start taking the right precautions if you're going to be sleeping with Dabi." "Mum!" you wailed, covering your face with your hands. "This is such an embarrassing conversation." "Yes, but it's necessary, obviously," your mum said sternly. "I'm going to talk to the doctors about the pill." "I can do that," you said quickly. "You'd better follow through," your mum cautioned. "I will, I promise. I have a lot of regrets. I'm not going to do anything stupid again," you promised. Your mum nodded. "I'm going to talk to your father. We'll go home so he can cool off, and we'll be back to see you tomorrow," she said as she leaned across the bedside and wrapped an arm around you. "I'm so sorry," you said in a quivering, broken voice. "You're okay, and that's good enough for me," your mum said softly, kissing you gently on the cheek before leaning back and patting your head. "Rest up." "Thank you," you whispered softly, watching as she left. "Dad's thoroughly pissed," you thought with a grimace as you reached for your phone, intending to text Dabi. You hesitated as you opened your phone and looked down at it. What if he doesn't want to hear from me at the moment? You thought sadly, feeling very alone all of a sudden. You let your hand, with phone in it, fall to the bedside, and you looked off to your left out the hospital window, letting out a troubled sigh. Dabi caught the bus home, silently fuming to himself about your carelessness. He desperately wanted to be a dad, to prove himself worthy, to prove that he could be a better father than his own father, and his chance had come, but was snatched away from him in the blink of an eye. "Stupid, stupid girl," he yelled internally, gritting his teeth as he stared out the bus window. How could she have been so frickin' blasé about it? He thought back to the conversation that you'd had with him, how he was always being the one pushing you, and you kind of just went along with it. She wanted a kid though too, didn't she? If she didn't, she should have taken the pill, he thought with annoyance. Then another voice interjected. "Yeah, but you should have wrapped it before you tapped it." He sighed aggressively and hung his head, pressing his forehead into the back of the seat in front of him as he stared at his shoes. "I'm not completely free of the blame either," he thought angrily. That night, after a lot of coming down, he texted you to find out how you were doing. "I'm so sorry, Dabi. I'm so stupid. Please forgive me. This won't happen again. This is a heavy mistake to learn from," you sent. "Listen, I'm not completely free of this blame either," he replied. "We should have talked about this better. It's a big decision, and we just acted like it was a McDonald's order." You smiled as you read his message. Dabi always had an uncanny way of making you smile. "I'm smarter now," you sent. "I'm learning from my mistakes." "Wait, are we on the same page?" he texted. "Huh?" you replied. "What do you mean?" "You're not going to go and say that you're giving up on doing it with me, are you?" he asked. You smirked deviously as you tapped out your reply to him. "Yeah, I'm changing schools to a nunnery. I'm taking up the vow of celibacy," you sent sarcastically. "Well, looks like I'm about to commit a kidnapping then," he sent back, making you smile. "You coming to see me tomorrow?" you asked. "Yeah, baby, of course," he sent back, and your heart melted. "I love you," you texted. "Thanks. I'm kidding. I love you too." "You're an ass." "Nuns aren't allowed to swear," he replied. You snorted with amusement and texted your goodbyes and then put your phone down, body feeling heavy from the drugs that they had pumped into you. The next day, Dabi arrived to see you, at the same time that your parents showed up, and your dad saw him walking down the hallway before Dabi spotted him. "Dabi!" your dad yelled down the hall, making the lithe teen stop dead in his tracks. "Hun, not now," your mum begged, trying to hold your dad back as he started marching purposefully down the hallway. Dabi stood his ground, turquoise eyes watching your dad get closer. Once he was in strike range, Dabi spoke. "If you've never done anything wrong in your life, hit me," he dared lowly. Your dad faltered in his steps and slowed. "Hit me. Hit me if you're perfect. Hit me. Hit me if you have no regrets in your life. Hit me," Dabi said in a purposeful voice. "If you hit me, you're a hypocrite, because I know no one's perfect," he added. Your dad seethed, balling his fists up by his side as the two testosterone-filled males continued their stare-off. "I know I'm not perfect," Dabi said, "and I want to apologise on behalf of myself and Yin." "Don't you dare talk about Yin," your dad seethed. "Oh, I'll talk about her, because one day she'll be my wife, whether you like it or not. So if you don't want to know me now, then don't bet on seeing the grandkids either," Dabi dared. The hall went deathly silent as the two continued to square up, but Dabi knew that he had your dad by the balls, so stood his ground. Finally, your dad released a loud exhale and let his fists relax, stepping back before turning and storming back to where your mum was waiting, and Dabi continued down the hall and waited outside your room, wanting to give you and your parents some time together before he went in. "Hi," you said with soft apprehension as your parents entered. "How are you feeling?" your mum asked with a gentle, concerned smile. "I'm okay," he replied quietly. I think everything's going like it's supposed to," he added sheepishly, glancing at your dad, who hadn't spoken to you yet. He nodded stiffly and looked down. "Yin," he said in a deep voice, making you tense at his tone. "Use your brain next time." You fought the urge to scowl and just hummed instead. How insensitive can he be, you thought with annoyance. "Dabi's here," he added, and you flinched as he turned towards the door. "Dabi!" he called sharply. "Come in." Your eyes fell to the doorway, and your man appeared, his brilliant turquoise eyes falling softly on you as he entered. "Got the whole crew here," he commented dryly with a half smirk as he shoved his hands in his pocket and walked over to the bedside. You let out a sigh of relief as he stopped by your head, and you reached out to hold his hand, desperately wanting to give him a kiss but refraining because your parents were there. "I got into Kapuru," Dabi suddenly said, looking from you to your dad, and you gasped with excitement. "You did?" you screeched. "Oh my god!" "We're getting a place together when Yin gets accepted too," Dabi added, giving zero hex about appropriation of timing with comments. "Jeez, Dabi," you snapped. "Did you have to say that now?" "No time like the present," he replied calmly. "Best fight the bull when it's fresh," he added, looking at your dad. You hesitated a glance at your father, who looked thoroughly pissed all over again. "Aren't you supposed to wait till the bull is nearly dead before taking it on?" you deadpanned at Dabi. "Only pussies do that," he replied lowly, as he stared your dad down. Mum, could you please prepare for my funeral?" you said in a dead tone at her. "For personal reasons, I'll be now passing away." Your mum sighed heavily. "Listen," she said, grabbing your dad's arm. "You," she punctuated, commanding his attention, "go outside." "But I didn't do any—" "Go outside," she said in the sternest voice you'd ever heard her use. Then she turned to Dabi. "And you too," she snapped. "Get outside." Dabi smirked and glanced at you from the corner of his eye. "Mum's spoken," he commented to you before pushing off your bed rails. "I'll be back." Meanwhile, your father was acting like a spoilt 5-year-old and was trying to argue with her. "It's him," he pouted, pointing at Dabi. "He's the one who's ruining this family." "No, you are ruining this family," she snapped. "Now get outside and sort yourselves out," she said, pointing to Dabi again, who had casually strolled to the door and was waiting for your dad. Your father huffed loudly and stormed up behind Dabi, clearly upset at how your mum had handled him. "Fudge, ice cream's nice, isn't it? I wish they had some here," you blabbed, covering for your swearing as best you could. "He's a child," your mum grunted angrily. "Now, let's talk." "Oh no," you whispered. "You're not going to give me the talk, are you?" "No, but I'm going to make you promise me some things," your mum said sternly. "What?" you asked dubiously. "Promise me you won't get pregnant until you graduate college," your mum said, staring you in the eye. Okay," you replied. "No, Yin, you must promise me," she said sternly. "Okay, promise," you confirmed. "Promise me that you'll visit on weekends," she said. "Wait," you gasped, your eyes widening. "Are you letting me move in with Dabi?" "Promise me," she warned softly with a tear-filled smile. "Oh my god," you squealed, tears filling your own eyes. Yes, I promise." You bubbled as you leaned over the bed rails to hug her. And promise me that you'll tell your father that you love him, your mum added. Promise, you said with another smile as a tear slipped down your cheek. Last promise, she said as she pulled back. Promise me you'll get better. That's a guarantee, you said with a grin. I'll be out of here in no time. 2 days later you were discharged from the hospital with the all clear. Everything had gone smoothly and you hadn't had any clots, so the doctors were pleased. Your mum was reluctant to let you go to school the next day, but you told her you were okay and you were looking forward to seeing Dabi again. Your father seemed much more subdued after his talk with Dabi, and flat refused to tell you what had been said between him and your man. But when he came back into the hospital room that day, he had just hugged you and whispered that he loved you, and that was it. It was now school time and you walked into Nekoma High with your bag slung casually over one shoulder. The first person you saw was Dabi, and you beelined for him, slinging your bag off your shoulder and bashing it into his backside. He spun around and grabbed you in a hug, bending you over backwards as you let out a playful scream. Hit me again, I'll break your back next time we're in bed. He growled into your ear as he held you doubled over backwards. Seriously? You asked. Literally just got out of hospital and you're already dirty talking? Just letting you know where I stand with violence, he said, straightening and pulling you back up against him. Hey, what did you say to Dad? You asked curiously, that burning question still lingering in your mind. That's a secret man's business, Dabi said with a smirk. No, seriously, you pressed. What did you tell him? I'm not saying, because under any other circumstances I would have been labelled a pussy, but he knows me now, and that's all you need to know, Dabi said, pressing a finger to your lips. Hush, butterfly. You poked your tongue out from between your lips and licked his finger defiantly. Fine, you pouted, talking with his finger still pressed to your lips. I won't ask again. Good girl, he uttered, his lust-filled turquoise eyes making your legs go weak. Miss Yin, the principal grunted as he rounded the corner. You jumped back violently and tucked your hands behind your back quickly. I'm sorry, you barked. The principal scowled and walked over to you. My office now, he said sternly. You hung your head and sighed. I'm not even back for 5 minutes and I'm already in trouble, you thought, as you turned and dragged your feet down the hall, the principal keeping step beside you. Love you, Dabi called after you, and you discreetly gave him the middle finger so the principal wouldn't see. I hear you were quite unwell recently, the principal commented. Yeah, you said softly. Are you in good health now? He pressed. Mm-hmm, you nodded. Glad to hear, he replied softly, getting just ahead of you so he could open the door to his office for you. Thanks, he whispered, head still down as you entered. Sit, please, he said with a stiff gesture towards the chair, and you flopped down into it. I got an email from Kapuru. Oh my god, gosh, oh my gosh, you said quickly as your eyes flicked up and met his. And they would like to see you for an interview, he said with a gentle smile. Really? You gasped with excitement. Oh wow, when? Monday, he replied. If you pass the interview, you will get the scholarship. Ah, you exclaimed loudly. Okay, oh wow, okay, thanks. Is that all? I need to call Mum. That is it. I will forward the email to your parents, the principal said. Congratulations. Thank you, you said with a giant smile, standing up and heading for the office door quickly. You exited, and as soon as the door shut behind you, ran down the hall, heading for Dabi as fast as your legs could carry you. Hey, poop for brains! You hollered down the hall when you saw Dabi chatting with Kuro. She means you, Kuro deadpanned at Dabi. Shut up, of course she means me. Who else would get such an amazing nickname? Dabi said sarcastically to Kuro, before turning to you. What do you want, pain in the ass? Dabi hollered back to you. You grinned from ear to ear and started sprinting down the hall towards him. Don't run, you female dick, you'll fall over, he shouted, crouching a little and putting his arms out, ready to catch you. I got an interview, you screamed as you launched into his arms. I can't hear you because I'm deaf now, Dabi said as he spun you around. An interview with who? Kapuru, you idiot, you giggled excitedly. Hell yeah, when? Dabi asked as he hugged you close. Monday, you replied as he set you down on the floor again. Congrats, Kuro said from behind you. Thanks, dude, you said with a smile. You taking this dropkick with you? Kuro asked, nodding at Dabi. He already got in, the prick. He cheated, you said, playfully smacking Dabi on the chest. Yeah, stole the answer sheet and got in. Dabi deadpanned sarcastically at Kuro. Because you can totally do that. She's just mad that I'm smarter than her. You punched him in the guts. You are not, you commented, poking your tongue out. Dabi playfully tried to bite your tongue and Kuro groaned. It's like 3 a.m. on adult sites and your balls deep in some weird stuff, like tongue-biting kink with animalistic grunts, he said, making fun of your somewhat sexual playfulness. That's your top search, Dabi leered at him. Screw you, Kuro replied with an amused snort. And you're my top search, you hooker. Boys, you're both weird, okay? Can I go home now? You monotoned. Only if you take me with you, Dabi leered. Kuro, which way is it to Horny Jail? You asked the tall volleyballer. Don't ask me, wouldn't know, Kuro replied as he turned and headed off to his first class. I honestly think we're too good for this school, you said to Dabi with a smirk. Let's go and ruin Kapuru together. See, this is why you're my ride or die, Dabi said lowly as he grabbed your chin in hand and kissed you firmly on the lips. Can I be your ride and die? Just drive me off a cliff, you said. Oh yeah, baby, we have too much life left to live, he said, dragging your body in for an all-encompassing hug. The way he hugged you made you feel like, although what he had said was meant to be playful, he actually meant it on a deeper level. That night, your mum cried. She was excited that you'd gotten the opportunity for an interview, but it also meant that there was a high chance that you might be moving out with Dabi. She liked him, sure, as much as any parent could, but she also knew nothing about him, and she didn't like that. Yin, she called out later, after having fixed her makeup to cover her puffy eyes. Would I be able to have Dabi's number? Not trying to be rude, but no, you said bluntly as you walked into the room that she was in. Why do you want his number? I want to talk to his mum, she replied. Mum, don't, you whined. That's so embarrassing. Why do you want to talk to his mum? Please don't say anything about what happened at the hospital or why I was there in the first place. I don't think she knows. Yin, I don't know anything about your boyfriend, and as your mother, it's only natural that I'd want to know more about him, she said in her strict mum voice. You pulled a face and let your shoulders slouch. Oh man, you groaned, pulling your phone from your pocket. Fine, here. You copied Dabi's number in a text to her and sent it, putting your phone in your pocket and leaving the room immediately. No sooner had you left the room that you ran, bolting to your room and closing the door quickly. SOS, you texted Dabi. Mum demanded to have your number. Proceed with caution. Oh, he replied. Mum-in-law's going to do a booty call, huh? Shut up, this is serious, you sent. She's doing mum recon work and she's bound to find out that you're a weird, sex-perverted alien and send you back to planet 69. Oh, cover's blown, he texted. Guess this is goodbye. He then immediately sent another text. Yo, your mum just hit me up. Oh crap, already? That was quick, you replied. Did she ask for your mum's number? Yeah, he replied bluntly. Oof, it's a gangbang. Ew! Mum, ex-daughter, ex-son. That's not even correct, what the heck? Get it. You're so weird. Are you giving her your mum's number? Yeah. What? You texted in capitals. No, why? I got nothing to hide. He texted you. Love me or hate me, I am who I am. That's very much a you thing to say, you replied to him. I don't give a damn what people think about me. He texted, adding the middle finger emoji for good measure. Except when it comes to maths, you replied cheekily with a wink face. Maths can get screwed, he texted. Maths can suck my left nut. You were about to reply with I'll suck your left nut, but then decided not to because of obvious reasons, and deleted the message instead. If you want to, you can come over now, he replied, sending the cheeky tongue out emoji. How the hell did you know what I was going to text? You sent back, smiling at your phone as you typed the message out. We're soulmates, baby, he replied, and you snorted out loud with amusement. Screw you, you sent, adding the red heart emoji on the end. Soulmates are for losers. Dabi smiled at his phone as he lay back on his bed shirtless, the soft, pliable flesh of his chest tugging at the edges of his scarred middle and the purplish red knotted scarring making it difficult to move sometimes. As he put his phone down on the bed beside him, he heard his mum talking on the phone downstairs. Yin's mum moves quick, he thought as he sat up and swung his legs off the bed and then casually strolled to his bedroom door. He pulled his door open and listened briefly to the conversation downstairs before closing it softly again and heading back to his bed. Mum's probably going to spill the beans about everything, he thought with slight annoyance as he flopped back onto his bed. It's not like I don't want Yin to know about my past. I've already tried to tell her once before, but I just don't want the pity vote. And her mum's going to, for sure, give me the pity vote. As Dabi lay on his bed, the flashback started, his mind picking memories from that day, the day that his dad had completely lost it. Now, this next section, I read it over and it's pretty intense, so I'm going to leave it out because it's very full on. But it is available to read on my website, quirkyfanfics.com, if you are interested in reading it. If not, that's fine, completely understandable, and I'll pick this story back up after the flashback ends. Dabi shuddered as he remembered back to that day and rolled on his side. No one should have to go through that. No one should have to have a father like that. One day, when I do become a dad, I'm going to be the best father ever. I'll prove I can do it. I'll prove I can surpass my old man. Once I become the best dad, I've won. He sighed again and listened downstairs. His mum was still talking away, and he heard her telling parts of their life. I swear if Yin's mum feels sorry for me, I'm going to lose it, he thought with a scowl. Until then, it's business as usual. Yin's going to be my wife and we'll live a happy life together, free from any kind of abuse. He smirked as he remembered your little antics, things that made you you. Stupid girl, he thought with an endearing smirk. While you were eavesdropping on your mum, you only caught bits of the conversation, but the fact that your mum was crying was enough for you to piece together everything, and you sat down outside the door and hung your head. I know that he had a rough past, but I didn't know just how bad it was, you thought. All I've done is made his life worse for him. I need to apologise. You sighed and got up, deciding to distract yourself from the gloomy conversation by practicing your scholarship interview. Is it cheating if I Google common scholarship questions? You thought, heading back to your room and flopping down onto your bed, and then reaching for your phone in your pocket and opening the internet browser. The next few days flew by quickly, and all of a sudden it was Monday, and you were sat in front of a panel of people at the interview room at Kapuru, sweating bullets. So, Yin, tell us a bit about yourself, the interviewer asked with a mechanical smile. Ugh, I hate this question, your brain screamed before you smiled and started your reply. Well, you started. People don't recognise me without a volleyball under my arm. I live and breathe the smell of Bokasa. You tried to make a little joke to lighten the mood, earning yourself a small chuckle from the lady on the end. The head interviewer smiled. I assume you are interested in our sports instructor program then? He placed his hands neatly on the desk and interlaced his fingers together. Definitely, he said with a smile. I am passionate about the sport and would love to be able to light that same flame in the kids that I train. The minute the words left your mouth, you immediately thought of Dabi and cursed the day you were born. Ugh, that was a terrible analogy, you screamed internally. That's wonderful, the lady on the end piped up. Can you tell us about a time that you had to overcome a challenge regarding volleyball? Yes, volleyball is a team sport, but sometimes I feel like I need to carry the team on my shoulders because I'm a bit of a go-getter, you said, repeating the very specific reply that you had rehearsed over the last few days. This causes me to be a little bit too uptight, and I don't play as well. It's something I'm working on, trusting and relying on others, but I'm getting there, and I'm always open to advice and constructive criticism, you said with a nervous, shaky smile. That last bit isn't exactly true, you thought. I get extremely defensive if someone tries to correct me, but these people don't need to know that. The lady smiled politely. Well, it looks like you answered my other question about strengths and weaknesses too, she said before looking at the man beside her for him to ask his question. Why do you want this scholarship? He asked bluntly. Someone I really care about got into this college, he said honestly. We share the same dream and the same passion, and although I haven't finished school yet, I'd love to be able to support them here while doing both schoolwork and college work to prove to them that I too can do it if they can do it. The lady smiled at you again, obviously impressed with your answers, while the man who asked the question nodded stiffly and wrote something down. Oof, tough crowd, you thought with an internal grimace, watching him write. The last few questions were asked, and then you were excused, and they said they'd be in contact soon. Oh, I hope I did okay, you thought as you left the room and headed down the hall. I don't feel like I had them all on side, but let's just hope they let me in. You exited the building and followed the path out and down towards the college gates, your attention being drawn to some courts nearby where a guy was teaching a bunch of kids some volleyball. This is boring, one kid pouted as the guy tossed him a ball to receive. Come on, it's better than washing dishes, the guy cajoled with a brilliant smile. No, it's not, the kid pouted again. You slowed and stopped, and then turned and walked across, out of interest. Hey, you called to the guy and the kid. Ever played the floor is lava? The kid looked over at you and deadpanned. That's so lame. Is it? You asked with a smirk as you indicated for the guy to toss you a volleyball. He did so with a little bit of a pout and crossed his arms across his chest defiantly, but still a little curious to see what you'd do. Every ball that hits the floor means that you lose a point, you said as you punted it lightly towards the kid. He deliberately missed the first one and his eyes flicked towards it as it sailed past and hit the floor. Oops, loser, you said smugly as you indicated for the guy to throw you another ball, which he did. Let's see about this one, huh? You added as you tossed the ball up and then smacked it towards the kid. He let that one go too, but seemed a little more upset that it had hit the ground this time, and you let out a loud fail buzzer noise. Bah! Man, you really suck at this, don't you? You said cheekily to the kid. That's 2 down. You asked for another ball from the guy and then punted it at the kid. This time he jumped to receive it and you smirked. See, the kid said defiantly, I can totally get these. They're easy. Oh, are they? You retorted playfully. Don't let this one hit the ground then, you added as you returned it away from him, making him run for it to receive it. Too easy, he lied as he returned it. You can't beat me. Bet I can, you challenged, making the serves harder and harder to challenge this kid. He was working harder and harder with each return, and the guy who had been originally teaching him stood there with an impressed smirk on his face. I like your teaching technique, he said once you and the kid had finished, stepping forwards and extending his hand to shake yours. Name's Toru Okawa. Hey, he greeted. I'm Yinlin. You go here? He asked, jerking his head towards the college. Maybe, he replied with a shrug. Just had the scholarship interview. A smart girl, huh? He said cheekily with a smirk. I like smart girls. Is that because they make up for what you lack? You replied with a completely neutral expression on your face, waiting to see what he would say. Oof, so cold. Icy, you replied with a smirk. Okay, Oikawa, have a nice life, you said, before turning and leaving. He didn't say anything as he walked off, just watched you go with an amused smirk. You guys shut down, the kid deadpanned at him. You're so lame. I want her as my teacher. You're only 8, what would you know? Oikawa pouted, placing the volleyball on his head and pulling his bottom eyelid down while poking his tongue out at the cheeky 8-year-old. You headed out of the college gates, unaware that one of the male interviewers had seen your interaction with the 2 boys who were playing volleyball and, curiously, decided to go and have a chat with them. Oikawa, the interviewer called to the handsome Alba Josai player. I see you had a brief interaction with our scholarship candidate. The girl just now? Oikawa asked. Yeah, the cool one, the boy added, earning himself a scowl from Oikawa. You liked her? The interviewer asked the boy. Takeru likes anyone that isn't me, Oikawa said with a dejected chuckle. She's really good at teaching, better than my uncle, he added with a smirk at Oikawa. Now you're just being mean, Oikawa pouted, sassily putting the back of one hand to his hip as he popped it out to the side. Well, that's saying something, isn't it? The interviewer mused with a smirk. Family ties are strong. The fact that you haven't met her before but immediately felt comfortable says a lot about her character. Not this family, though, Oikawa muttered under his breath. My nephew would sell me to the devil for a bowl of mochi. The interviewer was still deep in thought and didn't hear Oikawa's barely spoken words, pondering things as he nodded to himself and then thanked the boys and headed away. You really did me like that, Takeru, Oikawa pouted to his nephew. You put it upon yourself, Takeru replied frankly. It's not my fault that you suck. Oikawa clutched his chest like he had been shot, and a pained expression covered his face, while his nephew smirked proudly. You were deep in thought as you walked to the bus stop, music blaring in your ears as you replayed the interview in your mind and wondered what you could have said better. Shouldn't have made that cringe-ass joke. What the hell even was that? You muttered internally. They're probably sitting in that room still, talking about how I suck. You walked around the bend in the path and headed through the park, taking the shortcut to the bus. Suddenly, rough arms grabbed you, and a hand was clamped over your mouth from behind. Going directly into fight mode, you grabbed the arms of the person that was holding you, and held on to them as you threw your body forwards and doubled over, pulling the person off their feet and flipping them over your back and head before letting their arms go and trying to duck away from them. It was only once the person had landed, half in front of you, that you realised it was Dabi. What the actual hell do you think you're doing? You screamed, the sudden spike of adrenaline making you shake uncontrollably. Bruh, he wheezed, pulling himself up to standing. I did not think that through. You most certainly did not, you panted, bending over and putting your hands on your knees as your chest heaved heavily, one earbud dangling from your ear. Oh my gosh, what the heck are you even doing here? Came to see my wife. Girlfriend, after her interview. Is that a crime? Seeing me after an interview is one thing. Attacking me after an interview is another, you said, throwing yourself at him and punching him in the chest, your knuckles crunching into his toughened, melted skin behind his thin shirt. That hurt you more than me, he said with a smirk when he saw you pull a face and shake your hand. Hey, listen, I just wanted to say sorry, you suddenly said, hanging your head bashfully. The hell? Sorry for everything. Some stuff I can't take responsibility for, but I'm sorry that you went through so much as a kid, and If this is a friggin' pity vote, you can shove it up your ass, he seethed loudly. I'm fine. I'm trying to be nice, asshole, you snapped, your angry eyes snapping up to his. No, you're not. You just want to make yourself feel better for making it look like you're comforting me, but all you're doing is more damage. Stop, he said bluntly. Screw you then, you huffed, pouting as you turned and walked off. Interview didn't go well then? He asked as he jogged up beside you. No, it sucked balls, you grumbled, kicking a rock that was in your path. Dabi grabbed your arm and forcefully swung you towards himself, bending his head down to yours and capturing your lips against his firm, purposeful kiss commanding you to obey, and you flung your arms up and around his neck and pulled your body against his to show your need. From nearby, an older couple watched in absolute confusion. Are they kissing now? The older lady warbled as she peered at the two of you from her frosted bifocal glasses. Tongue hockey, the old man replied. Weren't they just fighting a minute ago? Her shrill voice crackled. Yes, love, he replied. I don't understand the young people these days, she said with confusion and disdain. They don't know whether they're coming or going. Who's coming in, Goreng? The old man asked in surprise. No one's coming in, Mrs. Goreng. She died 4 years ago, the old lady replied, belting the man with her handbag. Get your mind back on the path to righteousness, amen, she mumbled. You heard the couple vaguely from behind Dabi, but all your attention was on him. You want to go somewhere quiet? He whispered lowly in your ear, as he broke from the kiss and slid his face past yours. Mm-hmm, he hummed, running your hands up through his spiky black hair. Come with me, then, he uttered as he let you go and took your hand, marching off the path and over towards some trees at the back of the park. We'll just pretend we're chilling over here, he added as he sat down and pulled you down on top of him. Yo, I don't mean to be a party pooper, but I want to have some... Well, that's your own fault for finding me so attractive, you teased sassily. Don't worry, I'll sort you out later, you added, making sure that he knew that he wasn't going to be left hanging. Yeah, that's that queen shit I'm talking about, he replied, winking at you as he helped you up and took your hand in his. Okay, let's get rid of this boner. Get you home. Very funny, you replied, with a smirk as he bent down and picked up your bag. Well, I, for one, feel much better. Yeah, you just needed to release, he replied. As long as I keep you happy, you'll be fine. Not necessarily. We've been through some stuff lately, like stressful stuff. Yeah, but we got each other, he said in a hushed voice, half of him happy that he had said it out loud, and the other half wishing he'd just kept it to himself. Aw, you whispered. That's cute. Shut up, it's not, he retorted. It's not like I'm totally in love and wouldn't change a thing. You blushed and smiled. Shut up, idiot. You've gone soft. Well, I have now, actually. No boner. I wasn't talking about your boner. Yeah, you were. You said gone soft. I was talking about you as a person. Stop trying to change subjects, you teased, elbowing him in the side. Well, the only thing I care about right now is you, he replied, grabbing you in a hug and picking you up off the ground as he screeched loudly. Hey, he added in a serious voice as he dropped you down on the ground again. What, doofus? I love you. Your heart leapt in your chest and you smiled bashfully at his sincerity. I love you too, he replied shyly. Okay, softy, let's go. Excuse me, how come I'm the soft one now? You sassed. I'm a cold-hearted biatch. Oh, you've friggin' melted ice cream in my hands, he teased. That's okay, your secret's safe with me. You snorted through your nose and shook your head, continuing on beside him as you headed to the bus stop. Margaret, I swear I heard that tree moan, the old man from earlier warbled. Eric, we're going to church this weekend, the old lady replied. You need a cleansing. I'll sneak into yours later tonight, you promised him, giving him a kiss on the lips as you skipped up your front steps and into your home. Yeah, okay, text me. You know I will, you called back to him as you opened your front door and headed inside, giving him one last look before closing the door. Mum, I'm home, you called out. You could hear chatting coming from the kitchen and headed there curiously. As you walked in, you saw Mrs. Todoroki talking with your mum. Oh, hey, you said with surprise. What brings you here, Mrs. Todoroki? Hello, Yin. I just came to have a lovely chat with your mum, she said with a smile. Okay, you replied suspiciously, looking at your mum. Darby's just heading home now. He came to get me after my interview. Oh, the interview! How was it? Your mum asked excitedly. Okay, I guess, you replied. Just have to wait and see now. Your mum and I have been talking about you and Darby's plan to move out together, and I'm happy for it to go ahead. So good luck. I hope you get in. Thanks, Mrs. Todoroki, you replied with a soft smile. Please call me Ray, Mrs. Todoroki said with a pleasant smile. Oh, damn, levelling up, you thought with an internal smirk. Thank you, Ray, you said with another smile. I also wanted to thank you again for sticking with Dabi. He's so much better now for having you in his life, she said tenderly. Oh, it's no problem. You can't help who you fall for, you said with a laugh. I'm meaning me, of course. I'm the idiot who fell for him. She laughed. Well, thank you, she said again, turning and smiling at your mum. Okay, well, I'm going to go now, so I'll see you again, I'm sure, you said as you backed out of the kitchen. Yes, bye, Yin. Bye, hun, your mum added. You kept the smile on your face till you were out of sight and then quickly pulled your phone out and texted Dabi. Your mum is here, you texted quickly. Quick, he texted. Come over. You dick. Okay, give me 5 minutes, you replied, setting the smirk face. Why is she there? He asked. How the hell am I supposed to know? He texted back. I just walked in and they were there. Were they getting it on? He asked. What the heck? For some reason I feel like saying only in the Hawks book, but I don't even know what that means. What the heck? He replied with the crying laughing emoji. There are a lot of what the hecks in this conversation, you typed. I put a lot of hecks in you, he sent back, adding the smiling purple demon emoji. Okay, I'm sneaking out. I'll be at yours soon. Keep your window open, you sent. You quickly shoved your phone into your pocket and set your bed up with pillows and then threw the covers over it to make you look like you were sleeping. Creeping to the window, you slid it open and jumped out, running for your back gate and sneaking through before running off down the street. It was only a few minutes later that Dabi heard you entering his backyard. He got up from his bed and slid the window open, leaning down on the sill and smirking down at you. "Aren't you going to ask me to let my hair down?" he asked sarcastically. "Can you just hurry up and help me up?" you asked with a pout. "Come to the back door, Libero," Dabi teased condescendingly. "No one's here but me, so you don't need to come up the window." "Ass," you called back, poking your tongue out. You walked around and waited at the back door, listening for his footsteps as he approached. "What's the password?" came Dabi's cheeky voice through the door. "Dabi's a dick," you replied with a grin. "Wrong. Dabi's an ass? What is this, kink confession time?" he teased. "Password's a poem. Violets are blue, roses are red. Drop to your knees and give me—" "I'll bite you if you don't open up," you threatened. "No," he said quickly. "Come here, I want to cuddle." "Cuddle?" "Yeah. You're so soft, you bloody sundari." "More like a kuderi," Dabi replied as he wrapped his arms around you once you'd caved and crawled up to give him a hug. "You even know what the types are, you weeb," you teased. "I also did a test to see what fruit I am," he added. "Turns out I'm a pineapple." "You have a lot of time on your hands," you commented, snuggling into him and giving him a kiss on his gnarly scarred cheek. "I'll have even less time when we move in together," he replied, tilting his head and idly kissing your forehead. "Oh man, I hope I get in," you moaned sadly. "It would suck if you got in and I didn't." "I'd stand at the Nekoma gates each afternoon and tease you that you didn't get in," he replied in a seemingly dead serious tone. "I don't even doubt that you'd do that," you said with a laugh. "I would also kick you in the balls if you did." "And I don't doubt that you'd do that either," he replied with a smirk. "When do you find out if you got in?" "I don't know, next week," you mused. "Don't worry, you'll be the first to know." "Who else would you tell apart from me? I'm the only one that matters." "Oh, I'd totally tell your ego first because that's the friggin' biggest thing in this room," you said as you kneed him inside, making him grunt. He chuckled. "You know you love me," he replied, kissing your forehead again. "Dick," you chuckled, snuggling into him more and breathing in his scent. It wasn't long before you had drifted off to sleep, Dabi's arm around you as you rested your head on his chest. It was much later that night that you woke suddenly, immediately remembering that you weren't in your room. "Oh crap," you hissed as you sat up abruptly. "I need to get back home." "You are home," Dabi rasped sleepily as he tightened his hold on you. "That's sweet, but no, I have to go," you grunted, trying to pull away. "Don't stay away too long," Dabi mumbled as he slowly lost his grip on you and flopped face first back onto the pillow. "I'll be back," you said, imitating the Terminator voice. "I've changed my mind," he mumbled into the pillow, smothering his smirk. "Oh, pff, you uncultured swine," you grumbled playfully, smacking his bare ass. "I'll text you when I get home." He mumbled, not even looking up at you as you grabbed your clothes, put them back on, and then snuck out. You made it back home okay and texted him to let him know that you'd gotten home in one piece. Nothing was said by your parents the next day, so you assumed that they hadn't noticed that you ducked out yesterday, luckily. It was 4 days later that you came home to your mum smiling from ear to ear, grinning at you with suspicious happiness. "What?" you asked dubiously. "Oh, nothing," she said in a little sing-song voice. "You're acting weird," you said bluntly. "Honey, what would you like for dinner? Anything, you choose," she said gallantly. "Mom, what's going on?" you pressed, getting more and more concerned by her happiness. "I'll tell you over dinner," she said with a grin. You hummed nervously. You told her what you would like for dinner and then escaped to your room to text Dabi. "Hey, Mum's acting weird," you sent. "On a scale of me to Tendo from Shiratorizawa, how weird is she acting?" He replied. "No, it should be the other way around. He's the normal one. You're weird." Rude," he sent back. "Anyway, what's she doing?" "She's being really happy." "Seriously, that's super sus." "If you can't tell, I'm being sarcastic." He texted. "No, but like she's got this really creepy smile on her face." "Like this?" he sent, adding a picture of himself smiling creepily but still managing to look hot. "Yeah, but you still look hot." "I look hot no matter what," he sent back, adding the smirk face. "Okay, narcissist, go love yourself and I'll text you later. Mum said she'd tell me why she was happy during dinner." "Good luck," he texted. "Thanks," you sent, adding a red heart. "Mom, please," you deadpanned. "Can you not hum and giggle as you're eating your food? It's really off-putting." "Oh, but I'm just so happy," she said with a delighted chuckle. "Dad, can you tell her to just tell me what it is already?" you deadpanned to your dad. "Hun, just tell her," he said to your mum in a bored voice. "You've been telling everybody all day. Please just tell her." Oh, you're such a wet blanket, she pouted to your dad, shooting him a very disappointed look. After staring your father down, she then turned back to you. What is something that you want more than anything else right now? She asked hopefully. Oh, I hate these freaking questions. Like, sometimes it's just, I want to die, or chicken nuggets, but if I say either of those, I know they're not going to be the right answers, so why even bother replying? You monologued to yourself, as you gave her a completely vacant stare. It's something to do with college, she squealed, prompting you. Oh my god, you gasped. Did I get in? Did I get in? Yes, she screamed, the overwhelming excitement making her shake enthusiastically as she wailed along with you. Mom! You screamed, jumping out of your chair and running around to her side of the table to engulf her in a hug, the two of you dissolving into babbling messes as you embraced. Congratulations, Yin, your dad said calmly as he stood up to give you a hug as well. Oh my god, I need to tell Dabi, you cried, tears of happiness pouring down your cheeks. You raced from the room and tore down the hallway, grabbing your phone from the bedside table and jumping onto the bed as you rang Dabi immediately. City Morgue, you kill 'em, we chill 'em, he answered. Oh my god, I got in, I'm so freaking happy, you screeched, all of your shouting words rolling together as you coughed and sobbed into the phone. Whoa, babe, what's wrong? I'm so happy, I got in, you wailed again. Did somebody die? He asked with confusion. No, you yelled, I got in! Oh, hell yeah, he yelled with excitement. You did it, baby! You just straight up screamed and smashed your head repeatedly into the bed covers, your mind exploding with all the things that you were looking forward to doing with Dabi. I'm so excited! You screamed. Time to start looking for a place, he said with a smile that you could feel through the phone. Oh my god, yes, what's our budget? We're going to have to sit down and try and be adults and get our finances in order, he replied. Ugh, responsibility, you said with a playful grimace. Come over tomorrow, we'll sort it out, he said. No, we're just going to talk and we'll talk about finances. Well, you're no fun. We have all the next few months to do it. Let's just get out together and live life, you squealed. Yeah, alright, he said with an amused chuckle. I'll see you then. Okay, so, including groceries and stuff, we're left with $200 a fortnight for rent, Dabi said, sitting back in his desk chair while you sprawled out on his bed. What the heck? No, surely we've got more than that to play with, you asked. Nope, numbers are here. I'm looking at them. Give me that, you suck at maths, let me see, you said, getting up and leaning out towards him to swipe the paper off his desk. He lay back down and looked over his writing, trying to find the error, but there was none. Hope you like noodles, Dabi leered. We'll be eating cheap for a bit. Oh, gonna have to get used to it, I guess, he said with a sigh. There was a moment of silence before you perked up. It's fine, we'll be fine. How hard can it be to find somewhere cheap and nice? How do you feel about a whorehouse? We could sleep in the back room. Neighbours might not like the noise that we make, though, Dabi leered, leaning back in his chair and giving you a turquoise smolder. That could be our last option. Let's try and find another place first, you said with an eye roll. That following weekend, you and Dabi went to look at some places that you'd found. Okay, fair warning, some of these are a bit, well, they need work, you said with a nervous grin, like you weren't telling the whole truth. Dabi hummed suspiciously. Okay, so the first one is $120 a fortnight, you said, trying to sound as optimistic as possible. Okay, so basically trash with a pergola, Dabi deadpanned. Is this going to be a crap house? Come on, it can't be that bad, can it? You said with a cajoling chuckle. You grabbed for his hand and squeezed it merrily, swinging it a little as you and he walked down the road that turned down a small alleyway to get to the house that you had looked at. Where the hell is this? Oh, God. Dabi groaned loudly. Oh, you've got to be kidding me. What? Are you serious? He asked, pointing ahead to the house that was sandwiched between two apartments, the only access being down the narrow alleyway that you were both standing in. You stalled. Yeah, I think this is it. What the hell? Well, it might look better on the inside, you said with a fake smile, trying to channel as much optimism as humanly possible. Let me guess, just push the door out of its hinges to get in? He asked sarcastically as he started forwards again. Dodging rain puddles, or whatever they were, you made your way up to the front of the house and stepped forwards to knock on the splintered front door, still hand in hand with Dabi. Be careful. You'll get splinters, he sneered. You looked back at him and poked your tongue out. Coming! Someone inside the house called out. That's what she said, Dabi mumbled cheekily. There were a few bangs and bumps and the door creaked open and the real estate agent stood there with a brilliant smile on his face. Yin and Dabi, I assume, he greeted with a zealous handshake to each of you. Please come in, he added, gallantly inviting you into the house. Here we have, he started, picking up a grandiose tone as he clicked into real estate agent mode, A very eclectic, quaint abode, right in the heart of hell, Dabi interjected with a smirk as his turquoise eyes met the agent's. He knew what the man was doing and saw straight through it. Sorry, he then apologised, with zero sympathy in his voice as he continued to stare the agent down. Go on. The agent cleared his throat and took the lead, gesturing to the small staircase that led upstairs. Most of the steps rotted away or caved in. I will take you up the stairs in a moment, but let me first show you the lower level. You nodded and stepped around the puddle of something on the floor and glanced up at the mouldy ceiling before grimacing and following the agent through to the kitchen. Open plan living makes the space ideal for watching the rats consummate, Dabi offered, earning himself a sharp jab in the ribs from you. The agent cleared his throat again and looked around for something else to direct your attention to. The garden outside, he paused. Outside the back door, through the broken fence, an older lady could be seen watering her plants, completely naked. Well, that's something you don't see every day. A full moon in broad daylight, Dabi commented. You turned to the agent quickly and tried to maintain your composure, but it was thinly veiled. Thank you very much, sir. We'll be going now, you said in a very stiff voice. Oh, are you sure? Don't you want to see the upstairs bedrooms? The agent begged. Why go upstairs when we're going to end up back down here in 2 seconds because we've fallen through the floor? Dabi deadpanned. Without another word, you two left, not even looking back as you made your way back down the alleyway to the main road. Did you have to be like that? You snapped at Dabi. Did that place have to be so crap? He replied. Listen, I'm doing my best, you growled angrily. I don't see you trying to find a place. Give me 3 minutes and I'll find our home, Dabi said, pulling his phone out of his pocket. Fine, you pouted, crossing your arms across your chest in a huff as you turned your head away from him and looked off down the street. Got it, he said smugly. No! You whipped your head back towards him. You're a frickin' liar. Dead serious, he leered, wiggling his phone mid-air. Come with me, let's go. Where is this place? You asked suspiciously as he took your hand and headed off for the bus station. It's 2 streets back from the college, he replied, reading something on his phone as you both walked. How much? You asked. $2.10. His eyes shifted to look at you and then quickly looked away. We can't afford that, you gasped. See, I knew you couldn't find us a place. Let me handle it, he said calmly, nodding towards the bus station ahead. It's only a short ride. You pursed your lips but didn't say anything else as you hopped onto the bus and got a seat with Dabi beside you. Having not made any appointments to see this place yet, you and Dabi walked along until you found the address, your eyes falling on a fairly decent little townhouse that was squished between some larger houses. Front yard could do with some work, you commented. Well, if that's the only criticism, then I'll take it, Dabi replied, looking down at the weeds growing through the uneven path that led up to the front door. There were brown newspapers up against the inside of the windows on the bottom floor, so you couldn't see in, unfortunately, but the place in general seemed a lot more sturdy than the last. Want me to ask for an appointment? Dabi queried, as you stood back, looking up at the second-level windows. Guess so, you replied, but I don't know how we're going to afford it. Listen, this place hasn't been lived in for a while. They'll probably jump at any opportunity to get someone in here. If not, then we move on. It's fine, he replied casually. House is only a home when there's people in it. Doesn't matter where the house is. So the other place was fine then, you replied cheekily. Definitely not. I'm not going to deal with crack lady at the back. Dabi deadpanned, and you burst out laughing. Okay, fine. But I still have some places to look at if this one doesn't work out, you said, giving him the side eye. I'll make this one work out, he promised, scooping you into his side and kissing you on the temple. Then I'm going to bend you over every piece of furniture in this house and claim you on every inch of it. Yeah, you've said that before, you teased with an eye roll. 2 days later, you went back for a viewing and nervously entered the small townhouse, expecting a repeat of the last place, but surprisingly, this one was heaps better. Well, walls are, Your voice trailed off as you stepped into the front room and looked around at the ripped wallpaper that was a brown and yellow flowered pattern. Easy fix, Dabi commented confidently from behind you and slung his arm around your shoulders as he stepped up beside you. You hummed dubiously, crossing your arms across your chest as you looked around the room. Let's see the kitchen, he said, turning you around and walking you out and down to the kitchen that was on a kind of split level lower. Bro, you laughed when you looked at the missing tap in the kitchen sink. How are we supposed to do dishes? We don't, he replied bluntly. We eat out every night. Always got an answer for everything, huh? You remarked, elbowing him in the ribs. Have we seen upstairs yet? Not yet, he replied, but it's going to be good. How do you know? You asked suspiciously, narrowing your eyes at him. I'm being optimistic, he said, painting his hand out in front of you while he leaned in, as if drawing a rainbow across your path with his passionate words. Optimism can only get you so far, you warned, Listen, let's look at the other places that I found, and then we'll compare them to this one, and then decide which one we want. Okay, deal, he promised, leading you up the stairs and turning left into the first bedroom. The house was a 3-bedroom place, 2 rooms upstairs and 1 downstairs, and the rooms upstairs were pretty good. Not much needed to be done to them, and there was no mould. Okay, so what do you rate this house? Dabi asked you. Like 6, you mused. There were a few things that needed fixing, but it wasn't as terrible as the first place. So you do admit that that place was bad. Dabi leered. I was just excited to be getting a place okay. Stop crapping on my parade. Well, it's pretty frickin' hardcore. Thought the saying was don't rain on my parade. Well, for normal people that aren't dating you, it's just rain, but you like to poo on my parades, you teased. Is this a kink? Dabi asked with surprise. I mean, like, if you're into being crapped on, I'll do it. Not that I'd enjoy it, but anything for you, Poopy, he teased, grabbing you around the waist and squeezing you against his side as he kissed your forehead. Don't frickin' call me Poopy, you wee-wee head, you snapped with faux anger, trying to fight him off with a straight face, but failing. The two of you bantered and teased as you left the rooms upstairs and came back downstairs, simmering your weirdness as you got to the agent at the front door. So, what do you think? The agent asked expectantly. We'll be in contact. Dabi replied professionally. Thank you for letting us look through. It's no trouble. Call me whenever you have made up your mind, the agent said with a smile, handing Dabi her card. You both thanked her and left. No sooner had you walked out the gates that you looked up the number for the $140 a fortnight house that you'd set your eyes on earlier when you were looking for places a few nights back. Good afternoon, you greeted the agent on the other end of the line politely while looking at Dabi intently. I'd like to book an inspection for house 69 of Cox Street at your earliest available appointment, please. Dabi roared laughing when he heard the name of the place and stopped so that he could double over with laughter. You gotta be kidding me. That's not a real house number and street name, he cackled. Is this place a scam? It's real, you hissed, covering the speaker of the phone as you scowled at him. The pictures look decent, okay? Is it a Western cock? Dabi leered, because I'm not into Western cocks. Shut up, you ass, you growled at him, trying not to laugh as you continued squeezing the life out of the phone receiver so the agent couldn't hear what Dabi was saying. After looking at the available appointment list, the agent then addressed you on the line. We do actually have an availability this afternoon at 4:20 p.m. Would that suit? She asked. Perfect, you said, looking at your watch to see what time it was. We'll see you then. Wonderful. Thank you for calling, Miss Yin, you said quickly. Miss Yin, the agent repeated. Looking forward to meeting you. Same, you replied, then said your goodbyes and hung up, turning your full attention onto Dabi and addressing him. Okay, listen up, wee-wee head. No, absolutely no dick jokes when we look at this place, okay? Can't promise anything. Might be too hard to keep it in. I'll leave you tied up at the gate, you threatened. I'll moan loudly till you come back, he leered. You scowled at him, knowing that he would do just that if you did refuse to bring him into the house. Just don't embarrass me, you said, suddenly changing to a pout instead of a stern look, switching up your attack from aggressive to begging to see if that had any more weight. I'll do whatever you want when we get back home, as long as you don't say anything stupid in front of the agent. Oh, I like this, Dabi sneered, his top lip curling back with amusement as his mind ran wild. I'll hold you to that. Yeah, but you gotta behave, you warned. Since when do I misbehave? He asked innocently. You deadpanned. Seriously? You seriously want me to answer that? Okay, don't answer that. Child? Yeah, I know. Okay, Dabi said, holding his hands up in playful defense. Maybe getting down on your knees for me will make me behave more. No! Well, it was worth a try. You'll try anything to get that, won't you? You teased. Oh, but it's just because you're so good at it, he praised as he slung his arm across your shoulder and then turned to keep walking down the street. Onward to Cox Street. You snorted and coughed while laughing, trying to contain yourself. You're just trying to flatter me with that comment about me being good at it. Flattery only works on weak bitches, and I'm not a weak bitch, you said proudly. You're weak to me, he whispered huskily as he tilted his head to your ear and nibbled on your earlobe. Stop, wee-wee head, you tried with a smirk. I love you, Poopy, he whispered, kissing your neck before straightening and smiling to himself. Ugh, love this stupid smug arsehole, you thought as you smiled to yourself. Amid small talk and playful punches, you finally made it to the house in question, your face falling when you saw a graffiti of a male phallus on the front gate. Oh, God, you whispered, your heart sinking as Dabi tightened his arms around your shoulder and squeezed you into him. Well, he said loudly with a smirk, This place looks sturdy and erect. Shut up, you snapped, hiding your smile as he chuckled deeply to himself. The agent, upon looking out the window and seeing you both at the gate, came out to greet you. Welcome, Miss Yin and Dabi, Dabi offered. Mr. Dabi. You stifled a laugh and cleared your throat. So we're interested in a place and thought this one might be suitable because it's within our budget, you said to the agent, glancing at the obnoxiously large male phallic drawn in graffiti on the gate. Perfect, she said brightly. Well, come and have a look through and I'll give you some information about the place. Does this house abide by the No Nut November principle? Dabi asked, earning himself a sharp jab in the ribs from you. I'm sorry, what's the No Nut November principle? The agent asked with confusion. Nothing, you said quickly. Please ignore Dabi. He's just been released from the mental institution down the road. The agent gave you a strange look and then nodded and stepped away from Dabi a little, who was smirking at the lady creepily. The agent led the way up to the house that had a lovely open-plan lounge and kitchen, the walls being painted a soft pink. The colour palette's amazing, Dabi announced loudly. Same colour as the inside of a... Stop! You hissed, jabbing him again. So, you said loudly to the agent, covering for Dabi's embarrassing comments. How many bedrooms and bathrooms is this place? Oh, it's 3 bedroom and 3 bathroom. A threesome, Dabi quipped just before you slammed him in the chest. Quit it or I'll tie you to the post outside, you hissed quietly with embarrassment. You want me to beg while I'm tied up? He leered, grabbing your chin and leaning down to kiss you firmly on the lips right in front of the agent. You quickly pulled away, covering your face with your hand. Sorry, can you just give us a moment? You uttered to the agent before turning and dragging Dabi outside by the ear. Listen, you hissed at him, still with a death grip on the shell of his ear between the piercings. What happened to being good? Do you really want to live in a place called Cock Street? Like, come on, he said with a laugh, grabbing your wrist to make you let go of his ear. Let's just go to the other place. It's close to college, and I know I can get the place cheaper. But you said you'd give this place a try, you pouted defensively. Yeah, I walked in. It's good enough, isn't it? Dabi replied. Come on, you want a place, right? I can have one by this afternoon. It's 4:30 now. He glanced at his watch. Most real estate places close by 5 p.m. Do you want a house in less than a half hour? You stared at him, your mouth scrunched with defiance. Okay, fine, you finally conceded. But 210's way too much for that other house. How much do you want it for then? Dabi asked with a smirk. 150, absolute max, you said as you crossed your arms across your chest and raised an eyebrow at him. There's no way that he can get that place for 150, you thought smugly. Tough. But, yeah, pretty sure I can get that, Dabi said confidently as he crossed his arms back at you. I have connections. Wait, what? You never told me you had connections, you said with surprise. Connections with who? Let me show you the power of a Todoroki, he leered in reply. I'm the captain of the Nekoma Boys volleyball team. I know lots of influential people. Prove it, you teased. Silently, Dabi reached into his pocket for his phone and pulled it out and then rang his coach. Hey, coach, he greeted brightly. Need a favour. There was a pause and you heard his coach say something on the other end, making Dabi chuckle. No, sir. Not at the police station. I'm mature now, he added, winking at you as you rolled your eyes with a smirk. No, I'm actually about to put a deposit down on a house. More silence as Coach Nakamata replied. Seriously? Dabi chuckled. I'm being serious right now. Me and my girlfriend, Yin, we're getting a place in preparation for college next year. Dabi smiled as his coach said something else. Thank you. We found a place, but I feel like it might be overpriced. Anyway, you could find an evaluator who's on our side. More silence as Coach Nekomata said something else. Now for the hard part. Any chance it could happen today? Another round of silence. Dabi smiled. This is why you're my favourite coach, he flattered. Address is... You waited patiently while they chatted a little more, and then Dabi thanked him once more and hung up. Let's go get that 150 house, he said with a smirk. I told you I'd look after us. We haven't even got the place yet, but I like your confidence, you said as you uncrossed your arms and flung them around him. While you hugged, the agent came out to see if you'd sorted yourselves out yet. Just checking in, the agent said sheepishly as she approached you both at the front gate. Are you still interested in Cockhouse? Dabi asked. No thanks. We'll take our orgy elsewhere. Dabi! You snapped with embarrassment, turning to the agent to quickly apologise for your boyfriend's comments. I'm so sorry. We will decline for now, but thank you. The agent sighed. Might need to put that application into the council for a street name change because it's obviously a deterrent. The amount of dick jokes I get from potential clients is unbelievable. I can believe it, Dabi said with a smirk. Anyway, Enjoy your cock. We'll be off now. Dabi! You hissed, covering your face as you turned and sped walked away. Come back, pretty lady, Dabi called creepily after you. I don't know you, go away, you called back. I'm going to call the police. The agent's sweat dropped as she watched you both leave. Well, they would have been a good fit for the house. I think the guy could have made dick jokes all day. Mind you, she may have left him after a week of living there. Back to the other house you went, keeping quiet while Dabi made calls to various people during the bus trip. After hanging up the phone from the final time, he grinned at you and slung his arm around your shoulders, proudly pulling you into his side. Stop acting a weird, you weirdo, you teased, giving him the side eye while he smiled proudly to himself. I'm going to be the man of a house soon, he said, to no one in particular, as he looked straight ahead. Okay, you can be the man, I'll allow it. You have my permission to say that you're the man, you replied smartly. Thanks, he said, then paused as he realised that he'd been duped. Hey, wait a minute. You cackled, your laughter being smothered by him as he dragged you into his chest for a cuddle. After suffocating face first into his shirt, you stopped giggling and looked up at him. Are we really going to get this place? I don't want to get my hopes up, you said sadly. Of course, baby. I'm going to get us this place. No question about it, he replied confidently. What makes you so sure? You asked quizzically. Because I'm Dabi, that's why. He leered. You poked your tongue out at him, and he quickly licked it with his own tongue, making you blush with surprise. Ew, you gasped. That's gross, wee Ed, you teased. He grabbed your chin and pulled your face up to his, initiating a passionate tongue kiss. What's the difference between me licking your tongue and us tongue kissing? He asked. Riddle me that, huh? Question time is closed, you replied in a playful, indignant tone, pulling your face away from his. Hey, he said as he grabbed your face again and made you look him in the eye. You're my favourite person to annoy. You blew him a raspberry and giggled as he squished your cheeks. You're my favourite arsehole. You know who has my favourite arsehole? He leered. No, we're not doing this. I'm going to do it in the kitchen. Stop! Rail you over the rails. We're in public! Bathe you in my... Shh! You hissed vehemently, slapping your hand to his mouth. You're gross! And you love it, he replied between your fingers with a chuckle. Just then the bus stopped at your station and you both scrambled to get off, trying to be first to get off before the other. You won. The Bureau's rule, you stated proudly as you marched ahead of him, while he walked along behind you with an amused smirk on his face. You made your way to the house and stopped at the gate, smiling back at him excitedly. You ready, baby? He asked as he strolled up beside you, his turquoise eyes gazing down at you as you bounced a little on your feet. Yep, you squeaked with excitement. Dabi looked up as the agent approached and gave her a big smile. Sorry to call you back here so quickly, but we decided on a second viewing, he said, with a knowing smirk pulling at his lips. Oh, not at all. We've always loved second viewings, she said with a polite smile. I'd also like to have this place assessed. Oh, but of course, we can have our own inspector approve this house, the agent said with a bright smile. I have an inspector coming soon. Our own inspector, Dabi replied, holding back a look that to you screamed checkmate. The agent paled slightly, but gave him a hollow smile to hide her hesitancy. Not a problem, she smiled weakly. That's not an issue. When are they arriving? Just then a car pulled up on the curb and a man stepped out with a clipboard smiling at you, Dabi, and the agent. Right now, Dabi said with a smirk as he raised a hand at the newcomer. Oh, the agent replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Good afternoon, all, the inspector greeted as he walked over to you all. Is this the house in question? He gestured to the house. It is, Dabi replied with a smirk when he saw the look of thinly veiled fear on the agent's face. I wonder when the last time was that this house had an inspection, he thought. The inspector stepped forwards and passed the agent at the gate. You don't mind if I go ahead and have a look, do you? He asked the lady. Not at all, she replied with a laugh laced with concern. Feel free to ask if you need me for anything. I will, he replied as he stepped forwards and down the path, clicking into inspector mode. You glanced at the very smug-looking Dabi, who had started to follow suit, happily trailing the agent as she meekly followed the inspector into the house. Once inside, you peeled off to have a look in the rooms downstairs again, mentally planning out where you would put things. The agent tried not to look too worried, but Dabi could see her agitation growing each time the inspector's pen hit the paper on his clipboard. Discreetly, she tried to text her realty, probably asking questions about when the last time the house had been checked for stability and livability was. So, Dabi said loudly as he stepped over to her, we're tossing up between a few places, and there's one that suits us much better than this house, but if we could get it at a good price, we'd consider taking it. He baited. She looked up at him. What price were you considering? She queried. $150. He he replied casually, like he hadn't just asked for a whole $60 off the rent payment a week. The poor agent choked on her spit and cleared her throat hurriedly, tapping her chest while she did so. I will have to talk to the owners, but this is a very lovely house, so I do think you and your partner would suit this place very well. I wouldn't want you to miss out on such a wonderful opportunity. Yeah, well, if this place doesn't pass the inspection, Dabi said casually, looking away and scratching his scarred cheek as he left his comment open-ended. Whatever do you mean? This house is problematic, Dabi asked as he noticed the inspector tapping on the walls. The agent swallowed thickly and stepped away from Dabi, holding her phone up. Just let me make a quick call, she said, glancing at the inspector once again. Dabi smirked and turned back to you. We have the place. I can feel it, he said lowly, before walking over to the inspector. What's the prognosis, Doc? He asked smugly. The inspector tapped the page that he'd been writing things down on with his pen, then looked up at Dabi. It's looking good for you, not so much for those who are trying to rent the place out, he said. Perfect. Dabi sneered with amusement. How much do you think I could get off? A whole lot, the inspector replied. I'd offer them $120 a week and then haggle from there. Dabi nodded and thumbed his nose before glancing at the real estate agent who had stepped outside by now and was talking in a hushed, vexed tone to someone on the phone. She knows she's in for it, right? Dabi said to the inspector. I'd say so, the inspector replied, glancing at her as well. You walked out of the front room and stopped when you saw both guys giving the agent outside a sly look. Dabi, you called, jerking your head to get him to come over to you. What's up, sexy? He asked as he strolled over with his hands in pockets. What are you doing, you suspicious bastard? Not doing anything. Swear on my grandma. She's rolling in her grave right now, I can see it. She's reaching for a sandal. She's about to beat your ass for lying on her name. Dabi winced and pulled a hand out of his pocket and tenderly rubbed his ass. Yeah, felt that. Now, tell me what's happening. We're about to get this place dirt cheap, Dabi said with a sexy smirk. Told you, leave it with me. How bad is this place, though? Like, is it going to fall apart on us? Hope not, Dabi deadpanned, then quickly let you know it was a joke. Chill, baby, chill. I'm kidding. No, for reals, I'm about to beat your ass, you growled. Babe, please, don't buy us anything stupid. This is by far the best place of the three we've seen, he said, looking up and over your head and out the window. Give me a second, I'll be back. You looked over his shoulder to see what had piqued his interest, and noted with a worried look on your face that he had seen the agent that had stopped talking on the phone. So, Dabi said with a casual confidence as he walked out and approached her, we'd offer $120 a week for this place. $120? The agent spluttered. That's absurd. No, it ain't, and you know it, Dabi replied, giving her a haunty look. She narrowed her eyes at him a little, and then turned to call out to the inspector. Sir, do you mind if I have a look at what you've written so far? The inspector nodded and walked out, handing her the clipboard. The further she read down the page, the more pale she became, and the more her jaw clenched and unclenched. I just need to make another call. Please excuse me, she said in a soft, defeated voice, calling her boss again. She walked away as the boss answered the phone, and Dabi gave the inspector a snarling, devious smile. Got him, he said lowly. It'll cost a bit to do up, the inspector replied. There are a lot of jobs around this place. It's not a problem, though. All we got to do is write complaints to the landlords and they fix the problem, right? Win-win for us, Dabi said smartly. Just then the agent reappeared back on scene. The landlords have decided to sell, she said numbly. Is that so? Dabi commented sarcastically. I wonder why. Are you interested in buying the place? The agent asked. Give me a second, Dabi said calmly, turning and walking back inside the house to find you. Hey, babe, he called up the stairs. Yeah? You called back, having been standing in the main bedroom trying to visualize where everything would go. We're going to buy this place, he shouted. We what? You hollered back. We can't afford to buy. What if we got the parents involved? Yours and mine, to go guarantor. Dabi called again, smiling broadly when you appeared at the top of the stairs. I don't know. All we can do is ask, what do you say? He said. I say it probably is going to be a no, but we can ask anyway. Okay, he said, and then turned away and walked back out to the inspector and agent while you started slowly descending the stairs. How much do you want for the place? Dabi asked the agent. 300,000, she replied quickly. Bull. Make it 210K. Dabi shot back. I cannot negotiate on their behalf. I'll have to put it to them, she replied professionally. Yeah, you go do that, Dabi said smugly, and give them the inspector's notes as well. I look forward to hearing from you. He turned and walked smartly away, heading back inside and leaving the inspector to hand over to the agent what he had written. We're going to get this place, Dabi said with low-key excitement as he grabbed your hand and dragged you down the last 2 steps into his arms. let's go now and talk to Mum and then your folks. Wait, now? You sure? You asked. Dead sure. We gotta go. He started dragging you to the front door, marching with purpose to the veranda, and then off to the front gate. Thank you, you called to the agent and inspector, who was still standing there. Sorry, he's on a mission. Mum, Dabi called as he got home and slammed the front door open. We found a place. We're going to buy it, but we need you to go guarantor. Where is this place? Ray asked as she walked out from the laundry room and down the hall to the front door. Hi, Ray, he said with a smile. Please excuse him. Ray smiled and gave you an apologetic wave as he gestured for you to follow her into the kitchen. No, I should be apologising to you. He's like a bull at a gate when he gets his mind set on something, she said. The funny thing is, I was the one who was hell-bent on getting a place to rent, and then he was super chill, and then all of a sudden he's found a place that we're going to buy, you said with surprise. Ray chuckled as she sat down at the table. So, Dabi asked, completely ignoring you two talking about him as he placed his hands on the table and leaned down on it, focusing on his mum. Can you guarantor? I guess I can, but have you gotten yourself a loan yet? How much is the house? Have you signed paperwork? Ray asked Dabi. It's a house. I want it. End of story. That's basically how you got me. You just hung around like a fart until I accepted you. You teased him. You love me, he replied with a smirk. Now hush, I'm doing business with Mama. You crossed your arms with amusement and raised an eyebrow at him. Do Yin's parents know about this? Ray asked, looking at Dabi. No, they don't, you replied from behind him. He just came straight here. I'll have to talk to them then, Ray said, looking past Dabi to you. You nodded, giving her permission to call your parents, while Dabi straightened up from the table and crossed his arms across his chest. Let me talk to him too, he demanded confidently. Oh, no you don't, you interjected quickly, looking at Ray. I don't trust him as far as I could kick him. You say that a lot, Dabi replied to you. You've never tried to kick me, so how would you know how far you could get me to go? What if I run as well? There have been no rules regarding running once kicked. You went to say something and then stopped. That's actually a good point. Okay, but just don't say anything stupid. Me? He asked, pointing to himself. You deadpanned. I'll do the talking first, Ray said as she stood up, and then walked off to get her phone so you could all have a consultation with your parents as well. She returned a moment later, and you took a seat round the kitchen table, so she rang your mum's phone and put it on loudspeaker. Hello, your mum greeted. Oh, well, if it isn't my favourite mother-in-law, Dabi said loudly. Stop it, you hissed across the table at him. Hello, your mum asked. Oh, hi, Ray said happily. I've got two very excited children here. Children? Dabi queried with a little scoff. Shh, you hushed him. Who want to talk to us about going guarantor for a home they've found? Ray said. Guarantor? I thought we were going to rent, your mum asked. We were going to rent, that is true, you said quickly, but we think we can get this place, and then we'll be set for life. How much is it? Where is it? Can we see it? Your mum asked. I'd like to see it before we sign our lives away. Dramatic, but okay, you thought, resisting the urge to do an eye roll. Happy to let you come on a walk through, Dabi said with a confident smirk, crossing his arms across his chest and leaning back on the chair. When are you available? You looked at him with surprise. Who the heck is this confident, smug, professional-sounding Dabi, and does he not realise the house still needs a lot of work? He saw the look on your face and winked at you from across the table, his turquoise eyes gleaming with some kind of sexy power that made your heart fall over and roll sideways and then fall into your stomach. Ugh, Daddy, you groaned internally as he continued to watch you like you were his prey. Well, we could come and have a look at it tomorrow afternoon if that suits, your mum said. Ray nodded in agreement. I'll be free then as well, so we can all attend. Done, Dabi announced, uncrossing his arms and tapping the table as if to signal that that was final. Tomorrow afternoon. See you there. The conversation wrapped up, and you just sat there looking at him. How is he so sure about this? Where are we going to get the money? Does he have a savings account? You waited until Ray had left the kitchen, and then you asked the burning questions. Hey, you called across to him with a jerk of your head. Where are you getting the money for this house from? Dabi smirked. Something I haven't told you yet. I haven't asked Mum yet, but we'll have enough for the deposit. You didn't kill anyone, did you? Did you do a hitman job and then duck with the cash? You asked, half joking, half serious. No, but we got compensated for the drama with my old man, Dabi said with a smirk. I'm going to ask for my share for the house. Wow, okay, didn't know you got paid. Well, I didn't get paid because Mum got the money sent straight to her account. But now that I'm a legal adult, I can ask for my share because I went through that hell as well. I deserve to get some of it. Yeah, well, that makes sense to me, he replied. I don't think your mum would have any issue giving you a share. Yeah, especially if it's going to a house. She probably kept it from me for fear of me spending it on alcohol and stuff, he replied as he scratched his head and leaned back on the chair. But I'm a model adult now. You are an overgrown child, you retorted. Oh, don't need to drop my pants to remind you that I'm no child, he leered, licking his bottom lip and gazing at you hungrily. You coughed and looked away. Meh, it's not that impressive, you lied. I'll have you sleep talking about it the next time I get between those thighs, he leered. Shh, you gasped, mortified. Your mum's going to hear you. He chuckled loudly, a lopsided grin on his face. I have no shame, remember? Saying you were nervous was a massive understatement. You were stiff as stone as you walked mechanically beside Dabi up to the front doors of the house in question, waiting for your parents and Ray to arrive. What if they don't like the place? You whispered to him. I don't care, he replied with a shrug, looking out from the veranda for their cars to arrive. But you need to care. If they don't like the place, then they won't sign as guarantor, you wailed. Baby, he said lowly as he turned to you and grabbed your chin in his hand. Look at me. You stopped your fretting and looked up into his smooth gaze. Do you trust me? He asked. No, he replied cheekily. I can sell ice to the Eskimos, he replied. I'm a smooth talker. We're getting this place. You yanked his hand from your chin and lunged at him, cuddling him so hard it nearly burst his ribcage. Whoa, cuddle kink much? He teased. Shut up, let me love you, you mumbled into him, then screamed. Oh, I friggin' love you, okay? You yelled as you yanked your head back and looked up at him. I'm so frickin' in love with you right now. I just cannot. Dabi laughed and ruffled your hair. I love you more, baby, he said with a gentle look in his eye. I just want us to be happy and have our own place. Before you could reply, your parents and Ray showed up, and you let go of him and smiled at them. I don't know how this is going to work out, but I do trust Dabi, and if he says we're going to get it, then we're going to get it. It looks okay, your mum commented as she walked through the gate and then down the path towards you and Dabi. How much did they want for the place? Your dad grunted, kicking at a piece of loose concrete on the cracked path leading to the house. We're trying to get the lowest that we can for it, you blurted out. Dabi's amazing at selling ice to Eskimos. Your nervousness is showing, Dabi commented lowly from the side of his mouth to you. Just play it cool, baby. I got this. Your dad eyed Dabi, and he gave your old man a smug smile in return. As you waited on the porch, the agent arrived and joined Ray as she walked up to join the rest of you. Okay, let me show you this place, you said to your mum quickly, as the agent unlocked the front door and pushed it open. You took the lead and walked into the room on the immediate right, sweeping your arm out in a grand gesture. Here is a room, you said proudly. Well said, Dabi commented sarcastically as he walked past you to the kitchen area. Well, it is a room. What's his issue? You thought with a scowl as you watched him go. Anyway, you turned back to your mum. It will be where the lounge room is, I guess. Your mum looked around hesitantly and noticed the peeling brown and yellow wallpaper. Oh, that's an easy fix, you said, noticing where she was looking. She nodded silently and walked over to flick the peeled paint with her fingertip. Okay, so let me show you some of the other rooms. There's ones upstairs that are perfect, you said, hurriedly, feeling like you needed to give her every good reason to like the place. I mean, you kind of did need her to like it, because if she didn't, then your parents wouldn't sign on your papers. So you quickly led her to the stairs and showed her the rooms on the next level. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Dabi was pointing out all of the things wrong with the place. The tap is missing, he said candidly, vaguely gesturing to the hole in the bench. Cupboard doors are half hanging off. He gestured to the cupboard doors. Don't even know what the hell this is on the floor. He looked down and scuffed something with his shoe. Your dad observed everything Dabi was pointing to and gave everything a disapproving look. Shocking house, to be honest, Dabi commented, placing his hands on his hips and turning to face your dad. Your dad nodded in agreement. But if we don't get this place, Yin will be devastated, Dabi said with an overdramatic sigh. She really had her heart set on it. Your dad glanced over his shoulder, looking at everything else in the room. Well, guess I'll just have to go and tell her the bad news then, Dabi said with a shrug, making as if to walk past your dad to go and find you. Wait, your dad stopped him, shooting a hand out to grab his arm. What bad news? Oh, the bad news that you won't let her have her dream house, he said bluntly. But it's okay. The emotional devastation only lasts for about 20 minutes, so anything further will just be her brooding over it unnecessarily. Hold on, I never said that I wouldn't let her have it. I just need to have a better look, your dad said defensively. Oh, but first impressions matter, so if you don't like it now, then you won't like it any more later, Dabi said, pulling his arm from your dad's grip and walking to the doorway. Hey, Ian, he shouted into the front foyer. Yeah? You shouted from the second bedroom upstairs, walking past your mum to the balcony overlooking the foyer. Your dad... We'll sign, your dad bellowed from the kitchen. Wait, what? Your sign? You screeched with unexpected excitement. Mum! You asked, whipping your head towards her, wanting to verify what your dad had just shouted out. What? Your mum asked, trying to process what she had heard come from your father's mouth. Your sign? Your guarantor for us? You asked her hopefully, hands clasped together under your chin. Is that what he said? Your mum asked, confused. Honey, she shouted as she walked over to you at the balcony. Yeah? He asked as he walked into view beside Dabi, who was looking extremely smug, by the way. You like the place? Your mum asked your dad suspiciously. He nodded, looking up at her. Yes, I do. And if my girl wants to be mature and responsible, then I'm all for her having this place. You screamed with excitement, jumping up and down while holding the rails, and then turning and engulfing your mum in a bear hug. Yin! She exclaimed, giving you a dubious hug in return. Just then Ray walked in, with the agent in tow. We're buying the place! You screamed at the agent. Whoa, whoa, baby. Let me do the talking. Dabi chuckled, then turned to the agent. We'll meet again, he said with a smirk. It would be a pleasure under different circumstances, the agent muttered under her breath. Shall we talk outside? Dabi asked, walking towards her and his mum. The agent nodded with resignation and turned to accompany him outside while you dashed down the stairs to hug your dad and then give Ray a hug too. Let me show you my new place, you said with excitement, taking Ray by the hand and leading her to the front room. This is the lounge room. Another 40 minutes later and the agent had contacted the homeowners and they'd spoken to Dabi, agreeing to a ridiculously low price since they had received a copy of the building's inspector's report. Dabi then pulled his mum aside and they talked about the payout. She agreed that this was a good way for him to invest his money, so she said that she would go to the bank the following day and prepare for him to inherit the money. Oi, villain! You shouted down the school hall the next day. Dabi was at his locker, innocently getting his things together. It was home time now, and he was going to meet his mum at the bank. Yeah, sexy, he called back, unfazed at being called a villain. Text me after you get back from the bank this afternoon, okay? Yeah, sure thing, baby, he replied, slinging an arm around your neck and dragging your face into his chest so he could kiss the top of your head. Oh, I'm so excited, you squealed. Our place, our very first place. And it's not 69 Cock Street or Arse Crack Lady, Dabi said happily. I would have shot myself in the face if I'd had to live in either of those places. He then paused and started a completely new conversation. You're not very good at making life decisions, are you? I mean, you're dating me. That'd be the worst decision you've ever made, but you can't back out now. No take-backs. He smirked on the end. Okay, 1, was any of that necessary? You deadpanned, crossing your arms across your chest. And 2, yeah, you're right, you're a terror. You're fired as my boyfriend. Are you mocking my burns? Dabi shot back. No, you're fired from being my man, he repeated. You said fire. My burns are related to fire, so I'm offended. Dabi teased, grabbing you and hoisting you up over his shoulder as you protested loudly. You can't fire me. I'm already burnt. You accepted the terms and conditions of entry when you signed up to this gig, so no take-backs, he added as he turned and walked off down the school hall. Put me down, dumbass, you screeched, flailing your arms wildly. Okay, fine, he replied, dropping you off his shoulder and pressing you firmly up against the locker nearby. But now that you're on the ground again, you owe me a kiss for that short shoulder ride I gave you. He leaned in closer, looking like he was about to place his lips on yours. But the principal, you whispered, eyes closing delicately as he kept you pinned. You want me to go kiss the principal? Okay, Dabi said suddenly, letting you go and pushing his hands into his pockets, and then turning to walk off down to the principal's office. No, get back here! Where are you going? You wailed. Take me! You quickly ducked around in front of him and grabbed him around the torso, letting him drag you along as you clung to him like a koala. Oh, treat 'em mean, keep 'em keen really does work for you, he mused, stopping and pulling his hands from his pockets. Don't worry, baby. You're my one and only, he promised, patting you on the head. You smiled up at him and then let go, straightening before walking back towards your locker. Call me, you called back over your shoulder. Maybe, he replied cheekily. You spun around, flipping him the bird, and then returned back and kept walking on your way. Man, she's so perfect, he thought with a smirk as he watched you go. Dabi was at the bank for a while after school, sorting papers and stuff, but he finally got everything approved and the loan was given to him. After making a few more calls, the settlement commenced and everything was set for you and him to move into the house in 6 weeks' time. He rang you, as promised, on his way home, and you noticed that he was out of breath a little bit. Where are you? Didn't you go home with your mum? You asked him. Nah, he replied flippantly. Got to make an important stop on the way home, so I caught the bus. Now I'm walking. Right, he said suspiciously. Just then there was a knock at your front door, and you looked up at it from the lounge. You going to answer or what? You heard him through the phone, at the same time hearing his voice from outside your house. You quickly hung up and jumped up, sprinting to the door and yanking it open. Just got to get those finals, and then we're free, baby, he said with a grin as he held his phone in hand. You screeched with excitement and jumped into his arms, making him laugh happily in reply to your excitement. You going to invite me in? We're just going to stand here all night, he asked as he kissed your neck. Come in, you said with a grin. Let's get pizza. I'll text Mum and tell her to pick it up on the way home. No one's here. Aw, he leered, home alone. Don't mind if I have dessert first. No, you chided with a giggle as he stepped into your house and scooped you up in his arms. Pardon the intrusion, he called politely to the walls of the house. There's going to be some singing once I get this angel on her back with her legs in the air. Dabi! You screeched, cackling as he dumped you on the lounge and then crawled over the top of you. I need to order pizza. What do you want? Sexaroni and ham, he mumbled, rubbing his face between your t-shirt-clad breasts. That's not on the list, you replied, trying to focus on your phone as he wiggled his head into you. I'll order you a completely blank pizza with one slice of pepperoni on the left. The hell? He mumbled into you. How the hell are you going to put it on the left? It's a damn circle. You cackled at your own comment and scrubbed your hands into his hair, your heart skipping a beat as his turquoise eyes looked up into yours. Go and make that order, he said in a sexy low voice as he slid down your body and hooked your legs over his shoulders, his rough, chapped lips scrubbing your soft skin a little as he kissed down the inside of your thighs, making his way towards your centre. You quickly opened the pizza app and ordered your usual pizza, as well as some garlic bread and a few other things. While you clicked away, Dabi kissed you all the way up till he met your shorts, pushing them out of the way a little bit so he could get in deeper. Ah, you gasped slightly, still focusing on what you were doing. I'm ordering you a barbecue chicken, you burnt nugget, you said to him. Again, with the burns. I'm offended. You owe me your virginity for those comments. He leered. You already stole it ages ago, you hollered, slamming the phone down on your chest. I'll take it as many times as I please, Dabi leered, burying his head between your legs and rubbing his face against you. You squealed and bopped him on the head playfully, trying to get him to let you go so that you could continue to make your pizza order, but unfortunately he had other things on his mind. You can have me for dessert, just let me get the pizzas first, you begged. I'm intoxicated now, he mumbled against you. I only want you. No, you laughed, donking him again. Get off, I want to eat something hot and meaty. He looked up at you with those smouldering turquoise eyes and let out a low chuckle with his mouth still pressed against you. I've got something. Shut up! You laughed, twisting your body and wrestling your legs out from his grasp. You finally got out from under him and wriggled down onto the floor, grabbing your phone as you moved away. Abandoned, Dabi wailed pitifully, face planting into the couch. I've been left to fend for myself. No help, no nothing. No one loves me anymore. Get over yourself, you drama llama. I'm right here, you snorted, opening the pizza app and ordering. Oh, he said excitedly, lifting his head to look at you. You still here? If you had a tail, it would be wagging so hard right now. I could see it, he said with a laugh. I have something else that's hard and waiting to wag right now, Dabi leered. That's a very strange image, Dabi, you replied with a slightly concerned look on your face. You want to see it? No? Damn. Let me get the food first and I'll sort you out later, he said with a sly smile. Pinky promise? Dabi asked playfully. What is this, kindergarten? You retorted. Pinky promise? God, okay, fine. You shuffled across and stretched your curled pinky out to him so that he could wrap his own around it. Good, he said as he hooked his pinky around yours. I just came. Oh, you're so weird, you giggled, pulling your hand back. Finally, you got your order made and rang your mum to pick it up on the way home, which she was more than happy to do so, considering that she didn't need to cook. Pizza, she called when she entered the house 30 minutes later. Yay, you cheered, scrambling off Dabi's lap and wiping your face with the back of your hand. The two of you had been in the middle of a heavy make-out session as she had arrived, and you skipped around the corner, then grabbed the boxes from her hands. Mum, I have news, you suddenly squealed. No, not that, I'm not pregnant. Dabi got the loan. Oh, honey, your mum gasped excitedly. That's fantastic. Dabi, congratulations, she added as she rushed past you and ran to the lounge to give him a hug. You stepped into the room just in time to see your man pull himself off the lounge and had to stifle a giggle when you saw him adjust himself quickly, and then he gave your mum an awkward A-framed hug. That would have been super weird if he'd poked her with it, you thought, as you walked over and sat the pizzas down on the coffee table. Your father should be home soon, your mum said to you. I'm just going to go and get changed quickly, but you two start eating. Thanks, Mum, you said with a smile. I'm dying, so I might start. She nodded and left the room, and Dabi took the opportunity to make another obscene comment to you. You want to stuff your face with me? You want to bone my mum? You shot back cheekily. I saw you trying to hide it. Yeah, that would have sealed my doom had I jabbed her with it. I would have felt violated, he repeated, with a shudder, opening the pizza box and grabbing a slice out. "Plates, buddy," he chided. "Get a plate." "Why?" he asked with a mouthful. "I'm about to annihilate this pizza." "Yeah, you know what? Well said, I'm going to join you," you agreed, grabbing for a slice of your own pizza. "We have plates," your mum commented as she re-entered the room and saw you and Dabi standing next to the coffee table, chowing down on pizza. "And seats too," she glanced at the lounge. You mumbled. "We just got busy with the pizza." She turned and left, returning with plates, cutlery, and napkins. Cutlery? Who eats pizza with a knife and fork? You thought with an internal chuckle, as she made her way over and glossed over the food options. "Oh, garlic bread," she said excitedly, taking some and then a slice of your pizza, and then sitting down. "I'm home," your dad called out as he swung the front door open. "Pizza!" you called out through a mouthful, grabbing a plate and another slice of pizza for yourself before sitting down on the single-seated armchair. "Pizza's my middle name," your dad replied goofily as he strolled in. "Oh, hello, Dabi." "Boss," Dabi replied with a greeting nod and a sly grin. "Have something to eat, honey," your mum encouraged him. "Don't mind if I do," your dad said, placing his briefcase down and grabbing a plate. "Oh, Dad, we got the loan," you said to your dad after swallowing a huge mouthful of pizza. "We move in as soon as the settlement ends." "Well, that's fantastic," your dad replied with a big smile on his face. "We'll help you move in." "Thanks, Dad," you grinned. The rest of the night went well, and Dabi remained as well behaved as possible, well, apart from giving you a good groping at the kitchen sink when you were putting plates in there. "Well, I think I might call it a night," Dabi said as the clock struck 10. "Need to go and get my beauty sleep." You snorted. "Excuse me," he snapped sarcastically at you. "Oh, sorry, I thought I heard you say beauty sleep and just thought you're joking, so..." "This is such a loving relationship," your dad mused with a befuddled look on his face. "Anyway, thank you, Dabi, for coming over, and congratulations again." "Thanks," Dabi said with a smile, standing up and walking to the front door. "Are you really going?" you whispered to him as you got up and walked to the front door with him. "Nah, I'll be knocking on your bedroom window in about 10 minutes. You better be there," he added lowly. You gave him a devilish smirk and chuckled softly. "Yeah, I'll be there. I owe you dessert." "You're damn right you do. And I want you to enjoy it in the comfort of your bed," he replied as he grabbed your body and pulled it against him. You purred, tilting your head up as he traced his lips along your neck and down to your collarbone. "But let's not start now," you said suddenly, shoving him off you. "I'll see you in my room. 10 minutes. "Hot," he replied with a smirk, breathing heavily through his nose. "I'll see you then." You both lunged at each other again, kissing passionately and messily for a few seconds before being forced to part again by your hands pushing him off you. "Go," you panted. He nodded and walked off down the stairs, out the gate, and then ducked around the side of the house and shadowed it, following the fence line down to your room. You smirked and closed the door behind you, and then walked back into the lounge room like nothing had happened. How was work?" you asked your dad idly, making light chat before intending to excuse yourself. "The usual," he replied, still stuffing his face with pizza. "Okay, well," you said in that voice that you used when you're about to wrap up a conversation or meeting. "I gotta go do stuff, so..." You gestured wildly and then backed back towards the lounge room door. "Oh," your dad said, holding his hand up to get your attention while swallowing the last of his mouthful. "I need you to set something up on the TV for me. There's a show I want to record." "When?" "I've already showed you how to record stuff, though," you replied, keeping your agitation in check. "Another hour from now," he replied, glancing at the clock. "You have time for homework. It won't take long." "It's not the homework I'm worried about," you groaned internally. Yeah, okay, yeah, sure," you said quickly, before stepping to the door. "Just yell for me." You sprinted off down the hall, skidding to a stop at your door and then flinging it open and scooting inside before closing it softly behind you, because parents and slamming doors were never a good mix. "Oh God, I hope Dabi's ready because we need to get a move on," you thought urgently, running to the window and throwing it open. "Boo!" he punctuated in a whisper, popping up from under your windowsill. "Ugh!" you replied in an equal whisper, slightly startled by his sudden appearance. "Get in! We need to do this quickly." "Why?" he asked in a soft voice, clawing his way through the window and into your room. "Because Dad needs me to set up something on the TV for him. Friggin' parents, I swear to God." "Get on the bed then," he urged with a devious grin. "You don't need to tell me twice," you whispered eagerly. "Wait, your door." He pointed to it. "Parents are going to get a good view if they walk in midway through." "It doesn't lock, remember? Just put the chair there and we'll keep an ear out for them." Living dangerously," he mused, his turquoise eyes raking down your body as he walked to your door and dragged a chair over to it. "I could care less, though. Let him watch us." "Just hurry up and get over here." Yun! Your dad called again, angrier now that you hadn't come out yet. Friggin', let me come first, you snapped quietly. I'm coming! You screamed out, paling a little when you heard your dad's footsteps approaching the door. Nuggets! Dabi hissed, yanking his fingers from you and getting off the bed and running to your closet. You jumped up as well and dove for your clothes, trying to pull them on before your dad entered. Dad! You yelled. I'm changing, don't come in! When I call, I expect you to answer, he said loudly in his unimpressed dad voice as he got to your door. I know, I'm sorry, I was just in the middle of something. Give me a second, you yelled back, quickly yanking your pants on and glancing at your closet before running to the bedroom door and lifting the chair away before opening it. Sorry, you said sheepishly, hanging your head to avoid eye contact. Come and set this recording thing, your dad grunted, turning and walking off down the hallway with you in tow. Your poor heart was beating 1,000,000 miles an hour as you followed him down there, feeling very slippery between your thighs. Where's the remote? You asked as you walked in, picking it up and setting the set-top box to record the show your dad wanted. There, you said as you finished. All done? You good now? He nodded and sat down on the lounge. Yes, fine. Thank you. You handed him the remote and left, letting out a relieved sigh as you entered the hallway and walked back to your room. Your pants are on backwards, by the way, your dad hollered as you left. Ah! You screeched internally. Yeah, okay, you replied to him, while your face contorted into a grimace as you speed-walked back to your room and closed the door behind you. Hurriedly, you walked over to your wardrobe and yanked the door open. Oi! He hissed, laughing softly when you saw him crammed into the tight space. You could have put some of my clothes on while you're in there. It would have made more room for you. How would cross-dressing help make more room? He asked in a hushed voice as he pulled himself out. It'd just make me look hotter than you. You're already hot, he replied in a whisper. Is that another dig at my burns? No, Bend over. No, Dabi, When I tell you to do something, you do it. What are you, my dad? You hissed softly, slapping his hands every time they got close to you and jumping backwards to escape his grasp. Daddy, he stated in a low voice, so as not to be heard by your parents. And yes, I'm your daddy now. Bend over, baby girl. Stop, my pants are on backwards, he laughed, still trying to keep quiet as you evaded his advances, while he herded you to your bed. Pants could be inside out. It would make no difference to me. Dabi leered, finally grabbing your wrist and tackling you backwards onto the bed. Do you want to go again? I didn't get my turn. He leered. Yen! Your mum called. Could you give me a hand for a second? Oh, for fuck's sake, you growled, struggling to get up from under him. Whole damn family's a cockblock, Dabi grunted, being thrown off you. Maybe you should go for now. I'll owe you one next time, you said sadly. He nodded with agreement. Yeah, everyone in this house is out to keep me from getting serviced. Won't be long till we have our own place, though. We can get it on whenever we want. I'm really looking forward to it, hey, he said softly. Just us, together. On the sofa. No, I'm trying to have a moment here. Doubled over the laundry sink. No, snuggled on the lounge, watching TV, with my fingers in your... You're so hopeless. Do you even think with anything other than your dick? I thought that's what we were supposed to be used for thinking. Is there anything else we're supposed to use it? He asked with a wink to let you know he was joking. Get out, balls for brains. I'll see you tomorrow, he said with a shake of your head. Yin! Your mum called again, closely followed by your father's bellowing voice. Come when your mother calls you, he hollered. Ugh, you mumbled angrily. Okay, bye. You quickly kissed Dabi on the lips and then turned to go at the same time that he rolled off the bed and opened the window to get out. Thank you for the dessert, he leered in a soft voice as he left, slipping out into the night. You're welcome, you replied as you slipped out of your room and went to see what your mum wanted. Between daily activities and hooking up with Dabi in different places, the next 6 weeks flew by, and before you knew it, it was time to move into your house. This is it, you squealed excitedly, bounding into Dabi's arms out the front of your new place. Just us against the world, baby cakes, he said as he took your hand and walked up the front steps of the place and then unlocked the doors. When did the removalists bring our stuff across? You asked, skipping inside ahead of him. Well, Dabi said as he looked out the door over his shoulder. They've just arrived with my stuff, so yours shouldn't be too far away. You grinned from ear to ear and skipped into the kitchen, the broken tap drawing your attention immediately. Ugh, forgot about that. Gonna have to do a few things around this house to bring it up to speed. Van's here, Dabi called to you. Yay! You called back, looking around a bit more. The burly removal guys carried boxes in, along with a few chairs, a table, a really old fridge, and a tiny as heck washing machine. Where did they get the machine and fridge? You asked Dabi, watching as they both carried it in. They were in the back of the garage at home. Mum wasn't using them, so I asked if I could take them. He replied, Do they even work? You asked, noticing the strap around the fridge handle to keep the door closed. Yeah, pretty sure they do. Maybe. So confident, you teased. The washing machine does. I used it not long ago to wash a shirt and pair of pants. Dabi said, Is that all that fits in there? The thing's so small. Yeah, pretty much. But it'll be cheap to run. Yeah, good point. Hey, miss, one of the men called to you. Where do you want your boxes? Upstairs, please, you replied. Any room's fine. The guy nodded and disappeared out the door to go and get your things. So, when do we move in? You asked Dabi hopefully. Grad is next week, and I'm free as a bird, baby. Dabi replied, picking you up and swinging you around while hugging you. I'll move in then too, you said excitedly. That'll be after my exams, of which I'm totally going to pass because I've done so much study, you grimaced on the end, and Dabi gave you a look. You better pass, baby. You won't be able to move in with me if you don't keep your grades up. I need an incentive, you said, tapping your chin as you looked around after being put back down. Okay, promise me that we'll get a new fridge and put fresh coat of paint on the walls if I pass. Do we have that kind of money? Dabi chuckled. Okay, I'll see what I can do. Ah! You cried happily. Okay, I'm going to pass with flying colours. You do that, he said, kissing your temple. It was now next week, and the night of Dabi's graduation drew nearer. Is there an after party? You asked him curiously as you walked home together after school. Yeah, but I'm not going. The only after party I care about is the one where it's you and me in the bed alone. Yeah, okay, one track mind. What about the Nekoma team? What about them? I don't want them in bed as well, Dabi said, confused. No, dummy, is there a farewell party or something with the team before you leave for college? Oh, yeah, I'm going to that one. Want to come? He asked. Yeah, I'd like to, you replied with a smile. It was now the night of the graduation, and you were getting ready when Dabi sent you a message. You ready yet? He texted you. Do I look ready to you? You sent back, sending him a pic of you in your underwear with your tongue out and eyes crossed, looking like the adorable dork that you are. Yep, he replied with the smirk face emoji. Ready for me to eat? You are literally such a horn dog, you sent back with the yawning emoji. Yeah, and what of it? I can't get enough of you. At least you know I'll never get bored. Yeah, that's true, you texted back. How about you? You ready? He sent a picture in reply and your jaw hit the floor. He was in a suit and your brain screamed at you. Oh my god, you look so hot in a suit, Dabi. How about later tonight you can get up close and personal with this suit? We can hide in the bathroom at Kuro's house while they're outside in the pool. He sent with another smirk face. Only if you bed me over the sink, you texted back. Done deal. What will you be wearing? He asked. Well, I don't usually do dresses, but I'm going to go with one for tonight for easy access's sake, you sent back. Would it be too bold to not wear anything underneath? If you're not wearing anything underneath, I'm going to lose it. It's so hot. You grinned from ear to ear and quickly slipped your dress on, yanking off anything underneath and hiking the skirt up a bit so you could take a picture to show him what you'd look like. Well, you won't be able to touch me until we're alone, you sent back, complete with the picture of you with nothing on underneath. I hate you so freaking much. You know that, right? He sent back, making you laugh out loud at the very obvious frustration radiating from his text. Do you though? You sent back teasingly, attaching another picture of you showing your ass under the dress. I'm going to bite that juicy cake and rake my fingers down the inside of your thighs with my tongue. The message was sent prematurely, and that's where the message stopped, making you laugh even harder as you saw the 3 dots aggressively pop up again. Ducking press send before I was ready. Damn it. He sent, dots popping up again as soon as the message came through so he could correct the ducking that he had added. You hollered, thoroughly enjoying how worked up he was getting. What's wrong, Dabi? Can't text anymore? It's all too much for you? He teased. The next message to come through from him was completely inappropriate for me to say what it was on YouTube, but I'm sure you can imagine what type of picture Dabi would have sent back to you, and you smiled as you looked at it. Want, you sent back. Come and get it. He replied with a smirk emoji. See you soon, you replied, dropping your phone onto the bed so you could continue getting ready. Dabi met you at the doors of the graduation hall and gave you a very intense look. You still got nothing on underneath, he uttered in a raspy, low voice as he reached out and pulled your body against his, one hand on your ass. His fingers flexed into the fabric of your dress, indenting into your ass cheek, and he knew immediately that you were still bearing nothing underneath. He breathed, turning his head away as he bit into his pierced lower lip. What's the matter, Dabi? He teased, knowing full well why he was acting up. You can't handle this? You added as you wiggled yourself against his side. He growled lowly with frustration. How am I supposed to get through this grad when you got me wanting to just rip your dress off and devour you right here where we stand? Oh, God, you gasped, pushing him off and creating some distance. I didn't know you were at that level of horny. I've only just gotten here. That's what you do to me, he growled, trying to grab your wrist to pull you into himself again. No, you chuckled, smacking his hand away. You'll just have to suffer until the after party tonight. He let out another low, frustrated growl, and you chuckled as people started to approach the door that you two were standing at. Let's go. You have to sit with your class, you said, grabbing his torso, and then turning him around and pushing him inside the building. Will you be sitting where I can see you? He leered over his shoulder. Maybe, he replied cheekily. Yes, of course I'll be within eyesight, dingbat. I want to drive you as crazy as possible. As you got inside, the ushers pointed Dabi to his class area, and you were split off to sit in the visitors section, which just so happened to be adjacent to where Dabi was sitting. You found somewhere near the front of the seated area and sat down, in full view of Dabi. He rolled his eyes with frustration as you adjusted your dress and lifted one leg up over the other, the hem falling up a little bit to show off your thigh. Torturing him was so much fun. To others, it just looked like you were showing off your leg, but to him, he was being driven to the brink of insanity because he knew for a fact that you had nothing on underneath, and that's exactly where he wanted to be buried, face first, between those thighs. Lowering your head seductively, you batted your eyelashes at him, placing the tip of your index finger between your teeth and biting down on it suggestively as he watched on. Just then the attendant arrived and handed you a program sheet, and you thanked him and then looked back at Dabi and down at the paper, opening it and pretending to read it like he didn't exist. Who'd have thought I'd be having so much fun? You squealed internally with excitement as you maintained your calm exterior. The program started, and Dabi didn't even bother to look at the front of the hall. His whole attention was on you, and he wanted you to know it. Damn, I can't even look at him anymore. Look at the look on his face, you thought as he glanced at his very lust-filled face. You smirked and winked at him, switching your legs to show off your other thigh. I'm going to get absolutely obliterated later on. Oh my God, the look on his face. The program continued on, and you could see Dabi getting more and more restless, fidgeting and adjusting himself through his pants as his desire for you grew. The announcer returned to the podium after a musical item and introduced the graduating class for that year, pointing out that a number of the members were headed to a prestigious college. Our captain of the volleyball team, Dabi Todoroki, has been selected by Kapuru College as part of their sports program, and we here at Nekoma would like to wish him all the best. Mr. Todoroki, would you please come up to the front so we may all have a few words from you? He asked with an expectant smile. Unwilling to leave his post staring you down with an erotic gaze in his eyes, Dabi finally looked away and dragged himself to his feet and then walked calmly to the front of the hall with hands in pockets, a smattering of clapping accompanying him down between the rows of students. Congratulations, Todoroki, the announcer said in a celebratory tone as he walked up onto the stage. Would you please give a concluding speech to the rest of the class? What? Dabi speaking to the class? You thought with a smirk. This is going to be interesting. It would be my pleasure, Dabi said, stepping up to the mic and gripping his hands into the side of the podium. He hung his head and then looked up directly at you, his turquoise eyes boring straight through your face into your core, making you squirm in your seat. This year, especially, has been hard. His eyes unwavering from yours. A few loud cheers from the boys accompanied his blunt comment, but he didn't even bother to look at them. Sweat dripped from our pores. Blood, sweat and tears, yeah baby! A Nekoma teammate shouted from the back of the room. Dabi smirked at the person and then back to you. You know what I'd like to say this year? He said with a rhetorical loudness. I'd say, bend over baby, time for daddy to... The microphone was very quickly removed from in front of his mouth, and the principal hurriedly escorted him from the stage to the screams and hollering of his male classmates and various other supporters, while you cowered with embarrassment and slunk down in your seat. Somehow, I don't think any of that was directed at this year. I think the entirety of that speech was aimed at me, you thought, shielding your eyes so that no one could see you. Dabi was taken outside for a talking to, but the teachers and principal couldn't really do anything because he was technically already graduated, and so was permitted back inside if he behaved. As he sauntered back into the hall and sat down, you shook your head with a smirk, and he winked at you, placing his fingers in a V either side of his mouth and poking his tongue out between them. Oh, God! You hid your face again with embarrassment. After the ceremony had finally ended, Dabi was forced to follow his class to the photo section, much to your relief, so that you could make sure that you were ready to avoid him so that you could get him even more frustrated. Quietly you slipped outside, intending to hide around the side of the building, but a voice stopped you short. Yin! Kuro called from where he was standing with a few other members of the team. You coming to the house later? Yeah, I was going to wait for Dabi though, you replied, turning and making your way over. Although, you mused, you can help me. What's happening? The black-haired player asked. Dabi's a little worked up, you said, putting it politely. And maybe if I get to the party ahead of him, it'll work him up a bit more. And you want him to be on edge? Kuro asked with surprise. I haven't even had Dabi on my case like that, but I know him well enough to know that withholding things from him is not a good idea. He accented the word things with air quotation marks. Yeah, I laugh in the face of danger, he replied cheekily. Evidently, he mused with a smirk, those golden eyes smouldering with mischief. I just might be able to get you a ride there. Give me a second. He looked up and over at one of Dabi's teammates that had just emerged from the building. Sedano, he shouted. You're coming to the after party, right? The player called Sedano nodded as he approached. Yeah, why? Could you give Yuna a ride? Kuro asked. She's screwing with Dabi. Wants to get there ahead of him to piss him off or whatever. Sedano smirked. I'm in. If it's to rile that bastard up, then I'm all for it. He turned his attention to you, dark brown eyes glinting as he jerked his head in the direction of his car. Better hurry. He'll be out soon. Go, go! You hissed, slamming your palms into his arm repeatedly, pushing him towards his car. Quick! He turned and you both ran to the Camaro, only just managing to jump in as Dabi sauntered out of the building. Ah! You squealed, ducking down in the passenger seat of Sedano's ride. Go! Yo, Dabi! Sedano hollered, hanging out of his window as he reversed out of the parking spot. Dabi looked up at him and gave him the finger. I got your girl riding shotgun! That was your cue, and you sat up and gave Dabi the cutest, cheekiest little wave as Sedano threw the car into gear and smoked it as he took off towards the gates. The look on Dabi's face was priceless, and you saw him bolt for his friend's car as Sedano sped through the gates and out onto the road. Ah! You screeched with excitement, bouncing in your seat as you kept watch out the back window. Dabi very quickly had his friend in hot pursuit, and their car came whipping out of the gate and onto the road in a fury of smoked tyres. Sedano, you'd better gun it or he's going to catch us, you screeched, still bouncing in your seat as the houses outside shot by. Slowly the car that Dabi was in started gaining ground, and all of a sudden he was beside you, hanging out of the window. You cackled as you wound your window down and poked your tongue out at him. Too slow, baby, he yelled. Sedano, you bastard! I'll teach you to steal my girl, Dabi shouted, leaning further out the window and grabbing onto the side of your window. Dabi, what the hell are you doing? Don't! You hollered, successfully smacking his hands off. Don't do that! This is not Fast and Furious! Just then, Dabi's driver slammed the brakes on, and Sedano sped on, only just making it through the intersection before the light turned red. He's gonna kill me! You pointed both hands at yourself. He's gonna kill you! He pointed at Sedano. He's gonna kill everyone within a 100-meter radius of this house! You gestured wildly outside. He's gonna kill our ghost! He's gonna catch us first! Sedano cackled, flicking the indicator on and turning down a side street. I know a shortcut to Kuro's. I'll get us there way ahead of Krusty Captain. You hollered, laughing, clutching your middle as you cackled in the passenger seat. Is that what you call him? Yeah, Sedano replied. We give everyone on the team all sorts of nicknames. You guys are hilarious, you laughed. Okay, house is coming up. Get out and run for the backyard, Sedano directed as he ducked his head a little to look to the side mirror to see if anyone was on his tail. Kuro usually leaves the back door open, so go in through there. I'm pretty sure his folks are out for the weekend, so the house should be empty. I don't think Kuro's even here yet. The teammate slowed as he approached Kuro's house and then jammed the brakes on once he was out the front. Go, go! He shouted, the adrenaline in his panicked voice spurring you into action. You yanked the car door open and jumped out, running for the gate that led to the back of the house. Quickly you let yourself inside the backyard before tearing across the lawn beside the pool to the back door and pulling it open. Oh, thank God it opened, you praised internally, letting yourself in before closing the door behind you. As you ran across the open plan lounge for the stairs, you heard the sound of screeching tyres out the front of the house and your heart started throwing panicked beats against the inside of your ribcage, pumping you so full of adrenaline that it made you take the stairs 2 at a time in your fervency to get away. Is that him? Is that Dabi? Your internal screaming made your excited panic even worse, causing you to almost trip as you reached the top of the stairs. Blinded by the thrill of it all, you ran for the closest room, dashing inside to the sounds of shouting and laughing from outside the house, fueling the adrenaline in your veins, and forcing a soft squeal of fearful excitement from your lips. It's him! It's him! Shit, where do I hide? Your head whipped left and right, trying to orientate yourself in this strange room, and you stopped for a second to get your bearings before running for the closet. No, that's the lamest hiding spot in the book. The first place he'll check is the closet, you berated yourself, pushing back off the doors and running over to the window to look out. As you got closer, you realised it wasn't a window, but a door that led to a balcony. Maybe I can climb out onto the roof from here? You thought as you opened the door to the balcony and stepped out. Just then, downstairs, you heard shouting. Your name was mixed in with other words, and it caused a spike in your panic. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming! Around and around you spun on the balcony, trying to quickly make up your mind as to how you were going to get up onto the roof, and then suddenly the sound of running footsteps on the stairs could be heard. Oh no! You wanted to scream so bad. There was way too much adrenaline in your system right now. And if seeing Dabi suddenly appear didn't kill you, the anxiety of the anticipation would. The running footsteps stopped, and you pressed your back up against the outside of the house, praying that Dabi had gone down the hall and into one of the other rooms first. You held your breath, turning your head slowly to look at the entrance of the balcony, the sheer curtains billowing out and blowing around in the afternoon breeze. As you watched, Dabi's form appeared, and he stepped out onto the balcony and then turned swiftly and faced you. Where do you think you're going? He rasped seductively, causing your whole body to break out into goosebumps as a shrill scream erupted from your throat, closely followed by hysterical laughing. He stood there calmly, too calmly actually, like a lion that had backed its prey into the corner and knew there was no way in hell that it could escape, the confidence of capture imprinted in every inch of his body language. No, no! You laughed nervously, back still against the wall. Get back! You held your hand out as if compelling him to stop with the force. You think you can stop me with just a hand? His voice was so charged and his eyes were so glazed over with lust that it was making your legs weak. He stepped towards you slowly, making you shift to the corner of the balcony, one hand gripped into the thin metal railing while the other was pressed against the wall. Dabi! You shouted in warning, big grin on your face. Stop! You can't stop me now, baby girl. I'm about to destroy that. No! You tried it again, clicking your fingers and pointing to the floor. Down, Dabi! It was at that point that he completely snapped and lost control, grabbing you around the waist and hoisting you up over his shoulder. You screamed with laughter as he carried you back inside and walked over to the bedroom door to lock it before marching you to the end of the bed and dumping you down onto it. You think you can tease me like that all night and not be punished? He growled, grabbing both your hands and placing them above your head on the bed, holding them there with one hand as he placed the palm of his other hand over your windpipe. Come on, let me get you a drink, he said with a smirk as he held his arm out for you to link it in his. Gingerly you pulled yourself up, knees buckling and wobbling as you staggered to the door and then out down the now lit hall to the top of the stairs. As you both headed down, Kuro was the first to look up and see you guys, and he cheered loudly, setting off the rest of the team, some of them clapping and wolf whistling like you two had just become newlyweds. Screw you lot, Dabi chuckled, raising his hand to catch a beer that Sedano had lobbed at his head. We've had a much better time upstairs than you slugs down here. Is that any way to talk to your team? Kuro teased, elbowing Dabi as you both walked over to the vice-captain, and they sat down in the lounge chair. I want to sit in your lap, you said to Dabi, gently sitting down sideways across his legs and wincing a bit as you adjusted your seat. What, you don't get poked by something? One male member jeered. She already got boned before, Kuro leered. Dabi's as soft as a banana in the bottom of the bin. Pro what? Confused and mortified laughter followed your comment, and you settled back against Dabi's chest as he cracked the beer can open and wrapped one arm around your waist and then took a sip. You can talk all you want, Dabi leered. My girl knows what's up. He ran his hand up your thigh, and then up your side, and then up your neck to your head, tilting it to the side so he could run his tongue along your skin up to your ear. Get a room! Someone shouted from the outside. They already did, one guy from inside replied. Kuro's room. Oh, for hell's sake, Dabi. There better not be any body fluids on my sheets, Kuro said in a low, threatening voice. I can't promise you that there isn't, Dabi replied with a smirk, taking another sip from the can. You mimicked his smirk, knowing full well what the sheets now looked like. Yeah, sorry about that, you said, no remorse in your voice whatsoever. Don't you apologise for anything, baby girl, Dabi whispered into your ear, his lips pressed right against it, making your hair stand on end. Okay, Daddy, you whispered back, turning your head quickly and kissing him on the lips. I'm surprised Sedano only got away with a single punch, Kuro said from beside you and Dabi, breaking the awkwardness from your little private conversation. Yin, you should have seen the look on Dabi's eyes when he turned up here. The boys present chuckled and muttered to each other about what had happened outside the house while you were trying to escape onto the roof. What happened? You asked with an intrigued smile. I was trying to get on the roof. The hell? Dabi laughed. What the hell were you trying to do up there? I don't know, you replied. I was just desperately trying to get away from you. Yeah, she totally loves you, Dabi, one of the boys sneered. Just can't wait to get away from you. Shut it, wisecrack, Dabi snapped, pointing at the offender with his beer still in hand and then winking. Sedano had parked the car and was standing on the lawn with his arms crossed, Kuro regaled. I had just turned up from the opposite direction when Satan here arrived. Formal names only, please. It's Mr. Satan, Dabi quipped before taking another sip of beer. Dabi literally launched out of the car window and in one stride had tackled Sedano around the waist, taking him down hard. I'm still frickin' winded, Sedano shouted from the kitchen. Shut it! You're ruining the heroic retelling, Dabi yelled with a giant grin on his face. Go on, Kuro. Doing a great job, baby. Kuro gave Dabi a look, but continued anyway. Sedano yelled for us to grab Dabi, so we jumped into action. None of us had any idea of what was going on, but it looked like a fight had broken out between our third-year boys, so, had to help. You knew Sedano had taken me, though. You were there in the parking lot when it happened, he replied to Kuro. Yeah, but we thought maybe Dabi had gotten serious and was actually trying to do damage. Yeah, okay, understandable. My guy here's a bit... You crossed your eyes and wound your finger around your ear, indicating crazy. She means amazing. That's sign language for frickin' amazing and brilliant, Dabi added quickly, making some of the boys laugh. So then there was 4 of us trying to hold this bastard back, Kuro gestured to Dabi. Cap's too strong. He was getting a power-up from his hard-on the whole time, someone mentioned, and Dabi pointed at them with a smug smirk. Get that man a promotion, he said, taking another sip of beer. But Dabi got free, and then a few minutes later we heard you scream, Kuro said to you. Yeah, he caught me on the balcony, you replied sheepishly. Had it been a few more seconds, I would have been able to make it onto the roof. You're a nutcase, Dabi chuckled. Imagine climbing onto the roof to escape your husband. You are not my husband. We're legally engaged by chicken nuggets, you replied. Stop trying to jump the gun. We do chicken nuggets, then rotisserie chicken for the actual marriage. Yes, dear, Dabi said proudly. You're a dork, you chuckled, craning your head to the side to kiss him again. The conversation changed and you snuggled down onto his lap, completely content in his arms, as they wrapped around you and the Nekoma boys kicked back and chatted happily. This is the life, you thought with a smile, giving Dabi a grin when you felt him squeeze you. The night wore on and some of the Nekoma members were getting pretty drunk and sloppy, vomiting in random places while others tried to do backflips off the outside table. Babe, we should go home, you said, feeling a little tipsy from the accumulative sips of alcohol that you'd had from his drink. Yep, he said loudly, pushing you off so that he could try and stand up. I'll take you and you, he pointed beside you, with me. I think a threesome's in order. Who are you pointing at? You giggled, wobbling a little, still recovering from the rough session earlier. Her, Dabi slurred. She looks like you. She's copying you. Stop copying my girl, he shouted, obviously so drunk that he was seeing double. Kuro, you called to the vice. This drunk ass isn't going anywhere tonight. Can we crash here? Yeah, sure, Kuro called back, sauntering over to have a dig at Dabi. Hey, sexy man, you want to sleep in my bed? Oh, you're too hot, Kuro. I'd totally top you. Bet your cakes are as soft yet firm, like a frickin' taiko drum. He immediately started wildly thrusting his hips and smacking an imaginary ass. Welcome to Drunk Dabi's inner thoughts, Kuro mused with a chuckle. What do you really think of Yin? No, don't ask him that, you said quickly, but it was too late. Dabi had already grabbed you from behind around the waist and was holding you hostage as he started his rant. This girl is better than any other friggin' female on this planet, he punctuated. She lets me do it any way I want, kiss her like she's the only food I'll ever be able to taste, laughs like I'm going insane. She's my everything. Frick the lot of you. I win. The heck? You laughed, trying to get free. What kind of a speech was that? Friggin' amazing one, he stated proudly, swaying a little. Okay, that's a wrap. Let's get you into bed, he said, taking his arm that was wrapped around you and pulling on it. Wait, he slurred. I have an important announcement. No, you don't, you laughed. I do, he insisted. Kuro, come here. Yes, my king, Kuro yelled playfully, stepping forwards with his hand on his heart. Dabi stopped and squared up to him before pointing his finger at him sharply. You're the captain now. What? Kuro asked, dumbfounded. You're the captain now. I'm formally passing on the crown to you. I'm graduated. I'm done. You're the captain of the Nekoma volleyball team now. Kuro froze, the slurred, alcohol-drenched words of Dabi's striking him in the heart. Make the coach's dreams come true. Dabi continued. Make the battle of the trash heap happen. Kuro roared, laughing, doubling over and clutching his middle as his hideous cackle echoed through the room, making you step back with affright as a single tear slipped down his cheek. You got it, he replied, straightening, wiping his eye, and stepping towards you and Dabi. Your man stepped around you and engulfed the taller male in a warm hug, sharing a soft moment as they realised that they would soon be parting as teammates. Make sure you come back and harass us at games, Kuro said to Dabi as he pulled back. Yeah, of course. Need to make sure you don't get used to being free of me, Dabi replied. Keep all my bitches on a short leash. Even Yin? One teammate asked snidely from a short distance away. She ain't my bitch. She's my main. Dabi snarled drunkenly. Say one more thing like that. I'll have your balls so far up your ass they'll replace your tonsils. Noted, the player said stiffly, backing down quickly and stepping away. You let Dabi and Kuro have another small chat, and then tugged on Dabi's sleeve cutely as you sidled up beside him and gave him your best begging puppy dog eyes. Take me to bed, Daddy. I'm sleepy. You begged him sweetly in a whisper, giving him a cute little pout as you waited for him to look at you. Without warning, he turned and scooped you up, tossing you over one shoulder and holding the back of your dress down so the guys couldn't see you pantsless. I'm off, Dabi slurred, marching in a zigzag line towards the stairs while you screamed at him to put you down. After finally convincing him to let you walk the stairs by yourself, you led him back up to Kuro's room and crawled up onto the bed. You ready to go again, baby? He cooed, stripping down to his boxers and crawling up over you as you lay back. I bet you can't even get it up, you absolutely blotted, you teased him, reaching down to his boxers and grabbing a handful of his limp everything there. Oh, I can get it up, just wait, he said, hanging his head and making a straining noise. What the hell are you doing? You chuckled. You sound like you're about to take a dump. Don't you dare drop a fresh one on the bed. I'm getting it up, he retorted drunkenly, still grunting and straining. You grabbed between his legs again, but everything was still soft, and you laughed. Stop pushing! I don't want round two anyway. It's coming. It's coming, he strained. What's coming? A hard-on. No, it's not. You can't push a hard-on up. Your voice was mixed with fear and amusement at drunk Dabi and his absolutely hilarious stupidity. Finally, he collapsed onto you, defeated, and still soft. You need sleep. You're going to feel this in the morning, you mumbled as you ran your fingers through his spiky black hair. As his body went limp, you rolled him off onto his back, tugging the bed sheets back and then taking your dress, bra and shoes off and crawling back in beside him. He was already out to it, his heavy, slow breaths making you fall in love all over again as you pulled your bare body into his side, the feeling of his ribs rising and falling against your stomach and breasts. Tenderly you placed a hand on his chest and ran your fingers down his front, feeling the marred tissue and then the soft flesh where he hadn't been burned. I love this man with all my heart, you thought, as you lifted your head and pressed your lips to his scarred cheekbones, just under his eye. He didn't even stir. He was so completely worn out by the day, and night's events, that you could have done anything to him and he wouldn't have woken. Sleepily you grinned and then settled into his side again, the tipsy feeling overtaking you and forcing you into a dreamland as the party slowly wrapped up downstairs, most of the attendants leaving around 4 a.m. Who knows what time it was when you finally stirred later that day. Dabi was still passed out beside you, and you slowly roused and then groaned a little as you sat up, furrowing your brows as you opened your eyes. I feel a little worse for wear, but Dabi was way drunker than I am, so he's going to be a train wreck. You closed your eyes again and listened for any noise downstairs, but all was quiet, so you slipped out of bed and threw your dress on from last night so that you could venture out without scaring anybody first thing in the middle of the day. Opening the door softly, you slipped out into the hallway and walked noiselessly to the bathroom. Oh, wow, you mumbled when you saw how you looked in the mirror. Sexy. Walking over to the toilet, you heard a noise from the shower, so reached over and pulled the curtain back to find some random Nekoma player passed out in there. Oh! You gasped with fright, and then relaxed. Oi! You hissed at the still semi-passed out player. Get out, I need to pee. Where am I? The guy groaned as he sat up. In the shower. What the hell? Yeah, I know. I need to pee. Can you get out, please? Why the hell are you going to pee in the shower? No, idiot. I'm going to go to the toilet just here. You pointed to the toilet. But you being in the same room as me doesn't exactly make me want to haul my dress up and go. Oh, he murmured, pulling himself up to his feet. Yeah, okay, I'm gone. You watched as he stumbled out of the shower and swayed to the door, exiting and heading off down the hall. How many other random people are strewn across this house? You wondered as you locked the door and did your business. After finishing up, you went back to the bedroom to wake Dabi, finally locating a clock in Kuro's dimly lit room to see what time it was. 3 p.m? Man, the day's almost gone. You rounded Dabi's side of the bed and crouched down near his face, placing one little kiss on the tip of his nose and then recoiling immediately as he let out a soft sigh, the stench of alcohol hitting you hard in the nostrils. Ugh. Rise and shine, sunshine, you whispered, pinching your nose shut. He took a deep breath in and came to life, groaning as he rolled from his side onto his back. How are you feeling? You asked softly, unpitching your nose. Why are you shouting? Dabi hissed. Oh no, is it that bad? You whispered with amusement. Dabi opened his eyes, blinked a few times, and then shut them again immediately. Right, he grunted, raising one arm up and resting his forearm over his eyes. It's pitch black in here, you chuckled. I want to die, he moaned, rolling onto his side again to face you and breathing right in your face. My head hurts. What happened last night? You got so drunk, that's what, you retorted, grabbing for your nose again. Did I do anything weird? You're always weird, but nothing more than usual, he replied with a chuckle. It's 3 p.m, we should head home. Can we get some really nasty, greasy food on the way home? He moaned pitifully. Of course you can, baby. I'll go and see who's still downstairs and who can give us a ride home, you said, stroking his forehead lovingly. Thank you, Mummy, he whispered. You weirdo, you chuckled, flicking his forehead before getting up and heading to the door. I'll be back. You walked out and down the stairs, looking around at the mess. It was carnage. Beer cans and other various alcoholic beverages were strewn across the house from one end to the other, and each lounge had someone passed out on it. Most of the sleeping victims had dicks drawn all over their faces. What a night, you thought with an internal chuckle as you slowly walked down into the fray. I think Dabi and his group mostly spent the night talking, but it looks like the others had a blast. You glanced out the back door and saw someone asleep on the inflatable unicorn floating aimlessly around the pool with a pair of dark shades on. What even is this? You smirked, watching them bump into the other end of the pool and start back the other way with a little wobble. And someone groaned, and you looked over to see Sadano and Kuro sprawled out on the deck chairs nearby. Hi, you both survived, I see, you said with amusement, noting that Kuro's hair was completely unchanged from his usual look. Kuro, how is your hair still perfect? You asked with a chuckle. Born with it, he mumbled, throwing up the backwards peace sign before closing his eyes and flopping his head the other way. You chuckled as you walked over to Sadano. Is Dabi okay? He asked, grunting as he sat up. Yeah, he's pretty smashed still though. I came to see if someone could give us a ride home, you said with a smile. And I'm it, am I? Sadano chuckled. Tell Dabi he's a frickin' lightweight if he's hungover only after 9 beers. Only, you thought. Yeah, I can drop you home. No worries, Sadano continued as he got up from the deck chair and stretched. Thanks, he replied gratefully, before heading back inside to tell Dabi. After dragging your sorry sack of a man to the shower to try and sober him up, you got him back into his clothes and then helped him down the stairs. Soldier, Dabi called to Kuro, who had surfaced now and was making food. Hey, Captain, Kuro called with a smirk. You obviously can't remember last night's announcement then. What do you mean? What happened? Dabi asked, still leaning heavily on you. You made me Nekoma's captain, Kuro replied. Drunk me is smart, Dabi said with a sly grin, letting go of you to hold his hand out to slap Kuro's in a friendly greeting. I still think you'd be the perfect captain, he added with a wink. Consider it official. Kuro beamed. Thank you, Cap. Carry on, Dabi said dismissively, waving him back to his work as he turned to you. So you said you'd gotten us a ride? Yep, you replied happily. Me, Sadano said, popping his head out from around the corner. Oh, not this bastard, Dabi teased. Rather walk on glass all the way home. Rude much, Sadano quipped. Fine, I'll take Yin home and you can walk. Come on, baby, he said to you. The hell? Dabi snapped. No way you're getting the privilege of being in the same car as my girl without me there. Looks like he's coming then, Sadano said to you with a shrug. It's a shame, you replied cheekily. Watch that pretty little mouth, hey? Dabi growled as he grabbed your chin and forced you to look into his eyes. You know how I get when I'm worked up. Hot. Me next, Dabi, Sedano teased. Be careful what you wish for. Dabi leered back at him. I'd tear your ass in two with my monster dong. I'm not even going to acknowledge that you referred to your dick as a monster dong, Sedano said as he waved his hand and led the way out through the lounge to the front of the house where his car was parked. You know you want the MD. Dabi sneered as he followed behind. Medical doctor? Yeah, I do. I have concerns for the mental health of my ex-volleyball captain, Sedano jeered, opening the rear door of his car and gesturing for Dabi to hop in. Get in, loser, your girl's going to ride up front in case you decide to throw up. Don't want her getting all dirty. You overheard the conversation as you walked around to the passenger side of the car and pulled the door open. Oh, you're so sweet, Sedano, you said, while looking at Dabi cheekily. At least someone in this car appreciates a lady. I appreciate you a lot. I appreciated you a lot last night. Dabi replied, Your value appreciates daily. Screw investing in property, I'm investing in you, baby. He slid along the back seat and shot you the finger guns before collapsing sideways. That would have been such a cool line if you didn't screw up the ending, you teased, looking over the back seat as he lay there dazed. Is he dead? Sedano asked as he hopped into the driver's seat beside you and pulled the seatbelt on. No, you replied. Just really hungover. Damn, Sedano quipped with a smirk. F you, Dano, Dabi growled. If I ever die and find out you took my wife, I'll come and haunt the hell out of you. I'll call on your grandma's ghost too. Get her to twerk on your volleyball. Do you hear this disrespect? Sedano asked you as he pulled out onto the street. I do, you mused as he sat down and pulled your belt on. I don't know that man. You love me. Dabi groaned from the back seat. Hey, Sedano, you got fragile cargo on board? Easy on the clutch or I'll throw it back here. Don't you frickin' dare, he snapped. Where's the closest takeaway shop? Main road, Dabi replied. It's the shonky dude one, Yin. He added so you'd know which one he meant. Oh, yeah, that one, you replied. It's near school, Sedano. You two have your own language, the brown-haired player mused. That's not all we have, Dabi said with a smirk. Sedano shook his head in reply. Not even going to go there, buddy. You smiled to yourself and kept your eyes on the road, giving directions every so often to the brown-haired teammate that was kind enough to put up with your and Dabi's weirdness. After successfully getting some greasy food, Sedano drove you both to your respective homes, dropping you off first. The walk of shame, you said with an embarrassed chuckle as you hopped out of the car and turned back to thank Sedano. Can't walk it, Dabi mumbled from the back seat, his mouth still full of something oily. I'm just going to duck and run, you said with a grimace. Sedano, thank you. You gave him a genuine smile. And Dabi, screw you. Screw you too, he replied with a mouthful. With hearts. Red ones, he replied with a grin. You two need some help, Sedano muttered, shaking his head. She's my therapist. I'll see you for my next appointment, baby, Dabi replied with a wave. You snorted with amusement and stepped back, letting Sedano drive away before you turned and headed slowly to the front door, looking like a living, walking train wreck. Fumbling in your bag that had somehow magically not gotten lost last night, you found your keys and pushed it into the lock, the distinct crunch of the key teeth in the slot making you wince and hope that your parents weren't home and had heard you to see you entering like a hoe back from her night of debauchery. Slowly turning the key, you entered at a snail's pace, poking your head through the door first to suss out the situation, before allowing your body to follow. No one was home, it seemed, so you quickly tiptoed to the bathroom, beelining for the shower. Ah, yes, hot water for a hot bitch. This is the life right here, you thought with glee, as you wriggled out of your dress and threw off your bra before jumping in the shower. Oh, what a night. I completely forgot to let my parents know where I was going to go, so I'm probably going to hear about that later. Man, why do I do this to myself? Spending 90% of your shower standing there staring at the tiles and the other 10% washing yourself, you finally finished and hopped out, feeling a lot fresher than when you had first turned up at the house. You wrapped the towel around your body and stepped out onto the mat and then walked to the door. Is that you, Yin? Your mum called from the study, making you jump a little with fright at hearing her voice. Yep, you called back as you exited the bathroom and walked towards the sound of her voice. I didn't know you were home. Much like we didn't know where you were last night, your mum replied in a sassy, annoyed tone. I rang Ray and she sent a message to Dabi who told her that you were with him. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I just kind of got caught up in the moment and... You can save it, Yin. You'll be moving out of the house soon, so you won't need to tell us where you are anymore, she replied stiffly, pushing past you and off down the hall. Mum isn't usually like this, you thought as you watched her go. She does go off at me, but she doesn't brush me off like this. Thinking it would be best to put clothes on before confronting your mum again, in case it turned into a lengthy conversation, you quickly went to your room and chucked something on, and then went to find your mum, who was attending her plants outside. As you approached, you could hear her sniffing, and you paused with sudden concern. "Mum?" you asked softly. "Are you crying?" "I'm fine," she snapped, keeping her back to you. "No, you're not," you said, walking forwards and putting a hand between her shoulders. "What's wrong?" "Why are you leaving us?" she suddenly wailed. "You have just, all of a sudden, wanted nothing to do with us." "Whoa, what?" you asked, floored with this outburst. "What brought this on?" "You don't tell us where you are. You're moving out. You hardly ever eat dinner with us anymore. This house is going to be empty," she sobbed. "Mum," you said, calmly wrapping your arms around her shoulders and pulling her into you. "I'm not going away. I'm still around. I'll come and visit, I promise. I'm not disappearing." "We'll never see you again. You're our only child," your mum cried. "Why don't you want to stay here?" "Mum," you said with a sympathetic chuckle, "I'm growing up. You said that yourself. I just want to go and do my own stuff, It's nothing against your dad." "What's happening out here?" your dad suddenly asked as he slid the door open and stepped out. "Yin, what did you do to your mum?" "What? It's not my fault." "It's not her, honey. We're having a moment," your mum placated him. "And you never told us where you were last night," your dad snapped at you. "Honey, it's fine. We're talking about it," your mum said, wiping her eyes. "Sorry, Dad. I got caught up. I'll make sure to let you guys know where I am next time, but I don't think there will be a next time." Suddenly it hit you. You would be sitting your exam soon and then moving out. You had 2 weeks left at home, max. Without realizing it, your eyes welled with tears. I'm leaving soon," you said with a quiver in your voice. "I'm going to be in my own home." Your mum, feeling the sudden emotion in your voice, burst into tears again and hugged you while more tears flowed down her cheeks. "What is?" your dad said with bewilderment as you and your mum cried together. "I don't even know what's going on anymore," he added, backing back inside the safety of the house and sliding the door shut. The rest of the afternoon was spent with your mum, chatting and catching up on things that you hadn't spoken to her about because you'd been busy spending so much time with Dabi. And the rest of the 2 weeks went by just like that. Study, exams, and moving out. "Is that everything?" your dad asked you as he carried one last box out to the car. Let me check," you said as you ran back into the house, heading for your room. It was bare. Nothing was there, save some crumpled pieces of paper and a random hair clip on the floor. This isn't my room anymore," you thought sadly as you looked around the unrecognisably empty room. You welled up with tears, the weight of the situation finally resting heavily on your shoulders. "This is it. I'm officially moved out. Why am I getting so emotional about it, though?" you thought as you cupped your hands over your nose and mouth, tears rapidly filling your eyes before falling down your cheeks. "Yen?" your dad called, snapping at you out of your internal self-reflection moment. "Yeah?" you called back quickly, wiping your eyes and straightening up. "All packed?" he asked as he approached you. You nodded, biting your top lip between your teeth. He looked into the room and then down at you, catching on immediately. "Hey," he said as he engulfed you in a big fatherly hug, that hug that breaks you down and bears all your emotions. You grabbed onto him and sobbed, still not sure why you were getting so emotional over this. "I don't know why I'm crying," you wailed into him. "It's a big deal, Yin. You're moving out. The house that you've grown up in is no longer going to be your home. So you make sure that you make your new house a home. Fill it with love and memories." You nodded into him, a half-choked, sobbing chuckle escaping your lips as you thought about what type of memories you and Dabi would be making in your new place. "I won't even be able to share the stories from the new house because of Dabi's horny ass railing me on everything," you thought, your sadness changing a little to that of excitement. Hugging your dad tightly once more, you pulled back and took a deep breath in. "Okay, I'm good now," you said confidently, wiping your eyes again. "Let's go." And with that, you stepped back and walked out to the waiting car, not even looking back as you left. Your dad appeared shortly after, and you were off, ferrying the last of your items to the new house. As your car pulled up in the driveway, Dabi walked out and gave a small wave, and you grinned as you jumped out and ran to the front steps to greet him. "Baby?" he asked as he tilted your head up and looked at your slightly puffy red eyes. "You've been crying. Who made you cry?" His tone changed from worried to protective. "I'm fine," he replied, pushing his hand away. "I just had a moment, that's all." "Moment?" "Yeah, leaving home, but I'm good. I'm a tough bitch now, he replied confidently, straightening and placing your hands on your hips. We'll make this our own home. You're damn right about that, he replied in a provocative low tone. See, you thought as you shook your head at him with a knowing smile. Won't be telling my parents any of these stories. Dabi, your dad called. Give me a hand. It has enough stuff to supply an army of people for the winter. I do not, you snorted with low-key offence. I've just got enough stuff, thank you. You still have those shoes that you wore to the concert last year that you've never worn again because they hurt your feet, but you wanted to keep them because the band member blew you a kiss and you believed it was because of the shoes? Dabi asked you. Well, yeah, but they're lucky shoes and they don't take up much space and I like them. Maybe I can hand them down to my future children or something. Why am I being attacked for this? They're my shoes. What's it to you? You replied, feeling very attacked at being called out like that. Okay, Dabi said with a chuckle. Shoes are on the offenders list then. Don't address the shoes. Noted. Your dad grunted as he lifted a box from the car boot and handed it to Dabi. But I don't have to worry about any of that now that she's on you, Dabi. Thanks, he replied with a grunt, taking the box from your father's hands. I am not an item to be passed on to people, thank you very much, he said with indignation as he followed Dabi into the house and up the stairs. Where do I put this on? He asked. In our room, you replied, distracted as you followed behind. He entered the bedroom and walked to the corner, plonking the box down and spinning quickly to grab you. Before you could yelp or make any other sounds of surprise, you were backed up against the wall, pinned there by Dabi's hands on yours. Wait till I get you alone, he snarled, his teeth grazing your neck as he let out a low growl from his throat. Can you go at least one day without trying to be all over me? You asked breathlessly. No, I'm not even going to try. That challenge is too hard. You're a wimp. Call me every name you like. But make sure you call it loud enough so it'll sound convincing when I own you. He growled, biting into your collarbone. Don't you dare leave any marks, you hissed threateningly, wriggling to get out from his clutches. My parents are still here. Another box, your dad called from downstairs, and Dabi let you go and casually strolled out of the bedroom like nothing had happened. Coming, your man called calmly, trotting down the stairs to get the next box while you stood with your back against the wall still, trying to catch your breath. Boxes unloaded from the car, everything inside, goodbyes said, and parents waved off from the porch, and you were standing there next to Dabi, finally alone at your new house. So this is it, huh? You sighed. Home alone? Dabi let out the most devious little chuckle you'd ever heard, and you screamed and pushed him away before running inside. Come back, little doll. I want to play with you. Dabi snarled sexually. Let's play mummies and daddies. No! You screamed with laughter, racing up the stairs to the bedroom. The bed frame was still in pieces, resting up against the wall of the room, and the king-sized mattress was on the floor. In one leap you made it from the door to the mattress and bounced heavily as you landed, your body being caged immediately by Dabi, who was on top of you in a second. Get down! You screeched, laughing and wriggling under him. Down? On you? He asked as he slid backwards down your body and bit through your pants at the top of your thigh. No! You bonked him on the head repeatedly. Stop! Bad Dabi! Oh, I'm about to be a very bad Dabi. He sneered in reply. Wait! You screeched with laughter, slapping the top of his head as he bit into your thigh through your pants. Wait! I have a proposal! What is it? He asked. Chicken nuggets. And? No, that's it, chicken nuggets. There was a long pause as Dabi stared up at you, and you just stared down at him. Finally, he sat back. Okay, you've convinced me. Chicken nuggets it is. Yay! You screeched with excitement, clapping your hands as Dabi got off the bed and hauled you up. It's been a big day. We need food. Agreed. Let's go. You happily followed him downstairs into the foyer and flicked the lights on, illuminating the dark house. Well, the lights work, you commented. That's a start. Might need to eat out tonight, babe. Dabi called from inside the kitchen. Tap doesn't work, so we can't do the dishes. That's fine with me, you replied. Hate doing dishes anyway. Dabi grabbed his keys and wallet and then jerked his head towards the door. Come on, hot stuff. Let's go get you nuggets. You squealed with delight and skipped towards the door, excited to be alone together for the first night in your new place. The first few days at your new house were filled with unpacking boxes, buying supplies, getting random items to fix things, and waiting for your exam results to come in. I'm like 70% sure I passed, you commented to Dabi as he passed you some items to stack in the pantry. 70. 65. You just said 70. Yeah, but then I remembered that question, and I'm pretty sure I got it wrong, but I still think I did mediocre? The confidence that oozes from you is intoxicating. Dabi replied sarcastically. You need to pass if you want new paint in this house, remember? That was the deal. Yeah, I got it in the bag, he replied flippantly. Sure, Mrs. 65%. You poked your tongue out and rolled your eyes up, making the most obscene face he'd ever seen. Stop giving me bedroom eyes. You regret it, he teased, putting the last of the tins away himself. Are you going to get a job? What? Me? Why me? No, like, I'm going to get a job too. But I'm asking, are you? We've got to make ends meet somehow. Look at you being all mature, you teased him. Yeah, I'll get a job. Not sure where, but I will. I saw an ad for a job at the corner store, nice and close. All I have to do is scan crap and tell people to F off. I'm not sure that's what the job actually entails, but you do you, boo, you said with a chuckle. I can drop by and tease you. I'm thinking I might do volleyball tutoring or something. Not sure if there's any jobs going, but I'll look into it. Dabi nodded. Sounds good to me, but first of all, I'll fix this tap. He looked over it and grimaced. Yeah, washing dishes and stuff in the bathroom sink is getting kind of old. Should we call a plumber in or something? I can't afford a plumber right now. I'll give it a shot. How hard can it be? Dabi said with a shrug as he stepped over to fiddle with the piping. Dunno, you mused. I'll help though. What do you need? Give me the, that. He pointed to some tools on the kitchen bench that he'd laid out earlier. That one. Which one? There's like 4. I don't friggin' know its name. God. No, it's not called God. No! God to you, how are you gonna fix the sink if you don't even know the name of the tool that you're using? Listen, he said, grabbing your arm and pulling your body into his as he looked down at you. You just stand there and look cute, okay? I'll do the rest. I swear, if you ruin this house, I'll never forgive you, you replied to him, standing your ground and staring him down, or up in this case. I got it, he replied with a wink, before he let you go and gently moved you aside so that he could get to the tools and the tap. Okay, here we go, he muttered, finding the right spanner to put around the base of the tap spout that had sealed it off. Just gotta undo this, right, and attach the new one. You squinted and grimaced as he slowly undid the attachment, and before you could say anything, the seal blew open and water erupted from the pipe, water going everywhere. Dabi! You hollered as you turned your back to the onslaught of water and screamed as it smacked you cold between the shoulder blades. Mains! He shouted, hands desperately trying to cover the sudden surge of water. Turn off the mains! They're outside the house! You took off, your libero's speed coming in handy as you dashed out the front door and raced around the side of the house, diving for the tap on the wall and quickly turning it off. With a pounding heart and shaking hands, you let out a sigh of relief and then turned to venture back into the house. There was water absolutely everywhere, and you walked back into the kitchen to find Dabi soaked to the core, his usual spiky hair flat and despondent as his dead eyes stared at you. Oh no, you said with a small chuckle, your chuckle getting more and more hideous as he looked at your drenched, sad sack of heroic uselessness. Shut up, he mumbled, finally letting go of the exposed pipe now that the water wasn't geysering from the opening. Okay, now you can fix the tap, you said cheekily. Yeah, thanks, he grunted, wiping water from his eyes. You shook your head and then walked over to help, getting the fittings installed as quickly as possible. It only took 20 minutes to get the new tap in place and secured, and then you went back out and turned the mains on again. How is it? You called to Dabi as you entered the house. Does it work? Like a charm, he sneered. I'm amazing, baby. You? You laughed. You single-handedly drenched the entire house, but okay. I'm amazing, he reiterated. What else needs fixing? He stood confidently, hands on hips. No, you're not fixing another goddamn thing here, he said sternly. Next time we get professionals in. Well, they do say happy wife, happy life, so okay, wifey. He walked over, leaning in and then smushing his wet face and hair all over you, making you scream and laugh while smacking him away. It was now next week and you were waiting anxiously at the computer for your marks to come in. If you click that refresh button one more time, I'm going to bend you over and rail you against the computer bench, Dabi warned. Why are all of your threats so sexual? You grunted, refreshing the tab again. Oi, Dabi said, pointing a finger at you from across the room. I warned you. You looked over at him and raised your finger, pointed slowly, and then brought it down on the button to click refresh again, clicking the button slowly. You're really asking for it, aren't you? Dabi said as he put down what he was holding and started walking over. You hurriedly clicked refresh again, and he yelled out again. Like a friggin' cat! Tell the cat to stop and it keeps doing it, he barked, grabbing you around the waist as he got to you, while you shrieked and repeatedly clicked the button at top speed. Just as he was about to pull you back from the desk and drop your pants, you saw the site had updated and your results were there. Wait! You screeched, halting his movements. Wait, let me read this! Your eyes scanned down the list of names, searching anxiously for yours, and once you saw your name, you clicked on the link. With shaking fingers, you entered your password and waited for it to load to the new page. Come the hell on, you hissed, tapping your fingers impatiently on the desk. Finally it loaded, and your results were before you. And? Dabi asked as he leaned over to look at the screen from behind you. I passed! I mother-fluffing passed! I'm so hippity-hoppity-happy! Ah! Your scream could have been heard across town, it was so loud, and as soon as the hideous shrieking had left your mouth, you burst into tears of relief. What the hell? Dabi chuckled with confusion as you collapsed on the floor. I thought I wasn't going to pass, you wailed loudly. You said you were 65% sure you'd pass, Dabi said. I was lying, you wailed. I thought I was going to fail. You're such a dumbass, Dabi chuckled, reaching down around your waist and lifting you up against his body, adjusting you so you could drape your body over his shoulder and hug you while you bawled. Can I have pain? You sobbed, snot running all over his shirt as he pulled back to ask a question. Yes, idiot, you can, Dabi chuckled, wiping the tears from your eyes with one of his gnarled hands, then kissing you on the forehead, a bit of your snot getting on his chin. It only took him a second to realise what it was that was wetting his shirt, and then he yanked his head back. Ah, the hell? You let out this hideous sobbing cackle as he recoiled and dropped you to the ground. No! You wailed, holding your arms out like a snot-filled zombie. Come back and let me love you. Get the hell away from me, he yelled, running for the stairs while your weird sobbing laughter followed him. Take me to get paint, you added. Get your own frickin' paint, snot monster. You cackled again. 45 minutes later, you and Dabi were standing in the paint aisle of the local hardware store, trying to decide on a new colour for the walls. I'm stuck between this colour and this one, you mumbled grumpily with a scowl on your face as you held 2 colour squares in hand, looking from one to the other. Hey, Dabi sidled up beside you. Your eyes are like cerulean dream, he uttered lowly. Have you even seen my eyes? You deadpanned, looking at him. Your hair, he continued, is enchanted rose. Someone's been spending far too long looking at the Dulux colour chart. You make me feel like tangerine tango. Okay, stop. Do you even know how to spell these? You can't even spell cerulean. Yes, I can. S-E-R. You made a loud, failed buzzer noise. Bah! Wrong, you shouted. You didn't even let me finish. You started on the wrong letter, you dumbass, you cackled. S-E-R. This my dick, bitch, he leered, grabbing you in a gentle headlock as you punched his ribs, trying to escape. Sir, a loud voice called to Dabi. Let her go at once. Dabi let you go, and you looked over at a very concerned-looking customer who had listened in on the second part of your conversation and then seen Dabi grab you. Are you okay? The customer asked you, walking over and standing a little between you and Dabi. Oh, yes, I'm fine. He's my boyfriend. Sorry, he's an ass, you apologised to the man. He looked at you, and then at Dabi, and then back to you. You deserve much better, he said before turning and walking away. You heard him, you leered at Dabi. I deserve better. Who else can top you like me? I'm top tier. Dabi leered, stepping forwards and grabbing your body against his hips pressing into yours as he grabbed your ass and pulled you against his lower half. Psh, I could do myself much better than you, you replied with airs of haughtiness. Is that a challenge? Dabi asked with one eyebrow raised. Maybe. Okay then. You v me. If you get yourself off as well as I can get you off, then I'll let you do whatever you want to me, Dabi said confidently. Would you get a piercing for me? You asked deviously. I'm covered in piercings, he replied with a smirk. A Jacob's ladder? What? A dick piercing? Are you scared? You taunted, crossing your arms across your chest. Not one bit, he sneered, his turquoise eyes burning like cold flames into yours. If you want to climb that ladder, then I'm more than happy to comply. You're on, you leered. Would you get a piercing or a tattoo? Maybe. Depends, he replied. I'll think about it. But now back to the more important question. You held up the 2 colour blocks that you were stuck on. Which one? After finally deciding on a colour that you were going to paint the room, you turned back up at home with the tins of paint and plonked them down in the first room to the right. Okay, we need to cover everything with sheets and then start painting. Dabi looked around the room at the ripped wallpaper. First we need to scratch this crap off. Are you going to do that? You asked. Yeah, I'll grab the stuff and then follow a YouTube video on how to take it off. I'm not having another tap incident happening, he grunted. It wasn't the easiest task, scratching wallpaper off the walls and covering everything in plastic sheets in preparation for painting, but over the next few days you got everything ready to go. Now I get to put this new paint on. This house is going to look so much better, you said excitedly as you picked up the big fluffy roller and grabbed the tray to put the paint in. How many coats you going to do? Dabi asked from where he was lounging back on the chair with yesterday's bucket of chicken nuggets in his lap. 3, I think. I'm pretty sure that's what was recommended, you replied, scrubbing your brow with your forearm as you prepared to embark on the painting mission. Okay, good luck, he said, one cheek stuffed with chicken nuggets. Get off your lazy ass and help me, you said, pointing a roller at him, or I'll come back here and I'll paint you as well. Where will you paint me? He asked seductively, wiggling his thin black eyebrows as he hooked one leg over the arm of the chair and thrust his crotch at you. Ugh, not there, that's for sure. Are you that desperate for touch? You teased. I don't think he's realised how long he'll have to go without it if he gets his dick pierced, you thought with a smirk. You know I'm always down. You mean up? Either way. Well, just help me, okay? You sighed. I can't do this on my own. That's what she said. Dabi leered as he pulled himself out of the chair and sat the bucket of half-finished chicken nuggets down. Dabi didn't really help you much, to be honest. He got in the way more often than anything else, but it was good to have someone to talk to and tease while you worked. So, you addressed him as you put the roller down in the tray after finishing the first coat, wiping your brow with paint-splattered arm. Are we going to do this bet tonight? Which bet was that? He asked, stepping over a tin of open paint. Which bet was that? You scoffed. You forgot already? Jog my memory, he said, pressing his fingers to his temple and winking at you. Me versus you. If I can get myself off better than you can, then you get your dick pierced. Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, you're on. What will you get when you lose? I'm going to get... Hey! Dabi snickered, top lip curling back a little as he leered down at you. I don't intend to lose, you shot back, crossing your arms across your chest. But if I do happen to lose the bet, then I'm getting nipple piercings and your name tattooed in kanji under my right breast. Hot. You're definitely going to lose now, because I have to see that. And to have my name tattooed on your pretty soft skin. A low growl escaped his throat as he stepped forwards and grabbed you against his body. And also, I'm going to get a flame tattoo next to your name. Flame? Yeah, I don't know, I just get this kind of blue flame vibe from you, you said, peering up into his turquoise eyes. Like my body just melts into nothingness under your touch. You want to test that theory now? He rasped. Kinda, you whispered in a provocative tone as your gaze turned more seductive. Well then, let's go. He leered down at you, pressing his body into yours to walk you backwards. With a cute little giggle, you spun around and popped your ass out, wiggling it against his front before reaching over your shoulder and grabbing a hold of his shirt and pulling him along behind you as you got to the stairs to lead up to your room. Your room was finally set up by now. All the boxes were unpacked and the bed was set up nicely, except for the bed sheets being all ruffled up and a pillow or two on the floor from last night's sleep/rumble. You jumped up onto the bed and giggled as Dabi pushed you down and rolled you over, kissing and biting into your arm and then attacking your neck, his teeth grazing your skin as you shrieked playfully and wriggled underneath. Okay, back, he said, swatting him off. You have to watch. What kind of cruel... Chill, you'll get your turn, you replied, reaching for your pants and sliding them off. You flopped down across his clothed chest and promptly passed out. It was 1 a.m. when you woke, and you got up to check the freshly painted walls, noting that they were dry now, so you got the next layer ready and started to paint. What the hell? Dabi groaned in a sleepy voice as he entered the room with heavily squinted eyes. It's friggin' 1:30 a.m. Why are you painting naked? You got a problem? You asked sassily, opening your arms out like, what are you going to do about it? Yeah, no problem. He yawned. You need me? Nah, I got it. Okay, I'm going to go back to bed. Yell if you need me. Yeah, okay. And with that, he left, leaving you to do your painting. It was close to 4 a.m. when you decided to wrap it up, and you washed everything out and crawled into bed, bits of dried paint splattered across your body. When you woke next, it was 3 p.m, and Dabi wasn't beside you. What is my sleep schedule these days? Friggin' non-existent, that's what it is. You rolled over and placed your arms up over your forehead, staring at the ceiling. Then you remembered the last coat of paint. Better go do that, you thought, dragging yourself out of bed, still naked, and wandering off downstairs. You were up the ladder again, clothless, when Dabi walked in. Honey, I'm home, he called cheekily with a pizza box in hand. Pizza! You shouted, dropping everything and jumping from the ladder, then running to him. He caught you with one arm and pressed you to his side as he kissed the top of your head. The hell is this, new fashion? He jutted his chin, gesturing to the fact that you were painting naked again. I can't be screwed to put clothes on, and it's my own damn house. No one's telling me I need to wear clothes in here. F the police. Dabi chuckled. Well, I ain't complaining. He let you go and walked to the kitchen. This means I get to watch your tits jiggle as you work. The following day was the grand reveal of the newly painted room, and you grinned as you looked around at it. "Dabi, come and see how amazing I am," you called. "I already know you're actually meaning me," he quipped, walking down from the stairs. "This room looks 3,000,000 times better already, and all the chairs and stuff still covered with plastic and crap," you said, gesturing to everything in the room. Your vocabulary never ceases to amaze me," he teased, pulling you into his side and kissing the top of your head. "Good thing we start college in 2 weeks." "Oh, don't remind me," you fake sobbed, turning your face into his side. "I'm already dreading the double workload." "We've got a bit of time to party before then," Dabi said, giving you another squeeze. "Let's make the most of it." "Tats and piercings first," you said quickly. "Let's look at some places to go to. I'm not going to go to a dodgy place." You pushed off him and walked over to the stairs to head up to the room where you'd left your phone on charge. "I'd die if they wrote the wrong word in cunty, like horny or something, instead of your name." Well, it wouldn't be too far from the truth, though, would it? He called up to you as you walked along the hallway, chuckling when you gave him the finger. "Are you getting a tat?" you called back to him as he entered the room. "Nah, just the piercing," he shouted. "There'll be plenty." "Okay." You grabbed your phone and unlocked it, and then went to the internet and typed in some of the closest tattoo parlours around the area. "How expensive is this crap going to be? That's my question," Dabi asked you as you came back down the stairs with your eyes glued to the phone. Dunno, you shrugged, scrolling down the screen. "Okay, let's see, this place looks good." You tapped on the name of the tattoo parlour and entered the site, swiping down their price list. "Holy crap, I think I'll just get a small tattoo." Your eyes bulged at the screen. "Why? What, were you going to get my name tattooed from your ass crack to your neck? Because that would be amazing," he leered. "It would be horrible," you retorted, screeching as he grabbed you around your waist and hoisted you up a little so he could carry you into the other room and dump you down in front of the TV. In true Dabi style, he didn't just settle for dumping you down, but also climbed over your body and caged you in under him. Look at this!" You showed him your phone screen, smoshing it to his face and laughing when he let out an unamused grunt. "What?" he asked, pulling the phone back so he could see the screen. "Yeah? What about it?" "Looks like a good place, yeah? And the price seems okay. Expensive, but okay. I'll look for a few other places to compare, but this place does tattoos and piercings for celebrities. That's saying something, right?" I guess," Dabi replied, not super interested in the conversation at hand. "Okay, let me look up some other places," you said, ignoring Dabi as he leaned down and bit into your earlobe as you did some research. About 20 minutes later, you'd made your decision. "Okay, we're going to this place." You pointed to the first place that you'd seen. "They're okay priced compared with other places." "That's the place that does celebrities, right?" Dabi asked. "Yep," you replied. "I don't want a botched job." "I'm happy to go along for the ride," Dabi said, flopping down onto your front, defeated, his head nestled into the crook of your neck. "How much does a Jacob's ladder cost?" he mumbled into your neck. Hold that thought for a second." Your fingers worked furiously, typing something in. "Okay, single, double or triple?" "If I'm going to go hard, then I'm going hard. Triple," he said confidently. 155, you replied. "Ouch, my dick and my wallet hurt already," he mumbled. "And I'm going to get my mummy milkers done, so add another 110. That's 255. 265, you mean?" you said. "Would they do a discount if I gave them a lap dance?" Dabi leered. "And you want a tattoo, right? How much is that?" "Please hold the line," you said as you opened a new tab and looked up tattoo costs. "Okay, so it's maybe going to be somewhere between $90 to $126 for the piece." "What the hell? Are they using gold for the inlay?" Dabi's head shot up so that he could stare at you in the eyes. "So, all up, we cost $391, max," he replied. "Jeez," he whispered in horror, shuffling down and face-planting between your boobs. "But it could be less," you offered, your comforting words earning you a groan from him. "Looks like I'll just be getting 2 jobs to pay for this crap," he mumbled into your cleavage. "It's not that much, is it?" "Well, it is, when you consider I'm going to be buying a car soon too." He lifted his head to look at you. "You're getting a car?" you asked with elated surprise. "Yeah, I just went and did my written exam before. My licence had expired, so I was renewing it. Sick of using public transport," he said. You grabbed your arms around his neck and squeezed while squealing. "This is awesome! We can go anywhere in a car!" "What's the point?" he wheezed out. "I only bought it so that we could screw in the back seat. Or you can give it to me while I'm driving. I'm easy." "You're always easy," you teased, kissing his lips. But first let's book in for these pieces to be done." The booking was made for Friday, and early that morning you and Dabi found yourselves on the front steps of the tattoo parlour. "I'm going to suck on those pierced titties the second they're done," Dabi leered into your ear as he pulled you into his side to nibble on your earlobe. I think the hell not, you snapped. You can't do that stuff until it's healed. He chuckled, and then it finally hit him. Hey, but... You pulled away from him and pushed the doors open, smiling at the pierced-up chick behind the desk. My dick, you heard Dabi say, his mind trying to comprehend that he might have to allocate some healing time post-piercing, healing time that didn't involve getting between the sheets with you. A small chuckle escaped your lips as you walked over to the girl and greeted her. We're here for our appointment, Yin and Dabi. The girl nodded and looked down at the appointment book. Yup, she said, you're with Bruiser. Just a quick warning on this chapter. No, it's not a smut warning. There is a section here where Dabi gets triggered and he snaps and he puts his hands on Yin. If this is a trigger for you as well, please consider skipping over this chapter and not listening. I'll completely understand, and I'll see you further on in the book. Dabi grimaced and cupped his balls lightly, and your eyebrows shot up into your hairline. Bruiser? Yeah, he's gentle, don't worry, the chick replied with a chuckle. Everyone's worried when they hear his name, but then he gets the best reviews. You nodded and looked at Dabi. Scissors, paper, rock, loser goes first? You asked your man. Yeah, okay, he replied, holding his fist out to you. Scissors, paper, rock. Your hand flew out in paper form, and Dabi's hand remained curled in rock form, and you whooped for joy. Ah, crap, Dabi grunted. You're up, baby, he said with a giant grin. Good luck. I won't have a dick when I come out, Dabi lamented. You'll be fine, you chuckled, waving him off as he slowly walked to the tattoo artist's door and knocked. Come in, a heavily accented Irish voice called. Dabi very slowly turned the handle of the door to the room and then entered, spinning back around so that as he closed the door all you could see was one of his turquoise eyes watching you, and it made you chuckle that he had maintained eye contact for that long. He'll be all right. Yeah? You asked the girl at the desk again. She nodded. Yeah, don't even stress. Just take a seat. You nodded and sat down, pulling out your phone to pass the time. Hey, welcome to the shop, the Irish piercer greeted Dabi, reaching out a hand to shake your man's, then stepping back. Just jump up here on this bed. Let's have a little chat. Not gonna lie, Doc, this is my first rodeo for piercings south of the border. Dabi joked dryly, looking at all the piercings and tattoos on the man's face, neck and arms. Doc? Bruiser chuckled. Gotta say, never been called that before. First time for everything, Dabi replied, getting up on the examination bed and lying down. Ain't that the truth? Bruiser commented emphatically. No. Tell me what you're after. I want to get a Jacob's ladder, Dabi said as he lay back stiffly on the bed. Ah, friend and piercing, Bruiser said with a grin. Got one myself. 4 at the moment, but want to go with 6. Bold man, Dabi commented. How many rungs you're after? Bruiser asked. 3, Dabi replied. Yep, I can do that. I like to do either 2 or 3 at a time. There'll be a wee bit of swelling, but it should settle down relatively quickly, Bruiser said. Can I borrow your accent for a bit? Dabi said with a smirk. Could really do with a change of voice. Bruiser laughed again. Aye, I get comments all the time. It's half me charm. My charm's just constant sexually charged jokes, Dabi replied with a smirk. Everyone's got their shtick, Bruiser replied with a smile, before walking over to a drawer and pulling out some different piercings and sizes. Here we go, laddie. Here are some different types of piercings for you. We have here a bar piercing. This one's a 10 gauge. I like the look of the bar on this one best, Dabi commented. Would you recommend a 10 or larger? Well, drop your pants. Let's have a look at ya, the friendly piercer said, gesturing to Dabi's baggy jeans. The Ravenet undid his pants and tugged them down while Bruiser went and put some gloves on for the examination. Okay, now, the Irish artist said as he walked back over and had a look at Dabi's. Just raise her up for me so I can have a look underneath. Dabi obliged, flipping it up so that Bruiser could see the underside. The artist took a good look and then hummed and looked down at the bars that he was holding. I think a 12 gauge would suit you nicely, he commented. I'll be adding a wee bit more length to the bar to accommodate for swelling, but we'll change it out once the swelling goes down. Okay, Dabi nodded. The 12 gauge and 3 rungs, he said. Right, Bruiser confirmed with a nod. Just let me get my gear, get you the paperwork, we'll get started. An unspecified amount of time passed, and then Dabi walked out of the room very gingerly. Hey, you greeted. Are you all done already? Mm-hmm, he hummed, tenderly sitting down beside you. Did it hurt? You asked cautiously. Mm-hmm. He hummed again. You chewed on your bottom lip nervously and looked from him back to the door. As you looked, Bruiser came out and gave you a smile. Yin, I presume, he said in his thick accent, and you swooned. You presume correctly, he said with a grin as you got up and walked towards him. No, he said as he ushered you into the room and closed the door. What are we doing for you today? I'd like a tattoo and 2 nipple piercings, he said with a smile, trying not to let your nervousness show. That's a lot of work, he said, scratching the back of his head. How big did you want the tattoo, and what would you like? Here, he said, pulling out your phone and opening it to show him some pictures. I'd like this kanji under my right breast, with a flame at the end. Bruiser took the phone from you and had a look at the picture. What does it mean? Do you know? It's my boyfriend's name. And then just add a flame at the end. Have you checked to make sure it means what it means? Because I can tell you now, there's been plenty times when people get something tattooed in a different language, and it turns out nothing like what they thought it was, he said with a chuckle. I'm pretty sure it means Dabi, he replied. I can run it through our translator to double check, he said, walking over to the scanner by the computer. Is it in kanji? You nodded. He placed the phone face down on the scanner and typed something into the computer and then selected kanji. The scanner swiped over your phone and then a word popped up on the screen of the computer. Yep, it translates to Dabi, but in Japanese it means cremation, he said, looking back at you. Cremation? He said with surprise. That's odd. Your mind pulled up the story that Dabi had told you about how his father had treated him, and you shuddered. Who would name their child Cremation? That's a bit sickening if Dabi's dad had insisted on calling him that, knowing that that's what he would try and do to him later. This thought disturbed you, and you made a mental note that you might need to talk to Dabi about it later, just to clear things up. This tattoo shouldn't take too long. Maybe 15 minutes, Bruiser commented, enlarging the image to take a better look. True to Bruiser's words, it did indeed take only 15 minutes, and then you sheepishly exited the room, walking very hesitantly. Dabi looked up as you walked out and smirked. How'd you go? He asked as he gingerly shifted his weight from one arse cheek to the other. Ouch, you replied, holding your arms off your body a little so that nothing was touching your being. Felt that, he grunted as he stood up and walked with you to the front desk to pay. You both made the payment and left together in silence, mentally nursing your metaphorical wounds, new piercings, as you slowly walked back to the bus stop. So, when do you have to come back to get the bars replaced? Dabi quizzed you. A few weeks, once the swelling goes down, he replied with a forced smile. You? Yeah, same, he replied. How does the tat look? Hot as hell, I can't wait to show it to you when we get home, you said, your brain suddenly sending you an alert that there was something that you wanted to ask regarding the meaning of the tattoo. Oh, hey, while we're on the topic of tattoos, you ventured cautiously, do you know what your name means in Japanese? By this time, you'd both gotten to the bus stop, and Dabi's aura changed the minute that you asked the question. Yeah, he said in the most snarling voice you'd ever heard him use. Why? You whispered, looking at him with a perplexed and fearful look on your face. Why would they name me that? It's not my given name, he growled out. Dabi's the name I gave myself, after that bastard tried to do away with me with the flames. He tried to cremate me, but he could never raise me. His dark and manic-looking eyes flicked up and met you head-on. My birth name was Toya Todoroki. It's a great name, but I've been born again. Before either of you could register what was going on, Dabi had reached out and wrapped his fingers around your throat, gripping your windpipe in a painful manner. Dabi, you choked out, fear filling your eyes. Don't ever call me by Toya. Ever. His dark, threatening tone made your blood run cold, and you whimpered with real fear. He had never spoken to you like that, nor touched you like that ever before. Dabi, you whispered in a hoarse voice. You're hurting me. You shakily reached your hand up to his wrist, gripping onto it with a weak grip as your terrified eyes continued to plead into his. Suddenly he realised what he was doing and let you go abruptly, and then stepped away, turning his head away so that you couldn't see his face anymore. You in turn stepped away as well, and turned side on to him, staring down at the ground as your brain tried to compute what had just happened. He hurt me. Your hand reached to your throat and you rubbed the ache that was still there. He's never done that before. I didn't mean to trigger him. I thought he had talked all this out with the therapist. Is he dangerous with this thing that he's still harbouring? You glanced across at him and then looked away again, noting how crestfallen he now looked. Frick, Dabi thought as he pushed his hands into his pockets and stared at his shoes. What the hell just happened? I didn't feel in control of myself at all. He scowled and grit his teeth together, only just aware of the bus as it pulled up at the stop. You and Dabi didn't sit together on the ride home. There was some serious strain on your emotions at that point, and distance was the only comfortable option, and once back on your street, you ran ahead so that you could get inside and away from Dabi, making a beeline for the bed. Once in the room, you gently crawled up onto the bed and lay down, the emotions spilling forth as you settled down. Why did he hurt me like that? You cried to yourself. I'm not going to stay around if he's going to be violent. In pain from your tattoo and piercings, as well as from where he had grabbed you around your throat, you fell into a fitful sleep, allowing your body to rest while Dabi paced back and forth in the kitchen downstairs. The inner turmoil was starting to get to him as he grabbed his head in his hands and pulled at his roots. Crap, just like him, he thought as his brain reminded him of the image of you with his hands around your throat. I did that without even thinking. He dragged his hands down his face in anguish, fingers stretching down the rough scars across his cheek line and jaw. In a fit of self-hatred, he balled up his fists and turned to the wall, throwing a heavy punch right through the gyprock and then slamming his head against it. I hate myself! Blood trickled down over his pierced brow, to his eyelid, and then down his cheek as he pulled his fist back to look at his knuckles. He flexed his fingers, the sting and ache in his knuckles making him feel a little better that he had caused himself a bit of pain to punish himself for what he did to you. It's not enough, though. I don't deserve her. It was a few hours later that you woke, and your first thought was of Dabi. Where is he? You sat up in bed and listened, but all was quiet, so you hopped out of bed to see if you could find him. Softly you tiptoed down the stairs and walked into the kitchen, your eyes falling on the back of your man as he sat slumped in a chair by the table. Dabi? You whispered softly. He shifted in his seat, but he didn't look at you, and you hesitantly made your way up behind him. You okay? You asked gently, keeping a distance from him just in case he snapped. When he didn't reply, you made an arc and walked around him to try and see his face, and that's when you saw the blood dripping from his head. Oh my God, you gasped, abandoning your caution and closing the gap quickly between him and you. What happened? What did you do? You gently took his chin in your hand and tilted his head up, noting the large cut bruise on his forehead, as he kept his eyes averted from yours. Who did this? You asked in a stern voice. Did you do this? He didn't reply. Dabi? You let go of his chin and quickly walked to the first aid kit that was in the third drawer and pulled it out, grabbing a few items to clean his wound. As you were making your way back to him, that's when you saw the hole in the wall and stopped. Did Dabi do this? What is he thinking? What is going on? Tearing your eyes away from the jagged hole, you went back to him and started cleaning up his face, the sting of the antiseptic wipe making him hiss a little. Sorry, please, I need to clean it. Do it, he said in a low voice. Cause me pain. It's what I deserve. Don't say that, you said softly. No, he said, his intense eyes finally finding yours. After everything I promised you, I promised myself that I wouldn't be like him. His face darkened, and your anxiety peaked for a second, having a flashback about him grabbing you around the throat and fearing he'd do it again. Shh, you hushed softly as you stepped back a bit. You're already not like him. You're aware of what you did, and you're already sorry. Dabi stood up and engulfed you in a hug, gently but strongly, as he poured his heart out to you, mumbling and ranting a lot of things that at points didn't make sense. Dabi, you whispered, clutching your hands around and under his arms and hooking them over his shoulders as tears slipped down your cheeks. It's okay. I'm okay. I'm just happy that you're aware of what you did. I will tell you, though, I'm not going to stand for violence. It'll never happen again, he promised. Never. You nodded and kept clutching at him. I don't like my past, though, he did say in a low voice. Please, only call me Dabi. I literally got your name tattooed on my skin not even 4 hours ago. I'm not about to start calling you by a different name. You stepped back and raised your shirt up so he could see the tattoo that was still covered in the clear film. Pull your shirt up. I want to see those pierced titties, he said, stepping back more to get you in full view. No, wait. I need to fix your cut first, you chided, dropping your shirt back down so that you could get back to playing nurse. Dabi let you fix his cut, stealing and planting kisses on your face in between the times that you were getting gauze or steri strips. Okay, now don't go headbutting walls, you chided as you stood back and looked at him, hands on hips for good measure. Dabi looked over at the damaged wall and then back to you. That was from my fist, actually. He said, Fist? You asked, looking down at his hand and seeing it scraped and cut. Oh my god, I thought it was only your head that you'd hit. Dabi shrugged. It's fine though. Don't worry about it. No, I need to fix it. Yin. No, sit down. I need to put bandages on it. Reluctantly, Dabi sat back down again and let you fix him up. So, swapsies. Dabi leered, the tension from before melting away like butter on hot toast. Show me your titties. I'll drop my pants. Done deal, you replied. How are you feeling? Mine are really tight. Yeah, mine feels like my dick is 30 inches wide instead of the usual 20. You snorted. Your ego hasn't been affected, I see. Come on, let's go and chill in the lounge room. Dabi got up and you packed the first aid kit away before following him into the lounge room. You first, you said to him. Without a second thought, he dropped his pants and boxers, lifting up his fallen soldier to show off the 3 piercings underneath. That looks so cool. And sore, you grimaced. It's uncomfortable. He replied. Did you want ice? Yeah, might, actually. He replied as he gingerly sat down with his pants down. Okay, let me show you mine and then I'll get ice, he said, pulling his shirt up and off to show your new decorative pieces. So hot, Dabi groaned, his turquoise eyes taking in all of you. Come over here so I can see it better. You walked over and stood before him, letting him kiss gently under your tattoo. Don't even think about going near my tits, though. I will punch you in the dick. I'm not even bluffing, you said in a dead serious voice. Wow, aggressive. Hot. Dabi leered teasingly. I'd be more turned on if my dick wasn't aching. And it's not aching in a good way either. Hold on, I'll get ice, you said, walking off to get a bag of peas from the fridge and then bringing them back to him. You waited for him to put the frozen bag on his poor sad worm and then continued your conversation. Oh, I can't wait to ride you, you groaned needily. It's going to feel so good. Okay, stop. I'm getting hard, Dabi said. Not supposed to get hard on purpose. Oh, my nips are permanently hard at the moment, he said, pointing to them. Oh, I can't wait to get my mouth on them, he groaned. Okay, we need to stop, you chuckled. I'll put a shirt on for now. No, Dabi wailed as he watched you go. Yes. No, come back, sexy lady. Double no to that one, you called from the laundry where you were looking for a fresh, oversized shirt of his. Not a lot of exciting things happened over the next 4 weeks. Okay, so maybe a few exciting things happened. You got your piercing bars resized once the swelling had gone down. Everything was healing nicely for the two of you, and you were happy to have the bars at the right length. Dabi got a car, just a second-hand one from his old school coach, but a car nonetheless, and he drove you both to college on the first day so you could enjoy a drive together. The first day of college went about as well as any first day of anywhere, but it wasn't too bad. I swear we've been past this classroom before, you commented to Dabi, who was walking beside you as you walked through one of the college buildings. Where's the map? He asked. Don't you have it? You asked him. I thought you put it in your bag last night, he replied. There was a long pause and you both looked at each other. It's on the kitchen table, bench, isn't it? You both asked each other at the same time, and then both chuckled at each other and the fact that you had synced up and had the same comment at the same time. Are we even qualified enough to be in college? You asked. If we're forgetting the map of the school grounds, then I don't know if we've got the brain capacity to take on more. Well, speak for yourself, because this is my classroom right here, Dabi said, stopping in front of a classroom door. You looked at him, and then at the door, and then back to him. Is it really? You quizzed dubiously. Maybe, he replied, grabbing the handle and sliding the door open. Is this general studies? He bellowed into the room, causing everyone to stop what they were doing and look in his direction. Yep, someone shouted. This is my room, he said, looking back to you with a snide grin. Okay, fine, abandon me, you replied, poking your nose in the air. I'll find my own room. Who needs you? Love you, he called as you stormed off down the hall. I know, you shouted back over your shoulder. Dabi cracked a smirk and stepped into his room while you sauntered off, making your way back to the school map that you'd seen up on the board at the front of the college. Is this fundamentals of teaching? You asked, 10 minutes later, to the person who had just answered the classroom door as you opened it. Yes, it is, the person replied. I'm your teacher for the subject. Please come in and take a seat. I'm sorry I'm late, you apologised. It's fine. Sit down, please. You did so and quickly pulled your books out, ready to learn. The first few classes of the day were okay. You were making mental notes of where all the classrooms were and which teachers taught which subjects. Then lunchtime came and you pulled your phone out to text Dabi. I haven't seen him since this morning and it feels so weird, considering we've been spending every waking moment together as of late. Before you could type a message though, a hand slipped around your waist from behind and a pair of pierced, chapped lips pressed firmly to the back of your neck. Oh crap! You gasped with surprise. Don't scare me like that, Dabi. You whipped around to face him, balling your fists up and banging them on his chest. Missed you, he said with a smirk, his turquoise eyes glinting down at you. Well, I missed you too, but you don't have to kiss me on the back of my neck in public, he replied, glancing around to make sure that no one had seen what you two were doing. The halls were full of people, but everyone was so busy doing their own thing that no one took any notice of what you two were doing. You want to get lunch? You asked him, changing subjects. Yeah, let's see what trash they have here, he replied, falling in step with you to go to the on-site cafe. The selection wasn't bad, but it wasn't amazing either, and you both bought something to eat and then sat down on the garden ledge outside the cafeteria to eat and chat about how the morning's classes had been. How was your class? You asked him through a mouthful. Meh. Yeah, same, he replied, finishing your mouthful and then looking around. This food is so dry. You want a drink? Yeah, Dabi said, finishing off his mouthful too. What were you thinking? I don't know, I'll go and check at the vending machine, you said. I saw one earlier, I've remembered where it is. Okay, give me something that tastes as good as you, Dabi replied calmly, taking another bite of his food. Not expecting him to make a comment so casually like that, you sucked air in through your nose and mouth so fast it made you choke, and you stood there hacking on air for a bit. Air dick strikes again, Dabi mused, watching you die slowly. You... You can't say crap like that out loud, you gasped. You're going to kill me one of these days. No, I won't kill you, but deep-throating air dick might, he leered. I'm out, you coughed, turning and speed walking off in the direction of the vending machine. Oh, who do we have here? A teasing voice asked, pretty much the minute that you had left Dabi's side. Dabi looked up as the mellow voice addressed him, and his face deadpanned, more so than usual. It's the former captain of the Nekoma team. Yep, Dabi replied calmly, detailing the face of the man before him, who he recognised as the former captain of Aoba Josai, Oikawa Toru, former captain of the Nekoma and soon-to-be captain of the Kapuru mixed team. Oikawa snorted with amusement and placed a sassy hand on his hip. Overconfident as always. In denial as always, Dabi replied back, enjoying the banter. Oikawa pushed his mouth into a somewhat annoyed-looking pout and lifted his head up. Our team was always better than yours. Don't even try and deny it, he said sassily. Oh, of course, sweetheart. Whatever you say, Dabi replied condescendingly. Now run along, play with your nephew. Oikawa was about to try and make a smart comment, but the voice of his nephew called his attention, and he looked back over his shoulder to the pint-sized human. Oi, uncle, come and practice with me, his nephew shouted. Oh, your nephew wants you to get up on his level. How cute, Dabi crooned, his comment being returned with a sour look from Oikawa as the childish teen turned and sashayed away. It's going to be interesting, versing him again, Dabi mused to himself as he relaxed back and waited for you to come back. Here, he said, a few moments later, with a strawberry fizzy drink in hand to give to Dabi. Yes, this is perfect. Dabi reached for the can and took it from you, cracking the ring and immediately pushing the can away from his body as the contents bubbled out. Oh, look, you leered. The can just came. I'll make you come, Dabi growled, managing to avoid getting any of the contents on his clothes. How many more weeks before I can do you? You were grateful you hadn't taken a sip of your drink yet and cleared your throat before replying. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but I think it's still a few months away. You'll just have to settle for watching me be with me. It sucks. Got 3 bars that are just waiting to make you sing. I can't do a damn thing with them, he said in a grumpy tone. Yeah, but just imagine how amazing it's going to be when I do get to be on them, you replied. Speaking of riding dick, I just had a talk with Oikawa Toru from Aoba Josai, Dabi commented. That guy has an 11-inch ego. Oh, how cute. You two match then, he replied smartly with a grin. Did you compare sizes? Watch that mouth, baby, or I'll shove something down there, Dabi warned with a sexual sneer, his top lip curling back a bit. Dare I say, that's what she said, you replied to him. Damn, you got me on that one. I'm becoming too predictable. Need to get better jokes, Dabi replied. Just then lunch break ended, and you two had to part ways to go to your next class, which you were kind of grateful for. It just meant that you were away from Dabi, who wouldn't feel his gaze on you all afternoon. Had you been in the same class, you know he would have been making eyes at you the whole time, or calling out questions to the teacher that had heavily sexual undertones and absolutely nothing to do with the lesson at hand. Finally, the last class for the day ended, and you speed-walked from the room, making a beeline for the car park. As you got closer to the parking lot, you could see Dabi was already there, leaning back against the hood of the car, waiting patiently for you. You grinned as you approached him and he smirked. "You ready?" he asked as you walked right up and immediately engaged him in a very heavy hot kiss. The tension was so thick between the two of you, it was like a wall of lust that seemed to have blocked everything and everyone else out. "Let's go," you finally whispered huskily, forcing yourself to stop kissing him long enough to get your words out. He nodded and stepped to the side, walking to his car door as you ran around to the other side to yours. The minute you two were both in the car, your hands were all over each other. You got off the bed too, after letting life come back into your body, and followed him out and then down into the kitchen. While Dabi was washing his hands and arm in the kitchen sink, you walked to the cupboard to get a snack. You hummed with annoyance when you couldn't find anything that you wanted. "We need to go shopping. We have, no food." Dabi dried his arms and turned around to cuddle you from behind, resting his chin on your shoulder as he looked past you into the pantry. "There's bread," he said, staring at the loaf. "Nah." "Noodles. Plenty of noodles." He eyed off the 4 lots of 8-pack of instant noodles. Nah." "Rice custard?" he asked, looking down a level to see what was there. "Ugh, no." "I've named you 3 items, and you've said no to all of them. We have food. You're just being picky," he mumbled. "There's nothing yummy to eat," you pouted, jiggling your shoulders with childlike frustration. "Noodles." "No." "Then what do you want?" he asked, tilting his head to bite firmly into your neck. "I don't know. Let's go shopping." "Ow!" you hissed, pulling a face as his teeth sank into your skin. "Who's paying for this? Neither of us have jobs," he said, letting you go. "We need to get jobs this week. We'll be living on the streets. I don't know about you, but as far as I'm concerned, we'll still be doing it on the streets. I won't be quiet about banging you like a taiko drum behind the local restaurant." "Ugh, classy," you deadpanned. "Okay, I'll put up an ad at college tomorrow and see if anyone wants lessons." You closed the cupboard door and headed back up to the bedroom to get your clothes on, so you'd look somewhat presentable at the shops. "We'll stop by that corner store on the way back. I'll ask the owner if he wants me to work there," Dabi said as he followed you, reaching out to tap you on the bare ass as you walked ahead of him. "Do you need a resume?" you asked, swatting his hand away as you climbed the stairs and placing your hands over your ass to stop him smacking you. "For working at a corner store?" Dabi snorted. "Nah, I don't think so." "Okay then, give it a shot," you shrugged. The sound of trolleys clinking, people chatting, and random buzzers going off greeted your ears as you stepped into the decent-sized shopping mall to get some supplies for home. "Did you bring a bag?" Dabi asked, holding the car keys in hand. "No? Why?" you asked. "Keys," he said, holding them out to you. "Go get your own damn bag if you need somewhere to put your keys," you replied sassily. "My bag does not exist for you to put your crap in." "Yeah, it does. It was on the fine print when you agreed to date me. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is mine." "Your dick is mine," you quipped. "My dick will be in your mouth, but respectfully and gently," he added, tucking the keys into his shirt and then shoving the wad of it down the inside of his belt. "Oh, soft," you cooed as you grabbed a trolley. "Polite Dabi is a rarity." "Teasing me will only end up you getting railed, so keep it up," he said, smacking your ass firmly in public. "Dabi!" you hissed as you headed for aisle 1. "Behave, what the hell's wrong with you?" "Do we need chicken?" Dabi asked casually, reaching for a bag of freshly roasted chicken from the heater oven as he followed behind you in the trolley. "Bro, you literally just said we couldn't afford a lot of food, and now you're buying random crap. Put it back." "I want chicken." "God, you're such a child. Okay, put it in the cart then." "That's what she said," he leered, before dropping the chicken into the cart and walking along beside you to the next lot of food. "We need some veggies or something," you mumbled. "Ew." "Don't ooh the vegetables. We need healthy stuff." "Did you know that I've got something that has the highest amount of zinc in it and is a sustainable source of protein?" Dabi asked ridiculously loudly. "Oh, for crying out loud," you hissed, shielding your face and trying to walk away from him. "I can't take you anywhere." "Wait, mummy," Dabi cried out, making a hell of a scene in front of everyone in that aisle. "Ugh," you muttered under your breath, with a small amused smirk on your face. "God, you're so hopeless." "Let me spank you," Dabi called from behind, and he covered your face with the sleeve of your jumper. "Can you just shut up and hurry up and walk with me? I don't want to hear any more from you," you hissed, grabbing Dabi's ear and pulling on it. disciplinarian-like, once he got up beside you. You were intending to pull the ear to hurt and make him shut up and behave, but instead he moaned loudly and you shrieked and ran with the trolley, your sprinting form being chased by his very amused laugh. Okay, I'll stop, he called out. No! Promise, come back. He laughed. No, get away from me! I don't know you! You called back to him, rounding the corner into aisle 2 and scanning the shelves quickly to see if there was anything there that you needed. After getting all the way around the shops, with Dabi following behind but being somewhat more behaved than he had been at the beginning of the trip, you got to the checkout and the lady scanned your items. Is this one on me? You asked him, feeling your pockets for your wallet. I left my wallet in the car. He replied calmly. Mine isn't on me, you said with a grimace. Could you run to the car and get your wallet? Only if you give me... Please! Oh my God! You gasped with embarrassment, glancing at the checkout lady to see if she had heard what Dabi had said. If she had, she showed no sign of it, and you quickly grabbed his shirt and dragged him past you and then pushed him towards the shop doors. Go, quickly, you said, scooching him with your hands out to the car. Sorry, I forgot my wallet, you said sheepishly to the lady, and she just nodded and packed the last of your items, and then you waited awkwardly for Dabi to return as the line piled up behind you. Oh my God, hurry up, Dabi, this is embarrassing enough as it is without having to wait here for your slow ass. Finally, he returned and paid, and you took your things and left as quickly as you could. We're stopping by the corner store on the way home, right? You asked Dabi as you loaded the shopping into the back of the car. Yeah, I'll just talk to the owner and see if he wants me, Dabi said, grabbing the hot roasted chicken out of the bag as you placed it down the boot. What are you doing? Leave the chicken in there. No, it's hot. I want to get it now, he said, carrying it to the driver's side of the car as you closed the boot and walked up to the passenger side and pulled the door open. You can't drive and eat it. Pass it over here. I'll feed it to you. Dabi got into the car and sat down, passing the chicken to you before turning the car on and sliding his seatbelt on. I'm not going anywhere until I have something hot and juicy in my mouth. He leered across at you as you fumbled with the seatbelt. Are you meaning the chicken, or... You leered back, finally clipping your belt on and opening the roasted chicken bag. I was meaning you, but I'll take the chicken as a second option, he replied, settling one hand on the gear shifter and the other hand on the steering wheel. You smirked and dug your fingers into the chicken's cooked flesh. Ah! That's hot, you hissed, pulling your hand back and shaking it before sucking the seasoning off your fingertips. Dabi groaned, watching you suck your digits. Stop it! I'm just trying to get some food, damn it. You wiped your hand on your shirt and then tried again and ripped off some flesh, reaching across the console to put it in his open mouth. Finger looking good, he huffed, chewing open mouth on the hot chook. I want some now, you said, digging your hands back into the bag and ripping off some for yourself amid finger shaking and that open mouth chewing breathing action to cool down the food as you alternated flipping and chewing it around in your mouth. After a few mouthfuls each, Dabi turned the car on and put it in drive, and then off he went, heading back towards home while eating the roasted chicken in the car. As you got closer to the corner store, Dabi slowed and pulled into one of the parking spaces outside the shop. Stay here, he said, quickly chewing down another mouthful of food. I'll be back in a bit. Can you get me something like chocolate or lolly? You asked. We are broke, Dabi deadpanned, one hand on the car doorknob as he looked back at you before exiting. But I want yummy food, you pouted, cheeks filled with chicken. How can I say no to that face? Dabi leered as he leaned back into the open car door and grabbed your chin in his hand, then dragged your face across the console to his side so he could kiss your chicken-seasoned lips. Go get those dollar bills, baby! You called as he pulled back and closed the car door. He walked around the front of the car and placed his hands in an X across his lower half and then rapidly hip-thrust into them a few times before casually placing his hands in his pockets and strolling to the front entrance of the shop. You snorted with amusement and shook your head. Idiot, you chuckled internally, shoving more chicken in your mouth. A few minutes later, Dabi appeared again with your dessert snack of choice and hopped back into the car. Gimme, you said in a baby voice, holding your hands out and scrunching it in a want motion to get him to hand you your snack. Nah, you gotta eat this while I bend you over back home, he said, turquoise eyes giving you a seductive look. No, you won't, because you can't frick for a few more weeks, he replied, quickly snatching your item from his hand and pulling it away. Ugh, he punctuated, smacking his hand against the steering wheel. Forget about that. Oh well, you sighed dramatically, opening your food item and putting it in your mouth. Screw you, he growled, his anger more directed at the fact that he couldn't rile you just yet than actually being directed at you. You knew he was frustrated at the whole situation. That much was obvious, so you did the mature thing and decided to tease him a little bit. Oh, Daddy can't have his playtime. Such a shame. You baby talked. You know it's not a good idea to tease me. Just you wait till I am allowed to screw you into the mattress. Then we'll see who's being a smartass. He turned the car on and reversed out of the parking spot, heading the last way home while you grinned mischievously at him. So did Orange Dude say he needed you? You asked him through a mouthful of food as he drove. He said to bring in my resume. Dabi mumbled. Ha! Told you! Shut up. Do you even have a resume? You asked him genuinely. No. The hell? Why would I need a resume for? Dabi snorted, pulling into the driveway. You hummed, giving him a very concerned, furrowed brow look. Like, 4 times like now, when the owner literally just asked for your resume? Why does he need it? He can see I'm a functioning human. Dabi replied with indignation. How would I excel at bedroom activities? Help me get a job at the corner store. He got out of the car and walked to the back to get the food from the boot, and you followed. Please tell me that's not what you were going to put on your resume. I don't have anything on anything, he replied, lifting the 2 bags out and walking to the front door, leaving you to close the boot and follow with the half-eaten bag of chicken. Okay, well, I'll do one up for you because I can make it look frickin' amazing, you said, and then I'll drop it in there tonight. You're a keeper, he replied, turning back to kiss you on the forehead before walking into the kitchen to pack the food away. Resume's done, you called about an hour later. Seriously? He asked, walking into the study where you had the laptop set up. Yeah, it was easy. Now I just got to go and print it off and hand it in, you replied. The college has a printer, hey? I'll go and print it off now and then give it to your potential new boss. You want me to come with? He asked. Doesn't matter, you shrugged. I'll be quick anyway, so if you're bored then come with, but if not, I'll be back in like 45 minutes. Okay, I'll stay here and chill, he said. But if you need me, call. Yeah, will do, you replied casually as you picked up your phone and pulled the USB from the laptop to take to the library. Bye, babe. See you, sexy, he called as he closed the door behind you. Picking a snappy pace, you walked fast to the school and then printed out the resume for Dabi, keeping one eye on the time as you did so. What time does that corner store close? I don't know if I'll make it in time. You pulled your phone out and Googled their closing time, noting with annoyance that they closed early on a Wednesday, and today was Wednesday. I've got 15 minutes to get there. Resume in hand and USB in your pocket, you quickly turned and ran for the library doors, and then out and down the steps and out the college gates. The more you looked at the time on your phone, the more you panicked, moving faster and faster until you were just one click back from a full sprint, dashing down the streets towards the corner store. Last corner up ahead, you sprinted around it and ran for the store, falling through the doors in the most disorderly fashion. The owner just so happened to be behind the counter when you arrived, and you grinned and puffed as you handed the papers across the counter to him. Resume, you wheezed. Sorry, late. He took it in his hand and flicked through the pages quickly. I'm assuming for a job here? He asked, a little confused by this random panting girl who had fallen into his shop and handed a resume across to him. Yeah, you nodded, still trying to catch your breath. Dabi. The owner had gone back to looking it over and nodded with a smile. Thank you very much. Yin, you panted, fanning yourself and wiping your brow. Thank you, Yin. I'll give you a call soon. Awesome. You puffed, straightening a little. I'll hear from you soon then. Yes, will do, he smiled. You grinned and backed back to the door, and then said one last awkward goodbye and left, heading straight back home. Guess who just got you a job, mother fluffer? You called triumphantly as you entered the house. Let's screw to celebrate, came the reply. You can't, you have studs in your dick that are still trying to heal, you called back. Screw your chicken strips, he hollered, making you laugh. No, but I completely nailed it for you. Now I just got to find a job for myself, you said as you walked into the lounge room to chat with him. You were going to get one at the college as a private volleyball tutor or something, right? He asked, opening his arms for you to snuggle on top of him as he lay on the lounge. Yeah, I'll write up a little flyer thing tonight and post it up at the board tomorrow before class, you said, rubbing your head into his chest like a cat trying to leave its scent. Looks like I'll be taking private lessons then, Dabi said. How much for extras? I am not open for business for sleaze bags, you mumbled into his chest. Come on, $100, $200, I pay well, he leered. What's your rates, baby? My rates are sod off, you horny bastard, you replied, searching for and biting at his nipple through his shirt. Dabi's whole body contracted away from you into the lounge in an attempt to get away while you giggled and chomped on anything you could find. Ah, man, come on, Dabi yelped, trying to fend you off and falling onto the floor in the process. I'll tighten rip the titties off at anyone who tries to proposition me, so don't you even worry, you replied with a smirk. I know I can trust you, he replied with a lopsided grin from the floor. The next day, you purposefully walked to the message board with your little flyer in hand, excited to see if anyone would call the number at the bottom. Reaching up on tippy toes, you pinned it up there before heading off to class. Did you put your flyer up? Dabi asked you at lunch. Yeah, no calls though, he replied sadly. You'll get 'em. You'll be inundated, he replied confidently. How do you know? You scoffed, taking a bite of your sandwich. You're an amazing libero. It'd be stupid not to ask for private lessons from you, he replied. Your heart melted at his sweet comment. He didn't even need to think twice about his answer. He was just that sure. That afternoon after school, you got a call from a number that wasn't saved in your phone and you froze with fear-drenched excitement. What? Dabi asked from the driver's seat as he drove you both home, alternating his gaze between the road, your phone, and then the road again. Someone's calling me, you panicked. Answer it. I don't know who they are. It's probably someone calling about being tutored. Answer it. With a stressed out press of the button, you answered the call, clicking it hurriedly and shoving the phone to your ear. Yes, hello, you fumbled. Is this Yin? The voice on the other end asked. The owner of the voice sounded much older than you were expecting, and it threw you for a second. Yes, you asked. I'd like to congratulate you on getting the job, the voice said, throwing you into utter and complete confusion. What job? Whose job? Job? You asked, trying to still sound polite. Yes, you brought your resume in yesterday evening, so I'm ringing you to let you know that your application has been successful. But I didn't bring a Suddenly it all hit you, and you realised it was the owner of the corner store ringing you about Dabi's resume that you had dropped in yesterday. But why was he calling you? There was a long pause before you continued. Oh, yeah, yes, of course. That's my boyfriend's resume. I dropped it in. You smiled into the receiver. I rang the number on here and you answered. So is this his resume or yours? The owner asked, a little impatiently. Oh, sorry, I must have put my number by mistake, you replied. So, should I tell him he has the job? You were the one who brought the resume in, so I'm offering the job to you, the owner stated. If your boyfriend couldn't even bring his own resume in, then that doesn't say a lot about his work ethic or how keen he is for the job. You glanced at Dabi, who was still half looking at you, half looking at the road, and pulled a face. I guess he has a point, you thought, resigning to the fact. Okay, when would you like me to start? If you could come in tomorrow, I'll show you what's required of you, and then you can start on Saturday. Sure, he replied, looking at Dabi, who was still glancing at you periodically. I have college till 5 p.m, and then I'll come in then straight away. Would 5:30 p.m. be okay? Yes, that's fine, he replied. Thank you very much, Yin. I'll see you tomorrow. Yes, thank you very much for the opportunity, you said again, looking at Dabi, who just gave you a confused look. You hung up and then stared at him for the longest time as he silently alternated between looking at you and then at the road. So, he asked. I just got your job. You what? I got your job. You grinned at him and then burst out laughing. I don't get it, he replied, still hella confused. You know how I took your resume into the corner store yesterday? Yeah, well, the owner just rang me and I got your job, you laughed. Why did you ring you? Dabi asked. Because I accidentally put my contact details on the resume instead of yours, you chuckled. So when do you start my job? Dabi asked, a little amused but a little annoyed that you'd gotten the position that he had applied for. Tomorrow, you replied, seeing that he was slightly annoyed. The owner said he didn't really trust you since you didn't make the effort to take your own resume in, so there's nothing I can say to that. What a dickhead. Dabi pouted childishly. I didn't want the job anyway. Oh, sorry, baby, you cooed, feeling bad for usurping his job. I can help you look for another job. Have you get that one as well? He scoffed. I don't think so. You chuckled sympathetically. Okay, I'll take my flyer down tomorrow since I have a job already, and then I'll be the main breadwinner for the family. You reached out to ruffle his hair, but he yanked it away and scowled at you. Screw you. I'll make more than you. Just wait, he said grumpily as he pulled into the driveway. You smiled at him and then gave him a soft look. I know, baby. I know. The next day at college, you took the flyer down, and after college, you made your way to the store. You'd told Dabi you'd just run there, so he drove home while you went to work. Hi, you greeted the owner 10 minutes earlier for your practice shift. Sorry, I'm early. Never apologise for being early. Only apologise for being late, he stated. Welcome to the store. Thanks, you said with a grin as you stood on the customer side of the counter. Come out the back and I'll show you everything, he said, jerking his head in the direction of the office. You nodded and followed him. For the next 10 minutes, he showed you how to work everything and outlined the usual routines. I have another girl who works here on Monday, Wednesday and Sunday nights. I work the days, and do Tuesday and Thursday, Friday and Saturday nights, but I'm happy to give those nights to you. I'll take whatever, he said casually. How many hours did you need me for each night? What time can you be here from college? He asked. I'll say 5:30 just to be safe, he said. Except Saturdays. I can do any time on Saturday because I'm not at college then. I close 9 p.m. on most nights except Thursday, which I close at midnight. Okay, that sounds fine, he replied with a smile. All those days work well for me. Wonderful. Well, if there are no other questions, I'll let you go and I'll see you tomorrow, he said. Please come in at 3 p.m. Yep, 3 p.m.'s fine with me, he replied. And I don't have any other questions. Great. Thank you, Yen. We'll see you tomorrow. Yu nodded and shook his hand and then left for the night, heading straight back home in the dark. Honey, I'm home, you sung, draping yourself against the front door frame as soon as you threw it open. The moneymaker has arrived. Did you rob the till? Dabi asked cheekily from the lounge room. Rude much, he replied, pushing off the frame and closing the door before heading to the lounge room. You flopped down into Dabi's open arms and kissed his nose. I start tomorrow, he said with a smile. 3 p.m. I'll walk you there and back, Dabi said, grabbing your hips and shifting you around in his lap so that he could pull you down onto him. I don't know if I want you to walk me there if you're going to be like this. Try and jump me in front of my new boss, he said, trying to pull away, but his teeth sank into your neck. I need to show the man that you're mine, he growled into your skin. He's my boss, he's not trying to get me, you said, pulling your head back and leaning away to escape his grasp, but to no avail. As you leaned back, Dabi leaned into you until you had toppled backwards off the lounge and onto the floor. Now pinned under him, he pushed into you. Dabi, stop! You grunted with a half chuckle, trying to wrestle him off. Down, you horny pitbull! Must screw, he groaned seductively as he kept rolling his hips into yours. As much as you tried to fight him off, there was a stronger part of you that really wanted to take this further, but you knew you couldn't. Do you think it would be okay to do it? You whispered into his ear, finally giving in and pushing up into him. And there ends part 1 of Chance Ball. You will see on screen the link for part 2. Click that for part 2. I'll see you there.